Chapter 1. The Changing Heart of Humanity. Alternate world, light-hearted literature, no negative guidance, just a brain storage. According to the statistics from the Police Bureau, this is the 99th incident this month of an innocent citizen being sent to the hospital by the eye-opening maniac. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality that has led to the emergence of such heartless perversion in society? Chen Xing shook his head, lamenting that humanity has indeed changed for the worse. The people who had their eyes open were basically all social problem individuals, okay? How could a perfectly fine urban light like him become a bad guy in the news? His actions would at least make him a hero in ancient times. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen Xing picked it up and saw it was a message. Police Bureau warm reminder. The eye-opening maniac prefers to attack targets who have tattoos, perm their hair, like to brag and fight, enjoy getting drunk and causing trouble, cheat on their partners, and those who loiter in remote corners. Ordinary citizens need not panic, as the Police Bureau experts have already grasped some clues and will soon capture him. Chen Xing stroked his chin. The Police Bureau has clues? Why wasn't I informed? At that moment, a girl in a light blue uniform with a ponytail gently knocked on the open door and looked at Chen Xing in the office with spring-like eyes. Section Chief Chen, the Bureau Chief, is looking for you. Shaoli. Do you know what your uncle wants with me? Zhang Shaoli replied somewhat helplessly. Isn't it about that eye-opening maniac? Sai, we're just one victim away from hitting 100. The leaders are all anxious, and I guess they want your help. Okay, I understand. If the Wuzhen team has any clues, let me know. I'm quite concerned about it. Sure, no problem. Zhang Shaoli smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Yes, the enemy is himself. In O1 in High City, or even the world would ever guess that the eye-opening maniac is the youngest and most accomplished current section chief of the Police Bureau, Chen Xing. Without this identity, how could he so precisely locate those social problem individuals? Crackle. He opened his computer and found out in an instant. It's all the system's fault. To solidify skills, I have to complete such a twisted task. As a transmigrator, he had a golden finger. Every month on the first day at midnight, he would receive a skill card or an equipment card. After using it, he would possess that skill or equipment for the month. However, once used, he had to complete the task on the card to keep the skill or equipment or face punishment. For example, this month, skill go step, teleport behind a target within view. Unlock, complete a 1,000-year kill with 100 cuts within a month. Punishment, next time, sitting on a swivel. Chair, you must spiral into the sky and your boat will bloom. Chen Xing did not want to spiral into the sky, so he could only choose to send others up instead. Moreover, the targets he selected were all social scum. After saving his recently written novel manuscript, he shut down his computer and left the office, heading towards the bureau chief's office. It's not allowed to do business within the system, but side jobs are permitted, so writing novels became Chen Xing's main source of side income. He was originally just an ordinary office worker with no special interest beyond foot massages and saunas. Now, after transmigrating, he had a house, a car, a fiancée, and a stable job, still looking handsome and capable in both literature and martial arts. But was he happy? Due to his identity issue, he could no longer go for foot massages. He was not happy at all. Sigh, at least it won't be possible before retirement. The problem was that this world was a low martial world, and public servants from martial science backgrounds had a retirement age of 65. Troubling. It was really too troubling. Chen Xing walked down the corridor with a frown. And no matter how busy the passing police bureau staff were, they would respectfully or admiringly look at him and greet him. Hello, Section Chief Chen. Section Chief Chen, you look even more handsome. Section Chief Chen, want to have lunch together? Section Chief Chen, thank you for your hard work. Chen Xing forced a smile in response. After he left, those people began to discuss. It seems the eye-opening maniac is indeed quite tricky. Even Section Chief Chen looks troubled. Don't talk nonsense. Section Chief Chen has always been spirited and full of energy in handling cases. His troubled expression is because he regrets not being in the Wuzhen team. Sigh, damn high-level officials. Kicked in the head by a donkey. If Section Chief Chen were still in the Wuzhen team, the eye-opening maniac's case would probably have been solved long ago. Ever since Section Chief Chen arrested the city mayor's son 6 months ago and was covertly transferred to the Public Security Management Department, he hasn't smiled much. Sigh, I feel for Section Chief Chen. Chen Xing arrived at the bureau chief's office and knocked weakly on the door. Come in. Chen Xing pushed the door open. At this moment, besides the bureau chief Zhang Buoxing, who was over 50 with gray hair and wearing reading glasses, there was also the current head of the Wuzhen team, Wang Jiangang. Both had grim expressions, probably just having been scolded by the provincial department. When the leaders were unhappy, Chen Xing felt very happy. He smiled and said, "Bureau Chief, Section Chief Wang, how about some tea?" Zhang Buoxing shot him a glare. "The higher-ups and public opinion are about to explode my head. How can I have the leisure to drink tea? Is that so? Then I'll take the tea leaves back later." Chen Xing immediately countered. Zhang Buoxing angrily said, "Get lost." "All right." Chen Xing turned around and left, disappearing from the doorway in the blink of an eye. Zhang Buoxing and Wang Jiangang were stunned. He really left. Zhang Buoxing came to his senses and quickly stood up, shouting, "Come back. You brat, come back." Chen Xing backed up to the door and tilted his head, asking, "Have you thought it through? One, give me the tea leaves, leader?" Zhang Buoxing's face darkened. Ever since Chen Xing was covertly transferred from the Wuzhen team to the Public Security Management Department, he had been in a slump for a while, but now he had completely let himself go. The pain in his heart was immense. How had this originally well-behaved child turned into such a slippery character? Zhang Buoxing sighed. "I can give you the tea leaves, but you need to help Wang Gang with the Eye-Opening Maniac case." "Cough, Section Chief Chen. We really need your help this time." Wang Jiangang immediately stood up and bowed, pleading. Wang Jiangang actually felt quite awkward. He had originally been the deputy head of the Wuzhen team in Tianjin City, but by some twist of fate, he was transferred to fill Chen Xing's position. That he deeply admired Chen Xing, who had arrested the mayor's son without hesitation and was ruthless in handling cases, showing no mercy to anyone. Because he was so tough and capable and offered no favors to the higher-ups, those in power dared not let him continue working in the Wuzhen team. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Was this what the news referred to as the police bureau having important clues? Sending me to investigate myself? You guys are really something. Seeing that Chen Xing had been silent for a long time, merely standing there, Zhang Buoxing thought he was still sulking over the previous matter and called out, "Cough, Chen Xing. Come sit over here. That I know you're upset. But no matter which department we are in, we must uphold our uniforms and be responsible to the public, right?" Chen Xing raised his hand to interrupt. "Don't say those useless things. I don't want credit, but who will the bonuses and performance rewards be attributed to? Yes, I'm just this unyielding. So what if it's the bureau chief? I don't even want credit if you have the guts. Fire me. I would go to the brothel every day to listen to music. No, I mean go for foot massages." To be honest, when he first transmigrated, he had voluntarily resigned, but they simply would not agree that if he didn't show up for work, a bunch of people would come to his house every day to persuade him, which was extremely annoying. Later, he found that the salary and benefits of the Public Security Management Department were quite good, and he could slack off at work without needing any technical skills, so he continued to clock in. When Zhang Buoxing heard this, he immediately realized that Chen Xing was implying he would help, and he happily clapped his hands. "As long as you can solve it. Of course it's yours. Okay, bring the tea leaves first as a deposit." Chen Xing extended his hand, and Zhang Buoxing's face immediately showed distress. Chapter 2. The blame plan. Chen Xing stuffed the tea leaves from the small bamboo tube into his pocket, ignoring the expression on Bureau Chief Zhang Buoxing's face that looked like he had just lost his wife. That he casually crossed his legs and sat on the sofa opposite Wang Jiangang. "How long do they give you?" 48 hours. We must catch the murderer before the 100th victim appears. How many clues do you have? The suspect is likely a top-notch expert who has gone mad. After all, the latest victim was a first-rate martial artist. In this low martial arts world, the ranks of martial arts are classified from low to high as third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, master, and grandmaster. Chen Xing used to be at the first-rate level, considered one of the few experts in the entire police bureau. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so reluctant to let him resign. Chen Xing nodded and looked at the two of them. "Is that all?" The two exchanged awkward silences. "That's it?" Chen Xing tilted his head and smiled strangely. "You don't know if the suspect is male or female, do you?" Zhang Buoxing sighed. "The suspect is too cunning. Every time, apart from the weapon left inside the victim's body, nothing else is left behind." Wang Jiangang added with a wry smile, "Moreover, those weapons are all sorts, utterly insane. From nail clippers, screwdrivers, and mobile phones to glass bottles, cricket bats, ice cream cones, bicycles. Everything is picked up on the spot by the suspect." "All right." Chen Xing raised his hand to interrupt Wang Jiangang. He already knew all this. Let's talk about what actions you have planned, and I can help you strategize. High-end criminals often use the simplest methods to gather information. They'll just ask directly. Wang Jiangang said seriously, we plan to focus on monitoring special individuals who might be attacked at night, since this eye-opening madman targets social problem figures. And to monitor all first-rate experts and masters in the city. If the murderer is among them, we will know the moment they move. That requires a lot of manpower, Chen Xing sighed. He felt bad for causing everyone trouble. Zhang Basan sighed again. There's no other way. Then you continue with your plan. I'll go find some rats in the gray areas to see if they have any leads. Chen Xing picked up a snack from the table and walked out while eating. Thank you for your hard work. If you need money, come back, and I'll reimburse you, Zhang Basan said. Chen Xing gave an okay sign without looking back and left casually. Zhang Basan looked tired. This team is getting harder to manage. Aha, Bureau Chief. I'll go arrange the work now. Wang Jiangang said awkwardly as he stood up. Go ahead. Chen Xing already had a plan in mind. If the bureau chief didn't call him, he would quietly complete the system task, let the eye-opening madman finish 100 kills, and retire from the martial world. Now that the bureau chief wanted him to step in, it was an opportunity for bonuses and performance. He had already chosen the scapegoat, just a few steps away from the process. In the bustling commercial street, outside a CAF with outdoor seating, Chen Xing enjoyed fried chicken and milk tea while admiring the street scene filled with people coming in. Going out, of course, he wouldn't tell anyone that he had acquired the skill X-ray vision last month, allowing him to see through things for 30 minutes a day. He spent 29 minutes looking at beautiful women on the street and the remaining minute buying scratch cards or gambling stones. Additionally, over the past 6 months, he had also acquired the skill Shadow, Brainwashing, and Identification. Shadow. When you commit a crime, all electronic devices around you will fail, capturing only a blurred black shadow. Brainwashing. By holding a person with a sin value above 10's head underwater in a toilet 3 times, you can reform them. Identification. You can determine the authenticity of items and the character of people. Among these, the difficulty of completing Shadow is the lowest. You just need to wear an all-black outfit like the killer in Detective Conan and run around the street. As for brainwashing, it requires touching 100 bald heads and then recommending shampoo to them that time. Chen Xing directly went to the bar of the bald gang with his identification and touched those bald heads. They were so angry, but couldn't do anything to him. As for the system task for the skill X-ray vision, it's better for kids not to know too much. There are also 2 skills with too high difficulty that he gave up on seeing them at the time. Section Chief Chun. What a rare occasion to invite me. A muscular man with flower tattoos and bleached hair sat across from Chen Xing, accompanied by several similarly bleached young men. Chen Xing closed his peeping skill and activated identification to look at the blonde youth, seeing a red value of 15 appear above his head. His few lackeys had a mix of red and green values, all around 13, not too good or too bad. Generally, a red value over 10 indicates problematic individuals. Not long ago, the blonde king's red value was only 10, and now it's 15, indicating he must have been up to no good. Chen Xing's lips curled slightly. This meant he could explode with more confidence. Can I treat you to a cup of milk tea? Is that okay? The blonde man smiled. Sure, if it's Section Chief Chen's treat, I must drink. Chen Xing then asked, where's that one-eyed dragon you told me to keep an eye on last time? The blonde man looked a bit helpless. That guy's been holed up in Han Lao Jio's antique street. You know what kind of business Han Lao Jio is, and my man almost got beaten up just sitting there for a while. Chen Xing already understood if he could hide in Han Lao Jio's place. It was obvious he was involved in the trade of cultural relics or some shady business. Help me spread the word. I want leads on the eye-opening madman before dark. Otherwise, there will be a citywide crackdown for the next 3 months. Huh? Citywide crackdown? The blonde king's eyes nearly popped out. If you want to keep making money, help me flush him out. Chen Xing stood up, patted the blonde king's shoulder, and left with his hands in his pockets. However, after taking a couple of steps, he turned back to add, by the way, I ordered the milk tea for you. Drink it before you leave, and remember to pay for my order too. The blonde king twitched his mouth. He was used to treating others for free, but today he was actually treated for free. Chen Xing's shameless demeanor was a pity not to be involved in the underworld. The blonde king's underlings said, Boss, let's just ignore him. What are we afraid of with a citywide crackdown? Yeah, if he really dares to act, wouldn't he offend all the big bosses? The blonde king slapped 2 of his underlings on the head. Damn it, Haven't you heard that it's better to offend Yama than Chen Xing? Even the mayor's son dares to mess with him. Do you think he wouldn't dare to deal with us? One underling said fiercely. Then can we not deal with him? Slap. The blonde king stood up and slapped that underling on the head. He's a first-rate expert and has a gun. What do you have to deal with him? That underling was dumbfounded. He hadn't realized that Chen Xing was a first-rate expert. After all, Chen Xing looked a bit like a pretty boy and had a somewhat silly demeanor. So do we really have to help him send messages and flush people out? He's a cop from the police bureau. The underling said somewhat reluctantly. This is called cooperation between officials and citizens. It's what good citizens should do, the blonde king said earnestly. However, he didn't know that Chen Xing was planning to blow up his task of 100 kills tonight, and the scapegoat was the one-eyed dragon he had just mentioned. The one-eyed dragon had a red value of 100 above his head, and Chen Xing remembered it clearly. He definitely had a body count in the double digits. 30 minutes later, Chen Xing, sipping milk tea, drove an old Mitsubishi off-road vehicle to Noveloki-Story's Antique Street. Chapter 3. Luring the snake out of its hole. Chen Xing was no stranger to Antique Street. He often strolled around after acquiring his appraisal skills, hoping to stumble upon a hidden gem. However, the reality proved that 90 of the items on the street were fake, with hardly any genuine antiques, even in the antique shops. The truly valuable antiques were usually sold through auctions or private transactions, never displayed for sale. Of course, they would showcase a few real items as store treasures, but their prices would be twice the market rate, making it impossible for knowledgeable collectors to purchase them. While wandering around Antique Street, Chen Xing came across an ancient courtyard. This courtyard belonged to the antique tycoon Han Laojio, a well-known tomb raider and artifact dealer. However, he was wealthy and powerful, having obtained an archaeology certificate and assembled a licensed team of archaeologists. If discovered, it would be labeled archaeology. If not, it was tomb raiding. After all, who besides them knew how much they would unearth on their next dig? As long as a portion was submitted as a token gesture, that was enough. Chen Xing noticed that there were guards around the outer walls of the courtyard and decided to leave, as lingering too long would attract attention. He only needed to remember the general surroundings, and he couldn't be bothered to check for cameras. After all, he had the passive skill shadow, which meant that during illegal activities, all electronic devices would only capture a shadow. After leaving Antique Street, Chen Xing looked at his watch. It was still early, so he decided to go home and relax. With that decision made, he drove his old Mitsubishi SUV back home. He lived in an older villa community, in a 3-story small Western-style house with a garden. The house was inherited from his grandparents, and his father had died in the line of duty when he was just learning to speak, while his mother had remarried and moved to the capital. By the time Chen Xing arrived, the millions in savings left by his family had been almost entirely squandered by his predecessor's martial training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the level of a top-tier expert at just 25 years old. Besides talent, money was also essential. Additionally, the predecessor had calculated that to reach the master level before turning 30, it would require at least 100 million for medicinal supplements. Of course, if he took his time, with his talent, he could slowly cultivate to reach the master level by the age of 50. Usually, Chen Xing was the only one living in the villa, although his fiancée, he would occasionally come over for a few days during her time off. However, she was quite conservative, treating her stay more like a roommate arrangement rather than cohabitation. Though they had been together for over a year due to work commitments, they'd spent less than a month together in total, and they rarely stayed in contact since the other was often on missions. After wasting half the day at home and ordering takeout twice, Chen Xing finally set his phone down and leaped up from the bearskin carpet. He went to his study on the 3rd floor and opened his laptop to get to work. Then he took out a small notebook and found the tracking code for Jean Mao Wang's car. After entering the tracking code into the software, a tracking map appeared on his screen. This tracking software was something he had acquired from his fiancée, E. At this moment, the location on the map was next to a hotel called Jean Mao. The 3rd floor of this hotel had been leased by Jean Mao Wang and turned into a clubhouse, although it had been reported multiple times for illicit activities. Every time they conducted undercover investigations, they found nothing, indicating that he had bribed some people within the organization. After pinpointing Jean Mao Wang's location, Chen Xing rummaged through his drawer and pulled out 2 hoods and 2 pairs of gloves. One set was for him, and the other was for his scapegoat. After preparing the tools for the crime, he drove to the street adjacent to Antique Street and climbed up to the rooftop from a secluded alley. Once he confirmed that there were no people on the nearby rooftops, he began to traverse between several adjacent rooftops. Eventually, he arrived at the rooftop overlooking the Antique Street courtyard and began observing Han Laojio's yard in the darkness. Then he took out a homemade Molotov cocktail and threw it at a corner of the courtyard's roof. Bang! The Molotov cocktail shattered and ignited. Screams immediately erupted from the courtyard. Shit! It's on fire! Fire! Quick, put it out! Although the fire was alarming, it was only burning on the roof and had not harmed anyone. As the courtyard descended into chaos, the one-eyed dragon could no longer stay inside and quickly appeared at the scene. However, he didn't join the firefighting efforts. Instead, he picked up a piece of broken glass from the Molotov cocktail and examined it. Then he looked at the burning roof and immediately jumped onto the wall to look across the street. Seeing this, Chen Xing quickly revealed himself, picking up another Molotov cocktail for the other party to see. He then pretended to be discovered, panically throwing the Molotov cocktail away before turning to flee. Trying to run, the one-eyed dragon shouted coldly, immediately giving chase. He jumped off the wall, took a few quick steps, and crossed the street, landing on a rooftop. Chen Xing deliberately slowed down a few steps, allowing the one-eyed dragon to see his back, but not catch up too quickly. The one-eyed dragon was excited, knowing that if he caught the arsonist, he would earn credit with Han Laojiu. Most martial artists had a common flaw. They were often short on money. The one-eyed dragon thought about the quick cash and accelerated his pace. Seeing Chen Xing's figure getting closer, he knew he would catch up soon. He must be a third-rate character, unable to use the terrain to escape, just running straight ahead. Chen Xing felt a bit speechless. He hadn't expected the one-eyed dragon to be only a second-rate martial artist. If he hadn't been letting him off the hook repeatedly, the other party would have long lost sight of his taillights. More importantly, this case needed a first-rate martial artist to take the blame. However, if he turned the tables and killed the one-eyed dragon, who could tell whether he was first-rate or second-rate? With that thought in mind, Chen Xing led the one-eyed dragon toward the Jin Mao Hotel. The two chased and ran, unknowingly covering more than 10 miles. Upon seeing the lights of the Jin Mao Hotel rooftop in the distance, Chen Xing gradually slowed his pace, pretending to be exhausted. Finally, when he reached the rooftop of the Jin Mao Hotel, he deliberately exposed a flaw. The one-eyed dragon seized the opportunity and immediately accelerated to catch up, launching an attack with a technique aimed at Chen Xing's shoulder. Just as he was about to grab Chen Xing's shoulder, he missed. The next second, he felt a warm breath brushing against his ear, which was quite ticklish, as his ears were a sensitive spot for him. The strong presence behind him made him instinctively clench his thighs. Not good. The other party's speed was unexpectedly fast. He seemed to have fallen into a trap. The enemy was a cunning bastard and stronger than me. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Chapter 4. Violence against Evil Wokeo. The Cyclops suppressed the chills and turned around to make a quick move. In a life-and-death struggle, the focus of attack was definitely on the vital points on the body, especially the lower regions, which were the primary targets, as they were much harder to defend than the head, facial features, neck, and heart. Unfortunately, his quick move ended up empty. Chen Xing activated his ghost step and appeared behind him, like a spirit. Chen Xing couldn't help but blow a breath of air in his ear. The Cyclops immediately shivered. The strong presence behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This time, he didn't turn around, but immediately kicked backward. Chen Xing originally intended to dodge, but chose to let him kick. After all, he needed to bear the huge blame in the following events. Let him hit a few times, what has to harm? Plus, getting injured would highlight his struggles, and he could take time off to recover. After being kicked, Chen Xing staggered back 2 steps, while his internal energy instinctively rebounded, causing the Cyclops' leg to shatter. The Cyclops, stunned, dragged his broken leg back, looking at Chen Xing in disbelief. A top-tier martial artist? What the hell? With this kind of strength, he could directly enter the main courtyard for a double assassination. Why bother with Molotov cocktails? No, this was clearly aimed at him. He didn't ask where he had offended the other party, as he had killed so many people he couldn't even count on his fingers and toes. It must be someone related to the other party. And what was worse was that with his leg broken, he had no chance to escape. He smiled bitterly at Chen Xing. Give me a quick end. Chen Xing didn't respond, but activated his ghost step again, appearing behind him and knocking him unconscious with a knife hand strike. Next, it was Jin Mao Wang's turn. He kicked over the distribution box for the air heater and the sign on the rooftop, then opened the valve of the water tower, letting the water flood the 2 distribution boxes. Crackle. The next second, the entire hotel short-circuited and tripped the circuit breaker. He then opened the rooftop door and went down to the 3rd floor, knocking out anyone he saw along the way. He had been here several times, so he was very familiar with the terrain and quickly arrived in front of Jin Mao Wang's office. At this moment, Jin Mao Wang happened to be talking on the phone while walking outside. What the hell? Why is there a power outage? Hurry up and fix it. It's delaying my business or I'll break your legs. Jean Mao Wang hadn't finished his words before he froze. After all, anyone who just stepped out into a dark corridor and saw a figure illuminated by the light of a phone screen would be startled. The cigarette hanging from Jean Mao Wang's mouth fell to the ground. Thud! The faint sound of the cigarette hitting the ground was clearer than the noise from downstairs. Jean Mao Wang snapped back to reality and immediately moved, throwing a left-handed jab at Chen Xing's face. But this was just a feint. The Real kill move was below, and as he threw the punch, his knee directly aimed at Chen Xing's groin. But in the next second, all of his attacks missed. Moreover, his phone in his right hand was also snatched away, followed by a sharp pain from behind. Before Jean Mao Wang lost consciousness, he vaguely heard the electrician's voice coming from the phone's speaker in his stomach. Brother Jean Mao, as long as it's not a major issue, I will fix it right away. Jean Mao Wang wanted to reply, help me call an ambulance. With the completion of the 100 slashes, the system's voice echoed in his ear again. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for permanently acquiring the skill. Ghost step. Finally, Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh, as this month had been too difficult for him. In just about 30 days, he had 100 targets, and to complete the tasks, he had to hunt 3 to 5 targets every night. He dragged Jean Mao Wang into the office, destroyed the surveillance equipment, and then moved the Cyclops down from the rooftop. Next, he stripped the two of them and posed them in a difficult position, then locked the office door from the inside and exited through the window. Now, it was time for the main character to take the stage. After quickly leaving, Chen Xing returned to his residence, drove to the bottom of the Jean Mao Hotel, took out his work ID and hung it around his neck, and approached the entrance. Is Jean Mao Wang in? The security guard, a spirited young man with green hair, arrogantly retorted, who are you? What do you want with our boss? New here? Chen Xing asked coldly. The green-haired young man was about to retort when he got a slap on the back of the head. Slap! A golden-haired old thug pushed him aside with a smile. Sorry, Director Chen, the new guy doesn't know better. I'll take you to see our boss right away. In fact, he had seen Chen Xing from the beginning, but had secretly pressed the alarm to warn the club that there was a patrol. Chen Xing asked knowingly, why is there a power outage? The old thug shook his head. I don't know, it just went out suddenly. Chen Xing looked around. Is it just you guys who are out? The old thug was puzzled. Yeah, maybe there's a problem with the circuit. When the two of them went up the stairs to the 3rd floor and crossed the business area to the office area on the other side, the old thug froze. Because in the dark corridor, there were actually a few people lying down. The old thug was immediately startled. Countless movie plots flashed through his mind. What the hell? Something happened. There, S.A. killer. Chen Xing immediately raised his hand to stop him, shouting, hurry down and call the police. It might be the eye-opening maniac. Huh? The eye-opening maniac. The old thug immediately took 2 steps back, clenching his legs together, feeling a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Chen Xing had already rushed into the office area. The old thug looked at Chen Xing's back, unable to help but feel admiration. No wonder the city's top son dares to do such work. After saying that, he dialed the police with one hand and grabbed the walkie-talkie with the other to call for help. Running was definitely not an option, after all. If the eye-opening maniac didn't kill anyone, and Jean Mao Wang realized he was in trouble and ran away, he would be finished. Chen Xing reached the door and twisted the doorknob, finding it locked before kicking the door open. He was momentarily stunned, as this was a normal reaction for anyone seeing an eye-scorching scene. Although this scene was created by him, he then rushed into the office and began smashing things, delivering a round of aura to the unconscious Cyclops. Then he did the same to himself. I have to say, hitting oneself is really hard, but fortunately, there were hammers and knives in the office to create some obvious superficial injuries. Finally, after staging the scene, he pulled out a gun and randomly fired a few shots in the office. Bang! Bang bang! The last 2 shots hit the Cyclops' chest, completely ending his evil life. He slumped exhaustedly onto the sofa. It must be said that this whole process was quite tiring, and he wished he could go for a massage after work. He really wanted to retire early. Chapter 5. MVP Settlement when the gunshots rang out. The thugs armed with steel pipes and machetes sprinted to the office area, instantly alert. I think we should wait for the police to arrive, so we don't disturb the scene. Right. I heard that the eye-opening maniac and Director Chen are top-tier fighters. We better not go over and make things worse. By the way, why has it gone so quiet? Wait, could Director Chen have shot the eye-opening maniac dead? A few old thugs exchanged glances and immediately rushed to the front. They quickly arrived at the office door, only to find that the solid wood door had been knocked down, with a huge footprint almost kicking through it. In front of the office, their boss, Golden Hair Wang, was sprawled on the desk, looking. TSK, I dare not imagine. On the left side of the office, a disheveled one-eyed man was lying on the ground with 2 bloody holes in his chest. On the right side, Chen Xing, covered in blood, was sitting on the sofa, propping himself up with his elbows on his thighs, exhaling smoke wearily, looking like a scene from a movie, incredibly handsome. Quick, call an ambulance. Your boss is bleeding heavily. The crowd rushed over to take a look, and good grief, it was a whole mobile phone. The eye-opening maniac was truly brutal. Before they could call for an ambulance, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs, followed by a steady stream of footsteps at the staircase entrance. Armed personnel with real guns cleared the way, and top-notch fighters from the police department formed a line. The thugs who had been knocked out in the hallway were quickly dragged away by those behind them for injury checks. When they reached the office, they saw the little brothers congested at the door. Step back. Get away from the door. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Squat against the wall. Hurry. Don't force us to use force. Faced with the armed personnel's shouts and commands, Golden Hair Wong's subordinates immediately became furious. Damn, the eye-opening maniac has already been killed by Director Chen. You just got here. Sure enough, aside from Director Chen, the others in the police department were just like those on TV, only responsible for covering things up. They were being arrogant towards us common folks. It's been almost a month since the eye-opening maniac has been around, and if it weren't for Director Chen stepping in, we probably wouldn't have caught him by now. Although they cursed and complained, they were still obedient under the threat of guns, retreating to the wall and squatting down with their hands on their heads. The defiant expressions on their faces and their protest became the only dignity they had left. When the armed personnel and the police experts entered the office and saw Chen Xing, bloodied and calmly sitting on the sofa smoking, they immediately stood in respect. Put down your guns. This is our city's Director Chen. The one speaking was the captain of the armed team, named Li Quantu, also one of the top fighters in the city bureau. Wang Jiangan, holding a walkie-talkie, shouted, "Get the medical team up here quickly. Prepare 2 stretchers. There are 2 injured here." Chen Xing smiled as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and slowly stood up. "1 stretcher is enough. I can walk myself." As soon as he finished speaking, several scabs on his body burst open, causing blood to spurt out. Those beside him gasped in shock and admiration. What is a real man? What is a tough guy? This is it. Wang Jiangan quickly tore off 2 strips of cloth from his clothes and pressed them against Chen Xing's bleeding neck wound. "Director Chen, don't move. Please sit down. I'm begging you." He was genuinely frightened. Who knows if that neck wound hit an artery? Why are the medical personnel so slow? Li Quantu saluted Chen Xing and then approached the one-eyed man's corpse. "Is this the eye-opening maniac?" Chen Xing nodded. "It should be. When I arrived, he was committing the crime. Golden Hair Wong is my informant. Please, don't move." Wang Jiangan, who was covering Chen Xing's wound, was almost in a panic. He had never seen such a severe neck injury, and someone still shaking their head. At that moment, Bai Xiaorong, the deputy chief of the Martial Investigation Division, exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, this seems to be an A-level fugitive, called the One-Eyed Iron Eagle, a second-tier, a mid-level expert with a bounty of 1 million, and at least 10 lives on his hands." Everyone around gasped. Damn, a criminal with over 10 lives? Don't forget, there are also 100 victims of the eye-opening maniac. If this guy had enough strength, he could have gone for S rank, right? No, being able to injure Director Chen this badly, he must already be a top-tier expert, and with all those cases, he's definitely an S-rank super criminal. Hiss. Director Chen has made a great contribution this time. Well, to be honest, Chen Xing was a bit taken aback. He didn't know that the one-eyed man was an A-level fugitive with a bounty of 1 million. After all, he rarely looked at those bounties, or he would have caught him earlier. But thankfully, he didn't let this fish slip away. Otherwise, he would have slapped himself hard. Soon, the medical personnel entered the office with 2 stretchers. Golden Hair Wong was the first to be loaded onto one and sent down, as he was bleeding heavily and was about to go cold. However, under his insistence, Chen Xing still walked down by himself because lying on a stretcher and being carried out like a corpse was not his style. When he reached downstairs, he found the entire hotel area bustling with activity. The police were sealing off the scene. Crowds were gathering, Golden Hair Wong's subordinates, brothers from the same gang, and countless reporters with flashing cameras were frantically taking pictures. When everyone saw Chen Xing, covered in blood and severely injured, yet looking unfazed, they knew he was the so-called nemesis of the eye-opening maniac, as mentioned by Golden Hair Wong's subordinates. Director Chen, look this way." Upon hearing this, Chen Xing glanced over, and those reporters immediately went wild, pressing their shutters, thinking that the more they shot, the better chance they'd get a usable photo. Meanwhile, the people on the street raised their hands and fists, calling out to express their deep respect for Chen Xing. After all, the victims of the eye-opening maniac were all from their ranks. Many of their bosses and brothers were still lying in hospital beds crying. Chen Xing, nemesis of evil. Chen Xing, nemesis of evil. The people around were all stunned. What were these thugs shouting? Nemesis of evil? Don't you want to take a look at your own identities? Chen Xing was also a bit speechless. Weren't these people embarrassed? Besides, the title of nemesis of evil given by criminals and criminal reserves seems a bit too high in value. By the way, is this my MVP settlement scene? Director Zhang Buoxing excitedly approached Chen Xing. Well done, comrade Chen Xing. This achievement is yours and no one can take it away. Chen Xing smiled and said, I just want the reward. The credit is up to you to arrange. Also, if I could get a month off to recover, that would be even better. After all, he didn't want a promotion. The higher he went, the more trouble he would face, and it would attract more attention. Zhang Buoxing was speechless. But seeing that Chen Xing was so badly injured, he suppressed what he wanted to say and hurriedly urged him to get into the ambulance. Sitting in the ambulance, Chen Xing leaned against the compartment, feeling very comfortable. Chapter 6, Backstreet Scalpel Chief Chun, I'm here to take care of your wound. All right, thank you, Xiao Tong. In the VIP room of the hospital, a petite yet burdened nurse with a flushed face was cleaning and dressing Chen Xing's wound. Chen Xing had a well-defined muscular physique, resembling a work of art, and, as she worked, she began to feel a bit tipsy, much like fine wine. The mask on her face was not to prevent virus transmission, but rather to cover the drool that almost escaped from the corner of her mouth from time to time. If it weren't for her uncle being the director of the hospital, this beautiful job wouldn't have come her way. Indeed, having connections is quite enjoyable. A nearby doctor leaned in to take a look at the wound and smiled, saying, the wound is healing well, but the internal injuries may need some time to rest. Chen Xing replied with a smile, yes, the department has given me a month off. I'm planning to travel and recover. The doctor was puzzled. Travel and recover? What new phrase? Do you have some misunderstanding about resting? However, he ultimately kept his doubts to himself, as he didn't quite understand first-class martial artists like Chen Xing. Moreover, most martial artists are well aware of their physical condition, so he felt there was no need to say too much and risk his professionalism being questioned. Traveling to recover is quite good. It can also help relax the mind and body. Haha. After saying this, the doctor left, as he had other patients to attend to. Chen Xing leaned against the head of the hospital bed, eating fruit while typing on her laptop with one hand. Heads can roll, blood can flow, but the novel cannot be interrupted. After all, the losses from a day without updates are enormous. She was working on Zhu Xian and Gue Chui Deng, writing while multitasking, which might surprise some. After all, breaking through to the master level before 30 requires at least 100 million in cultivation resources, and among the ways to earn money without costs or risks, transporting novels from her past life is probably the safest. Just as she was typing away with one hand, there was a knock on the hospital room door. Knock, knock. Please come in. After Chen Xing spoke, Deputy Section Chief Lin Lijia entered with two others. Lin Lijia was not very old, a master's graduate from a law university, and looked refined with his glasses, but in private, he was quite a clown. One was a beautiful woman wearing glasses with a work ID, and the other was a sturdy middle-aged man carrying a camera and equipment. Lin Lijia smiled and said, Chief, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. No, I'm working. Chen Xing looked up at them, finished typing her paragraph, and closed the laptop. The glasses-wearing woman next to Lin Lijia smiled and said, Chief Chun is really hardworking. I didn't expect you to be working even while hospitalized. Lin Lijia immediately added with a smile, Our Chief Chun is so serious about his work. Ever since he came to the Public Security Department, we all feel that work has become much easier. Chen Xing felt a bit speechless. This guy really knows how to flatter. They both knew exactly how they slacked off at work. He liked to use work time to write novels, while Lin Lijia preferred to secretly play games and watch dramas. However, he didn't burden his subordinates with meaningless tasks, which indeed made things easier for everyone. The public security section is responsible for managing public order in special places, and it is not as busy as the martial investigation section, which has to handle many cases. The knowledgeable glasses-wearing woman extended her hand and said, Chief Chun, hello, I'm Lu Tong, a reporter from Tianhai TV. Do you have time for an interview now? Hello, Reporter Lu. Chen Xing shook her hand and nodded, saying, an interview is fine, but please don't film my face in case I get recognized during undercover work later. Okay, no problem. I'll only film from the neck down. Lu Tong nodded, a bit disappointed, as she thought it was a pity that such a handsome hero wouldn't be on camera. The content of the interview was pretty much what Chen Xing expected, consisting mainly of feelings and questions regarding the capture of the eye-opening maniac, along with some work-related inquiries. Lu Tong was also quite tactful and didn't ask anything too sensitive. Finally, as she was about to leave, Lu Tong took out her phone and said, "Can we add each other on WeChat? I'll send you the video once it's edited." "Sure, no problem." After Chen Xing added Lu Tong on WeChat, she bid farewell and left. After Lin Lijia sent them off, he returned with a smirk and said, TSK, that reporter Lu is definitely eyeing you. Last time when Wang Jiangang and the others were interviewed, they didn't get any WeChat ads. Chen Xing opened his laptop and said, "All right, let's play a couple of rounds before going back, shall we?" Lin Lijia laughed and opened his bag on the table, pulling out a laptop. "You know me well. I brought my laptop too. How is the hospital Wi-Fi?" Chen Xing smiled and said, "It's okay, not lagging." Of course, despite Lin Lijia's seemingly unserious demeanor, he developed the latest public security management system during his school days. "Director, the public security section has these two talents. How can it not thrive? Others, I want to report them." "Director, all right, you're fired." "Others?" After winning 2 consecutive MVPs on the losing side, Chen Xing turned to Lin Lijia, who was continuously underperforming. Lin Lijia didn't dare to make eye contact with Chen Xing and began to pack up his equipment. Lowering his head, "I'm not feeling it today. I won't play anymore. I have to handle the public security matters since you're not here. It's quite busy." If it weren't for him being the section chief, he might have actually believed it. After Lin Lijia left, Chen Xing opened the document and continued typing. "I have to say, life in the hospital is quite comfortable. However, after staying for a long time, it becomes a bit boring." On the 5th day, after his external injuries had mostly healed, Chen Xing applied for discharge to go home and recover from his internal injuries. If the Cyclops were to find out, he would probably run out of the morgue to smash Chen Xing's windows. He kicked Chen Xing, and his leg was directly broken, not knowing where Chen Xing got his internal injuries from. Upon returning home, Chen Xing looked at the shoe cabinet by the door. His cheap fiancée, he was off on some mission again. He hadn't seen her for over a month. Despite his injury and hospitalization, she hadn't even called once. If it weren't for his father-in-law calling to check on him, he would have thought she lost internet access. "Sigh, I really want to cancel the engagement. This is not the kind of loveless marriage I want." In the early morning hours, Chen Xing suddenly put down his phone and closed his eyes. Today is the first of the new month. The system update experience card and tasks are here. To his surprise, this time it was actually an equipment card. Backstreet Scalpel. This is a magical scalpel that can perfectly transform the object of castration into a female. Unlock. Obtain kisses from 5 women with a beauty score of at least 90. Penalty, TSK. After all, I'm not some demon. This penalty is really getting more and more excessive. Chapter 7. This plot is overly cliché. After tossing and turning all night, Chen Xing finally extracted the scalpel from the back alley. After all, this scalpel is really useful for dealing with those criminals. Moreover, getting kisses from 5 girls with a beauty score of over 90 doesn't seem that hard to achieve. His fiancée, counts as one. The neighbor lawyer lady next door can be another. And the recently more open Lu Tong can be counted as well. He has a month to sort out the last 2. Of course, his fiancée, might not come back, so he needs to find 3 for safety. It also seems that this matter could be resolved with money. And upon further thought, there's quite a bit of room for operation. Chen Xing, stroking the gray scalpel in his hand. Couldn't he wait to find a target to test its effectiveness? "Let me think, who should I try the knife on?" However, when he saw that it was already daytime outside, he calmed down. "Forget it. Let us complete the solidifying task first." After washing up, he went out for a morning run and encountered Mrs. Sun Xiaoyan, the neighbor, who was out to buy breakfast. "Director Chen, would you like to have breakfast together? My husband isn't home, and I seem to have bought too much." Chen Xing glanced at the breakfast in her hands. To be honest, it wasn't much. For a woman who could eat a bit, this was just the right amount. It wasn't the first day or 2 that she had been trying to flirt with him. After all, every time he practiced martial arts in the yard without a shirt, she would hide in the nearest room to peek through the window. Chen Xing didn't agree immediately, but instead asked the system, "Does this meet the criteria?" Beauty score 91, but promiscuous -5 points, leaving only 86 points, not qualified. Miscalculation. Now I need to find another one. Chen Xing looked at Sun Xiaoyan with some disappointment. "No, I don't want soy milk and fried dough sticks today." Sun Xiaoyan blinked and smiled. "It's okay. I have other delicious food at home. I guarantee you'll love it." Chen Xing really wanted to say that he didn't want to eat stale seafood, but that would be too rude. Who knows, he might need this convenient neighbor lady to help him out in the future, so he couldn't say too much. Next time, I still have things to do today. Oh, all right. Sun Xiaolian watched Chen Xing run away with a somewhat pitiful expression, as if she had suffered some grievance. After finishing his run, Chen Xing went to a Cantonese dim sum restaurant for a meal. Brother Xing, you're here. What do you want to eat today? A young man with a ponytail came over with a toothpick in his mouth. Set C, please. Okay, I'll bring it right away. The young man nodded and was about to leave. Meanwhile, a customer at the next table pulled the ponytail youth's shirt in confusion. Where's Setsi? I didn't see it? The ponytail youth smiled and replied. He ordered it himself. What? Is he your boss? The customer asked in confusion. The ponytail youth shook his head and said, No, but several streets around here are under his protection. The customer was surprised. So impressive. Which gang is he from? The ponytail youth chuckled. Public Security Bureau Security Department, responsible for managing entertainment venues. The customer was left speechless, so he was from the police station. However, the fact that he managed entertainment venues indeed held all the gangs by the throat. Ordinary forces wouldn't dare to oppose him. After all, entertainment venues require special industry licenses, which the security department is authorized to issue, and they expire every 2 years, requiring renewal. If Chen Xing were to hold back on issuing those licenses, they wouldn't be able to operate normally. Not to mention, he could also lead people for surprise inspections. If he found anything, he could revoke their licenses on the spot. While Chen Xing was having breakfast, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby private room. Then a crew-cut, muscular man burst through the door, crashing out and sliding smoothly across the floor to his feet. Chen Xing looked down and saw a familiar face. Li Fengping, this is a public place. You can't just sleep here. Brother Xing. Li Fengping was clearly dazed from being hit. And after a moment, he remembered something. Brother Xing, the new Muay Thai gym is so rude. They actually teamed up with a karate dojo to ambush my master and senior sister. You have to go help them. Smack. Chen Xing slammed the table and stood up. Who doesn't know that he is in charge of several streets while running a business here? Causing trouble here is equivalent to slapping his face. When everyone turned to look at where they heard the table slam, they found that Chen Xing was already gone. Upon entering the private room, he saw a middle-aged man in a karate gi, about 40 years old, and a muscular man with dark skin looking to be in his 30s. Both surrounding a 60-year-old man with graying temples dressed in a Zhongshan suit. This elderly man was Li Fengping's master, Wu Huayan, the head of the Tianhai Fengbo boxing gym. A tall, long-legged lady tried to rush in to help, but was directly knocked away by the karate middle-aged man with a swing of his arm. Chen Xing, who was just about to step in to mediate, had no choice but to retreat and jumped up to catch the flying long-legged lady. To lessen the impact, he had to twirl her a few times in a princess carry to dissipate her momentum. After turning her around twice, he was stunned. The scene felt so much like a highly criticized plot from a movie. Moreover, a sweet love song was indeed playing in the lobby outside. Looking down, he saw a woman with a nose like a pig's, with 2 streams of blood hanging from her nose, staring at him intently. He immediately felt that the atmosphere created by heaven was to disgust him for this moment. After landing, he helplessly turned her around a couple more times before placing the long-legged lady on a nearby seat. The couple at the opposite table who were dining were left dumbfounded. Chen Xing smiled and said, "Tell the boss this meal is on me, and have him call an ambulance. Thank you." The boy dropped a shrimp dumpling in his bowl, dazedly replying, "You're welcome." Chen Xing dashed back into the private room, feeling the adrenaline surge as he faced 3 rare, top-level experts, igniting his battle spirit. Relentless Iron Hand. His ancestral martial art style was called Circular Qi Gong, with techniques such as Iron Wire Fist, Relentless Iron Hand, Piercing Finger, and Shaking Earth Leg. The circular Qi condensed in his arms, forming a semi-virtual, semi-solid Qi ring at his wrist. When using the Relentless Iron Hand, a large amount of blood surged back to his hand, causing the section below his wrist to turn a dark red with a metallic sheen, as if he were wearing a glove. The karate middle-aged man sensed danger and immediately crouched down and rolled away, while Wu Huayan seized the opportunity to kick him on the shoulder. Bang! The karate middle-aged man rolled out of the private room like a ball. The muscular man from Muay Thai took the chance to punch Wu Huayan in the chest. Wu Huayan watched the fist come, but due to exhaustion, he couldn't react in time. However, the next second, a black and red hand grabbed the Muay Thai muscular man's wrist, 5 fingers digging directly into his flesh. The Muay Thai muscular man let out a scream just as Wu Huayan, who had regained his senses, punched him in the abdomen, sending him flying out. Outside, everyone saw Chen Xing just enter the private room, and the karate master and Muay Thai master were sent flying out one after another, looking incredibly cool. Chapter 8. Section Chief Chun and the hospitable neighbors. When Li Fengping and Wu Zaiwen came to their senses, they immediately ran to the door of the private room. They saw Wu Huayan panting and slumped in the corner, while the tall and graceful Chen Xing was wiping the blood from his hands with a tissue. After cleaning his hands, he bent down and extended his hand, saying, "The ground is cold. Master Wu, you should get up quickly. Sitting like this isn't good for blood circulation." "Thanks, I almost fell for those two bastards," Wu Huayan said as he grabbed Chen Xing's hand and slowly got up from the ground, indicating that he was likely injured. Chen Xing withdrew his hand, placed it in his pocket, and said lightly, "If necessary, I can have someone take them away. You can see if you can get a light injury certificate and a disfigurement certificate from the hospital. I'll try to get them sentenced." Wu Huayan quickly shook his head and refused, saying, "No, thank you. It's a matter of the martial world. If the authorities get involved, I might lose my reputation." "All right, as you wish. The martial world is a place of fame and fortune, with its own rules. I understand and won't force you," Chen Xing said as he turned to walk towards the door of the private room. Li Fengping quickly stepped aside, then cupped his fists and bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xing. Take good care of your master. He is seriously injured," Chen Xing said, patting Li Fengping on the shoulder before taking a step and noticing Wu Zaiwen staring blankly at him. Curiously, he reached out to touch Wu Zaiwen's face, which had been beaten into a swollen mess. "Not bad, it feels quite soft." He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Go find the Li Clinic at the end of the street, say I referred you, and let Master Li Yaotzen take a look personally. Take care of yourself. Don't get disfigured." Thank you," Wu Zaiwen said, touching her cheek, her head lowered shyly in thanks. Chen Xing smiled and walked towards the martial arts master and Muay Thai master glaring at him in the lobby. "You despicable scoundrel. How dare you sneak attack us? How dare you grab my hand like this? I'll kill you, you bastard." Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. "Despicable? You two against one, and it's fair? Quite double standard, huh?" The karate master sneered and pointed at Wu Huayan. He attacked first. Chen Xing was taken aback and turned to look at Wu Huayan. Li Fengping angrily said, They insulted us as if we were pigs from Yin country." The karate master sneered. "Who can prove that I insulted you?" Hearing this, Chen Xing retorted, "Then who can prove that they attacked first? Everyone here saw you two against one." The karate master was suddenly speechless, forgetting this point. There was no evidence to prove he insulted anyone, and he had no evidence to prove the other side attacked first. The Muay Thai master, realizing he couldn't win the argument, immediately shouted, "You sneak attacked, that's not manly. Have the guts to accept our challenge. Fine, if you want to fight, I'm up for it, but if you break anything, it's on you," Chen Xing said, then turned to the young man with the ponytail next to him, saying, "Xiao Ma, remember to move your store's valuables." Okay. The ponytail youth nodded with a smile, understanding that Chen Xing was about to start causing trouble. Upon hearing this, the Muay Thai master and karate master exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards Chen Xing, fearing he would change his mind to a 1v1. After all, there were surveillance cameras in the lobby, and even if they teamed up to injure Chen Xing, it would be seen as his own fault. The two flanked him, one attacking from above and the other from below. Chen Xing unleashed his unfeeling iron hand, his hands seeming to wear black and red metallic gauntlets. His movements were swift and powerful, his hands indestructible, and surprisingly, he held his ground against the two. People around felt the gusts of wind and retreated. Inside the private room, Wu Huayan, still recovering from the battle, hadn't reacted yet, but now seeing Chen Xing's changed hands, he couldn't help but gasp. That's the perfected unfeeling iron hand." Li Fengping asked in confusion. "Unfeeling iron hand? Master, do you know Brother Xing's martial arts?" Wu Huayan explained. The unfeeling iron hand isn't a particularly rare martial art. It originally circulated in the military and later entered police academies. It is rumored to be a superior technique created by the four great constables of the Ming Dynasty's divine marquee mansion. Although many people practice it, and it's not hard to get started, achieving minor mastery or entering the next level is quite difficult. Achieving perfection is even more challenging, as the unfeeling iron hand incorporates various powerful martial arts like Iron Sand Palm, Eagle Claw, Dragon Claw, Dislocated Bone Hand, Great Power Diamond Palm, and Crushing Heart Palm. To master the unfeeling iron hand, you must thoroughly integrate all these techniques. Li Fengping and the others widened their eyes. Is it really that outrageous? Indeed, outrageous. Wu Huayan couldn't help but add, as even he couldn't comprehend how someone Chen Xing's age managed to practice the unfeeling iron hand to such a level. Chen Xing noticed Xiao Ma cautiously passing by with a vase and immediately guided the two opponents closer. Then he feigned a flaw for the karate master, who indeed struck down with a knife hand. Chen Xing dodged, and the knife hand struck the vase. Bang! Crash! The vase shattered, scattering porcelain shards everywhere. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaoma laughed while running away to the back of the crowd, where he took a calligraphy piece from an old man. How much is this? The old man was from the antique shop next door, filled with high-quality replicas. He chuckled. This Master-S calligraphy costs 8,000 to produce. I'll sell it to you for 200,000, and I'll cover the taxes. Xiaoma gasped. Hiss, isn't that too expensive? The antique shop owner laughed. Don't worry, that little brat, the karate master, drives a Bentley, and that muscle-bound guy, a Thai, drives a Porsche Cayenne. They're definitely rich. Okay. Xiaoma reappeared at the edge of the battleground with the calligraphy piece, pretending to move it elsewhere. Chen Xing immediately led the two opponents closer. Before long, the calligraphy piece in Xiaoma's hands was smashed to pieces by a punch from the Muay Thai master. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaoma exclaimed again and turned to leave. Of course, it couldn't always be him. Next, others appeared at the edge of the battleground with paper fans, bracelets, exploding phones, second-hand Apple computers, and other items, all of which were gradually smashed by the two martial artists. The owners of a nearby antique shop, mobile phone shop, and electronic store all rushed over to clear their stock. If it weren't for everyone holding them back, the second-hand car dealership owner would have driven a flooded BMW right in. Usually, if you get into a street fight, you could just bring a car to smash. But being on the second floor, how are you going to get a car up here? Do you think the judges haven't eaten their medicine? Two lawyers stood nearby, taking notes on the damages, grinning from ear to ear at their potential cut. This is what justice looks like, justice that belongs to the people united. Chapter 9, Why Don't You Go, Rob? When the amount reached 120 million, the two lawyers immediately stopped anyone else from bringing anything over. After all, the entire second-floor hall of the tea restaurant was almost turning into a garbage-crushing ground. Chen Xing saw that no one was bringing anything over, so he stopped holding back. Suddenly, he unleashed a flurry of movements, creating afterimages as his hands followed his body, causing 2 lines of blood to splatter onto the ceiling. This move was called Devastating All. For specific effects, please refer to the Q ability of the Hand of Noxus. The karate master and the Muay Thai master quickly retreated, but they already had several gruesome wounds on their bodies. If they had dodged a little slower, they would have likely had their hearts and lungs ripped out. As they were fully aware of how terrifying Chen Xing's iron hands were, they were simply not human-like hands. The disciples of both masters immediately rushed forward to stop the bleeding. Master, are you okay? Baka, did this guy use a weapon? His hands are definitely problematic. Chen Xing raised his hands, dispelling the ruthless enhancement of his iron hands, and his hands slowly returned to a normal color. But they were covered in blood and bits of flesh. He provocatively asked, Want to continue? I haven't even used all my martial skills. The karate master, with a dark expression, said, Your skills are superior, we concede. However, the Muay Thai master was still unconvinced, snorting. This time it was because I was tired from fighting earlier. I'll challenge you again once I recover. The two turned to leave, but were blocked by a large group of people. What's wrong? You people from Yin country want to bully the weak with numbers? Xiaoma rubbed his hands and said with a smile, You broke our stuff? Shouldn't you compensate before leaving? He originally wanted to pretend to be angry, but thinking about robbing the rich made him unable to suppress his laughter, his mouth curling up like a pig during the new year. The karate master, Ichiro Ishii, looked at the shards around and disdainfully said, Just a pile of garbage. He turned to his disciple beside him and said, Compensate them at full price. The two lawyers immediately smiled and took out the bill to present to them. When the disciples of the two masters took the bill and looked at it, they were immediately stunned. Then they counted the zeros repeatedly before screaming in unison. What? 120 million? Ichiro Ishii and the Muay Thai master, Apollo, were momentarily stunned and looked at their disciples together. How much did you say? Master, 120 million. In yen or baht. It's in yen country currency. Ichiro Ishii instantly became furious, pointing at the crowd and shouting, Baka, are you trying to extort us? The lawyer smiled and said, We didn't extort you. Everything was broken by your own hands, and we have receipts for every item. The ground is full of evidence, and there are witnesses everywhere. Oh, and there's surveillance over there. Apollo's face turned pale, and he roared in anger, Impossible. We absolutely won't compensate. I'm going to sue you. At this moment, Ichiro Ishii's disciple suddenly pointed at Chen Xing and said, He also has a share of the destruction. The lawyer smiled slightly and said, If we have to say, he does bear a little responsibility. Chen Xing shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, All right, I'll take responsibility for 1/3. Is that okay? We're all adults here. We need to be responsible for our actions. If we make a mistake, we need to admit it. If we get hit, we should stand straight. For a million each. No problem, right? As the saying goes, when a county magistrate takes office, he must cleverly create excuses to win over the gentry, collect taxes and donations. And only then can the common people follow suit. Once the money is received, the gentry's money is returned in full, while the common people's money is split 7-3. However, Chen Xing wouldn't share this money. He would let others donate his share. In the past, those unruly rogues and thugs were dealt with by him, uniting everyone like this. After all, the law is dead, but people are alive. You have to learn to make the law come alive to deal with those thugs and rascals who think they know the law well. Ichiro Ishii's face turned red with anger. For a million. Why don't you go rob? You're all in cahoots. We will never compensate. Apple shouted excitedly, yes. Go ahead and sue us. Call the police. The lawyer nodded and said, all right, then there's nothing we can do. Let's all call the police. Everyone quickly took out their phones to prepare to report to the police. At that moment, Chen Xing took out his ID and hung it around his neck. Raising his hand and calling out, stop. Chief Chen Xing of the Public Security Bureau is here. I will handle your case. Thud. Ichiro Ishii looked at the ID on Chen Xing's chest and was immediately stunned, his phone dropping to the ground. A deadlock. Ichiro Ishii forced himself to suppress his anger and coldly looked at Chen Xing. Say, sir, do you know that on the dark web, you can buy the life of a top-notch expert for 10 million? Chen Xing looked at him indifferently. Are you threatening me? Ichiro Ishii shook his head and said, no. I'm just reminding you not to be too extreme in your actions. Ha! You can't even handle your own affairs, yet you want to teach me how to behave. Chen Xing scoffed. Ha, just wait here. The police will arrive soon. Xiaoma, bring a table over. I still have my meal set. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Xiaoma chuckled and said, hee, coming right up, everyone make way. Let Brother Xing eat first. The people around waiting for compensation immediately began to shout. Chief Chen, you've worked hard. This meal is on me. Tomorrow's meal is on me. And the day after tomorrow is on me. You guys are so stingy. I'll cover the rest of this month. Hey, you bootlicker. In the middle of the hall, filled with broken items, Chen Xing was elegantly eating dim sum at a table full of steamers, occasionally sipping jasmine tea. Meanwhile, everyone else was basically standing around waiting for the police to arrive. Wu Ziwang kept her eyes on Chen Xing, watching him eat with great interest. She felt that this man before her was simply to her aesthetic and fetish. Wu Huayan looked at his daughter whose face was swollen like a pig's head and said, why don't you go see a doctor first? Wu Ziwang shook her head. I'm fine. I want to watch a little longer. Wu Huayan looked at his daughter with concern and said, but your face is already swollen a lot. What? My face is swollen a lot. Wu Ziwang pulled out her phone to take a look, and her whole person was stunned. Her first thought was, when did she change to such an ugly pig head for her wallpaper? When she pressed the phone and the screen lit up, realizing that it wasn't just a wallpaper, she was completely dumbfounded. Wah! After a sharp scream, she covered her face and ran to the window, jumping out. Chen Xing spat out the chicken feet in his mouth, looking somewhat bewildered at Wu Huayan. What's wrong with your disciple? Wu Huayan awkwardly replied, that's my daughter. I'll go check on her. Chen Xing looked at him with sympathy, thinking about how much dowry would be needed for such an ugly daughter. He shook his head and said, if her brain gets damaged, let me know. I can help you file a case. Thanks. Wu Huayan said with a wry smile, and then followed suit to jump out of the window. Li Fengping looked bewilderedly at the window and then at the staircase. Wait, aren't there poisonous mushrooms over there? Chapter 10. Grassroots Idol Director Chen, when Wang Jiangang brought the people from the armed police department to the tea house and saw the lawyer handing over the 100 million compensation order and invoice. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was the first time he had seen a fight with no casualties, yet such an astronomical compensation order was issued. Both of you, the evidence is conclusive. Please come with us, said the officer. Oomph. I will hire the best lawyer from our Curry Thai to sue you. Just wait. The Muay Thai master Appalu said angrily before turning to follow the armed police personnel downstairs. Ishikawa Aikuru merely shot a cold glance at Chen Xing and the others, then said nothing and followed suit. As the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. This guy must be hiding something. The two lawyers would handle the follow-up, and he couldn't be bothered to tag along. Today, he planned to invite Lu Tong out to complete one of the 5 kiss tasks. We got home. He called Lu Tong. Miss Lu, I've been discharged from the hospital. Would you honor me with a meal? Sorry. I'm currently tracking a case for a report and might not have time in the next few days, Lu Tong replied. Lu Tong was a very rational person. Although she wanted to develop a romantic story with a heroic figure like Chen Xing, work and career were her top priorities. Hearing that she was tracking a case, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what case? Do you need my help? Lu Tong's eyes lit up. Yes, I really need it. With your skills in solving cases, we might be able to crack it. Chen Xing was well known in the armed police department as a master of solving cases. Although he had been transferred to the public security department and had been quiet for a year, he recently took down the eye-opening demon, further proving his prowess in handling cases. Lu Tong was already eagerly anticipating the possibility of reporting on the case's resolution, which could significantly enhance her career. After asking for the address, Chen Xing hung up. He could tell that Lu Tong was a career-driven woman. Their interaction would be a mutually beneficial exchange, with neither party indebted to the other. Of course, aside from Lu Tong, he needed to find 4 more candidates. He couldn't rely on his unreliable fiancée, so he had to arrange this promptly. After pondering for a moment, he came up with an idea. The principle of equal exchange was a good direction, and based on this foundation, it didn't seem difficult to find the remaining 4 candidates. Soon, he arrived at the community where the incident took place and met Lu Tong and the photographer. Director Chen, thank you for coming. I'm sorry to trouble you. Lu Tong greeted with a smile. It's just a small matter. I happen to have a month's medical leave and was getting a bit bored at home. I originally planned to travel, but since your report was so well done, I felt it was a bit rude not to treat you to a meal. Chen Xing replied with a smile. Lu Tong nodded and said, let's walk and talk. Sure, you go ahead and tell me about the case, Chen Xing responded. Lu Tong began to explain. It's like this. Mr. Guo from Unit 806 went on a business trip recently, leaving only his wife and children at home. After 2 days, he couldn't reach them and rushed back, only to find that his wife and children had accidentally been electrocuted at home. Chen Xing asked in confusion. If it was an accident, why is there an investigation? Is there something wrong? Lu Tong replied helplessly. The insurance company accused him of murdering his family to commit insurance fraud because, 6 months ago, they purchased a large accident insurance policy. He countered by suing the insurance company for not wanting to pay and accused them of slandering him, even going live to confront them. Now I understand. Chen Xing nodded, looking enlightened. This case had been trending heavily online in recent days. After all, the internet had all sorts of people. Some female fighters sided with the insurance company, believing the man had killed his wife for insurance money and must have been cheating. Meanwhile, some ordinary people disliked the insurance company, thinking they were unjustly accusing a good person to avoid paying. Lu Tong continued. The leadership noticed the high profile of the case and sent me to track it. The direction of the Public Investigation Department is to determine whether it was truly an accident and if the man had a motive for committing the crime. The Public Investigation Department handles ordinary cases, focusing on gathering evidence without any combat involved. When Chen Xing and Lu Tong arrived at the crime scene at Mr. Guo's home, they found a group already inside. There was a Public Investigation Department officer, a male and female white-collar worker, a very pretty girl, and a big-nosed man in suspenders. When the Public Investigation officer saw Chen Xing, he froze for a moment and quickly put away his phone to salute. Director Chen. Chen Xing glanced at his ID and smiled. Your officer, he from Team 2, right? Wu was a bit excited, not expecting Chen Xing to remember him. Yes. Director Chen. In truth, Chen Xing didn't know him at all. He just recognized his ID from Team 2 and knew the team leader's surname was Zhou, which is why he said that. After all, he had no ambition for promotion and could ignore his superiors, but his work depended entirely on the support of his subordinates. So maintaining good relations with the grassroots was his foundation for survival. He smiled at the other 4. What's the situation here? Wu immediately perked up and introduced. These 2 are from the insurance company, and these 2 are detectives they hired. Chen Xing found it a bit amusing. Young man, no need to be so energetic. You're making my head spin. No need to report so loudly. I'm currently on leave. Just treat everyone like friends, he said. Okay. Wu, although still a bit unable to control his excitement, lowered his voice significantly. There was no helping it. Chen Xing was his idol. Whether it was back when Chen Xing brought the city's criminals to justice under immense pressure or his heroic battle against the eye-opening demon, both left a deep impression in his mind, making him want to worship him whenever he recalled those moments. Wu's admiration was evident to everyone around. Lu Tong, for some reason, felt a sense of pride just standing next to Chen Xing. The 2 white-collar workers from the insurance company immediately stood up to greet Chen Xing. Hello, Director Chen. Hello. Chen Xing nodded and then turned to look at the pretty girl and the big-nosed man in suspenders. I didn't expect the insurance company to invite you. Detective Hunter, Chen Yuanlong. Director Chen, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect you to know me, Chen Yuanlong said with a smile, raising his hand in a fist salute. Chen Xing returned the salute and then looked at the girl beside him. Where's your partner Ji Qi? Ji Qi has passed away. This is his sister, Chen Yuanlong said sadly. That's really unfortunate. He was a good person. Chen Xing couldn't help but express his sentiments. Heaven always seems to favor the talented, taking them away early, leaving the world with one less kind person and a heap of regrets. Director Chen, thank you. The pretty girl's eyes immediately turned red, deeply moved. After all, due to work reasons, very few people acknowledged that her brother was a good person. Chapter 11. Director Chen's Unique Case Handling Method. Director Chen. Ji Linglong looked at Chen Xing with deep emotion. Beside her, Chen Yuanlong immediately felt a bit jealous. After all, Ji Linglong often showed various signs of disdain towards him. He raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, forcibly interrupting the spellcasting. Ahem, Director Chen, what are your thoughts on this case? After all, you are a renowned master at solving cases. Chen Xing glanced at the victim, whose crime value was only 1, which was within the range of an ordinary honest person. If it were a case of killing a wife for insurance money, the crime value would definitely exceed 10. He said seriously, Mr. Guo is innocent. Mr. Guo was stunned for a moment and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. At this moment, Chen Yuanlong couldn't help but laugh. His gaze towards Chen Xing filled with contempt. Oh, why does Director Chen say that? Chen Xing replied calmly, intuition. Huh? Chen Xing's words left Chen Yuanlong and the others momentarily speechless. Chen Xing continued, to be honest, I have always relied on my intuition to solve cases. While everyone was a loss for words, they felt that Chen Xing was somewhat overrated. Relying on intuition for investigations seemed too risky. Ji Linglong complexly reminded him, Director Chen, we've reviewed the materials and the body. We can already confirm it was a homicide because there were only fingerprints from his wife on the hairdryer used that day, which is very abnormal. Chen Xing smiled and asked, but do you have evidence proving that it was Mr. Guo who killed her and wiped off the fingerprints? Ji Linglong was instantly stunned. They indeed had none, as Mr. Guo had been away for 2 days. Chen Xing laughed and said, then that confirms it. The real murderer is someone else, and Mr. Guo is innocent. At this time, a female white-collar worker from the insurance company raised a question. Why can't it be him? He stands to gain the most. Chen Xing looked at her and said earnestly, I do not deny that there is a lot of darkness in the world. But that is only a minority. Not everyone would kill their loved ones for money. Seeing how much Chen Xing trusted him, Mr. Guo was naturally very touched, and he despised the possible murderer even more. Director Chen, I beg you, if there really is a murderer, you must bring that scoundrel to justice. Don't worry, I will. Chen Xing nodded. Having investigated this far, they could next start looking into Mr. Guo's wife's social circle. Generally, murderers do not kill for no reason. The person who killed Mr. Guo's wife must have had a motive. Mr. Guo's wife died at home, electrocuted by a faulty hairdryer, and the child accidentally touched the body and was electrocuted as well. So, this circle could be narrowed down significantly. The suspect must have visited Mr. Guo's home in the past few days. Chen Xing asked, do you know who has visited your house recently? Mr. Guo pondered and said, the neighbors. My wife's close friend, her sister, and my mom. Let's check with the neighbors first, Chen Xing suggested. Under Mr. Guo's guidance, Chen Xing and the others visited the neighbors they usually interacted with. Chen Xing glanced at them and quickly ruled them out as suspects. However, one neighbor, an older woman, secretly informed Chen Xing during questioning when Mr. Guo was not present. Before the incident, Mr. Guo's mother had quarreled with his wife, apparently because her sister had been living with them for over 2 months, using their resources without helping with housework. So she speculated that the quarrel might have led Mr. Guo to consider killing his wife for insurance money. Chen Xing felt speechless after hearing this. The old lady had quite an imagination. However, there was a coincidence regarding the insurance. Initially, it was Mr. Guo's sister-in-law who sold insurance, and his wife had purchased a large accidental insurance policy for the whole family to support her sister's work. Chen Yuanlong chuckled. Well, I think what the old lady said is quite plausible. The motive for murder seems even clearer now. He provocatively looked at Chen Xing. Director Chen, do you still insist that Mr. Guo is innocent? Chen Xing smiled lightly. Of course, an innocent person is innocent. They won't become a criminal just because they are suspected. Lu Tong felt somewhat helpless. She thought Chen Xing might have made a mistake this time because Mr. Guo's suspicion was too great and he was merely lacking concrete evidence. The only person still believing in Chen Xing was probably He Jingwu, a little fanboy from the detective department. I believe what Director Chen said is correct. The real murderer must be someone else. The others rolled their eyes. Comrade, your idle filter is too strong. Everyone returned to Mr. Guo's house, and Chen Xing said, Mr. Guo, would you like to video call your mother? I have a few questions to ask her since she stayed here for a few days. Okay. Mr. Guo was an honest man. Although he knew Chen Xing was suspecting his mother and hesitated, he still made the call because he believed his mother was innocent. The video call connected. A somewhat weathered old lady appeared on the screen, her eyes red and her expression sorrowful. Sure to, Mr. Guo asked with concern, Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. Just thinking about the child. I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have gone on the business trip. If I had been home, nothing would have happened. This isn't your fault. Can you really not work for your entire life? Mom, there's an officer from the precinct here who wants to ask you a few questions. Okay, let him talk. Mr. Guo handed the phone to Chen Xing, who had already seen that Mr. Guo's mother's crime value was only 2, so she definitely wasn't the murderer. He took the phone and asked, Elderly lady, have you eaten? Mr. Guo's mother was taken aback and replied, Honestly, I just ate. Take care of your health. That's all for now. Chen Xing said and handed the phone back to Mr. Guo, leaving everyone bewildered. Mr. Guo was even more confused. Wait, that's it? You just asked that? Had it not been for He Zhongwu and others knowing Chen Xing, he would have suspected that Chen Xing had just come off medication today. Chen Xing shook the phone and said, Next, let us call your sister-in-law. Okay. The honest Mr. Guo did not voice any complaints and obediently complied. Chen Xing liked dealing with such cooperative clients. However, at that moment, Chen Yuanlong couldn't hold back anymore. Wait, you just asked if she had eaten? Is this how you conduct investigations? No wonder the precinct has so many wrongful convictions. I'm really worried about this society. Chen Xing smiled with a hint of arrogance. All right, what do you know about conducting investigations, bounty hunter? Chen Yuanlong immediately got agitated. I don't know. I'm a detective. How can you say I don't understand? Fine, let us see who can catch the murderer. Chen Xing smiled lightly. No need to compete. I don't like bullying the weak. Chapter 12. The killer is captured. Just as Chen Yuanlong was getting angrier at Chen Xing, Mr. Guo's phone had already connected to his sister-in-law's video call. Sure to, why did you call me? I was just about to look for you. A flirty voice came through the phone, and everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Guo had indeed labeled her as his sister-in-law, they would have thought he was calling some seductress. Mr. Guo felt a bit embarrassed. It was one thing for this sister-in-law to act spoiled, but how could she be like this just a few days after her sister's death? Ahem, it's like this, sister. The police want to ask you something. The other party paused for a moment, her expression a bit unnatural as she said, oh. Are they asking now? Yes, I'm giving the phone to him now. Mr. Guo said as he handed the phone to Chen Xing. Chen Xing took the phone and said, I heard you lived here for a while. We want to investigate if your sister had any disputes with anyone. You just said you were on the road, so please come over and talk. Ruan Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had been discovered for something. Okay, I'm almost there. All right then. Chen Xing hung up the phone and handed it back to Mr. Guo. You all cooperate with me in acting later. The killer is her. In Chen Xing's eyes, Ruan Xiaofeng's crime value of 20 was too conspicuous, almost overflowing the screen. Everyone was stunned. They had locked in the killer just like that. Mr. Guo felt a bit incredulous. Huh? How is that possible? She's my wife's sister. Chen Xing looked at Mr. Guo with some disdain. You really can't see that she has delusions about you? Mr. Guo lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I always thought it was an illusion. After all, I'm not exactly a handsome guy. Chen Xing rolled his eyes and said, Don't forget, she's not a beauty either. She must be envious of your wife. Jealousy can drive people insane. And don't forget, she bought the insurance for your whole family. She lives in your house, and she knows your wife's habits very well. She knows that only your wife uses the hairdryer. Everyone glanced at Mr. Guo's buzz cut. They figured a towel would dry it off quickly, and he really didn't need a hairdryer. After Chen Xing's remarks, everyone felt that Ruan Xiaofeng had plenty of motive to commit the crime, especially since her attitude during the video call was off from the start. Her sister and nephew had just died, and her brother-in-law called her like that. It was just too suspicious. Chen Yuanlong became a bit anxious. Could it be that this sister-in-law had harmed her own sister out of jealousy? Wow, breaking the case in less than half an hour. This was impressive. At this moment, He Zhongwu was already trembling with excitement. To him, Chen Xing was the god of solving cases. Lu Tong also put away her initial doubts, equally excited. She had recorded the whole process and could edit it later for use, potentially making it the best follow-up news of the year. Director Chen, how do we cooperate? Chen Xing began to arrange. You just need to watch coldly. The main acting is still with Mr. Guo. Me? Mr. Guo was a bit at a loss. Chen Xing smiled and said, when you open the door, just slap her twice, knock her dizzy first. Huh? Mr. Guo pointed at himself, feeling even more at a loss. Chen Xing looked at him speechlessly. What are you hesitating for? She killed your wife and son. Think about your happy memories with them, and then think about the pain you and your mother have experienced these past few days. Mr. Guo was indeed provoked. His eyes turned red, and his face was filled with immense anger. This is what honest people are like. When they get angry, everything they have long suppressed will ignite at once. Chen Xing then said to Hypnotic Wu, "Can I borrow the handcuffs? Also, hold him back later. I'm afraid he might kill her." "Okay, Director Chen," Hypnotic Wu said sharply. After Mr. Guo simmered in fury for 10 minutes, Ruan Xiaofeng finally arrived. She didn't ring the doorbell, but used a spare key to open the door. As soon as she walked in, she saw Mr. Guo, with a fierce expression, charging at her like a tiger. In the next second, a slap sent her crashing against the wall, her head buzzing. Before she could react, a kick hit her in the waist, making her nearly faint from the pain. Seeing Mr. Guo losing control of his emotions, Hypnotic Wu immediately rushed over to hold him back. "You venomous woman, why did you harm my wife and son?" Ruan Xiaofeng, her head buzzing, quickly realized the plan had been exposed. Before she could think calmly, her hands were coldly cuffed. "Ruan Xiaofeng, the incident has occurred. Your plan was good, but you left a lot of evidence. It's best if you honestly confess why you killed them. If you come clean, you might get your death sentence changed to life imprisonment." Ruan Xiaofeng was not a seasoned criminal. Her psychological quality was quite limited. Upon hearing the words incident, plan, evidence, and the death penalty potentially changing to life, she couldn't hold it together anymore. "I'll confess, I want to confess. I just wanted to replace her. Why should she be so happy? I clearly gave her the chance during the blind date. She stole my happiness. And she even colluded with that old woman to drive me away. Wu, please don't give me the death penalty. I'm willing to go to jail. Even 10 or 20 years is fine." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. It's really her. No wonder Director Chen was right. The case was broken just like that. With such poor psychological quality, how did she dare to commit murder? Mr. Guo was even angrier at this moment. "Ruan Xiaofeng, I want to kill you." Hypnotic Wu quickly controlled him, not allowing him to approach Ruan Xiaofeng. Chen Xing stood up to calm Mr. Guo, saying, "Mr. Guo, calm down. The law will punish her. You still have your elderly mother to take care of. Don't do anything foolish." Sure enough, when his elderly mother was mentioned, Mr. Guo deflated like a punctured ball, slowly collapsing to the ground. He held his head in his hands and couldn't help but cry bitterly. If he had known there would be such a result, he would never have agreed to his wife's request to let this sister-in-law stay at their house for a while. Chen Xing said, "Shout he, let him go. We can notify the General Investigation Team to come and arrest her now." "Yes." Hypnotic Wu nodded excitedly. The insurance company was naturally very satisfied with this outcome. Since it wasn't an accident, they wouldn't have to pay. However, out of humanitarianism, they still had to express something. After all, this matter was at the center of public attention, and handling it well could earn more than any advertisement. Once the case was handled, Chen Xing prepared to leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get away once the General Investigation Team arrived. "Miss Liu, you might be busy for a while. Let's reschedule the dinner for another day." Lu Tong initially thought about how to postpone their date. After all, she had to personally handle the follow-up news for this case. She didn't expect Chen Xing to be so considerate, and she felt genuinely moved. "Thank you. After a few days when I take a vacation, I will definitely treat you to a big meal." Chen Xing smiled, waved goodbye to Ji Linglong, and then left first. At this moment, Chen Yuanlong felt incredibly awkward and wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's remark about not liking to bully the weak was gaining more and more weight. Chapter 13. Spare no effort in the evening. Outside a bubble tea shop with outdoor seating, Chen Xing met with two brothers from the underworld. One was named Gui Lixiong, and the other was called Eye-Gouging. Just from their names, it was clear that both were involved in loan sharking. Gui Lixiong was more principled, so he walked normally, while Eye-Gouging walked a bit oddly, as if he had just undergone hemorrhoid surgery. Suppressing a laugh, Gui Lixiong said, "Brother Xing, how's your health?" Chen Xing smiled faintly and replied, "Not bad. Have a seat. Order whatever you want." After sitting down, Eye-Gouging said, "Thank you, Brother Xing, for avenging me. From now on, as long as it doesn't go against the code of the underworld, feel free to command me." Chen Xing chuckled, "Don't worry, although we have different stances. I'm not someone who lacks understanding of human feelings." The two exchanged glances. If Chen Xing understood human feelings, he wouldn't have been transferred from the Martial Investigation Department to the Public Security Department. Eye-Gouging waved his hand, and his subordinate stepped back to stand guard at a distance. "Brother Xing, you called us here today for something, right?" Chen Xing looked troubled and said, "It's like this. I've recently encountered a peach blossom calamity. A master told me to do more good deeds, preferably rescue a few beauties, to resolve the calamity. The two were taken aback. Shouldn't one avoid women when facing a peach blossom calamity? This master clearly didn't understand the simplest way to handle it, and was obviously a fraud. They immediately thought Chen Xing had been deceived, and were ready to have him deal with the other party. Where's that master? Tonight, I'll have someone break his limbs. That's not enough. I have a duck shop. Let him experience what a peach blossom calamity really is for a few days. Chen Xing rolled his eyes. These two really had low understanding. That master is my benefactor. I think what he said makes a lot of sense. After exchanging glances, Gue Lixiong scratched his cheek and said, I know a few beauties who are as good as stars. How about I set up a gathering tonight? However, Popeye Jean felt that it was impossible for Chen Xing to ask them for women, as that would be handing them a handle over him. Brother Xiong, let's listen to Brother Xing finish. I don't think that's what he means. Chen Xing leaned closer and whispered, here's what I'm thinking. There are families that have borrowed high-interest loans due to special circumstances and can't pay them back. If there are beautiful women among them, I'd appreciate it if you could introduce me. If they can help me resolve the calamity, I'll help them pay off their debts. This way you get paid. I resolve my calamity, and they avoid unnecessary disasters. It's an equal exchange. Everyone wins. Gue Lixiong and Popeye Jean felt a bit confused. How did this sound like they were being asked to act as pimps? Moreover, was this calamity resolution serious? To be honest, with Chen Xing's conditions, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he need to dig gold from their waist? They truly couldn't understand Chen Xing's approach, and ultimately concluded that he was overly superstitious and that the master was definitely a con artist. Gue Lixiong scratched his head and said, that's a small matter. I can just mention it to my brothers. Popeye Jean stroked his little mustache and asked Brother Xing, how long will this peach blossom calamity last? Chen Xing looked at Popeye Jean in surprise. A month. It will be over in a month. Gue Lixiong and Popeye Jean exchanged glances again. To be honest, they had some doubts in their hearts earlier that Chen Xing wanted to play with women. But now that there was a time limit, it felt a bit strange. They could only attribute it to Chen Xing being too superstitious, although they couldn't understand it. They expressed respect. Popeye Jean looked slightly embarrassed and said, if it's only a month, it might be hard to find those top-notch beauties. At this moment, Gue Lixiong suddenly thought of something. Brother Xing, I know a charity area head who is responsible for fundraising for medical needs. Maybe he can help you find some beauties in need of assistance. Chen Xing was surprised. He didn't expect Gue Lixiong to think of this and take it so seriously. Great, then Brother Xiong, help me make an introduction. If you can bring someone to me, I'll give you a red envelope of 20,000. Gue Lixiong smiled and said, Brother Xing, you're being too polite. Helping you is our honor. How can we take your money? Gue Lixiong was genuinely grateful to Chen Xing. After all, if he hadn't dealt with the eye-opening demon, he might have been the one to suffer next. He heard that Popeye Jean had been directly arranged with a wine bottle, which was quite frightening to think about. Also, please keep this matter confidential from others. After all, we live in a scientific society. If the Bureau finds out that I'm so superstitious, it might cause trouble. Popeye Jean nodded with a smile. Brother Xing, don't worry, we understand. Gue Lixiong also nodded. Yes, we don't want to bring trouble upon ourselves. They certainly didn't dare to offend Chen Xing. After all, the fact that he could deal with the eye-opening demon showed how terrifying his strength was. He could probably take them down without using his authority. After Chen Xing finished discussing his matters, Gue Lixiong felt it was about time and said with a smile, Brother Xing, I have high blood sugar, so I won't have milk tea. I'm leaving now. Popeye Jean also stood up and said, Brother Xing, I have some accounts to settle as well. In fact, he didn't have anything urgent. He simply had an injury that made it difficult to sit for too long. After all, that was the injury caused by a wine bottle, which was definitely a critical hit for someone who had never undergone specialized training. Chen Xing nodded and stood up to see them off. All right, you guys go ahead. As a certain villain said, even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has its purpose. These scum of society were, to Chen Xing, merely tools to complete his set tasks. After all, he wasn't truly a good person. This was a society where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Only by being strong enough and mastering more means could one sleep soundly. Therefore, to complete his tasks, he could spare no effort. While drinking milk tea and eating fries, Chen Xing consumed 29 minutes of his x-ray time today, leaving 1 minute for scratch cards before leaving the commercial street. At the scratch card shop, the owner saw Chen Xing scratching off a few winning tickets and couldn't help but say, dude, I really suspect you can see through things. Chen Xing smiled faintly and replied, no need to doubt, I really can. The lottery shop owner jokingly pointed to a woman walking over. Is that true? Then tell me what color my wife is wearing today. Chen Xing turned back to take a look and said oddly, she's not wearing anything. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, and you say you can see through things. Chen Xing replied nonchalantly, time to collect, it's 168,000. The lottery shop owner opened his phone and said, all right, I'll scan it for you. Since you've won so much, remember to promote my shop. That'll cost extra. Chen Xing said, taking out the payment code. The lottery shop owner was left speechless. As Chen Xing left, the woman walked in and placed a shopping bag on the table. The lottery shop owner opened the bag to find a pack of chips and then discovered a box of disposable underwear inside. Wife, why did you buy this? The woman shot him a glare. Isn't it because the pair you bought me was so tight that it was unbearable? I just threw it in the trash can. If I don't buy this, am I supposed to go all day without wearing anything? The lottery shop owner was completely stunned. When he came back to his senses, he slapped himself in the face. Why would I let others see my wife? Damn it. Chapter 14. Chief Chun is famous again in the evening. At the medicinal cuisine restaurant, Chen Xing sat alone in a corner, quietly enjoying a lavish meal. After finishing his meal, he took out a metal box the size of a cigarette case from his pocket. Inside the metal box were a few small ginseng sticks resembling small cigars. Chen Xing casually took one out and began to chew on it slowly. Just this one small ginseng cost 100,000, and the entire table of medicinal cuisine was only 8,008. This is martial arts. After returning home, Chen Xing lay down on the sofa and started scrolling through Douyin on his phone. The first video that popped up was the murder case he saw today. It must be said that Lu Tong's professional level was at least 3 or 4 stories high. Both the editing and the script were very engaging. For the audience, the only regret in the entire video was that he didn't show his face. He opened the comments section, which had already surpassed 100,000 comments. Wow, this Chief Chun is too amazing. What others find troublesome, he solved in no time. No wonder he's the man who can take down the eye-opening maniac. So handsome. Why is there a censor? I heard he's very handsome. I wonder if it's true. My husband is really awesome. Solve another case. Hey upstairs, stop practicing your handstands. Water can easily get into your brain. Of course, besides discussing him, many people were more focused on the case itself. The outcome of this case is really unexpected. Mr. Guo was really lucky. If he had encountered some unscrupulous agents, he would have been directly arrested and coerced into confessing. Indeed, who would have thought it was the victim's sister who designed the murder out of jealousy? This insurance company is quite decent. They actually donated 100,000 to Mr. Guo out of humanitarianism. This insurance company almost had to pay out 20 million. What say 100,000? Mr. Guo is really pitiful. Are you going to live stream? I'll send you gifts. If he dares to live stream eating human blood buns, I'll curse him to death. I'm divorced with a child. Does anyone have Mr. Guo's contact information? I think I could try to form a family with him. Dear Ann upstairs, please spare this poor person. After half an hour of scrolling through Douyin, Chen Xing put his phone aside, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Although it was just past 7, he had a program later that night, so he needed to rest early. He slept until around midnight, when he woke up to the sound of his alarm. He picked up his phone and saw that there were indeed many unread messages. Lu Tong invited him to the resort to enjoy the hot springs the day after tomorrow. Chen Xing replied with a simple okay and didn't elaborate further. Next, the head of the General Investigation Department, Situ Jia, expressed his gratitude and invited him to a gathering tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xing agreed. After all, the General Investigation Department would be useful to him in the future, as they were all qualified tools. Then there were other unread messages, such as Wang Jiangwo, who had the audacity to ask for his help. Chen Xing naturally declined, citing that he hadn't recovered from his internal injuries. Finally, there were greetings from some female friends and single female colleagues. Chen Xing simply edited a message to send out to the group. I was just practicing. Now I'm going to sleep. My body is recovering quite well. Thank you for your concern. Good night. After feeding the fish in the pond, Chen Xing went to the bathroom to freshen up, then changed into a dark gray hoodie and put on a dark Tiga mask. As Tianhai City, known as the Los Santos of the East, naturally had plenty of material for Chen Xing to experiment with new skills and gadgets. He had already taken photos of various criminal profiles and backed them up on a phone that was never connected to the internet to avoid leaving traces from frequently browsing the internal archives. Chen Xing flipped through the criminal folder in his file categories and found the images labeled with animal levels, with a maximum of 9 stars. He directly opened the only 3 screenshots marked with 9 stars. The first was a physical education coach who was still serving time. The second was the younger brother of the head of the Yang family, one of the 3 major families in Tianhai, who had a total of 15 cases related to him, 6 of which involved victims being brutally murdered. However, Each time someone came forward to take the blame for him, and whenever someone tried to continue investigating, the higher-ups would call it off, truly illustrating what it means to have money to make even ghosts push the millstone. The third was a masked male flower thief who had yet to be captured and had a particular taste, preferring married men, making their wives watch as their husbands were humiliated. More terrifying than the eye-opening maniac, because the latter only targeted social destabilizers, while this male flower thief targeted all married men. Fortunately, the perpetrator had stopped committing crimes for over half a year. It was unclear whether he had contracted a disease or was just unable to keep up physically. When the perpetrator started, Chen Xing had just been transferred to the public security department, and no matter how thick-skinned the higher-ups were, they wouldn't ask him for help. So he only understood the case but had not participated. The first was in prison, the third was untraceable, so the second would bear the brunt. After noting down all the information from the screenshots, Chen Xing set off. At the bar, all expenses tonight are on Master Yang. Oh. In the boiling bar, Yang Lai walked up to the presidential booth on the second floor, surrounded by stars. The presidential booth was actually a private room, but the entire floor was made of one-way transparent glass. Sitting in the booth felt like being above everyone in the dance floor below. And no matter what you did in this booth, the people below couldn't see you, but you could see them, which was quite thrilling. Yang Lai had been committing fewer crimes lately because his brother Yang Shou had sent someone to keep an eye on him to prevent him from causing trouble during his election campaign. Of course, the main reason was that his body couldn't take it anymore. Having played too hard, it was difficult for him to respond to ordinary women. He came to the bar tonight to find a woman who could make him feel something. After an hour of drinking, neither the little stars brought by friends, nor the young models, nor the people partying below sparked Yang Lai's interest. Boring, I'm leaving. Bring me the car keys, Yang Lai said, reaching out to his lackey. The lackey smiled and said, Second master, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let me help you drive? Slap. Yang Lai, already in a bad mood, immediately slapped the lackey, leaving him dizzy. Get lost. Do I look drunk to you? Hand it over, or I'll kill you. The lackey, covering his face, fearfully handed over the car keys to Yang Lai. Yang Shou might just fire him. Yang Lai would really kill him. Second master, just be careful. Yang Lai took the keys and went downstairs, followed closely by 4 bodyguards, as there were too many people in Tianhai who wanted to kill Yang Lai. As Yang Lai walked out of the bar, a female university student in sportswear and a designated driver vest waved at him from the roadside. Boss, need a designated driver? The bodyguard behind frowned and said, no need. But at that moment, Yang Lai stopped in his tracks. He hated it when others made decisions for him. He immediately walked toward the female designated driver and smiled, asking, can you drive a sports car? The female designated driver took a nervous step back. I can. I've driven a few times. Yang Lai enjoyed seeing others afraid of him, and he was instantly more satisfied with the female designated driver. All right, you drive. Chapter 15, Who is the hunter in the Lamborghini? Yang Lai carefully observed the female driver. For some reason, he found himself intrigued by this seemingly unremarkable woman. As he continued to watch her, he realized she was actually quite extraordinary. First, her skin was flawless, and her delicate features behind the black-framed glasses were striking, with a teardrop mole beneath her charming eyes. Moreover, her figure was impressive, sitting upright while driving, her ample chest nearly pressed against the steering wheel. Her long legs were also quite shapely, evident as the loose pants were slightly compressed in the seat. Who says a girl with such decent assets, dressed like an ordinary village girl, isn't unique in her own way? Gradually, Yang Lai found himself developing feelings for her. The first time in 2 months he felt this way. He was immensely excited, unable to wait to tear his prey apart. In the past, he would have simply asked her to pull over and devour her, but now he couldn't. His brother Yang Shou was in a critical period, and if he dragged him down, he might really end up dead. Besides, they would soon arrive at his villa. Yang Lai forced himself to suppress his impulses and began to change the subject. He suddenly asked, it's rare to see a woman in this line of work. After all, some drunk men can be quite dangerous. There's no choice. I need the money, and I don't have a car. If I had one, I'd just drive a taxi. The female driver replied somewhat helplessly. Yang Lai smiled and said, to be honest, I think you're great. How about being my girlfriend? I'll give you $1 million a month as pocket money. Boss, don't joke around. That's called keeping a mistress, not being in a relationship. The female driver shook her head in refusal. Moreover, I'm quite conservative, and I prefer to earn my own money. With someone as handsome and wealthy as you, why would you need to find a woman? Yang Lai closed his eyes and stopped talking, fearing he wouldn't be able to contain his restless feelings any longer. After all, this prey was just too appealing to him. The female driver, thinking Yang Lai had fallen asleep, gently nudged his shoulder with one hand. Boss, don't sleep. Which villa is yours? The top one. The fifth one. Yang Lai replied without opening his eyes, as he feared his expression would give him away. All right, you rest, and I'll wake you when we arrive, the female driver said cheerfully, completely unaware of the beast she was about to face. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, on the rooftop of the Cloud Palace number 5, Chen Xing, wearing a dark D-Jam mask, had his hands in his pockets, staring intently at the approaching Lamborghini. The protagonist of this episode has arrived. After he finishes the surgery, should I send him under the overpass for the homeless to enjoy? Once certain thoughts arise, they can no longer be suppressed. Beneath the mask, Chen Xing revealed a mischievous smile. Suddenly, a patrolling security guard outside the villa turned to look at the rooftop, but Chen Xing was no longer there. The guard scratched the back of his head, feeling like someone had been up there just now. In a monitoring room, the security team leader noticed someone had fallen behind and picked up the walkie-talkie, calling out, "Eye-Gouging Jun, what are you doing? Enjoying the moon?" Eye-Gouging Jun was startled and quickly replied, "I just felt someone." The security team leader said irritably, "What's abnormal about that? Move faster. There's only 10 minutes left in the shift." Oh, Eye-Gouging Jun hurriedly caught up with the group and left. Chen Xing was somewhat surprised that someone could sense his presence, especially since, with the passive enhancement of the shadows, his presence was as low as that of stone by the roadside. Eye-Gouging Jun looks a bit like Eye-Gouging Wu. Could they be brothers? He stroked his chin and decided to wait until they finished their shift before causing trouble, to avoid them losing their jobs due to his interference. At this moment, the car had arrived in front of the villa. The female driver patted Yang Lai's shoulder. "Boss, we're here." Yang Lai still had his eyes closed and said, "You're a good driver. Just park in the garage for me, and I'll give you a little extra tip." The female driver smiled foolishly. "Oh, sure. But you can skip the tip. It's just a small task." Yang Lai couldn't help but cover his face and laugh. His smile hidden behind his hands was quite sinister. He was truly losing control. When the car entered the underground garage of the villa, Yang Lai opened his eyes, and his gaze was not only brutal, but also revealed a twisted excitement. However, when he lunged at the driver's seat, he found it empty. The female driver had already gotten out of the car. "Boss, cashier, what are you doing?" The female driver looked down and saw Yang Lai's upper body lunging toward the driver's seat with a perverse expression, and she quickly stepped back in fright. As Yang Lai climbed out of the driver's seat, he said, "I'll give you the money, but next, I need you to help me with something. I haven't been this excited in a long time." The female driver turned pale with fear. "Boss, I'm really not that kind of person. But I am, ha ha ha." Yang Lai climbed out of the car and laughed maniacally. "Help!" The female driver screamed as she ran away, hearing the cries for help. The bodyguards who had followed the car into the garage quickly got out. "Boss." Then they saw Yang Lai and the female driver engaged in a game of chase. Yang Lai stopped and shouted at them, "Get lost. Can't you see she's the one screaming? Close the garage and villa doors. No one is allowed in. You ruin my mood, and I'll kill your whole family." The bodyguards exchanged glances and could only comply. After all, Yang Lai was truly capable of such things. Of course, they reported the situation to Yang Shou. "Boss, this is what happened." On the other end of the phone, a man, slightly groggy from just waking up, paused before saying, "Is he in his own villa?" "That's good. It's impressive that this dog has managed to hold out for so many days. Let him have his fun. It's just a female driver. Just give her some money when it's over." "Understood." The bodyguards sighed in relief, finding it easier to clean up after the mess than to stop Yang Lai. After all, some people were devoid of humanity. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Yang Lai was already tightly bound in the modified workshop of the garage. The female driver had taken off her glasses, holding a power drill in one hand and a cutting machine in the other, revealing a smile even more twisted than Yang Lai's. "After squatting for half a year, I finally succeeded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Aisha, and my sister is Gu Lisha. 6 months ago, when I last saw her, her mouth was stuffed with a golf ball, and her body was covered in wounds, brutally tortured to death by someone. For the next 2 hours, I'll let you experience the pain my sister went through, unable to live, unable to die." Meanwhile, in the shadows outside, Chen Xing tilted his head, originally thinking it would be a heroic rescue, but it turned out to be a twisted revenge of a sick person. This left him momentarily at a loss, wondering whether to quietly observe or joyfully join in. Chapter 16. Light of Darkness. After thinking for 30 seconds, Chen Xing decided to join in happily. He stepped out of the shadowed area and walked into the workshop without hiding. Gu Aisha, hearing the footsteps, did not immediately look toward the door, but instead reached for her waist, pulling out 3 throwing darts and launching them. The darts whistled through the air towards Chen Xing. He swiftly dodged the darts with a flick of his body. He wouldn't bother to catch darts that could be easily avoided. If they were coated with contact poison, wouldn't that be foolish? He smiled and said, I'm not your enemy. No need to be nervous. Upon hearing this, Gu Aisha stopped throwing darts and watched Chen Xing warily. Who are you? Can't you tell? Chen Xing replied, pressing a button on the side of his mask, causing the eyes and forehead crystal of the Digga mask to light up. The light of darkness Digga. Gu Aisha twitched her lips, wondering where this foolish person came from. Chen Xing pressed the mask again to turn off the lights, then took out a scalpel and gently traced it over Yang Lai's body. This guy is my prey. Gu Aisha narrowed her eyes and said, what a coincidence. He's also my prey. Chen Xing asked, before you kill him, want to play a fun game with me? What do you want to do? Gu Aisha's hand reached for the darts again. Chen Xing said, I plan to turn him into a woman and then send her to the homeless under the overpass as a reward, letting her experience more pain. Gu Aisha thought she was already pretty twisted, but she didn't expect to find someone even more perverted than herself here. However, this proposal sounded quite enticing. Gu Aisha couldn't help but lick her lips. To be honest, she was tempted. After all, turning Yang Lai into a woman would better allow him to experience the pain that his sister endured. Can you really turn him into a woman? Chen Xing laughed. Just a little magic, half an hour is enough. All right, then go ahead. Gu Aisha nodded and stepped aside, but her dart remained pressed against Yang Lai's chest. If Chen Xing made any sudden moves, she would kill Yang Lai first. Chen Xing, however, was unconcerned. After all, what he said was true. Then let the show begin. Muffled, Yang Lai, with his mouth gagged, wildly shook his head, but unfortunately, several bones in his body had been removed, leaving him unable to move below the neck. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's movements were quick and efficient. The moment he picked up the scalpel, he became the god of yin and yang reversal. With a swift motion, the mini version of the Armstrong cyclone cannon fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gu Aisha withdrew her hand that held the dart against Yang Lai's chest. Because with this slice, Chen Xing had already proven that he was not here to save anyone. Muffled, after letting out a scream, Yang Lai fainted from the pain. Then the blade flashed dazzlingly. When she regained her senses, she found that the surgery was already completed, and it was done perfectly. If she hadn't been watching the whole time, she would have thought Yang Lai had been switched out. Gu Aisha was stunned. Where were the wounds? Don't tell her they healed. It had only been less than 10 minutes. How could such wounds possibly heal? This was already in the realm of superpowers, right? She ran to Chen Xing's side and checked with her hands. It wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. She stared blankly at Chen Xing. Was this what he called a little magic? Could it be that this person really had magic? Chen Xing, with his hands on his hips, proudly said, pretty, right? This was sculpted based on a certain teacher. Gu Aisha's lips twitched. She didn't even know where to start with the sarcasm. Chen Xing said, no way. You're not satisfied? All right, there's also the top part. Fine, there's plenty of filling here. How big do you want it? Gu Aisha opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Chen Xing showcased his exceptional yin and yang reversal technique again. 5 minutes later, Gu Aisha, Abba, I must be dreaming. Want to give it a try? Chen Xing looked at her again with pride. Give it a try? How we try? Gu Aisha took a deep breath, touched her pocket, and pulled out a mint candy, tossing it into her mouth. Forcing herself to calm down, she pointed to Yang Lai's head. What about his face? Chen Xing was too lazy to move the scalpel again. Just put a hood on him. For those homeless people, with this body, it doesn't matter if the face is pretty or not. Gu Aisha was silent for a moment before she finally spat out a 6. By the way, go find some QQ costumes and a long coat in the villa. Gu Aisha gave Chen Xing a thumbs up and left the workshop to find the items. For someone like Yang Lai, there had to be those kinds of things in the villa. Thanks to the lack of surveillance in Yang Lai's villa, she only needed to avoid the windows to not be seen by the bodyguards outside. Soon, she found a set of leather clothes and some props in a bedroom. She smiled coldly, packed everything into a bedsheet, and quickly returned to the underground parking garage's repair and modification workshop. Chen Xing opened the package and immediately laughed. Wow, they even have a Catwoman hood. They really know how to play. Gu Aisha urged, put on him. Chen Xing picked up the clothes. Give me a hand. All right. The two worked together seamlessly to dress Yang Lai in the gear of the beaten god of war. Then they took 2 steps back, stroking their chins as they looked at the completed transformation of Yang Lai. Perfect, they said as they high-fived each other. Gu Aisha said with an evil grin. How about you give it a try first? Chen Xing shook his head. Until I achieve mastery, women are art pieces to be appreciated. Let alone, this is just a fake woman. Gu Aisha looked at Chen Xing with some surprise. Mastery? Your ambitions are quite high. Chen Xing hoisted Yang Lai onto his shoulder with one hand. All right, You take these props, and I'll carry him. Only by successfully getting him out can we proceed with the next step of the plan. Gu Aisha eyed Chen Xing with suspicion. Can you do it? Should I do it? Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. You a second-rate, doubt me, a first-rate? What? You're first-rate? Really? Gu Aisha was a bit shocked after all. First-rate experts were rare, and Chen Xing was still young. As Chen Xing walked, he said, "Let's go, Camilla." Gu Aisha followed behind, rolling her eyes. Can you not give people weird nicknames? Chen Xing replied nonchalantly, "Okay, Camilla." Gu Aisha was too lazy to say more. After exiting the workshop, as Chen Xing passed Yang Lai's Lamborghini, he ignited the interior with a lighter. Then he pulled out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack. Gu Aisha's lips twitched. This guy was lucky to have been born in the Flame Nation. Otherwise, he would definitely be an S-class terrorist. Chapter 17. People disappeared, but left a part behind. Damn. It's on fire. It's on fire. Quick, put out the fire. As the blazing flames erupted in the villa, the bodyguards inside immediately descended into chaos. Chen Xing waved at Gu Aisha, hoisted Yang Lai over his shoulder, and jumped out of the window, instantly appearing behind a streetlight. This is the ability of Ghost Step, to teleport behind any target within the field of vision. Even airplanes in the sky can be reached as long as he can see them. The effect is incredibly powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take on such difficult tasks. Under the streetlight, Chen Xing turned around and waved at Gu Aisha, signaling her to hurry up. Gu Aisha's eyes widened. They say that insiders see the way while outsiders see the spectacle. At this moment, she couldn't see any way at all. Hiss! This guy must be cheating, right? Soon, she recalled Chen Xing's mysterious yin-yang reverse blade technique. Confirmed, he must be cheating. Is there really supernatural power in this world? Gu Aisha muttered to herself, and then jumped out of the window with her long legs, quickly bouncing over to Chen Xing's side. Not bad at lightness skill. Is that the flying crane kick of the 100 Crack sect? Gu Aisha looked at Chen Xing with some surprise. Chen Xing laughed as he ran. The Martial Artist Forum says the 100 Crack sect's leg technique is great, very elastic. Can I touch it later? Gu Aisha followed behind and chuckled. Sure, but you have to take off your mask for me to see, just to touch your leg. And you want me to kill you? Chen Xing replied. Fine, so seeing your true face means certain death, huh? Gu Aisha stopped talking to Chen Xing. After all, if he accidentally let something slip and she overheard it, it would be dangerous. Soon, the two arrived under a bridge crowded with homeless people. However, at this moment, they were mostly asleep. Chen Xing shouted loudly, "Wake up, you lazy bums. It's time to party." With his shout, all the homeless people were awakened. Are you crazy? Damn it. It's so noisy. What's going on? They grumbled as they got up to check the situation. Chen Xing continued shouting, Come on, come over here quickly. I have benefits for you. Benefits? The homeless people walked towards Chen Xing upon hearing this. Chen Xing then placed Yang Lai on the ground and opened his trench coat to reveal the God of War suit inside. The Tianhai First Club is having a grand opening. Free swords delivered to your door. From now on, for 3 days and 3 nights, I am yours. The homeless people were stunned. What the hell? But when they saw Yang Lai's figure, their eyes widened. Whoa, is this for real? If it is, I would willingly die here tonight. Gu Aisha also placed her package on the ground and opened it. There are props here. Everyone feel free to use them. Chen Xing turned to leave, saying, We'll come back to pick up the people in 3 days. But if anyone removes the headgear in the meantime, the game will end. One of the homeless people rubbed his hands together and said, Hee, take care of her for these 3 days. Another pulled out a dagger and said, Whoever dares to remove the headgear, I'll kill them. And soon, Chen Xing and Gu Aisha disappeared into the night. One of the homeless people finally came to his senses and exclaimed, Wow, they really left? Is there going to be a problem? We're a bunch of sick homeless people. What are we afraid of? Line up, line up. There are over 30 of us here. Are we going to wait until dawn? 3 days and 3 nights. Why the rush? Pain, an excruciating pain, filled Yang Lai's brain. When Yang Lai woke up, he realized it was the beginning of a nightmare. Homeless people, stinky and dirty homeless people. They surrounded him in layers. Hey, what are you doing? Yang Lai shouted, only to find that his speech was somewhat muffled. One of his teeth had been pulled out. The homeless people couldn't hear what he was saying, but when they saw that he had no teeth, they couldn't help but laugh. Truly a professional, even his teeth were pulled out. Line up, line up. 1 million words omitted here. Please open your browser to supplement. On the other side, in Villa number 5 of Yangon, the bodyguards had just finished putting out the fire. Everyone was immensely relieved as they watched the flames extinguished. Before the fire brigade arrived, they had managed to put it out, which was a result of their collective effort. At that moment, the deputy captain of the bodyguards, who had gone into the villa to call Yang Lai to escape the fire, ran out in terror. Not good. Something has happened. Second master is missing. The captain's expression changed dramatically. Missing? What happened? The deputy captain, with a tearful face, said, well, not completely missing. He left a part behind in the modification workshop. When everyone arrived at the garage, they saw blood on the floor of the modification workshop, along with the Armstrong rotary cannon with ketchup. Missing doesn't necessarily mean something bad has happened. But if part of him was left behind while he was missing, then something must have happened. The bodyguard captain felt like the sky was falling. It was obvious that Yang Lai had been retaliated against. After all, there were at least 800 people in this city who wanted to cut him down. However, Yang Lai had always dealt with people without much power. So he had never faced assassination, which led these bodyguards to focus on preventing Yang Lai's reckless actions and helping him clean up the mess, resulting in some laxity towards outside threats. The bodyguard captain immediately called Yang Shou. Yang Shou was somewhat annoyed. After all, he had just managed to fall asleep again and was woken up. What now? Is there a body? The bodyguard captain said, Mr. Yang, not good. Second master is missing, and there's a pool of blood in his. Yang Shou paused, then turned on the bedside lamp and sat up in bed. What's going on? The bodyguard captain explained. The villa caught fire just now, and after we put it out with the property management, we found that second master was missing. Yang Shou understood. Yang Lai had been retaliated against, and it was very likely because of the woman he brought home tonight. Get your story straight. I'll send people over to investigate. All right. The bodyguard captain noticed that Yang Shou didn't seem to blame them, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the Kinjaiju Villa area, after Yang Shou got out of bed, he called his butler. Something happened to Alai. Let Wakai take people to Villa number 5 of Yangon, and also spread the news. Whoever finds Alai, I'll give him 1 million. Whoever finds the murderer, I'll give him 5 million. His meaning was very clear. Whoever dares to touch a member of the Yang family must be prepared to be hunted down by the entire martial arts world. The butler nodded. Understood, sir. Yang Shou then ominously added. Also, after the investigation is done, let that group of useless people disappear. The master is humiliated, and the servant dies. Alai was taken right under their noses, and they didn't even notice. What use are they? The butler hesitated for a moment, but still chose to nod. Yes. But everyone probably never imagined that Yang Lai had already transformed into Yang Santong under the bridge. Chapter 18. Keeping promises is a real man's romance. Haha. This is so much fun. Gu Aisha and Chen Xing actually didn't leave. They were hiding in the dark, peeking at the grand performance under the overpass. Chen Xing glanced at Gu Aisha and reminded her, it's fun and all, but you haven't worn a mask from start to finish. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Gu Aisha curled her lips slightly and disdainfully replied, with this thick bangs wig, even if those cameras catch my glasses, they won't be able to tell who I am. Chen Xing carefully observed Gu Aisha and found that her natural looks were excellent. If she dressed up properly, she would indeed look like a different person. Unable to help himself, he secretly asked the system, what's her attractiveness score? Attractiveness 94, perfection 5, Yandra -3, overall score 96, qualified. Hearing the system's response, Chen Xing was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this crazy girl to be so attractive. Chen Xing stroked his chin and said, Camilla, how about we make a deal? Gu Aisha frowned and asked, what kind of deal? She didn't even realize she had gotten used to the name Camilla. Chen Xing replied directly, kiss me once, and I can help you with something in the future. Gu Aisha looked at Chen Xing with a strange expression. Is he serious? Chen Xing helplessly said, you can think of it as the price for using a special ability. Gu Aisha immediately caught the words special ability and excitedly said, so you admit you're a superpower user? Chen Xing paused for a moment before nodding and saying, I guess so. Gu Aisha asked curiously, are there other superpowers in this world? Chen Xing nodded. There should be, but I haven't encountered any yet. Gu Aisha asked with longing, how do you obtain superpowers? Chen Xing shook his head. It's innate. I don't know. Do you want to trade for a reply? If not, I'll just go find another woman. Gu Aisha was silent for a long time before saying, okay, but my matter is a bit serious. Are you sure you can handle it? What could be so serious? Assassinating a president of some country? Chen Xing couldn't help but tease. Gu Aisha said seriously, kill a master. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, curious as he asked, which one? Why? Gu Aisha gritted her teeth and said, the king of horizontal training, Tai Hailong. My master was killed by him because she refused to be his mistress. Without evidence. That bastard is still at large. Chen Xing was taken aback. Killing a master might be a bit difficult, But if it's a master who has cultivated internal and external skills, he was quite capable of handling that. The backstreet scalpel is all set. Won't the opponent break their skills immediately? Killing him isn't hard, but am I losing out on just a kiss? After all, he's a master. Gu Aisha looked at Chen Xing firmly and said, if you can kill him, you can make me do anything. Chen Xing was silent for a moment and asked, even math problems? Gu Aisha's face twitched. No, are you crazy? She took a deep breath and said, math problems are a no-go. Chen Xing smiled and said, all right, then let's start with a kiss as a deposit. Close your eyes. Gu Aisha clenched her fists and closed her eyes. After confirming she wasn't peeking, Chen Xing took off his mask and leaned in for a kiss. 5 minutes later, the system notified him that he had completed 1/5 of the task. He pulled away from Gu Aisha, turned, and put the mask back on. I'll investigate the whole matter within 3 months. If it truly is Tai Hailong's doing, I'll help you take him down. If not, I'll help you find the real culprit. Gu Aisha, slightly breathless, raised her hand to wipe her chin. I rarely trust others. I hope you won't deceive me. Don't worry. Fulfilling promises is the romance of every real man, Chen Xing replied, once again illuminating the dark Digga mask. Gu Aisha couldn't help but laugh. He was such a childish guy. How'll I find you later? Chen Xing said, just tell me where you're staying. All right. I live in Unit C, 1302, Eugene Garden. Gu Aisha didn't realize she had made a mistake by trusting a stranger whose true identity she didn't even know and revealed her address. Okay, see you later. Chen Xing waved his hand and disappeared with a ghostly step. Gu Aisha stood there in a daze for a while before turning to leave. When Chen Xing got home, it was almost dawn. He didn't expect to complete a task so quickly. His luck was really good. After taking a shower, he slept soundly until after 9. He picked up his phone to check for messages and, finding nothing important, washed up and practiced in the courtyard. After doing 10 rounds of iron wire boxing with iron rings weighing over 100 pounds on each hand, he tied iron sandbags to his legs and practiced ground-shaking kicks. In the bedroom of the neighboring villa, a certain housewife heard the sound of iron rings clashing and immediately ran to the window to peek at Chen Xing practicing martial arts. Watching his strong and sexy muscle lines made her unable to resist drooling. Chen Xing naturally sensed the strong feeling of being watched, and it wasn't just one source. If he could seal off the courtyard, he would really want to do that and charge the young women and married ladies around for entry to watch. After all, public servants are allowed to develop side businesses. Director, is this side hustle legitimate? With a month-long vacation. Not going on a trip for a week or two would be a waste. While having breakfast, Chen Xing searched for tourist attractions in the country. In the end, he decided to go to Hubei. His favorite poet is Li Bai, and there are the Yellow Crane Tower and Qianli Jiangling, which represent 2 turning points in Li Bai's life. At the Yellow Crane Tower, he saw poetry that even made him feel extraordinary, realizing that there are countless talents in the world. After experiencing wars and imprisonment, he finally let go of everything and wrote The Light Boat has passed through 10,000 mountains on his way back to Qianli Jiangling. Of course, another important reason is that the king of horizontal training, Tai Hailong, is also in Hubei. Traveling to take a look at this master. If he is indeed the one behind the incident, then he can conveniently fulfill his promise. Just as he was making travel plans, Lin Lijia sent a message. Lin Fengchu, Brother Xing, are you interested in earning $1 million bounty? Chen Wulong. Lin Fengchu, that scumbag Yang Lai was castrated and taken away. Yang Shou has offered $1 million bounty to find a person. Now, both the underworld and the law are going crazy looking for him. Chen Wulong, interesting. Come find me later. Let's go take a look together. Lin Fengchu, okay, I'm heading to find you now. After putting down his phone, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. The guy is probably marinated by the homeless people by now. That $1 million is definitely his. Chapter 19 Chief Chen seeks Yang. Why the movies always say that murderers like to return to the crime scene to admire their work. Chen Xing didn't understand before, but now he does. Watching a bunch of people circling around his crime scene like headless flies is truly delightful. And he is right there with them, completely unknown to them. It's really thrilling. Lin Lijia looked at Chen Xing with some surprise. Brother Xing, you seem very excited. I've never seen $1 million so easy to earn. Chen Xing replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Lijia immediately leaned closer and asked in a low voice, did you find a clue? You can't find it in this villa. Follow me. I'll teach you a trick today, Chen Xing said, walking to the grass in the yard. Aside from masters skilled in lightness skills, no one can leap so far in the air, so there must be footprints left on the ground. He then pointed to the fire point. The fire started in the north, and the people from the east and west would be the first to rush in for support. So the quickest gaps would appear, not from the farthest south. The east is too vast, while the small garden to the west is the best place to sneak away. Did you see the depression in the grass? That's left by a master of lightness skills. After hearing this, Lin Lijie couldn't help but applaud. Wow, awesome. As expected of you. If you weren't in the Martial Investigation Department, it would really be a huge loss for the entire Tianhai city. Chen Xing stood up and said, next, continue to look for footprints in this direction, and we will find the route the other party took to leave. Lin Lijie exclaimed, huh? How do you see footprints? There are many footprints on the road outside, right? Chen Xing replied, the distance between two footprints on the grass is 5 meters. Look for a radius of 5 meters. Only half a sole touching the ground counts. Lin Lijie couldn't help but clap his hands and said, right? How did I not think of that? Chen Xing rolled his eyes, because you don't know martial arts. Seems so. Lin Lijie scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, even if Chen Xing didn't have a godlike perspective, he could still trace the traces left by Gu Aisha. After all, the other party couldn't vanish like he could, nor had they reached the realm of leaving no trace in the snow. Their actions also caught the attention of the Yang family, who had been watching them closely. Of course, it was mainly because Chen Xing was too famous in the investigation field, and the Yang family had been secretly keeping an eye on him. Ordinary people might not know his appearance, but those in the circle had all received photos of Chen Xing sent by their elders. Setting aside Chen Xing's identity, his strength as a top expert was enough to earn respect. Yang Xiao saw that Chen Xing seemed to have a clue and quickly jogged over. Chief Chen. Chen Xing turned to look at the short-haired beauty running toward him. Yang Xiao preset her test inbanted. Yang Xiao estosin. Yang Xiao. I'm here to witness on behalf of the Yang family. I see you seem to have a clue. Can I join you? She took out a check and said, if you can find that bastard cousin of mine, I can pay you the reward on the spot. Lin Lijie immediately looked at Chen Xing, who nodded and said, all right, then you can follow us, but we want TB driving. Are you sure you want to come along? Chen Xing looked down at Yang Xiao's black stockings, finally fixing his gaze on her black high heels. Don't worry, I can keep up, Yang Xiao smiled. Half an hour later, Chen Xing was carrying the blushing Yang Xiao on his back with a speechless expression. I'm sorry, Chief Chen, how about we find a place to rest? Chen Xing rolled his eyes and said, what good does saying sorry do? How about you give me some motivation? Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback and then playfully kissed Chen Xing on the cheek. Mwah. Next to them, Lin Lijie, who had walked 5 kilometers and was panting like a dog, was completely dumbfounded. What just happened? Why did they suddenly kiss? Chen Xing's mouth twitched as he turned his head and said, Miss Yang, I was talking about possibly giving more money. Ah. Yang Xiao instantly felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But there was no crack on Chen Xing's body, so she could only bury her head deeply into his neck. Lin Lijie was utterly stunned, not understanding why the atmosphere suddenly became so sweet. They had only known each other for less than half an hour, right? Lin Lijie collapsed on the roadside. Oh heavens, why do this to me? Woof woof. Yang Xiao turned in surprise to look at Lin Lijie, who was kneeling on the ground. What's wrong with him? Nothing. Just bitten by a single dog. Chen Xing replied without looking back, and he didn't even stop walking. After a while of craziness, Lin Lijie saw that Chen Xing didn't stop to wait for him, so he got up like a peculiar creature and chased after them. If there had been any patrol officers around, Lin Lijie's usual image in front of his subordinates would have collapsed. Soon, they tracked down to the overpass. After setting Yang Xiao down, Chen Xing said, I hope this isn't a dumping ground. Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately said, I don't care, that guy's dead, so what? He is a disgrace to our Yang family. Chen Xing smiled and said, no, you misunderstood. This area is a gathering place for homeless people. If he dies here, the homeless might have to change places, which would affect our public security management. Lin Lijie couldn't help but scratch his head, not understanding why such a person always managed to attract girls while he could only watch. Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She liked this straightforward and unpretentious way of speaking. Lin Lijie thought, it's a filter. She added a filter in her mind. When they arrived under the overpass, they saw a scene that was very hard to look at. Both Yang Xiao and Lin Lijie were stunned. Chen Xing had already drawn his gun and rushed forward. Stop. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. The patrol department is investigating. Bow. As Chen Xing spoke, he fired a blank shot as a warning. The homeless people were startled by the gunshot and squatted down with their heads in their hands when they saw Chen Xing approaching with a gun. Why are the patrol officers here? Don't shoot. She is here voluntarily. Yeah. Damn, I haven't had enough fun yet. Chen Xing covered his mouth and nose with one hand, nearly gagging from the smell nearby. He felt that Yang Lie's condition was not right. There was no rise and fall in his chest and abdomen. Using his X-ray vision, He checked Yang Lai's heart and found that the other party had already gone cold. This meant that these homeless people had just been TSK. He waved his gun and said, "Everyone, squat over there. Old Lin, check the victim's condition." "Huh? Me? Check." Lin Lijia was completely thrown off. The people on the ground looked no different from those who had fallen into jelly. There was simply nowhere to start. Lin Lijia looked over, and Yang Xiao was looking at him with disdain. "You don't want me to go, do you?" Cough, cough. Lin Lijia awkwardly turned his head back, bracing himself to step forward. We pulled off Yang Lai's hood. He was directly stunned. How could this be? Chapter 20. Report writing by director Lin. How is this possible? Lin Lijia was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, staring in disbelief at the unblinking Yang Lai. Yang Xiao also covered her mouth with both hands. Shocked beyond measure. Yang Lai, how could she be Yang Lai? There was a brief silence at the scene, and when the homeless people saw Yang Lai's face clearly, they screamed in horror. What the hell? Why does she have a man's face? No wonder she always wore a hood. Turns out she looks so manly. Wait, is she dead? Damn, no wonder I felt she was getting colder. Suddenly, one of the homeless men shouted, "Run!" Bang! The next second, his leg was shot by Chen Xing. Chen Xing ignored the homeless man's screams and coldly addressed the others who dared not move. "Anyone who moves, I'll shoot them." The others immediately trembled in fear, raising their hands and shouting, Don't! Officer, let us go. We're just a bunch of homeless people with nothing." Chen Xing remained unmoved, saying, "Get down on the ground, where you really will have nothing, not even your lives. Sigh, forget it if we have to go to jail. At least there's a dormitory and someone to take care of our meals." The homeless people, though unwilling, obediently laid down on the ground. Chen Xing turned to Lin Lijia and said, "Stop dawdling, call for backup, just get the criminal investigation department." Lin Lijia nodded, then got up to take out his phone to request support. Soon, the criminal investigation department personnel arrived, led by Sidu Jie, the head of the department who had previously invited Chen Xing to a dinner. When the criminal investigation team saw Yang Lai's appearance, they were also shocked. They all knew Yang Lai. After all, the criminal investigation department had caught him 4 or 5 times, but each time there was insufficient evidence, and someone had taken the blame for him. They were well aware that Yang Lai was definitely male. Otherwise, the previous cases would have been a joke. And now, this big man had a woman's body below the neck, and he was surrounded by a group of homeless people. To be honest, even seasoned forensic experts, who had seen plenty of gruesome scenes, showed disdain at the sight of Yang Lai's corpse. After inspecting the scene, Sidu Jie pulled down his mask and approached Chen Xing and Lin Lijia. "Director Chen, Director Lin, this place is quite remote. How did you find it?" Lin Lijia smiled and said, "I followed the footprints of a kung fu master from Yang Lai's villa all the way here. You know, this big brother is a professional. My feet are almost blistered from walking." As expected of Director Chen, Situ Jie couldn't help but give Chen Xing a thumbs up. Then he asked Chen Xing, "What do you think of this case? I need help. I'm completely at a loss." Chen Xing seriously suggested, "First, let's do a DNA test to confirm if it's really Yang Lai. If it isn't, we can investigate further. If it is, you don't need to worry about this case anymore, as it goes beyond the realm of natural science." Situ Jie nodded. "That's true. It's too supernatural. Given that, if the Yang family puts pressure on us, we can just place the blame on these homeless people, since they did admit that he was alive at the beginning." Cough, cough in their hands. Lin Lijia added. Situ Jie frowned and looked at Lin Lijia. He couldn't bring himself to frame the case on others under pressure, but it seemed that the murderers were indeed these homeless people, as they had all said he was alive at first. Moreover, the forensic expert had just made a preliminary diagnosis of death by choking due to airway obstruction. As for what blocked the airway, there was no need to elaborate. Situ Jie both hoped this was Yang Lai and didn't hope it was Yang Lai. The former because he deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Dying like this at the hands of the homeless would be poetic justice. The latter was due to professional ethics. If this was indeed Yang Lai, then Tianhai City would face a storm, as a supernatural criminal capable of turning men into women would be terrifying to think about. Seeing Yang Xiao waiting in the distance after finishing her call, Chen Xing said to Situ Jie, "Director Situ, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After all, I'm on vacation. Please let me know if there are any developments in the case." "Okay." Situ Jie nodded. Chen Xing then turned to Lin Lijia. "Old Lin, you're still on duty, right?" Lin Lijia nodded, "Yeah." Chen Xing smiled. "Since we're heading back to the bureau anyway, you should go to the criminal investigation department to record a detailed statement and help me write the shooting report." Lin Lijia's eyes widened in shock. 30 to 70? Chen Xing laughed. "Exactly. Lin Lijie paused for a moment and then quickly understood. 30 to 70 doesn't seem matter. I actually quite enjoy recording statements and writing reports. Situ Jia looked at Lin Lijie speechlessly. If it didn't seem matter, why did you look so silly while laughing? He understood what 30 to 70 meant, especially since Yang Shou had issued a $1 million bounty, which was widely circulated in both the underworld and the legitimate world. When Chen Xing approached Yang Xiao, she took out a check and handed it to him. My cousin asked me to give this to you and said thank you. He also asked if you're interested in the 5 million bounty. Although it was uncertain whether the body below the neck was Yang Lai's, Yang Xiao was very sure about the head above it. Yang Lai was definitely dead. Even if they only found the head, that would still complete the bounty. Chen Xing shook his head and said, the methods of this murderer are too bizarre. If I were a woman, I might consider it, but unfortunately, I'm a man, and I still need to carry on the family line, so I won't get involved. Yeah, I think you should stay out of this mess. That guy deserved to die like this. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. Chen Xing laughed. It's noon. Let's have lunch together. I'll treat. Yang Xiao lightly flicked her short hair and said, I heard that martial artists spend a lot of money on training, so let me treat you. Your 100,000 isn't even as much as my monthly salary. Chen Xing immediately looked shocked. Rich lady, please support me. Really? If you say so, it's not impossible. Yang Xiao teased, her face slightly flushed. Chen Xing quickly corrected himself. Just kidding. Cut. To be honest, if Yang Xiao's overall score hadn't been just 89, he would have really considered it. Unfortunately, she fell short by 1 point, destined to remain just a regular beauty. After having lunch with Yang Xiao, Chen Xing pretended to have something to do and parted ways with her. Of course, that was just an excuse, but on his way home, he received a call from his lawyer. When he arrived at the tea house, the lawyer saw Chen Xing and sighed, Brother Xing, that Japanese and the Thai have strong connections. They actually found big shots in the city and the circle to pressure us, each only willing to compensate 100,000. Chen Xing wasn't angry. He smiled and said, okay, you can take the compensation first. I'll replace the others with their limbs. The two lawyers immediately shivered. If someone else said that, they might think the person was boasting, but when Chen Xing said it, he was serious. Chapter 21. Made $1 million in return. Although Chen Xing planned to take down Ishii, Ichiro, and Apollo, he did not rush to act. If he did it now, even if it was done secretly, it would be no different from telling everyone that he was the one who took them out. The two wouldn't be leaving Tianhai City anytime soon, so he had plenty of opportunities to act. As night fell, the dark light struck again. This time, his target was Sun Yao, another rich second generation. Although he wasn't as perverse and brutal as Yang Lai, he was still scum among scum. Chen Xing cheerfully squatted outside his house for a whole night, but ended up not seeing anyone. Damn, if only I had a logistics team responsible for collecting intelligence. Seeing that dawn was approaching, Chen Xing could only curse under his breath and leave. After returning home, he freshened up and caught up on some sleep before getting up again, because Lu Tong had invited him to a resort to soak in hot springs. When Chen Xing drove to the apartment where Lu Tong lived, he unexpectedly saw Chen Yuanlong and Ji Linglong sneaking around. What are you two doing? Chen Xing suddenly shouted, startling the two almost to the ground. Shoo! Chen Yuanlong raised his finger to signal Chen Xing to be quiet. Following their line of sight, Chen Xing quickly spotted an old man in his 60s hugging a young woman as they walked out of the apartment. Catching an affair? Chen Xing frowned, noticing that the young woman had a sin value of over 30. The old man, who looked a bit like a university professor, also had over 10. What is the background of that old man? Chen Yuanlong asked while taking photos. An old professor in his prime. But I had no idea he was so wealthy until I started following him. I heard that woman is actually a student. What a disgrace. Ji Linglong said with disgust. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes and said, get a contact number and send me their information later. These two have problems. Chen Yuanlong refused, sorry. Even though they're not our employer, we also have our rules. Chen Xing directly raised 2 fingers, 20,000. Chen Yuanlong immediately smiled, almost forgot. My main job is as a bounty hunter, so I can overlook the private detective's rules. Ji Linglong rolled her eyes, then took out 2 pieces of information from her bag and handed them to Chen Xing. Friendship price. Just 10,000 will do. Chen Xing smiled as he accepted the information. Although Ji Linglong was younger, she was clearly more sensible than Chen Yuanlong. All right, I'll recognize you two as friends. If you run into something you can't handle, you can come to me. Ji Linglong sweetly smiled. Thank you, Chief Chen. Although Chen Yuanlong felt a bit pained about the money, he understood that gaining Chen Xing's friendship was far more valuable than 10,000. Chen Xing looked over the information and immediately took out his phone to call a contact from another department. General, Are you free? On the other end of the line, Xing Daorong wanted to hit someone every time he heard the title general, since his name was clearly Xing Rong and not Xing Daorong. Don't mess around. Call me Captain Xing. Thank you. Chen Xing chuckled and said, I heard there's a reward of 500,000 for reporting that thing. Is it more for two? Xing Rong's eyes lit up at once. Good brother, quickly tell me what you found. Chen Xing glanced at the information in his hand and replied with a smile. I'll send you the info later. You can find someone to investigate it. It should be pretty accurate. Okay, if it's true, I'll treat you to a meal. Xing Rong's team was new and had been struggling with performance, so he didn't expect a lead to come so easily. Chen Xing said, just cash it out. Xing Rong rolled his eyes and replied, fine, a bowl of romantic pig feet rice is $15. So I'll cash out 20 for you, with extra meat. This time, it was Chen Xing's turn to be speechless. In the original owner's memories, this guy actually had a history of treating someone to pig's feet rice. All right, I have a date to go to goodbye. Damn, here's a hand for a happy breakup. Xing Rong finished speaking and hung up. After hanging up, Chen Xing used his phone camera to take pictures of the first 2 pages of the information and sent it to Xing Rong. The entire process happened right in front of Chen Yuanlong and Ji Linglong. At this moment, the two were dumbfounded. 500,000 for one piece of information, and it was worth 500,000. Their task was only worth 20,000. Wrap it up. Soon national security will follow up on these 2 spies. If you keep sneaking around like this, you'll be invited for tea. Upon hearing national security and spies, Chen Yuanlong and Ji Linglong finally reacted. They're actually spies? No way. How did you figure that out? Chen Xing smiled without answering, pointed at his brain, then at the information, and turned to leave. Chen Yuanlong covered his chest with his hand, looking heartbroken. Ooh, seeing him make $1 million with our data feels worse than being killed. Maybe. This is the gap between people. Ji Linglong genuinely admired Chen Xing. In their first meeting, he solved the case at an unbelievable speed. In their second meeting, he turned their information into a legal way to earn $1 million in national security rewards. Honestly, she was a bit curious about what kind of amazing performance he would display during their next encounter. After Chen Xing returned to the car and waited for a while, Lu Tong finally came down with 2 bags. She tilted her head and blinked. Sorry, I didn't know which swimsuit to choose. Can you help me pick later? Such an honor. Chen Xing smiled and said. The car started, and half an hour later, they arrived at the hot spring resort. It was also Chen Xing's first time at a hot spring resort. After all, soaking in a hot spring was not as comfortable as a massage bathtub at home. As for the so-called therapeutic effects of hot springs, what could it do for them, who had been soaking in precious medicinal herbs since childhood? However, it must be said that Lu Tong's figure was indeed great, and choosing between the black and purple bikinis was also challenging. In the end, Chen Xing followed Song Gu's advice, deciding that purple was more charming. After soaking in the VIP hot spring room for half an hour, they changed into casual bathrobes and played in the resort's entertainment center for the entire day. In the evening, there was a candlelight dinner. Lu Tong ordered a bottle of red wine and got herself drunk. Chen Xing scratched his head. Her acting was good, but she overlooked the fact that he was a martial artist. The breathing frequency and fluctuations of a person when drunk were different from when they were sober. Clearly, Lu Tong was pretending to be drunk to give him an opportunity. After bringing her back to the room and completing the system task, he wiped his mouth and left. Come on, you spent a whole day with her just to complete the system task. Women? Women only slowed down his punching speed. Of course, that excluded foot massages. Moreover, he was not far from becoming a master, and there was no need to ruin a great future for a moment of pleasure. Once he became a master, he would take on 10 at once, fighting until dawn. Chapter 22. The Bureau Chief. Feeling a bit unsteady? After Chen Xing left, Lu Tong stared blankly at the door. Wait, I was ready to give all away, and you just kissed me and left? She huffed, and all she could taste was the flavor of red wine. Damn it, what went wrong? The painkillers and contraceptive were all ready. Lu Tong tossed and turned all night. Her dark circles formed, but she still couldn't understand why Chen Xing left. The next morning, she finally understood. Because Chen Xing sent her a message. Sorry, I had to leave early last night due to a special mission. I had a great time. It's been a while since I felt so relaxed. Let us meet again when we have time. Special mission? Lu Tong raked her messy hair, remembering that she indeed heard a phone ringing while pretending to be drunk last night. As long as it's not my problem, phew, I really lost sleep over it. I definitely won tea, pretend to be drunk next time. Oof. This exceptional man, I've got my eye on him, just like a certain song says. What you can't have is always stirring. That is exactly how Lu Tong felt at this moment. Meanwhile, Chen Xing was cleaning the surgical knives in the back alley. After leaving the hot spring resort last night, he had squatted at that rich second-generation S house for another night, finally catching him around 2 in the morning. At this point, he probably had a bunch of balloons attached to him. The balloons were also taken from that rich kid S house. Enough for those rough men to relax thoroughly. Honestly, he wasn't sure if he was satisfying his own desires or really ridding society of pests. Anyway, punishing those who escaped legal consequences made him feel very pleased and fulfilled, as if he had realized his life's value. He caught up on sleep until noon. Chen Xing picked up his phone and smiled. General Lingling, Brother Xing, you're amazing. They really are 2 spies. The woman is from MI6. And we found guns and poison in her place. That professor was also corrupted with beauty and money. $1 million is already in process. It should arrive within 3 days. Chen Xing was speechless. Why tell him this? Did he want him to sign a confidentiality agreement? He then looked at the second message, which was from Lu Tong. Lu Tong, work is important. Let us reschedule next time. I know a few nice places. Chen Xing replied with a good and an emoji, then glanced at his fiancée's profile picture, which still hadn't changed, wondering if she was incommunicado. What a shame they weren't married yet. Otherwise, he could have claimed the insurance money. Chen Xing shook his head, freshened up, practiced for a while, and then went out to eat. Meanwhile, Yang Li's report had come out yesterday, and the match was naturally a perfect fit since he had personally handled it. Situ Jia also planned to close the case as Chen Xing suggested, considering it was already a supernatural case. Ironically, the Criminal Investigation Department went a bit crazy and snatched the case away. Situ Jia probably woke up laughing from nightmares last night. That evening, at the Public Investigation Department's gathering, Chief Chen, you look even more handsome lately. As soon as Chen Xing arrived, everyone at the 2 large tables stood up one after another to greet him. Situ Jia invited Chen Xing to sit next to him. Chief Chen, please sit here. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. What are you talking about, Chief Situ? You're being too polite, Chen Xing replied with a smile. Situ Jia raised his glass and said, First, on behalf of my colleagues in the Public Investigation Department, thank you. After you took over the Public Security Department, those gangs have become much more docile, and our workload has greatly decreased. Secondly, regarding the insurance case, if you hadn't solved it before it completely blew up, we would have faced a lot of pressure from above. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Chen Xing. Cheers to Chief Chen. Everyone in the Public Investigation Department sincerely thanked Chen Xing. Actually, Situ Jia had one more thing to say, which was about the Eye-Gouging Maniac case. Although the main pressure was on the Criminal Investigation Department, the Public Investigation Department was also under significant stress. If they couldn't solve the case, half of the team leaders and deputy team leaders in the entire bureau would probably be demoted. However, he didn't say it, but everyone understood. If it weren't for Chen Xing's intervention, half of their team leaders and deputy leaders would have already been downgraded. Seeing this, Chen Xing immediately stood up to toast everyone back. Honestly, given the current atmosphere, if Chen Xing said he wanted to be the bureau chief, everyone present would probably be willing to serve him. Zhang Buoxing. Oh no, are they coming for me? At the bureau, in the bureau chief's office, Zhang Buoxing, who was working overtime, couldn't help but shift in his seat. He wasn't sure if it was his hemorrhoids acting up or something else, but felt like he wasn't sitting comfortably. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the door. Zhang Buoxing frowned. Come in. Wang Jiang rushed into the office, looking flustered. Not good, bureau chief. Another rich second generation has been you-know-what. Zhang Buoxing jumped up from his seat. This was developing into a serial case, and the victims were all wealthy and influential people. He was about to retire in a couple of years. If this continued, he'd be lucky not to be demoted before retirement. This year had truly been cursed. Why were there so many crazy criminals causing trouble in Tianhai? Bureau chief, can we let Chen Xing? Wang Jiang hesitated to say. Zhang Buoxing shot him a glare. Forget it. You are the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, and he's in the Public Security Department. You need to handle this yourself. Wang Jiang was speechless. He wanted to handle it himself, but he just didn't have the ability. There weren't this many tricky cases next door before. At the restaurant, Chen Xing had drunk quite a bit. Although he was drunk, he was about to burst. I need to go to the restroom. I need to go too. Let us go together. Situ Jia stood up and followed. The hotel's restroom was at the end of the hallway, past a row of private rooms. As Chen Xing walked by, the door of a private room next to the restroom opened, and a few rough-looking men walked out. The leader was chewing on a toothpick, with a scar by his mouth, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a character from a Hong Kong movie. Chen Xing immediately activated his identification to check the few men. Sure enough, the lowest crime value was over 103, Each one was a criminal-level existence. The young man at the back saw Chen Xing staring at them and raised his fist, threatening to hit him. "What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll knock your shit out." Situ Jia's face darkened immediately. These people were already suspicious, and now they dared to provoke them. Chen Xing raised his hand to pat Situ Jia, saying, "Forget it, they're probably from some big faction. It's better to avoid trouble." Situ Jia nodded in agreement and followed Chen Xing toward the restroom. The leader glanced back at Chen Xing and Situ Jia's figures, then coldly shot a glare at the companion at the back. That guy just now is a top-notch expert, the ruthless Iron Hand, a bane to criminals. The living Yama, Chen Xing. We weren't armed, and we were in a hallway like this. If we had started fighting, we would have been wiped out. Do you understand, you idiot? Huh? Chapter 23. Underflow. After entering the restroom, Chen Xing immediately jumped to the wall, grabbing the ventilation window to do pull-ups. The ventilation window of the restroom faced the parking lot outside. Situ Jia looked at Chen Xing in disbelief, not understanding why he climbed the wall and stuck his head out of the ventilation window. "Director Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Xing adjusted his position and turned to say, "That group of people just now are definitely the most ruthless of the ruthless. They probably came here to do something big." "Huh?" Situ Jia, who was slightly tipsy, instantly sobered up. He immediately mimicked Chen Xing and hung from the ventilation window to look out. Just then, that group of people walked out of the restaurant and got into two somewhat shabby secondhand cars. He didn't have X-ray vision, so he couldn't see anything, but Chen Xing saw the hidden weapons under their car seats. Chen Xing chuckled, "TSK. Old Zhang's position is probably coming to an end. If I were him, I would immediately feign illness and go to the hospital, hand the position over to the deputy director, and wait for the deputy to take the blame before coming back to take over." Situ Jia couldn't help but twitch his lips. This move was simply devious. If the deputy director found out, he would probably want to get rid of Chen Xing. Soon, the two cars drove away. Situ Jia and Chen Xing also climbed down from the ventilation window. When they turned around, they saw several guests who were using the restroom looking at them with strange expressions. Situ Jia felt a bit embarrassed, but Chen Xing nonchalantly zipped up and started to urinate between the two occupied stalls. The two people next to them quickly left with dark faces, feeling somewhat unwilling and jealous. Back at the dining table, Situ Jia began to feel uneasy. "Director Chen, what do you think those people are up to? Based on my years of movie-watching experience, they're either here to rob or to kill, or they might be here to break someone out of prison." Situ Jia's face grew more worried. Chen Xing added with a smile, "Of course, they might just be passing by." Situ Jia was somewhat speechless. He didn't dare to hold onto any lucky thoughts. Chen Xing stood up and said, "All right, we've eaten and drunk enough. I'm leaving first. Staying up late isn't good for your health. I'll see you off." Situ Jia stood up and followed Chen Xing to the door. Seeing him so worried because of his words, Chen Xing reminded him, "If you want to be cautious, it's best to report to your superiors before taking action. That group has high combat capabilities. Even if your whole team goes, it would probably just be sending food to the slaughter. By the way, I'm going on a vacation in 2 days to relax. I hope I won't have to rush back because of any bad news." Situ Jia forced a smile, wondering if they were really that weak that sending the whole team would just mean sending food. However, he still took Chen Xing's words to heart. After all, even if that group of ruthless criminals were all killed, it wouldn't compare to the sacrifice of one of his subordinates. Reporting something like this without evidence would likely just get him scolded by his superiors. After Chen Xing took a car home, he immediately washed up and went to sleep, planning to take a break for the next month. After all, if he left in the dark light, didn't commit crimes, then came back and it started again, what was the difference from self-sabotage? 2 days of peace later, Chen Xing boarded a plane and left. Meanwhile, the group of ruthless criminals Chen Xing had mentioned to Situ Jia had been scouting the route between the court and the prison for the past few days. They had come to break someone out of prison, specifically to rescue the boss's brother. After 3 days of scouting, the leader and Sanni finally chose the action location. "Let's carry out the operation here. Before the action, Old 8 and Old 9. You two go to the large shopping mall on the other side and create a bomb scare with fake bombs. Given the temperament of the people here, they will surely divert all their forces there, leaving other areas weak. The nearby Sky Eye power supply system is here. We'll blow it up during the operation. After rescuing the boss's brother, we'll meet at this point and split into 3 groups to leave. Old 3 and I will take the boss's brother for plastic surgery. Your group will directly take the pre-purchased plane tickets out of the country, and your group will leave by car." Everyone nodded, fully convinced by Insani's plan. There are 10 days left before the trial. You all stay here during this time, and Old 2 and Little 5 can handle meals." Hearing this, Old 9, who had provoked Chen Xing that day, turned pale. "Huh? We have to stay in a room for 10 days. And Sani approached him with a stern face and said, "If you can't stay put, I'll have you train harder later." Old 9 immediately waved his hands. No, big brother, I didn't mean I couldn't stay." And Sani snorted coldly and warned, "Once we get back, you could do whatever you want, but while we're here, you'd better restrain yourself." Oh. Old 9 nodded and stopped talking. At Yellow Crane Tower, the ancients have already ridden the Yellow Crane away, leaving only the empty Yellow Crane Tower here. The Yellow Crane never returns, and the white clouds linger endlessly. The clear river reveals the trees of Hanyang. Fragrant grass thrives on Parrot Island. As dusk falls, where's my hometown? The misty waves on the river make one feel sorrowful. Chen Xing, dressed in traditional Hanfu, leaned against the window with a drink, looking at the scenery outside while silently reciting the poem, savoring the talent of ancient literati. This poem was indeed exquisite. No wonder even the proud Li Bai was willing to bow down to it. Crack! A sound of someone taking a photo came from a distance. Chen Xing turned to look and saw two young girls blushing as they quickly put away their phones, embarrassed after being caught taking candid shots. Professional paparazzi would always set their phone cameras to silent, clearly indicating that the two were not professionals. To ease their embarrassment, Chen Xing joked, $5 for a photo, 15 for a group shot. However, it seemed the two took it seriously. One of them pulled out her phone for a friend and happily approached Chen Xing. "I'll just take 2 photos. Chen Xing momentarily didn't know what to say, but to avoid making them feel awkward, he reluctantly posed for the photos. This led to a mess. After the 2 girls finished taking pictures, other tourists nearby mistook him for a scenic spot and rushed over for group photos. Fortunately, the staff eventually came to his rescue and kindly asked him to leave. "Next time, we'll call the police." Chen Xing really wanted to show his ID and tell them they could talk to him about any issues, but this wasn't Tian Hai, so it was better to keep a low profile. Being summoned for tea by colleagues would be quite awkward. However, the scenic spot could never have imagined that these group photos would soon attract a significant amount of attention, only for the sudden influx of fame to vanish in an instant. Many tourists who couldn't find Chen Xing for photos lodged complaints with the local cultural tourism office. After playing around for a week, Chen Xing arrived at Wuyumen. Wuyumen was a new sect founded by the king of horizontal training, Tai Hailong, and its signature skill was the 13 bodyguards of horizontal training. However, when Chen Xing met Tai Hailong, he frowned. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The murderer of Master Gu Aisha was not Tai Hailong, as Tai Hailong's evil value was only 9. Chapter 24. Chen Xing's unique skill. Tai Hailong was a robust, somewhat balding middle-aged man. Although he looked only 40, he was actually over 70. This meant that he was at least 60 when he pursued Gu Aisha. TSK. Truly a case of age being no barrier to ambition. Shamelessly so. Chen Xing raised his hand in greeting and said, "I am Chen Xing, a descendant of the God Marquis Mansion's Tai Yoxia, currently serving in the government. I have come to visit the Iron Sect Master, who is known as the King of Horizontal Refinement in the 9 provinces." Tai Hailong was somewhat surprised. "Is that true? The God Marquis Mansion's Tai Yoxia is an ancestor of my Tai family." Chen Xing was also surprised. "Oh, then we truly are fated." "Whether we are fated or not will be determined by your skills," Tai Hailong said, revealing a disdainful smile. Chen Xing was speechless, estimating that Tai Hailong thought he was deliberately trying to curry favor, not knowing that he originally intended to scout the place for an assassination. "Then please, Iron Sect Master, enlighten me." Chen Xing was quite excited. After crossing over, he quickly absorbed the memories of the original owner and unknowingly perfected all the martial arts techniques he had mastered. He was certain he was a martial arts prodigy, otherwise the system wouldn't have randomly assigned him someone. Among first-rate masters, he had no rivals. And although there was originally a master in Tian Hai, that person had gone traveling, and he had no opportunity to spar with a master. The two went to the Wulumin training ground, where disciples and followers rushed over to watch. The sparring partner this time is so young. This person somehow knows that the sect master's ancestor is the Iron Hand Tai Yoxia, and he actually claims to be his descendant. The sect master hates this kind of relationship building. Woohoo, he's doomed. So young, probably only second-rate at most. I bet the sect master will let him have 3 moves, and he'll be sent flying with a single punch. These people spoke loudly, not afraid of Chen Xing hearing them, or perhaps they were deliberately mocking him. However, Chen Xing didn't care. After all, it was just a bunch of useless people barking like dogs. Tai Hailong took off his upper garment, revealing muscles like cast bronze. "Come on, I'll give you 3 moves." Then thank you, Iron Sect Master, Chen Xing said, raising his fists and clashing them together in front of his chest. In the next second, 3 energy rings appeared around his wrists, and then his forearms turned dark red. Not far away, a disciple couldn't help but shout, "What the hell?" Second stage, armed, colored, domineering. Smack! The attendant next to him jumped up and slapped the disciple on the back of the head. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, the sect master expels you. The disciple, looking aggrieved, replied, "Why would the sect master expel me?" The attendant said, exasperated, "Because this is the ruthless Iron Hand, one of our Wulaman's basic martial arts." Not only the disciple who was slapped, but the others were also stunned. What? This is the ruthless Iron Hand? How can the ruthless Iron Hand look like this? Upon hearing this, the attendant felt a bit oxygen deprived and raised his hand to hit someone again. At this moment, Tai Hailong spoke up. This is not the ordinary ruthless Iron Hand, but the blood-casting Iron Hand, a realm of the ruthless Iron Hand that I have yet to reach. There are only a few lines describing it at the end of the manual. Tai Hailong began to believe that Chen Xing was indeed a descendant of his ancestor Tai Yoxia, as this blood-casting Iron Hand was truly impressive. Historically, besides his ancestor Tai Yoxia, no one else had mastered this unique skill. Young man, it seems we really are fated. The perfected blood-casting Iron Hand. The 3-ringed energy flow technique, you're quite empty and hungry, right? Because an average first-rate master would at least be severely injured by a hit from you. Ha, come on. Kid, hit me head on. Let it all out. The surrounding disciples fell silent. Sect Master, do you really want to hear what you're saying? Chen Xing was also speechless. Even a pervert like him felt it was excessive. At this moment, he was tempted to turn around and leave. But since the 3 rings were activated, it would be a huge loss not to fight. After all, the energy consumption when forming the energy rings was quite significant. Just like a big vehicle starting up, the initial consumption is the highest, but it gradually decreases after that. Then I won't hold back. Chen Xing stomped his feet and launched himself at Tai Hailong like a cannonball. Boom! After his figure flew out, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, as if delayed. Clang! Chen Xing's fist landed on Tai Hailong's chest, producing a metallic collision sound. A wave of energy rippled out, startling everyone around the training ground. Tai Hailong was pushed back a step. A fist imprint with skin cracks appeared on his chest. He touched the imprint, and his expression became serious. Truly formidable. Although it's just a minor flesh wound, you're the 5th person to break through my defenses and the only one below the master level. As he said this, he added proudly, truly worthy of my ancestor Tai Yoxia's Iron Hand secret technique. Chen Xing was speechless. What was truly impressive was not the martial arts technique, but the person using the technique. His second punch aimed at Tai Hailong's waist. Using the iron wire fist's layered cannon punch, the 3 energy rings collided together, compressing like a spring. Clearly, this punch was even more powerful than the last. Tai Hailong didn't dare be careless. As a horizontal refinement master, his martial arts accumulation was naturally extensive. He immediately channeled most of his energy to avoid being severely injured by a single hit. Bang! A loud metallic clash echoed once more. Tai Hailong was pushed back again, this time 3 steps, and the fist imprint turned into a bruise. Chen Xing felt a bit disappointed, yet also excited. Truly a horizontal refinement master. This is the last move. I can't draw blood, I concede. Chen Xing dispersed the energy from his left hand and concentrated it all into his right hand. Then he opened his right fist and extended 2 fingers like a sword. Next, he grasped his right wrist with his left hand, compressing the blood-casting color from his elbow to his palm. The 3 energy rings slowly pushed to the tips of his 2 fingers. A strange, sharp sound vibrated from his fingers, sending chills down the spines of those listening. Tai Hailong was dumbfounded. What the hell, this young man? I'll let you have 3 moves out of consideration, not to let you beat me to death. I'm not a grandmaster. Calm down. Chen Xing exhaled. This move he had pondered for a long time had a low success rate and tolerance, as the preparation was too long. Now that he could execute it, it was destined that Tai Hailong would face a bloody disaster today. 3-ring pierce. He launched himself again, aiming his fingers at Tai Hailong's shoulder. Tai Hailong couldn't hold back anymore and tried to use the perfected iron sand palm to catch the move, but his palm was still pierced through. Fortunately, Chen Xing's fingers passed between his finger bones, only tearing the flesh and not damaging the bones. Hey, 3 moves are over, young man. Tai Hailong sneered and swiftly struck his palm towards Chen Xing. Chapter 25. Investigating the case. Bang. After Chen Xing was hit by a palm from Tai Hailong, he staggered back 5 steps before dissipating all the force. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between himself and a master without any cheats. Thank you for the guidance, Master Tai. Tai Hailong nodded at the acupoint on his injured hand, forcibly stopping the bleeding, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, you kid really are something. Below the masters, you are definitely among the strongest. However, practicing offense without defense. How can you claim to inherit from my family's ancestor, Iron Hand? Chen Xing replied helplessly. I want to practice too, but my grandfather left for the army in a hurry and forgot to pass down the protective skills before he left. He probably never thought he would never return. I see. Tai Hailong nodded. Then his eyes sparkled as he smiled and said, How about this? If you're willing to take me as your master, I can teach you the 13 guardians of horizontal training and provide you with all the resources to reach the master level. If Chen Xing had no cheats, he would have considered apprenticeship, but as someone with cheats, taking on a master would be a foolish constraint. After all, the rule of once a master, always a father is still recognized by many here, and once branded with the crime of betraying one's master and ancestors. One would be ostracized and despised by all reputable sections. He could wear a mask to be the dark light, but once he took it off, he had to maintain the image of a righteous person. As being a good person in the public, I brings more benefits. Sorry, Master Tai, I already have a master. Tai Hailong asked curiously, Oh, who is it? Chen Xing replied, A hermit. It's inconvenient to disclose his name. Tai Hailong didn't press further, as conflicts in the martial world are rampant, and many people who fear being hunted by enemies choose to live incognito. All right, I won't insist. Come with me. I'll treat you to a drink. Chen Xing cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Master Tai. Tai Hailong jokingly said, Why be so polite? Just call me Uncle Tai. Okay, Uncle Tai. Chen Xing smiled. Their families indeed had a connection, so he could respectfully call him that. In the garden, while Tai Hailong extended his hand for someone to bandage his wound, he drank heartily from a jar of wine. Chen Xing looked at the basketball-sized old wine jar in front of him and felt a mix of amusement and despair. It seemed impossible to finish this jar of wine today. He probably wouldn't be leaving. As they drank, they chatted about family matters, martial arts, and past events in the martial world. Before they knew it, evening arrived, and there were 2 or 3 more wine jars on the ground. Chen Xing finally felt nauseous from drinking. I can't take it anymore, Uncle. I've truly reached my limit today. Seeing that he really couldn't handle it any longer, Tai Hailong said, All right, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun drinking. I've arranged a room for you. Go rest for a bit and leave tomorrow, as things outside aren't peaceful. Chen Xing thought Tai Hailong was worried about him getting into trouble on the way if he drank too much, so he accepted the offer gratefully. Okay, thank you, Uncle. When Chen Xing woke up, it was already noon the next day. He rubbed his temples, realizing he had drunkenly lost track of time yesterday. Being in an unfamiliar place, he had indeed been too careless. After all, if Tai Hailong had ill intentions, it would have been disastrous. However, he quickly regretted thinking that way, as when he lifted the blanket, he was stunned to find a large stack of wild martial arts manuals in his bed. Many people don't know that the 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training is actually composed of 15 manuals, namely Iron Head Skill, Iron Arm Skill, Iron Elbow Skill, Iron Fist Skill, Iron Palm Skill, Iron Finger Skill, Iron Knee Skill, Iron Leg Skill, Iron Cloth Shirt, etc., plus the general manual Arhut Returns and the internal skill Internal Explosion. Chen Xing couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing he had underestimated Tai Hailong's intentions. From the names, it was clear these manuals came from Shaolin Temple, where entry requirements include being a virgin, and only after achieving mastery could one break free from that condition. He happened to meet the requirements. But achieving mastery before becoming a master was probably quite difficult. After all, the 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training couldn't be cultivated just through understanding. It required years of hardening the body, unless he could add some deep blue. However, practicing would still be beneficial. Making himself tougher was never a bad idea. Luckily, he had brought a bag with him yesterday, so he didn't have to worry about how to carry the manuals away. After all, it was clear that Tai Hailong had secretly given them to him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been placed in his bed, but rather on the table or bedside. He got up, washed up with disposable items in the bathroom, and then went to bid farewell to Tai Hailong. Thank you for the special gifts, Uncle. I won't forget this kindness. Enjoy them. I have high hopes for you, Tai Hailong said with a knowing smile. After leaving the Wulo Gate, Chen Xing returned to the hotel, changed into a new outfit, and put on his identification. He planned to go to the local police station at the scene of the incident to review the case files and learn more details about the old case. His master, Gu Aisha, had been a famous beauty in the martial world back then, and the murder had caused quite a stir. The Martial Arts Association would definitely pressure the police to conduct a thorough investigation, so the documentation would be very detailed. After meeting with the head of the authorities and chatting for a while, he received authorization. After all, His reputation as the evil Bane Chen had spread throughout the department through the news. Since this was a significant unresolved case, if it could be solved during his tenure, it would certainly be a major achievement. Thus, the head of the authorities not only authorized Chen Xing to review the case files, but also arranged for an old martial arts detective who had participated in the investigation to assist him. The known information is as follows. The murder scene was at a resort where a well-known figure in the martial world, Sun, held an exchange meeting. The invited guests were all experts from the province, including Tai Hailong and Gu Aisha's master, Lu Qingxue, who attended the banquet. Tai Hailong had long admired Lu Qingxue and had even approached her privately, promising her various benefits if she became his woman. Unfortunately, Lu Qingxue rejected him, and 3 days later, she was found brutally murdered in her room. Tai Hailong became the prime suspect in this case. Fortunately, he had an alibi for that night. The old rascal had gone to a club with others and had left partial evidence in the club's trash can. Chen Xing really didn't know how to comment on this old iron. All the other guests also had alibis. Some were cheating, some were gambling, some were looking for prostitutes in their rooms, some were watching movies in their rooms, and some were at the resort bar trying to pick up young girls. To be honest, after reading all of this, Chen Xing felt like he had opened his eyes. Is this the private life of experts? With such self-discipline, it seems he is not yet considered an expert. Chen Xing then flipped through the case registration book and found that there had been no similar murders in the area for 3 years. He inquired about nearby cities, and while there were similar cases, the styles were different. Moreover, 2 of the suspects had already been captured and executed before this case. Finally, Chen Xing narrowed his focus down to the internal affairs of the 100 Cracks sect. Recently, he had come across a clue that wasn't exactly a lead. Chapter 26. Director Chen is about to solve the case again. Chen Xing lightly tapped on the table. Not long ago, during his investigation of the 100 Cracks sect, he discovered that the current leader, Zhang Shiro, got married 3 years after Lu Qingshue's incident. The groom was a notorious scoundrel in the martial arts world. Zhang Shiro was also a beauty, but marrying such a disreputable man must mean he had something to hold over her. The investigators at the time couldn't possibly follow a case for 3 years, so this detail wasn't recorded. Moreover, not everyone can connect so many dots from these details. It seemed he had to pay a visit to the 100 Cracks sect. After bidding farewell to the authorities, Chen Xing immediately took a train to the city where the 100 Cracks sect was located. As a sect composed entirely of women, it would be unwise for a man to visit casually. However, the married leader Zhang Shiro and her husband were unlikely to live within the sect, so he just needed to find their residence and go directly to their door. Thanks to his identity, it was quite easy for him to obtain this information, and the security guards not only dare not stop him, but also answered all his questions. Chen Xing asked, "How's their relationship?" The guard scratched his head and replied, "Well, it's a bit strange." Curious, Chen Xing inquired, "What's strange about it?" The guard looked around and whispered, "That Wangzhe brings women home. And Zhang Zouman doesn't seem to mind at all. Plus, they've been married for so many years and still have no children. I also heard that Wangzhe hasn't worked and spends all of Zhang Zouman's money on eating, drinking, and having fun. It's a good thing Zhang Zouman's family is in real estate. Otherwise, how could they afford such a scumbag? All right, thank you for your cooperation." Chen Xing felt his initial suspicions were likely correct. Zhang Shiro definitely had something on Wangzhe. Otherwise, she would just be a perverse cuckold. Just then, a sports car drove into the community. The guard glanced over and said, "Comrade, it's Zhang Zouman coming." Oh! Chen Xing activated his X-ray and identification eyes to look at the sports car. He saw a fair-skinned, voluptuous, sweet-looking woman with at least a 96-point beauty score driving the car with a dazed expression. Her evil value of 20 was more glaring than 2 snow peaks. Chen Xing's suspicion, which was originally at 60%, shot up to 90%. The remaining 10% didn't rule out the possibility that her evil value stemmed from other activities. It seemed today was his lucky day. Saying this, Chen Xing went directly to the elevator entrance of the underground parking lot to wait. When Zhang Shiro arrived, he smiled and took out his credentials. "Zhang Zouman, I'm from the Patrol Bureau. I'd like to ask you a few questions." Although Zhang Shiro looked sweet, her personality was quite tough. She flatly refused without any expression. "I'm sorry, I don't have time for your inquiries. If you need my cooperation for an investigation, please show me the Bureau's documents and I'll have to see if I have the time." "Do you really think your original plan was flawless?" Chen Xing immediately launched a psychological attack upon seeing this. Zhang Shiro continued, walking straight to the elevator without stopping, pressing the button. Chen Xing became more convinced it was her. After all, normal people would momentarily be stunned upon hearing such nonsensical remarks. wondering what he meant. Wang Zhe left an insurance policy in the electronic password box, and a hacker recently dug it up and gave it to me. Chen Xing assessed Zhang Xiro's figure, revealing a sly smile. At midnight, at the abandoned amusement park in Beishan, I'll be waiting for you. If I don't get what I want, don't blame me. If Wang Zhe can do it, I have no reason not to be able to, right? Zhang Xiro, despite trying to suppress her emotions, couldn't help but tremble. Fear, anger, and resentment flickered across her face. After leaving the parking lot, Chen Xing immediately went to a blind spot of the surveillance cameras and activated his ghostly steps. With a few flashes, he teleported behind the curtains and arrived at Zhang Xiro's home first. He then quickly took out a listening device from his backpack and installed it around the house. When he heard footsteps at the door, he immediately teleported to the roof of the opposite building through the window. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiro slammed her handbag heavily on the table and took out her phone to call Wang Zhe. Bastard, why did you leave the backup for Liu Qingshue's incident in the electronic password box? It was stolen by hackers, do you know that? Wang Zhe, who was busy flirting with a girl, had been full of joy just moments ago, but his expression changed completely. Wait, I'm coming back right now. After hanging up, he immediately ended the call. Chen Xing, listening from the opposite building, was stunned. He had only intended to bluff Zhang Xiro. After all, he didn't need any evidence. As long as he was 100% sure it was her, he could just kill her and fulfill Gu Aisha's commission. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe really left such important evidence in the electronic password box. This increased the operability. The bounty for this unsolved case was as high as 10 million, jointly offered by the 100 Cracks sect, the Martial Arts Association, and the authorities. First, he would call outside to bring a few trustworthy people over that night. Zhang Xiro and Wang Zhe would definitely come to the abandoned amusement park to kill him. At that time, they could directly catch them at the murder scene. Second, he could use the power of the patrol bureau to capture Wang Zhe, as long as the cyber department intervened. They would definitely find that evidence from his phone and computer. However, he didn't have direct evidence for the latter. The patrol bureau wouldn't cooperate with him. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with the patrol bureau, so if someone tipped Wang Zhe off, leading him to destroy evidence or escape, it would be troublesome. Thus, the first plan had a higher feasibility, catching the two on-site and retrieving evidence from Wang Zhe's phone and computer. Then, after taking them down for the bounty, he could secretly dispose of them afterward. Perfect. With this thought in mind, Chen Xing immediately dialed Lao Tai's number. This is how it is. I'm sorry, Sherbois. I actually suspected you at first, which is why I went to see you. But after meeting you, I knew such an upright person could never be the murderer. Tai Hailong replied with a tone of relief. You brat. Why apologize? I should be the one thanking you. The death of Qingshu Shimi has been a pain in my life. Others say I liked her for her looks, but they don't know I fell in love with her at first sight when I was young. I just felt unworthy of her since I hadn't become a master. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing said, the unattainable things in youth will ultimately haunt a person for life. I understand, Sherbois. Tai Hailong, after hearing this, was indeed moved and fell into a daze for a long time. This saying is really nice. All right, enough talk. I'll go find some people and try to get there before evening. I want to let these two scoundrels off. After hanging up, Chen Xing smiled at the opposite building. Another good show was about to begin. Chapter 27 Smot Kapitule 12, 0 Uhr nachts. Under the bright moonlight, in a dilapidated and desolate abandoned amusement park, Chen Xing suddenly began to whistle and hum a song while sitting on a carousel. It was said that Snow White was on the run, Little Red Riding Hood was worried about the Big Bad Wolf, and the Mad Hatter liked Alice. The Iron Sea Dragon, a veteran of the Martial Arts Association, along with members of the Criminal Investigation Department, were momentarily stunned upon hearing the song. It was quite melodious, though in this scene, it felt a bit frightening. Soon, someone reacted, quietly communicating through the earpiece. Attention, it should be Zhang Xiro and Wang Zhe coming. They are both skilled in lightness techniques. Everyone immediately understood that Chen Xing's sudden whistling and singing were meant to draw the two towards the carousel. Otherwise, if they searched randomly in the amusement park, they might discover their ambush. As expected, Zhang Xiro soon arrived at the carousel upon hearing the sound. I'm here. Chen Xing did not look at her, but instead glanced behind him, where Wang Zhe was slowly approaching, preparing to ambush him. It seems you're not alone. Zhang Xiro's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Wang Zhe, this useless person, to be discovered so quickly. She pulled out 2 butterfly knives from her trench coat, directly revealing her intentions, because I know that a compromise will only bring endless trouble to myself. I've made that mistake once, and I don't want to repeat it. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Wang Zhe jumped down from tree. Your ears are pretty sharp, but your brain isn't very useful. Choosing to ambush in a place where no one can hear you call for help. As he spoke, he suddenly twitched his hand, and a silver needle shot out. Chen Xing kicked a nearby wooden horse, which flew up and blocked the incoming needle. Meanwhile, Zheng Shiro seized the opportunity to rush over. However, as she reached the carousel area, a large wooden box beside it exploded. Bang! Iron Sea Dragon appeared and blocked her dual knives with a single palm. The knives struck Iron Sea Dragon, creating sparks, and then were bounced away. Iron Sea Dragon. Upon recognizing him, Zheng Shiro realized this was a trap targeting their couple. Kneel down! Iron Sea Dragon unleashed a palm strike from afar, creating an air explosion. Zheng Shiro was about to run when she was hit from behind by this empty palm strike and fell to the ground. Wang Zhe, who had rushed towards Chen Xing, sensed something was wrong and turned to abandon Zheng Shiro and flee. But others hiding in the shadows also revealed themselves, knowing that the opponents were lightness technique experts. Iron Sea Dragon had brought 4 skilled martial artists to assist. Moreover, the Criminal Investigation Department personnel had prepared a large capturing net for the operation. Just as Wang Zhe took off, 2 large nets descended from the sky and enveloped him. The 4 lightness technique experts surrounded him to prevent him from escaping the net. With ample preparation, everything was surprisingly simple. Although Iron Sea Dragon was lecherous, he did not treat Zheng Shiro kindly. After injuring her with a palm strike, he immediately went over and stomped on one of her legs, breaking it. Crack! Zheng Shiro screamed in agony, clutching her leg. How dare you still call out? You wretched woman! Iron Sea Dragon raised his palm, ready to deal a heavy blow to Zheng Shiro. Seeing this, Chen Xing rushed over to stop him. After all, Zheng Shiro could only die at the hands of the dark light. Master, calm down, calm down. This wretched woman caused Qing Xue's death. How can you expect me to calm down? Iron Sea Dragon's strength was terrifying. Chen Xing felt like he was about to be lifted off the ground, becoming a mere ornament in his hand. Chen Xing quickly changed his approach. No, what I mean is that killing her like this would be too easy for her. How about you cripple another of her legs? Turn her from a lightness technique master into a paraplegic, from a high and mighty sect leader into a despised prisoner. And finally, have her executed in despair. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Upon hearing this, Iron Sea Dragon immediately lowered his hand. All right, let her live a few more days. The Criminal Investigation Department personnel breathed a sigh of relief. After all, alive criminals and dead criminals were not the same. Moreover, letting Iron Sea Dragon, who had no law enforcement authority, kill someone like this would have been problematic for them. Fortunately, Chen Xing managed to calm this short-tempered king of brute strength, or they would have had a headache. The officers looked at Chen Xing with immense gratitude. Not only had he helped solve this long-standing case, but he had also set a trap to capture the 2 criminals and even ensure the criminals were safe under Iron Sea Dragon's hands. This was their benefactor. Cough, cough. This was their esteemed benefactor. Captain Shun, thank you so much. Our city bureau can finally wash away the shame this major case brought us. Chen Xing smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Escort the criminals away first. After all, you are enforcing the law in a different jurisdiction, and delays could lead to changes. The criminal investigation personnel understood exactly what Chen Xing meant. Zheng Shiro's family background was not ordinary. Her sect was a local power, and she was still the leader. If the 2 sides reacted, it would lead to a lot of trouble. Moreover, there might be their people in the bureau here, and if they intervened, it would be even more troublesome. All right, we are truly grateful. They expressed their gratitude once more and hurriedly escorted the 2 away. Iron Sea Dragon said, I'll keep an eye on the whole process to prevent anyone from playing tricks. Let us go together. When I have time, I'll treat you to drinks at Wulaman. Okay, master, I'll definitely come by the next time I have a holiday. Chen Xing replied with a smile. Iron Sea Dragon nodded and called his companions to leave together. After returning to the hotel, Chen Xing changed into a set of black clothes and secretly went to Zheng Shiro's house. This place would soon be sealed off for investigation, and he needed to recover the listening devices in advance. These devices were borrowed secretly from his fiancée, Yi, and he had to return them after use. While retrieving the listening devices, he accidentally discovered several secret manuals hidden in a compartment in the study. Tangmen Dark Weapons Manual, Tangmen Ghost Shadow Stealth Steps, Tangmen Poison Scripture, 100 Cracks Leg, 100 Cracks Palm, Flying Crane Leg, Subtle Jade Skill, Unyielding Golden Gun Skill. Unyielding Golden Gun Skill? After tucking the Unyielding Golden Gun Skill into his pocket, Chen Xing took out his phone and began photographing the other manuals page by page. After all, if he took all the manuals away, when the investigators sealed off the place and checked things with Zheng Shiro and Wang Zhe, they would surely find the manuals missing. He would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. However, if he left this one behind, Zhang Shiro would probably think Wang Zhe had forgotten it at some mistress's house. After putting the manuals back in the safe, Chen Xing cleaned up any traces and left immediately. Next, he would wait for the evidence to be dug out from Wang Zhe's phone and computer. Chapter 28: Breaking Legs. Jingnan City Bureau. Bureau Chief Xiang Yunan was warmly welcoming Chen Xing. He presented a small gift of Jingnan specialties, hoping that Section Chief Chen wouldn't mind. Chen Xing opened the ceramic jar, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. Is this top grade, Enchiyilu? Did Bureau Chief Xiang really part with it? Xiang Yunan smiled and said, a sword for a hero, good tea for a godcatcher. If it weren't for Section Chief Chen's help, this long-standing case wouldn't know when it would be solved. Although the tea was precious, it couldn't compare to the credit Chen Xing brought him. Moreover, building a good relationship with Chen Xing would be beneficial for handling tricky cases in the future. He wouldn't have to face demotion like the previous bureau chief. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing knew that the case had been completely resolved. Was the evidence found so quickly? Xiang Yunan nodded. Yes, it was on his phone. This beast even recorded videos and often admired them. To avoid being executed, he sold out his wife, Zhang Shiro, revealing how she was jealous of Lu Qingsu and how he was instructed to kill her. Indeed, quite a beast. After understanding the case and confirming there wouldn't be any other issues, Chen Xing took his leave. As for his reward, he would probably have to wait for the department's approval. After leaving Jingnan, Chen Xing took a high-power telescope to Wudong Mountain. Next, he planned to use his ghost step to secretly rush back to Tianhai, deal with Ishikawa, Ichiro, and Apollo, and then return. The distance between the two places was over 1,000 kilometers. Even if someone suspected him, he had a perfect and irrefutable alibi. On Wudong Mountain, at a high cliff. After confirming that no one was around, Chen Xing took out his backup phone and opened the map navigation. After confirming the direction, he used the telescope to look at the mountaintop on the horizon. The next second, Ghost Step activated. The scenery in front of him seemed to flow backward, and after stabilizing his posture, he immediately looked around. Confirming no one was there, he took out his backup phone and telescope to check the direction again. This time, the horizon showed a city. Since cities have a larger population and higher uncertainty, he decided to focus on the clouds on the horizon. Inhaling, exhaling, he took a deep breath and activated his ability again. This time, he arrived in the clouds, with the blazing sun overhead and the wind howling. Because he was prepared, when weightlessness occurred, he immediately spread his body to avoid losing direction from rolling in the air. Supported by the airflow, he didn't fall quickly. Instead, he experienced the joy of flying in the sky. Woohoo! Awesome! After playing for a while, as he was about to fall into the clouds, he took out his phone to confirm the direction and activated his ability again. This time, he still chose the clouds on the horizon. He would only select the mountain when there were no clouds. After 4 consecutive long-distance Ghost Step teleports, he finally returned to Tianhai. The time that had passed since he was touring Wudong Mountain was less than 5 minutes, 3 of which were spent playing in the clouds. He secretly returned home and waited until the early hours before changing into his dark light suit and heading out. Kyokushin Karate Dojo. After checking several rooms, Chen Xing finally found Ishikawa, Ichiro's bedroom. This old guy didn't seem to be doing well, as he was sleeping alone. It made him doubt whether the guy was still a real man. Chen Xing approached the foot of the bed, and with both hands activated his blood iron hand. He smashed his leg bone hard. Ishikawa, Ichiro screamed and sat up. When he saw his broken legs, he thought he was having a nightmare. It wasn't until his disciple, who lived next door, was awakened and rushed over to check, that he was sent to the hospital after seeing Ishikawa Ichiro's broken legs. Ishikawa Ichiro then realized that this was not a dream. His legs had really been broken by someone with a blunt weapon. Doctor, how are my legs? Can they be treated? Sorry, this kind of injury is untreatable anywhere. We can only amputate. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Ishikawa Ichiro felt his vision darken and nearly fainted. Here is the amputation consent form. If you don't agree, you can only be transferred to another hospital. Just then, a nurse rushed into the emergency operating room. Director, another person with broken legs has come in. You should take a look. What day is it today? Foreigners are choosing this time to break legs. Today's emergency department is really cursed. The doctor shook his head and muttered before leaving. Ishikawa Ichiro was stunned for a moment. Then he endured the severe pain and sat up. Another person with broken legs? It can't be Apollo, right? You need to check. Okay, master. After a while, his disciple returned. Master, it really is Apollo. Ishikawa Ichiro immediately thought of Chen Xing, as they had offended both Wu Huayan and Chen Xing, 2 top experts upon arriving here. They had studied Wu Huayan carefully. He was a person of integrity to the point of being stubbornly foolish. So the outcome was already clear. It must be that detestable Yin Guoren who ambushed us. Our legs were definitely broken by his merciless iron hand. When his disciple heard the term merciless iron hand, he immediately knew who it was. That Chen Xing. Isn't he from the patrol bureau? How dare he break the law? Ishikawa Ichiro roared, "Call the police and contact the embassy." Half an hour later, there were many more people in the hospital room, with the weary Wang Jiangang and the bewildered Zhang Buoxing exchanging glances. "Are you saying that our section chief Chun from the city bureau broke your legs while you were sleeping?" Ishikawa Ichiro confirmed emphatically yes. It was him. If you dare to cover for him, we will definitely escalate this to the international level. He crippled us. It's not enough to just make amends. Apollo said, red-eyed and furious. Zhang Buoxing didn't believe it. After all, Chen Xing wasn't the kind of person who would sneak back at night to break his enemy's legs. "Are you sure it was him? Did you see him with your own eyes?" Ishikawa Ichiro firmly nodded yes. Apollo looked at Ishikawa Ichiro and nodded along yes. "I saw him too. I would remember him even if he turned to ashes." Although the two hadn't seen even a ghostly shadow, they still insisted on Chen Xing, as it was the only way to ensure the other party would be convicted. Zhang Buoxing frowned and reminded, "We have body cameras. If you defame our good comrade, we will hold you accountable." "I will ask again, are you sure?" "Sure. Yes, sure." Ishikawa Ichiro and Apollo insisted. Seeing their determination, Zhang Buoxing began to hesitate. Could it really be him? Chapter 29 Perfect Alibi. Faced with the confident testimonies of Ichiro and Apollo, Zhang Buoxing's expression darkened. However, Wang Jiangang still did not believe it. He took out his phone and opened his moments, saying, "As far as I know, Section Chief Chun is touring Wudong Mountain today. Here, SA photo he took over there." At that moment, Ichiro burst into laughter. "Ha! This guy thinks he's clever, creating an alibi. The photo must have been taken earlier. He must be in Tianhai. Call him. I don't believe he is still at Wudong Mountain." "Yes, call him." Apollo chimed in. Zhang Buoxing replied, "Jiangang, call Chen Xing with a video call." "Oh." Wang Jiangang immediately exited moments and made a video call to Chen Xing. The call rang for a while before being hung up. Ichiro laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! Look, he didn't answer. He must be guilty. Call again." Zhang Buoxing said with a darkened face. Wang Jiangang called 2 more times, and it was only on the 3rd attempt that Chen Xing answered. Once connected, Chen Xing looked at the camera with an annoyed expression. Behind him was a pitch-black background. "Old Wang, it's the middle of the night. You better have something important." Wang Jiangang was speechless. "When have I ever called you for no reason? And today it's not me who has an issue, but you." Chen Xing frowned. "What do you mean? Is someone complaining about me?" Wang Jiangang replied, "Someone accused you of intentional injury, claiming you broke their legs. Are you crazy?" Chen Xing couldn't help but curse. Zhang Buoxing took the phone and asked, "Where are you right now?" Seeing Zhang Buoxing, Chen Xing smiled and said, "Director, you're here too. I just brewed a cup of premium Inshi Yulu tea. Did you come over because you smelled it?" Zhang Buoxing's face darkened immediately. "What do you mean I came over because I smelled it? Am I a dog? Wait, premium Inshi Yulu? Where did you get that?" Chen Xing replied with a grin. Hee, it was a gift from Xiang Yunnan of the Jingnan Municipal Bureau. He is much more generous than you." Zhang Buoxing became unhappy upon hearing this. "He can give you." No. First tell me, where are you now?" Chen Xing stood up and walked to the cliff's edge, filming the scenery of Wudong Mountain under the starry sky. "I'm at Wudong Mountain. I'm not here to tour. I'm here to absorb the world's energy to heal." Zhang Buoxing was too lazy to care whether he was touring or healing. Seeing Chen Xing in the frame with Wudong Mountain made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Look, he is still at Wudong Mountain. The palaces are right behind him." Ichiro stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible. It's fake. The background must be fake." Zhang Buoxing's face darkened, but due to his position, he couldn't lose his temper with the 2 complainants. He could only turn to Chen Xing on the video call and say, "Go to Zixiao Palace and take a look around to prove the background is real." Chen Xing looked at the camera with a helpless expression. "Now? The Taoists are all asleep. What if they beat me up in the middle of the night?" Zhang Buoxing rolled his eyes. "Just sneak in. It should be fine, right?" Chen Xing shook his head. "Wudong has masters and several top-tier fighters." Zhang Buoxing said unhappily, "Just don't go to the restricted areas." "All right, if I get beaten up, I'll need to extend my leave," Chen Xing replied. Zhang Buoxing's face immediately darkened. "So it's come to this? I see you're quite eager to get beaten up." To be honest, Chen Xing felt very insecure during this period of leave. Although he was in the public security department, he was the city bureau as safety net. And a safety net is like a marksman's flash. You can usually go without it, but you can't be without it. Otherwise, when someone rides your face, you'll realize how cruel their methods can be. As Chen Xing walked, he asked, "So what is going on? Whose leg did I break?" Wang Jiangang replied from the side, "It's Ishii, Ichiro, and Apollo." "Who?" Chen Xing feigned surprise. Wang Jiangang thought he had forgotten and explained, "Those two foreign friends who came to Tianhai to run a martial arts school after you guys. Ahem, damaged quite a few of their things." Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, were they? Show me, how badly were they injured? Which hero did it? Wait, they wouldn't say it was me, would they?" "Yes." Wang Jiangang nodded speechlessly. "Is it really appropriate for you to gloat like this?" Chen Xing looked confused, then became a bit angry, saying, "Let the doctor check their brains too. I'll cover the costs." He felt like he deserved an Oscar for this. Not far away, Ichiro heard Chen Xing's words and was so furious he nearly got out of bed. "Baka, there's nothing wrong with my brain." Meanwhile, Apollo had calmed down a bit, realizing that they might have really made a mistake. He couldn't help but curse Ichiro in his heart for misleading him. He had investigated before and knew that Chen Xing was the best detective in Tianhai City, handling many difficult cases that others couldn't solve. Now that they had offended him, who would help them catch the real culprit? Moreover, thinking back, that day Ichiro insulted the Yin countrymen in the private room, and Wu Huayan couldn't stand the provocation and fought with them. If this got out, other Yin country martial artists might secretly intervene and break their legs. It wasn't impossible. It was even possible that a master would be behind it. And being ambushed by a Yin country master and having their leg broken would sound more honorable than being beaten by someone of the same level, right? In the video call, Chen Xing had already crossed the mountain to the main peak of Wudong and secretly entered the Dao Palace. "Since I'm here, I might as well light some incense." He found a spot to stabilize his phone, then took out incense from his backpack, lit it, and knelt in front of the incense burner in front of the main hall. "Emperor Zhenwu, bless me to soon step into the master realm." After making his wish, he inserted the incense into the burner. At this moment, Wang Jiangang was also getting ready to shove his phone into Ichiro's face. "Is it still fake, Mr. Ishii? Take a good look." Zhang Basang also coldly looked outside and said, "Doctor, where's the doctor? Let us get him a brain CT." Both of them were extremely angry, being inexplicably called by city leaders in the middle of the night while their own people were being unfairly accused. They couldn't hit anyone, but could they not throw some sarcastic remarks back? Ichiro was already going a bit crazy, shaking his head and saying, "Impossible, it's fake, all fake. This must be a set." Everyone was speechless. If Hollywood heard about such a set, they would give you 2 slaps. Suddenly, Ichiro thought of something and said, "Got it. Their SR branch in Danjianka City. I'll have someone from the branch go up the mountain to verify. You wait at the mountain gate." Hearing this, Chen Xing immediately burst out laughing. All right, but don't blame me for visiting your martial arts school to challenge you afterward." Chapter 30. Director Chen is in the news again as soon as the 2 little days arrived at the Wudong Mountain Gate. They saw Chen Xing still on a video call with Wang Jiangang. Chen Xing also noticed the 2 of them, turned the camera towards them, and said, "These 2 look so sleazy, they must be little days." Upon hearing this, Ichiro became even angrier. "Baka, you dare to insult us, the people of Great Eastern Japan." Chen Xing, however, showed him no mercy. "You can slander me, but I can't insult you?" Just as he was confronting Ichiro, the 2 karate coaches from the Danjianka branch also approached. "Are you Chen Xing, as Master Ishii mentioned? We are from the Kyokushin Karate. Show us your credentials. We need to verify." The 2 spoke with a somewhat arrogant attitude. Chen Xing immediately cursed, "Get lost." The 2 coaches, already furious for being called out in the middle of the night, exploded upon hearing Chen Xing curse at them. "Baka, you dare to speak to us like that? If you insult us, beat him." Ichiro panicked at the sight. He knew very well Chen Xing's strength. And Apollo had teamed up and still could not handle him. Yame, he's a top-tier master. Unfortunately, the phone was in Chen Xing's hand, and the 2 coaches couldn't hear anything on the other end. The phone screen was turning around for a while, and then there were 4 slapping sounds and 2 heavy impacts. Ba, 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 bang, bang. After that, there was no more noise. Chen Xing fixed his hairstyle and returned to the video call. "After my kind persuasion, they have already gone back to sleep." Everyone was speechless. The sound just now did not sound like they went to sleep at all. Ichiro was about to question Chen Xing about what happened to the 2, when Wang Jiangang immediately asked, "Mr. Ishii, are you satisfied now?" Do you still doubt that Director Chun is not at Wudong Mountain? Ichiro suddenly wilted. He did not expect to truly misunderstand Chen Xing. However, his sixth sense kept telling him that this matter was definitely related to Chen Xing, and without evidence, he could only give up. Zhang Basang also said with a dark face, "Now, regarding the slander and framing of our bureau's director, please give us an explanation." Upon hearing this, Ichiro closed his eyes and lay back down on the hospital bed. "Call the neurosurgeon for me. I might have a mental problem." Zhang Basang was directly speechless. He did not expect the words he used to insult Ichiro to be turned against him. He knew it would be difficult to handle Ichiro, since the other party was also a victim. Wang Jiangang could tell from Zhang Bushang's expression what to do next. He sighed helplessly and said, "Chen Xing, we will handle this here, so let's hang up for now. Take care of your injuries." "All right." Chen Xing also didn't want to pursue it any further. After all, it was indeed him who broke their legs, and he would eventually break their hands too. Suddenly, Zhang Basang took the phone and said, "Wait." Chen Xing yawned and asked, "Is there anything else, Bureau Chief?" Zhang Basang, with a face full of suspicion, asked, "Why did Xiang Yunan send you the best Enchilu? If it weren't for the fact that he knows Chen Xing has a small villa in Tianhai, he would really be afraid of him being poached." Chen Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Just wait for the news in a few days, and you'll know." "News?" Zhang Basang was taken aback for a moment before realizing, his voice suddenly rising an octave. "You want to solve a case." Beep. And on Chen Xing's side, he had already hung up the video call. Zhang Bushang's face immediately darkened. He was so angry that he nearly smashed Wang Jiangang's phone. After all, there were many unsolved cases in their bureau, and Chen Xing went to help someone solve a major case. After all, it wouldn't make national news if it weren't a big case. Wang Jiangang was not angry. He was just somewhat envious of the Jingnan Municipal Bureau for being able to invite Chen Xing to help them. "Jingnan Municipal Bureau, we didn't invite him. He came on his own, bringing credit with him, and we can't do anything about it." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xing went down the mountain to sleep at the hotel. He had stayed on a mountain earlier just to take this call to prove he had been at Wudong Mountain the whole time. The hotel is nowhere near as iconic as the Jinwu Palace at Wudong. To Chen Xing's surprise, the news about the Lu Qingxue case was published sooner than he expected. Just after waking up, he saw the push notification from today's headlines. This news might not attract much attention from ordinary people, but it caused a stir in the martial arts community. The comments section of the news: green bamboo snake's mouth, yellow wasp's tail needle, both are not poisonous. The most poisonous is a woman's heart. This Zhengshiro is truly vicious. Back then, everyone suspected Master Tai Hailong. Now it seems they have wronged him. Damn, I said how could that little trash Wang eat the soft rice of the rich master of the 100 Cracks Gate. It turns out he had evidence reserved for blackmail. Out of jealousy, she directly found someone to kill her senior sister. That's just terrifying. The Martial Investigation Department back then was also useless, allowing that scum to live for so many years. Wait, the one who solved the case is the Detective Chen Xing from the Tianhai Security Department? Isn't that the nemesis of evil, Director Chun? I heard he came to travel, was entrusted by the Iron Palm Gate to investigate this matter, and then solve the case. So, it was Director Chun. No wonder such a long-standing case was suddenly solved. Tai Hailong is also a lovesick person. After so many years, he still can't forget this case. Who knows how to invite Director Chun to take action? I also have a big case here. Tai Hailong's ancestor was the Iron Hand Tai Yoxia from the 4 great captains of the Divine Marquis Mansion, and Director Chen's ancestor was Tai Yoxia's disciple. They have this connection. That's why he could be invited, you know? Seeing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but want to open a small account to tell them. Please, Director Chun, use money. Otherwise, resources for cultivation would work too. But he thought better of it. If he couldn't solve the case, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, he wasn't really short on money at the moment. The case blew up, and far away in Tianhai, Gu Aisha naturally received the news immediately. It turned out it wasn't Tai Hailong, but that bitch Zhengshiro and that beast Wang Jia. Gu Aisha was so angry that she wanted to fly over to Jingnan and execute the two of them. However, she soon discovered the problem. Why did Chen Xing from the Tianhai Security Department happen to go to interview Tai Hailong and then conveniently solve the case? Coincidence? Or was he the Dark Light? After all, the Dark Light hadn't committed any crimes recently, and coincidentally, Chen Xing wasn't in Tianhai either. Moreover, she knew Chen Xing, the youngest director of the Patrol Bureau, and a very capable top-tier master. With these conditions, it was hard not to suspect that the other party was the Dark Light. Chen Xing naturally knew there was this bug, so he planned to sneak back to Tianhai to commit a crime later. In that case, his alibi could also apply to the dark light. Chapter 31. Onogu Aisha had suspected Chen Xing was the dark light for less than 3 days when she was stunned by a piece of news. The well-known nightclub hunter, young Master Zhou Junjie, had been missing for a day and a night, and when he was found, he had already undergone a complete gender reassignment surgery, turning into Miss Zhou. Moreover, during his coma, he had been dumped in a third-rate bar's men's restroom, surrounded by water-filled balloons. And today, Chen Xing had just received a 10 million reward in Jingnan and made the news. It turned out it wasn't him. Gu Aisha felt a bit disappointed. After all, she had just gotten a photo of Chen Xing not long ago. She had to admit that his looks and physique were very much to her liking, her ideal type. Wait, this guy has superpowers. He can't be judged by common sense. With this thought, her heart began to feel hopeful again. After claiming his reward, Chen Xing was preparing to return to Tianhai. After all, his system mission was still incomplete, and only half of his time was left. As soon as he arrived at the airport, he received a call from Gue Lixiong. Brother Xing, are you back yet? I've found someone for you. I'm at Jingnan Airport. I'll arrive tonight. Let us meet at the usual place around 9. Okay, Brother Xing, I'll get the box ready at the usual place. Just let me know when you arrive. Sure. Chen Xing hung up the phone with a smile, not expecting his luck to be this good. Just as he was about to head back, Gue Lixiong found him a benefactor. Of course, he couldn't be too happy. The person might not qualify at the Xiaotongzi's end. Thinking of this, Chen Xing couldn't help but open his contacts again. His fiancée, he was still unreachable. He had no idea what mission she was on. Or perhaps she had already sacrificed herself. He regretted not being married yet. Otherwise, he could have inherited his father-in-law's fortune since his fiancée, he was an only child. Once on a plane, Chen Xing switched his phone to flight mode and connected to the crew's Wi-Fi, then lay back in the soft and comfortable business seat, happily scrolling through short videos. Meanwhile, in Tianhai, Wang Jiangan and Zhang Buosheng, who were already in a mess over the Zhou Junjie case, received another piece of terrible news. Director Wang, Bureau Chief, it's bad. As soon as they heard the words it's bad, Wang Jiangan and Zhang Buosheng felt even worse. What happened now? Did someone get cut again? The officer from the Armed Investigation Unit, looking pale, said someone called to extort Lupai supermarket, claiming they placed 2 remote-control bombs in the supermarket. They want 1 million transferred to an offshore account. Otherwise, they will detonate the bombs in 2 hours. And to prove it's real, they just blew up a car in the underground parking lot. What? Zhang Buosheng and Wang Jiangan jumped up from their seats. Honestly, this was worse than finding out another young master had turned into a young lady. God, what has happened to Tianhai this year? Zhang Buosheng wailed in his heart while directing the police response. They arrived at the supermarket and immediately evacuated everyone inside, sealing off the area around the supermarket. Since this type of case was nearly indistinguishable from a terrorist attack, most of Tianhai's forces were mobilized to respond. What no one expected was that such a large bomb extortion case was merely a setup for an even bigger case. Big Brother, as you predicted, the Tianhai headquarters has mobilized all the forces from the branch office over there. Anson and I calmly picked up her phone and sent a message to her accomplice on the other end. Has the escort vehicle left yet? Xiao Wu, a slightly thin, mixed-race girl with big eyes, looked in the rearview mirror and replied, Not yet, but the vehicle is already parked at the entrance. It should be leaving soon. After receiving the message, Anson and I reminded her, don't follow too closely. Just catch up when we reach the ambush area. Okay. Xiao Wu replied and continued watching the rearview mirror. Accompanying her was Lao San, a muscular man with a flamboyant personality named Tai. At the moment, he was applying nail polish in the passenger seat, in front of the sealed-off area of Lupai supermarket. Zhang Buosheng asked Wang Jiangan to call Chen Xing. After all, they urgently needed his investigative mind to find the terrorists behind the bomb threat. Wang Jiangan helplessly said, I can't get through. Just as Zhang Buosheng was about to lose his temper, the officer C2GS said, Director Chen might be on a plane. I saw him post on social media at the airport this morning saying he was coming back. Lin Lijie followed up, there's Wi-Fi on the plane. I'll try calling him on video. He took out his phone and called. Sure enough, it connected right away. As soon as Chen Xing answered, he said, Old Lin, what's up? No talks of big clients. 10 million bounty isn't enough for me to get high on drugs and become a master. Lin Lijie was momentarily speechless. No, you're being too stingy. No, something big happened here. Chen Xing immediately sat up straight. What happened? Lin Lijie quickly summarized. Someone placed bombs at Lupai supermarket and is extorting 1 million to be transferred to an offshore account in 2 hours. Chen Xing couldn't help but gasp. This was indeed a major case. He frowned and asked, they only want 1 million? Not 5 million? Not 10 million? Lin Lijie replied with some confusion, yes. Chen Xing's voice suddenly rose slightly. A case this big only demands 1 million? Lin Lijia and the others were somewhat baffled. Is there a problem? Chen Xing's teeth started to grind. Don't these guys watch police and gangster movies? Damn, this is probably a diversion to make all the branch offices rush to the banks. No, banks aren't that easy to rob. Our banks don't hold much money. Nowadays, only dumb dogs rob banks. He recalled the people he met with C2 Jia at the restaurant last time. What was the accent of the caller like? Lin Lijia immediately looked at Wang Jinggan. Wang Jinggan said, I asked. It was a male voice, somewhat foreign-sounding. Could it be mercenaries? Chen Xing analyzed as he spoke. If the target is to assassinate wealthy people, then we don't need to worry. By the way, quickly check with the detention center if there are any major criminals being transported today. I'll ask. Zhang Buoxing said beside him, quickly pulling out his phone to call the detention center. Old Li, are there any major criminals being transported out for a court appearance or transfer today? Check quickly. Li Zhenming, somewhat puzzled, asked, Why do you want to know this? Zhang Buoxing anxiously said, I'm in a hurry. You need to check. Li Zhenming stood up and looked outside, saying, No need to check. There's only one being sent to court today, a Southeast Asian criminal who was involved in a fatal accident while driving under the influence. He should be on his way to be transferred to prison by now. Upon hearing it was a Southeast Asian criminal involved with drugs, Zhang Buoxing felt something ominous was brewing. I have a situation here. It's very likely the criminals are playing a diversion to hijack the escort vehicle. I'm sending a team over. You warn the escort team to be careful. Huh? No way. Hijacking an escort vehicle? What year is this? Before Li Zhenming could finish, an underling burst into the office. It's bad, Director. Something happened. Chapter 32, Iron Hand. Ruthless when Zhang Basang heard the voice on the other end of the phone say, It's bad. Director, there's been an incident. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. If Chen Xing had guessed it right, things would really be serious. On the other end of the line, Li Zhenming quickly asked what happened. The subordinate's face was pale as he replied, The escort vehicle just sent a distress signal. They have been hijacked. The robbers are heavily armed. Li Zhenming immediately roared. Damn it. Hurry. Get over there for support. After hanging up, he spoke into the phone, Director Zhang, you really guessed it right. Hurry and send people over to support. I'm going over too. He hung up the phone immediately. Beep, beep. Meanwhile, at the Lepai supermarket, the entire command center had fallen into a dead silence. It wasn't until Lin Lijia's phone rang with Chen Xing's voice that they stirred. Going over now is just to collect the bodies. They're using a diversion to buy time. Just as Zhang Basang was about to give an order, he swallowed his words. Chen Xing seriously arranged to send the armed team over. Everyone else immediately block all escape routes and have the airport security pay attention to flights to Southeast Asia. Anyone with training marks should be detained for investigation. Understood. Wang Jinggang and Situ Jia immediately took their orders to act. Then Chen Xing called out, Situ, don't leave yet. Go to the last restaurant and get those photos of the group of losers. Regardless of whether they are the ones, issue a wanted notice for them first, saying they're suspected of terrorism. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we can apologize and release them later. I will take the blame if anything happens. Okay. Situ Jia immediately sprang into action. Zhang Basang was already confused. Who exactly was the director? However, he just mentally complained. Since Chen Xing could remotely analyze the hijacking of the escort vehicle, it was best for him to arrange this action, as it showed his thinking was in sync with the robbers, unlike them who were lagging behind. Chen Xing continued, Director, report to the department and go through some procedures. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it. Zhang Basang was taken aback, but nodded helplessly. Although Chen Xing had some dissatisfaction with Zhang Basang and the others, he was still clear-headed in the face of major issues. If these little bastards were out to kill the richest man in Tianhai or rob a bank, he wouldn't care. But now they were directly targeting law enforcement, so he couldn't ignore it. This was very important. In the former case, they were not victims, but in the latter, they were. After successfully hijacking the escort vehicle, Insangni and the third brother took Zhang Tafu to a cosmetic surgery hospital. The other 7 split into 2 groups to leave. The second brother, the 5th brother, and the 9th brother had just arrived at the airport when they found it was already under lockdown. A passing traveler said, I heard they are detaining flights to Southeast Asia. I'm going to Singapore. I don't know if that counts. We locals have nothing to fear. Another traveler said. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately stopped in their tracks. The second brother, Connie, said angrily, Damn, their response is so fast. The 5th sister, Teeny, asked nervously, What do we do now? The second brother, Connie, replied with a dark face, Let us retreat. We can't take a flight now. The 9th brother, Tony, cursed under his breath. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have listened to the boss and switched the supermarket bomb for a real one. The second brother, Connie, shot him a glare and said, if you had switched to a real one, the army would have come to search and encircle the city. By then, you wouldn't be able to escape. They'd shoot you down in seconds. The ninth brother, Tony, immediately pouted and stopped talking. At this moment, Chen Xing had already disembarked from the plane with a dark expression after passing through security. As he quickly approached the roadside to hail a taxi, he spotted a group of red numbers gathered together from a distance. He saw two men and a woman wearing duck-billed hats, carrying army green canvas bags, walking towards an old sedan at the roadside. That sedan was one of the cars used by the group from the last restaurant. The license plate was still the same. A slight smile crept onto Chen Xing's lips. Wasn't this a coincidence? Indeed, doing good deeds often brings special favors from the heavens. He handed his luggage to the taxi driver, who came to pick him up. Keep an eye on the luggage, and also help me call the police, saying that I, Chief Chun, have spotted 3 robbers at the airport. Okay. The taxi driver was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. Chen Xing immediately activated his blood-casting iron hand in energy 3-ring mode and rushed over. The pavement tiles were directly crushed under his feet. His figure, under the high-speed propulsion of his ground-shaking leg, seemed elongated. Of course, it was only the afterimage behind him that was stretched out. As danger loomed, the second brother, Connie, quickly pushed the 2 people beside him away and turned to punch Chen Xing. Unfortunately, while he might be better with firearms than Chen Xing in hand-to-hand combat, Chen Xing could take him down 10 times in a second. Thud! The blood-casting iron hand ruthlessly shattered his arm. As he watched half of his arm fly away covered in blood, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his whole body went numb. Chen Xing, with an icy expression, plunged his hand into Connie's chest, grabbed his sternum, and lifted him to smash into the 5th sister, Teeny, who was trying to get up. The 9th brother, Tony, crawled up and lunged at Chen Xing, only to be kicked away by Chen Xing, embedding him into the car door. Then Chen Xing grabbed Teeny by the hair and lifted her up. Tell me, where are the others? I want to say, she replied defiantly. Ha! Chen Xing brought her right in front of the 9th brother, Tony. This person had the least maturity. Chen Xing held Teeny's hand and asked Tony, tell me where the others are. Tony didn't respond. Crack. Teeny suddenly screamed in agony because Chen Xing had just broken one of her fingers. You can refuse me 10 more times because by the 10th time, I will break her head. Tell me, and I can let her live. Facing Chen Xing's interrogation, Tony remained unmoved, as his family was still in the hands of the big boss. Go ahead, kill us. So stubborn. Chen Xing immediately gave up, kicking Teeny's legs out from under her and throwing her aside. At that moment, the airport patrol team also rushed over. When the team leader saw that it was Chen Xing, he quickly shouted, It's Chief Chun. Put the guns away, don't fire. As they approached, they couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, the 3 criminals were in terrible shape. One had his arm blown off, and his chest had a bloody hole. Another was stuck in the car door, and, judging by the deep footprints on his abdomen, his organs were probably ruptured. The only one in slightly better condition was the woman, but her legs and one of her fingers were deformed. Well, that was still pretty much ruined. Today, they had witnessed what it meant to have an iron hand and be ruthless. Chen Xing nodded and said, This car contains their weapons. Search it and deal with it. Yes. The team leader nodded and immediately signaled his team to open the other side of the car door to start searching. Chen Xing closed his eyes and thought for a moment before taking Teeny and heading towards the airport. In an emergency, he could only take her to the restroom for forced interrogation. Chapter 33. Solo Strike, Brainwashing. Pressing the heads of individuals with a sin value higher than 10 into the toilet and flushing it 3 times can lead to a change of heart. So far, Chen Xing has only used this skill 3 times, with the first 2 instances being secretly employed on delinquents. The results were outstanding. The 2 individuals transformed from petty criminals into earnest students and hardworking young people of the new era. As Chen Xing dragged the woman with broken legs into the airport, it attracted a large crowd of onlookers. What the heck? What is going on? This woman is in such a bad state. Her legs and fingers are broken. Are the law enforcement officers using excessive force? Some people had already taken out their phones to record, but fortunately, the airport patrol team intervened. Don't film randomly. This person is a wanted terrorist. If you post videos that interfere with law enforcement and you get summoned later, don't blame us for not warning you. The captain of the patrol team closely followed behind Chen Xing and asked, Director Chen, what are you planning to do? Chen Xing replied coldly, water torture. She has 6 accomplices who are just as dangerous and a serious criminal who has been kidnapped. They all have bombs. If we don't get them out immediately, Do you know how serious the consequences could be? Hearing this, the patrol team captain immediately became serious. How can we assist you? Clear out everyone in the restroom. Don't disturb my interrogation. Understood. After Chen Xing gave his orders, the patrol team rushed ahead to clear the men's restroom. Chen Xing then took the woman, Xiao Wutini, into a stall, pressed her face directly into the toilet, and held the flush button down. Whoosh! As the water flooded her mouth, nose, and ears. The intense feeling of suffocation jolted Xiao Wutini awake as she struggled like someone drowning. Gagging cough. Ugh. Once the toilet tank filled with water again, Chen Xing pressed her back down for another flush. Whoosh! When the water ran out, Chen Xing pulled her back up. Xiao Wutini was already pale and gasping for breath. Ugh! Cough! Kill me! Kill me! Chen Xing sneered. Once the tank filled again, he pressed her down for another flush. Whoosh! Outside the stall, the patrol team captain was dumbfounded. This is too brutal. No wonder Director Chen is known as the living Yama. But does this method really work? When the water drained again, Chen Xing yanked Xiao Wutini up and threw her on the floor. I advise you not to make another mistake. Tell me where your accomplices are right now. Xiao Wutini finally broke down completely. Woo, I can't. If I say it, the boss will kill my family. Chen Xing, like a demon, coaxed her. Don't worry, no one will know you said anything. I'll publicly state it was that blonde stuck in the car who said it. The patrol team captain was stunned. This method actually works? Next time I have the chance, I must try it. He didn't realize that this bold idea would bring him significant trouble. Chen Xing continued, just say it. I'll give him a quick death. Otherwise, if more people get hurt, it will only add to your sins. Xiao Wutini, already reformed, immediately sobbed, I'll say, went to the train station. They probably disguised themselves as migrant workers to take a long-distance train away. Their fake ID names are Zhang Si, Wang Lu, Chen Shi, Sunba. The patrol team captain was shocked. After Chen Xing noted the information, he immediately texted Lin Lijia. What about the other two? Big brother and third brother took the boss's brother for plastic surgery. That cosmetic hospital is run by our boss's partner, who is involved in organ trafficking. Thanks. After saying this, Chen Xing snapped her neck. The patrol team captain was completely stunned. Wait, she confessed. Why did he still kill her? Chen Xing stood up and said, if she doesn't die, her family will. Moreover, if she dies during the arrest, my report will just add a sentence. But if she commits suicide in the detention center, how many people do you think will have to write reports or face punishment? The patrol team captain was in awe of Chen Xing. At this moment, he felt that Chen Xing was glowing. This is simply the pillar of the system. With him around, he truly isn't afraid of the sky falling. Director Chen, you are incredible. The patrol team captain admired him greatly and gave him a thumbs up. As Chen Xing walked outside, he said, I'll leave this to you. I need to personally go to the cosmetic hospital to deal with those two bastards. Okay, don't worry. Everything that happens here will be kept from others. This female criminal broke her neck by herself, the patrol team captain replied. Chen Xing stopped, turned around, and gave him a thumbs up. You're incredible too. The patrol team captain instantly smiled like a fool. Chen Xing found the taxi driver holding his luggage and said, Driver, take me to Shangquan Cosmetic Hospital. Oh, okay. The taxi driver hurriedly took him into the car. He had never encountered such a fierce person before. Killing 3 tough criminals was as easy as killing a chicken. Earlier, they had seen that the 3 tough criminals had a lot of weapons in the car, even grenades. And after killing them, he was so calm while getting back in the car. As the car drove down the road, Chen Xing opened his luggage in the back seat and changed his clothes. After all, his previous outfit was now stained with blood. The cosmetic hospital might be involved in organ trafficking, and the boss behind it must have set up many watchmen. Sending a large team would undoubtedly provoke fierce resistance from them. Moreover, they had been operating in Tianhai for a long time. There might even be their spies in the bureau, and by the time he got there, the people might have already fled. This was also the reason why Chen Xing did not report to the bureau and chose to act alone. After changing his clothes, he put on a mask and used a marker to draw a large black mole on the corner of his eye. Such an obvious black mole going into a cosmetic hospital. Even a fool would know it was for cosmetic surgery to remove moles. Driver, wait for me here for a bit. When this phone rings, you don't need to answer. Just help me call the police and say Director Chen is arresting the boss of the tough criminals and a fugitive at Shangquan Cosmetic Hospital. Okay. The taxi driver nodded excitedly. This sense of participation in working on a case with a big shot made him feel honored. After Chen Xing picked up his backpack and walked into the hospital, he activated his maximum power of X-ray vision to look around. He was shocked. There were at least 20 people inside with a sin value over 10, more than 10 with a value over 20, and 4 with values over 100. And these 4 were all not far from each other. Chen Xing went to the hospital's floor map and quickly determined they were in the operating room on the 9th floor. Then he looked at the hospital's wall of fame, which had introductions for experts and chief doctors. Finally, he approached the reception desk like an ordinary patient to inquire. After this series of actions, he noticed that several sets of eyes that had been observing him had shifted away. Chapter 34. The Unmatched Chief Chen. After finishing his inquiry at the reception desk, Chen Xing went to the elevator. To his surprise, there were actually staff in the elevator of this beauty salon. The cheerful elevator attendant looked quite pretty, but her evil value had reached 11 points. Which floor would you like to go to? Chen Xing replied, I'm looking for Director Su. I have an appointment for a birthmark removal, and the reception desk told me to wait on the 5th floor. Okay, the 5th floor it is. The elevator attendant took out a key fob, swiped it, and then pressed the button for the 5th floor. Once on the 5th floor, Chen Xing asked at the triage desk where the restroom was. On his way to the restroom, he noticed that even the emergency exit was guarded, making the entire hospital security as tight as a military base. Fortunately, there was no one watching the restroom, and after using his ruthless iron hand to cut the wire on the window, he poked his head out to take a look. Although there were security guards patrolling below, they rarely looked up. He used his ruthless iron hand to insert it into the smooth wall and quickly climbed up to the restroom window on the 9th floor like Spider-Man. The patrolling guards below didn't notice him, but some pedestrians on the street outside did. Luckily, Chen Xing was fast, and by the time the watchers on the street looked over, he had already entered the restroom on the 9th floor. Continuing to disguise himself was pointless now. He took out his phone and called the backup phone he had left with the taxi driver. When the taxi driver saw Chen Xing's phone ringing, he rejected the call, signaling that he had received it. After rejecting the call, he immediately called the police as instructed by Chen Xing. Once the call was rejected, Chen Xing knew the taxi driver had received the message. He put away his phone, hung his body camera around his neck, then activated his blood-forging iron hand and tri-ring energy mode, walking straight out of the restroom. He had already seen and memorized how many people were in the building, their locations, and what weapons they had through his X-ray vision. Next, he was going to unleash his unmatched power. If it were other criminals, he might have held back a bit, but these guys had essentially been defined as terrorists. As the saying goes, capturing criminals requires evidence, while anti-terrorism only needs a list. Regardless of life or death, accomplices of terrorists are also terrorists, so killing them is justified. Additionally, the reason he didn't start killing from downstairs was to avoid harming the innocent in the hospital. After all, these scum wouldn't care about surrounding civilians once they went mad. The 9th floor was currently sealed off, with no innocent people present. If he caused trouble on the 9th floor, all the scum would be attracted there. And if they blew up that floor, he wouldn't mind. After all, the 8th floor was empty and the 10th floor was offices. Bang! A loud explosion echoed in the corridor, and the ground beneath Chen Xing cracked open as he shot toward the bodyguards in the hallway like a cannonball. The bodyguards had just turned their heads upon hearing the noise when they were all knocked against the wall, sliding down only after Chen Xing had vanished from sight. Hitting people like hanging paintings is what this scene was all about. In the waiting area outside the operating room, Insani and the 3rd brother were impatiently listening to the hospital director bragging. Bang! 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 Upon hearing the commotion from Chen Xing beating people, Insani immediately drew his handgun and aimed at the corner of the corridor. In the next second, a figure appeared and charged toward them. Insani pulled the trigger, firing bullets accurately at Chen Xing's head and chest. Chen Xing was already prepared, his red and black hands blocking continuously in front of him. Ding! Bang! Ding ding! Bang bang! The bullets struck his blood-forging iron hand, making metallic clashing sounds, and then they all ricocheted off, hitting the walls and ceiling of the corridor. Insani was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xing was already in front of them, just as his iron hand was about to take off Insani's head. 2 blades swung at his arms. Chen Xing's arms didn't have the reinforced effect of the iron hand, so he immediately gave up on killing Insani and reached out to grab the 2 blades. Bastard! The short man wielding the blades cursed angrily and kicked toward Chen Xing. However, as a dual-wielding swordsman, his leg skills couldn't possibly compare to Chen Xing's. Chen Xing delivered a swift kick that sent the opponent flying, crashing heavily against the ceiling before falling back down. Without any protective martial arts, this kick shattered the opponent's internal organs. At that moment, Insani's sidekick, the cowardly Atai, bravely lunged forward, throwing a flying knee strike directly at Chen Xing's face. Chen Xing, still holding onto the two swords, drove them into Tai's body. Then he grabbed him and swung him around, slamming him against the operating room door. Boom! The operating room door collapsed under the impact. The bent Tai, having lived a lifetime in that position, twitched a couple of times on the ground before completely straightening out. Insani was sweating profusely, retreating while changing magazines. Meanwhile, he was internally screaming, "What kind of monster is this?" The other bodyguards of the hospital director had already been stunned into silence when Chen Xing blocked the bullets with his bare hands. When Insani raised his gun to shoot, a red and black hand grabbed his handgun, directly tearing it apart into pieces scattered on the floor. Chen Xing teased, "My shooting skills are average, but my gun disassembly skills are top-notch." Insani was drenched in sweat, feeling as if he had been doused with a bucket of water. He forced a pale smile, then dropped the handgun, which was now just a grip, closed his eyes, and opened his hands. "Just put me out of my misery, please." Hearing this, Chen Xing delivered a punch to his heart area. Insani flew back, the tri-ring energy entering his body, shattering his heart and lungs into pulp. The hospital director and his bodyguards were now too scared to even sit up. The hospital director thought Chen Xing was a killer and shouted, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can pay you." Bribing law enforcement only adds to the crime. Chen Xing dissipated his blood-forging iron hand and slapped him unconscious. Then Chen Xing turned to the several terrified bodyguards and said, "I am law enforcement. If you don't want to die, you better listen to me." "Yes, yes." The bodyguards nodded eagerly. Honestly, they had never seen such a ruthless law enforcement officer before. Chen Xing sneered, "Bring everyone else up here and tell them not to bring any weapons." One of the bodyguards looked at Chen Xing, bewildered. Chen Xing raised his now red and black hand and asked, "Any problem?" The bodyguard quickly shook his head. Soon, the security personnel and lookouts from downstairs were called up. As for dealing with these pathetic scum, Chen Xing didn't even need to activate his iron hand or energy ring. Even the most basic attacks were enough to leave them on the ground, seeing their great-grandmother. In the operating room, several doctors halted their surgeries upon hearing the noise outside. It wasn't until Chen Xing entered the operating room that their anxieties were completely extinguished. Chen Xing sat down beside the operating table, took some alcohol wipes, and asked a nurse to help him clean the marker ink off his face. Then he told the others, "Behave and squat against the wall with your hands on your heads. I've already met my KPI for today. Don't force me to take action." Chapter 35, Your Simply Superman Zhang Basang had just finished reporting to the Bureau and, based on Chen Xing's instructions, directly labeled this group of people as terrorists. If this matter couldn't be contained, the responsibility for their city bureau would be slightly less. While he anxiously waited, Lin Lijia pulled him into a temporary command group. Zhang Basang quickly inquired about the situation in the group. "Bureau Chief, Command, how are you all doing? Any leads?" "Wang Jiangang, roadblock not yet. All the intersections have just been sealed off." "Situ Jia, investigation the reward has just been issued, and we've commissioned the traffic police to look for the vehicles." Lin Lijia, liaison good news. Chief Chen just landed and has already captured 3 of the terrorists. "Bureau Chief, Command what? Is that true?" Lin Lijia, liaison it's true. The patrol team at the airport just reported. Those 3 terrorists were taken down by Chief Chen, with 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. And some firearms were found in their car. Wang Jiangang, roadblock is expected of Chief Chen. That's incredible. Situ Jia, investigation awesome. Li Jinming, detention center no doubt. He is our Tianhai's ace cop. Zhou Jingsheng, arm team 66666. Sun Weiman, traffic police strong. He is just too strong. People from various departments in the group couldn't help but shout 666. Of course, not everyone liked Chen Xing Wang Yucheng. The captain of the 2nd team of the Armed Investigation Division was from the former mayor's side. Later, because Chen Xing sent the mayor's son to prison, the mayor was demoted and transferred, and he lost his powerful backing. At this moment, he suddenly saw an opportunity to take revenge on Chen Xing and couldn't help but speak up. Wang Yucheng, supermarket guard Chief Chen, is confused, hitting so hard. How can he interrogate them now? The most important thing is to pry information about the whereabouts of their accomplices from them. Isn't he missing the opportunity? What if the other accomplices escape? Wang Jiangang, roadblock Yucheng, what are you saying? They are super ruthless criminals, terrorists. If we hold back and give them a chance to retaliate, it could cause massive casualties. Situ Jia, investigation if you can do better, then go ahead. If not, stop whining. Lin Lijia, liaison Wang Yucheng, do you even realize what you're saying? Do you want to pin the blame on our chief? His current record is 3 kills. What about you? Do you have a single head? Li Jinming, Detention center, where did this idiot come from? Wang Yuqing looked at his phone, his face flushed with anger. He didn't expect that not only would Wang Jiangang not help him, but he would also defend Chen Xing and Situ Jia, Lin Lijia, and Li Zhiming would directly start cursing at him, giving him no face at all. He could understand that Situ Jia and Lin Lijia were friendly with Chen Xing, but he truly couldn't understand why Li Zhiming from the detention center was cursing at him too. Although Zhang Basang also wanted to curse, he saw that someone was already doing it, so he took a deep breath and stepped out to mediate. Bureau Chief, command everyone, let's tone it down. Wang Yucheng is probably just eager to solve the case. These terrorists brutally killed an entire escort team. Chief Chun's actions resulting in 1 dead and 2 seriously injured was already quite restrained. Wang Yucheng was directly stunned. 1 dead and 2 seriously injured was considered quite restrained. Bureau Chief, are you being held hostage in the Bureau? If so, please say something, and I'll bring people to rescue you immediately. Wang Yucheng then realized that everyone in the City Bureau had actually sided with Chen Xing. Didn't they agree to suppress him together? Others, just kidding, if you encounter a case, don't ask him for help. Just as the group fell into a brief silence because of Wang Yucheng, good news came from the airport again. Lin Lijia, Liaison Chief Chun, just learned that there are still 4 disguised as migrant workers who got on a train and are preparing to leave. I've already asked them at the train station to report a technical fault to delay time. Zhou Jingsheng, armed team, we're heading over immediately. Wang Jiangang, roadblock, I'm nearby. The other side probably doesn't have any firearms to get through security. Our armed investigation plainclothes team would do just fine. Wang Jiangang was also feeling extremely frustrated. Their armed investigation division had performed poorly in recent cases, so he really needed an opportunity to prove himself. Although he wasn't as strong as Chen Xing, he was still a second-rate martial artist, and, as long as those terrorists weren't armed, he could take on 10 in close combat. Zhang Basang naturally knew that Wang Jiangang had been suppressing 3 kinds of anger: frustration at himself for not being capable, frustration at his own weakness, and frustration at his ineptitude. If he didn't give him a chance to vent, it was likely that Wang Jiangang would eventually have problems with this kind of repression. Bureau Chief, command, all right, let the armed investigation plainclothes team make the arrests, and the armed team will assist from the side. Wang Jiangang, roadblock, thank you, Bureau Chief. Zhou Jingsheng, armed team received. Zhou Jingsheng felt somewhat reluctant that his great achievement was turning into a minor one, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the armed team was an armed unit, and in the crowded train carriage, they couldn't use firearms. So they were definitely not as good as the fully martial artist armed investigation division. Meanwhile, Lin Lijia also intentionally concealed information about the cosmetic surgery hospital for Chen Xing. Just as Chen Xing said, since the other side could secretly develop in Tianhai for so long, there must be someone from above involved, and with someone from above, there must also be someone in the City Bureau. Once the information about the cosmetic surgery hospital leaked, those hiding in the City Bureau would definitely tip them off. However, at this moment, those people probably didn't know that the owner of the cosmetic surgery hospital was so bold as to get involved with this group of terrorists who hijacked escort vehicles. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that a taxi driver called the reporting center that Lin Lijia released the information. Situ Jia, Investigation Chief Chun, has found the leader of the terrorists and the escaped criminal. They are at the Shangquan Cosmetic Surgery Hospital, and he has already gone over to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Bureau Chief, command, well done. As expected of our Bureau's super ace. Li Zhenming, Detention Center, incredible. Truly amazing. Zhou Jingsheng, armed team, I think the Armed Investigation Division, led by Wang, can handle the train station. We will rush over to support the Cosmetic Surgery Hospital immediately. Situ Jia, investigation, I'm not far away. I'm also taking people over. Bureau Chief, command, good. Situ and Old Zhou, you must cooperate well with Chen Xing. Chen Xing, hanging, don't rush. I've already controlled the entire hospital. The terrorists have been eliminated, and the fugitive has been found. By the way, what does this hanging mean? Old Lin, Situ Jia, investigation? Zhou Jingsheng, armed team, you alone? Control the entire hospital? Chen Xing, hanging, yes, I knocked down over 100 people, killed a few armed ones, and the rest should just have light injuries and concussions. Lin Lijia, liaison, damn? How did you get there so fast? Chen Xing, fast man, the enemy was too fragile. They broke with a touch. Call for more ambulances. And by the way, have you become addicted to changing your notes? Lin Lijia, liaison dude, you are simply Superman. Chen Xing, Superman. At this moment, everyone else was shocked beyond measure. They were armed terrorists, along with over 100 accomplices. Chapter 36. High-end hunters often appear as prey. After Chen Xing left the cosmetic surgery hospital, having handed over the situation to someone else, he smoothly exited under the watchful eyes of all the law enforcement personnel. Soon after, good news came from Wang Jiangong's side as well. They successfully captured another 4 people in a train carriage. The 4 were all staying in one sleeping compartment, and due to security checks, they had no firearms. When they encountered the fully armed investigation team, they were overwhelmed with anger and quickly subdued. It was said that one of them received 7 or 8 heavy slaps, to the point where even their parents wouldn't recognize them. These 4 became the only survivors of the entire gang, as all of Chen Xing's targets had been killed. After getting out of the car in the villa area, Chen Xing paid the fare and said to the driver, "Sir, leave me a contact number, and I'll send you a banner and a bonus later." The taxi driver suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, that is too much. I didn't do anything." Chen Xing smiled and replied, "The country's money isn't mine, so there's no need to feel embarrassed." "Ha ha, Director Chen is really humorous," the taxi driver laughed, then handed Chen Xing a business card. The fare he collected was just a few dozen yuan, but he had waited for Chen Xing without moving the car, wasting quite a bit of time. When Chen Xing returned to the villa, he took a picture of the business card and sent it to Lin Lijia. "Old Lin, get this taxi driver a Good Citizen Award, and also apply for a bonus of 500 yuan. I've also submitted my report to you. I'll send you a voice message later to explain the operation." Lin Lijia's face darkened instantly. This report would be difficult to write since Chen Xing's KPI was nearly equivalent to the entire police department's kill count for a year. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Chen Xing say, "I have a secret manual on house techniques. I can lend it to you later." "Brother, it's just a report. I'll help you handle it. Also, take good care of the manual. The cold air is coming down lately. Don't let it get damp," Lin Lijia replied seriously. Although he was still single, some things shouldn't be learned only when needed. It was better to practice in advance for future use. "All right, thank you for your hard work." Chen Xing smiled and hung up the phone, easily handling this little matter. Did he think house techniques didn't require a martial arts foundation? With his skinny frame, practicing would be futile, as he simply couldn't handle it. In the bathroom, Chen Xing enjoyed the massage bathtub while contemplating his blood-forging iron hand technique. Today was the day he had seen the most blood, and it was also the first time in over half a year that his blood-forging iron hand had shown improvement. He raised his hand and saw that the blood-red and black iron hand had expanded from his palm to his wrist, adding about a centimeter to its range compared to before. The conditions for improvement were to see blood or kill, or perhaps both. He dispersed the iron hand and let out a long breath. Sigh, either option is somewhat dangerous, and it's not wartime now. After soaking in the bath and washing off the blood and grime, Chen Xing went out for lunch. At the medicinal cuisine restaurant, he ran into Wu Huayan, who was dining with his eldest disciple Li Fengping and a beautiful girl. "Master Wu, having lunch so late?" Wu Huayan stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Director Chen, have you eaten? Would you like to join us?" Chen Xing waved his hand and said, "Not yet. I have a big appetite. You all eat. I'll just open a table next to you." "Okay." Wu Huayan smiled and sat down, then told his daughter, "Ziyuan, pour tea for Director Chen. If it weren't for him recommending you to Master Li Yaoxin, your face wouldn't have improved so quickly." "Okay, Dad." Wu Ziyuan's face turned slightly red as she nodded and came over to pour tea for Chen Xing. Chen Xing was momentarily stunned by the father-daughter conversation, finding it hard to imagine that this beautiful girl was the one he had seen previously. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to have some interest in him. Of course, this wasn't just an illusion. After all, her gaze was almost mesmerizing. If it had been someone less attractive, he might have considered calling the police. System. Score. Appearance 93, perfect score 5, love struck -1, overall score 97, qualified. Love struck? Chen Xing felt a headache coming on. Someone with a love-struck mindset could be troublesome. After all, he only needed a kiss to complete his task, while the other party might become infatuated and cling to him for life. However, he was a selfish person. He still had 3 targets to complete, with only half a month left, and his fiancée, he had been missing for so long that her fate was uncertain. "Forget it. I'm not a good person either. Let us just finish the task first." After Wu Ziyuan poured the tea, she shyly said, "Director Chen, please enjoy the tea. And thank you for helping us that day. It was just a small effort, and maintaining social order is also my duty." Chen Xing replied with a faint smile. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Wu Ziyuan indeed tried to make her move. "Director Chen, I heard you're on vacation at home recently. If you have time, you could come to our martial arts school." Chen Xing nodded and said, "Sure, I haven't sparred with Master Wu in a long time." Wu Huayan beside them suddenly spat out his tea. Cough, cough, Director Chen, I haven't fully recovered from my injury yet. Chen Xing laughed and responded, ha ha, just kidding. I've recently hit a bottleneck in my blood-forging iron hand training and need to integrate some palm techniques. I hope Master Wu can guide me when the time comes. Wu Huayan smiled wryly and said, I can't guide you. Wait until my master returns, and I'll introduce you. Wu Ziyuan immediately said, Director Chen, let us add each other on WeChat. When he comes back, I'll let you know. I also know a bit about the wind wave fist technique. If you need it, I can tell you. Wu Huayan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that this girl was trying to directly show Chen Xing the secrets of the wind wave martial arts school. Chen Xing nodded and added Wu Ziyuan on WeChat. Soon, the medicinal cuisine was served at the restaurant. Having achieved her goal, Wu Ziyuan returned to the other table. However, the three of them looked at the table full of nourishing dishes in front of Chen Xing and then at their own meager 3 dishes and a soup, feeling a bit too shabby. What left them even more speechless was that Chen Xing finished all of it by himself. This was no longer just being able to eat. This was extraordinary, and these were all nourishing dishes. Even martial artists wouldn't dare eat like this, right? It was time to settle the bill. The waiter smiled and said, that will be 150,000 yuan. Thank you. Chen Xing was taken aback, wondering why he was getting a discount today. The waiter explained, our boss was also an admirer of Lu Qing's back in the day. He said that in the future, whenever you come, you'll get a 10 discount. Then, thank you, Chen Xing said as he paid the bill and left with a smile. Meanwhile, Wu Huayan and his disciples were dumbfounded. A meal with a 10 discount still cost 150,000 yuan. Simply outrageous. Chapter 37 Task Progress 9 o'clock in the evening. The usual KTV. After Chen Xing reported the name of Gue Lixiong, he was taken to the presidential suite with a British style. At the entrance, Gue Lixiong's trusted subordinate saw Chen Xing and quickly bowed and greeted him. Brother Xing, hello. The ordinary public might not be aware of the events in the morning, but both the underworld and the law enforcement had already spread the news. Before Chen Xing got off the plane, the entire Tianhai City Bureau was being toyed with by terrorists, and after he landed, he directly killed 3 terrorists who were preparing to fly out as soon as he walked out of the airport. Then he single-handedly stormed the enemy's stronghold, taking down over 100 people, and several major criminals were directly blown apart, while fugitives who were planning to undergo plastic surgery were sent back to prison. This plot would seem absurd in a movie, but it had truly unfolded in Tianhai. Both the underworld and the law enforcement were utterly shocked. Chen Xing nodded and pushed open the suite door to enter. Inside the suite, apart from Gue Lixiong, there was only a beautiful girl sitting restlessly. Chen Xing knew that this girl was likely the top-notch that Gue Lixiong had mentioned. System score. Appearance 90, perfection 5, filial piety 1, overall score 96, qualified. Hearing the system's evaluation was qualified, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from this task was quite significant. Gue Lixiong and the girl were sitting across from each other at a long table, seemingly keeping their distance intentionally. When he saw Chen Xing arrive, he stood up to greet him, then introduced the girl. Xiao Lu, this is the boss who is willing to help you, called Brother Xing, be Brother Xing. Hello. Lu Xiaoying stood up nervously. Sit down. Chen Xing didn't go to sit next to Lu Xiaoying, but rather beside Gue Lixiong. Gue Lixiong quickly poured him half a glass of Maodai. Chen Xing said, thanks, Brother Xiong. You've really helped me a lot. This glass is for you. You're being polite. Brother Xing, it's my honor to help you, Gue Lixiong said with a surprised expression, and he also realized that Lu Xiaoying had passed the assessment. After they finished their drinks, Gue Lixiong began to introduce Lu Xiaoying's situation. She is a diligent student working part-time. She works in my friend's restaurant. Because her family's old house collapsed, her parents were injured and are in the ICU, so she had to borrow money from me, a total of 1.5 million. I didn't charge interest, and she is already prepared to pay any price. The meaning of Gue Lixiong's last sentence was very clear. As long as Chen Xing provided the money, the girl would be completely his. Lu Xiaoying naturally heard Gue Lixiong's words and lowered her head somewhat humbly. However, it seemed that fate had shown her some mercy, as the person who came was neither an old man nor an ugly person. All right, I've memorized your amount. Chen Xing smiled and took out his checkbook to write. Gue Lixiong took the check and stood up with a smile, saying, Brother Xing, I'll take my leave now. Feel free. I've already informed the boss that unless you call for service, no one will come here tonight. All right, thanks, take care. After sending Gue Lixiong off, Chen Xing sat next to Lu Xiaoying. You don't need to overthink. I need to resolve some personal issues, and the way to resolve it is with a kiss. Meaning if you let me kiss you, the transaction will be over. Really? Lu Xiaoying looked at Chen Xing with some uncertainty. After all, spending 5 million just for a kiss was truly unbelievable. Chen Xing smiled. I'm in a hurry. Are you ready? Lu Xiaoying didn't say anything. Instead, she simply closed her eyes. After all, she had thought of all possible outcomes before coming. 5 minutes later, the system's prompt sounded, and Chen Xing gently pushed away the slightly dazed Lu Xiaoying. He didn't know if she had been holding back for too long. It's done. The money and goods are settled. I should leave now. Lu Xiaoying looked at Chen Xing's departing figure in disbelief, not expecting it to be just as he said. It was that simple. She really didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Coming to her senses, she quickly got up to chase after him. Wait, Brother Xing. Chen Xing curiously asked, is there anything else? Lu Xiaoying, breathing a bit heavily, said, I think you're losing out too much. Remember my phone number. Consider it as interest. When I earn money later, I will slowly pay you back, okay? Chen Xing looked at her speechlessly. This girl was really too honest, right? If it makes you feel better, then let's do it this way. But I really don't mind. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoying was touched and said, Brother Xing, you're really a good person. She felt that Chen Xing was glowing, dispelling all the darkness that had enveloped her. Chen Xing replied, isn't it you who is glowing? After exchanging phone numbers, Chen Xing noticed she was still using an old mobile phone, probably indicating that her life was quite difficult. I'll give you a ride. Where to? I need to go back to school to pack my things first, then buy a ticket back to my hometown tomorrow. Lu Xiaoying didn't refuse, as she also wanted to spend more time with Chen Xing and get to know him better. My parents are still in the ICU and need someone to take care of them. Relatives can't help for too long. Chen Xing nodded and said, If others ask where you got the money, just say it's a betrothal gift from your boyfriend. This way, there won't be any wild guesses. Betrothal gift? Lu Xiaoying's eyes widened, and her cheeks turned red again. Chen Xing explained, if you don't say betrothal gift, others will spread rumors that you're being kept as a mistress. But if you say it's a betrothal gift, it will eliminate those rumors. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying realized she had misunderstood in an instant and understood Chen Xing's intention. Thank you. She became increasingly curious about Chen Xing, as he was truly gentle, thoughtful, and considerate. The two chatted a lot on the way, and when Lu Xiaoying was getting out of the car, she leaned over and kissed Chen Xing. Brother Xing, thank you so much. Chen Xing smiled and said, you should go in early. Otherwise, the dormitory manager will close the door. Lu Xiaoying nodded, turned around, and jogged into the school. After kissing Chen Xing, her face was flushed again. Chen Xing watched her enter the school gate before slowly starting the car and leaving. Still 2 more to go. If Wu Ziyuan can work out, then it will be just 1 left. Relying on Gue Lixiong and the others is probably unrealistic. After all, having Lu Xiaoying is already lucky, and relying on that fiancé E of his, who is nowhere to be seen, feels even more difficult. The next morning, while Chen Xing was still considering where to find the 5th person, the big-nosed bounty hunter Chen Yuanlong actually contacted him. Director Chen, I have a task with a 5 million bounty. Do you want to collaborate? What task? Protect a little beauty from Italy. Chen Xing frowned. It was actually not a case-solving task, but a protection task. Why does she need protection? Chapter 38. The advancing Wu Ziyuan. Why does the other party need protection? It's just an ordinary security issue. 5 million is enough to hire a professional bodyguard team from Blackwater for a year. Facing Chen Xing's inquiry, Chen Yuanlong knew that it would be impossible to fool him into agreeing directly. Ahem, she is the daughter of an Italian mafia family. And right now, there's a power transition happening over there, with a struggle for succession among 3 factions. Her uncles might take action against her. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow and said, so, the enemies are the mafia, causing trouble in Yin country? Yes, Chen Yuanlong replied. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this intersect with his work? Foreign assassins have no human rights. I'll take the job. Send me the details, and I'll plan the itinerary. Great, happy to cooperate. Chen Yuanlong said happily. All right, let's leave it at that. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xing went out for breakfast. He had Cantonese dim sum for breakfast. While eating, he looked at the information sent by Chen Yuanlong. The protection target is named Angelina, a beautiful girl who looks very sweet and elfin, working as a luxury fashion model and cosmetic advertisement model. She came to Tianhai this time to participate in a beauty advertisement shoot, but in reality, it was arranged by her father to help her seek refuge in Yin country. Her itinerary is for a total of 7 days, 3 days for shooting and 4 days for leisure. She will be accompanied by 4 bodyguards, an assistant, and a manager. She will arrive next week and needs to be picked up from the airport, with protection required for a week after that. If the mission fails, It could result in the revocation of the hunter's license. Of course, he does not have a hunter's license, so if the mission fails, Chen Yuanlong will lose his job. Chief Chen, what a coincidence. A cheerful voice sounded nearby. It was Wu Ziyuan, who had been hanging around the tea restaurant for several mornings. Chen Xing looked up at her. Due to the angle, he only saw her ample chest and half of her face. Chen Xing was sure that if she didn't bend over, she definitely couldn't see her toes. Is it true that all girls named Ziyuan have a growth buff? Oh, it's you, junior sister Ziyuan. Have you eaten? Let's eat together if you haven't. I just finished eating and was about to head back. Wu Ziyuan replied with a smile, then seemed to think of something. By the way, Chief Chen, are you free today? Chen Xing nodded and said, just call me Brother Xing. I am indeed free today, since I am still on vacation. Wu Ziyuan was very pleased and smiled brightly. Well, I originally planned to go to the movies with my junior sister, but she couldn't make it. I can't refund the ticket now, so if you're free, how about I give it to you? What a clutch method. Are you sure you didn't read some old love manual collected by Master Wu back in the day? It's so outdated by several versions. Chen Xing didn't agree immediately but asked, what movie is it? Wu Ziyuan suddenly felt embarrassed. She planned to get the ticket first and then buy it later, not knowing what movies were showing now. Chen Xing found her behavior a bit amusing. This was too careless. If it weren't for her looks, she might starve to death. It seemed he had to assist her. I heard that the Avengers have a new movie out these days. I quite like superhero films. If so, let's go watch it. My phone is ringing. I need to take a call. Wu Ziyuan covered her pocket and jogged to the restroom. After entering, she took out her phone and searched. Sure enough, there was a showing for the Avengers later. She immediately bought 2 tickets for a couple's seat and returned to Chen Xing's tea table. Brother Xing, I bought tickets for the Avengers movie. Chen Xing nodded and said, all right, then let's go watch it later. Wu Ziyuan was overjoyed. She didn't expect her first attempt would be successful. Chen Xing, as everyone knows, it's not about how accurately you throw your skills, but how accurately your opponent catches them. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Yida Plaza. Chen Xing asked, by the way, when does the movie start? Wu Ziyuan ran her fingers through her bangs and awkwardly said, the tickets are for 10:30. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked around and said, it's only 9:30 now. Let's stroll for a bit? Yeah, I haven't shopped in a long time. Wu Ziyuan quickly nodded in agreement. They strolled for a while and then spent over half an hour playing in the arcade, only heading to the cinema as it neared 10:30. However, when they entered the screening room, they were stunned because there were no seats, only beds. Wu Ziyuan was dumbfounded. Why are there no seats, just beds? Chen Xing looked at her oddly. Didn't you book the tickets? It was my junior sister, so I'm not very familiar with it, Wu Ziyuan replied awkwardly. Chen Xing chuckled and confidently walked to the bed, took off his shoes, and lay down. This style is quite popular now. He had wanted to try it before. Lying down to watch feels very comfortable, but since it's a double bed, it feels a bit strange to come alone. Wu Ziyuan's face turned red as she slowly sat down on the other side and then gradually lay down. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide, and since both of them were fairly large, they were almost pressed together. Soon, the movie started. Chen Xing, having seen it twice already, felt a bit drowsy. Meanwhile, Wu Ziyuan, after a long internal struggle, slowly reached out her hand and gently placed it on Chen Xing's hand. After noticing that Chen Xing didn't react, she gradually shifted from resting her hand to holding it. Wu Ziyuan was very happy because Chen Xing didn't pull his hand back. According to the book 36 Strategies of Love in her father's study, this meant that Chen Xing also had feelings for her, and she had already succeeded halfway. Next, all she needed to do was to keep Chen Xing with her after the movie. Just in time for lunch, they could eat together. The problem was how to spend the afternoon. If the activities didn't satisfy Chen Xing, he might just leave. Worried that Wu Ziyuan might take him to some boring date activities in the afternoon, Chen Xing suggested, how about I treat you to a hot spring resort to relax? Usually, when I feel too much fatigue building up in my body, I go there to unwind. Okay, I've never been to a hot spring, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly. Shoo. Chen Xing raised a hand to signal her to lower her voice. Wu Ziyuan suddenly remembered they were in the cinema and immediately covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Chen Xing smiled faintly. As long as he replicated the previous dating process with Lu Tong, he would smoothly complete the mission. At this moment, in a foreign primitive forest, Chen Xing's fiancée, Yi Qingxue, was protecting a research team deep in the forest. Every day, after meals, during her breaks, she would take out her phone to look at the empty signal bars or stare at Chen Xing's photos in a daze for a while. A teammate nearby teased, "Are you afraid your fiancé will misbehave while you're not around?" Yi Qingxue shook her head and said he won't. I'm just worried that he works and trains too hard and doesn't get enough rest. Chapter 39, Task, Progress 45, in the evening. After spending an afternoon at the hot spring resort, Chen Xing and Wu Ziyuan arrived at the restaurant for a candlelight dinner. To be honest, as the saying goes, if a woman isn't drunk, a man has no chance. When a woman is drinking with a handsome man she has long been eyeing, no matter how good her alcohol tolerance is, she will be down after 3 drinks. Chen Xing felt a bit speechless. Lu Tong was at least tipsy, looking genuinely drunk. Meanwhile, Wu Ziyuan had downed 3 drinks without changing her expression, making it feel like she was trying to play him for a fool. If it weren't for the system task, he would have poked fun at her to make her embarrassed. However, for the sake of the task, he chose to pretend not to notice. After finishing the remaining wine, he sent Wu Ziyuan back to her room. Once inside the room, Wu Ziyuan made no move and chose to wait for him to take the initiative. He felt a bit helpless. It was clear that she wanted him to act, but he couldn't do that, as it would be hard to explain after completing the task. So he pretended to want to leave. Upon seeing this, Wu Ziyuan couldn't help but admire Chen Xing's integrity for not taking advantage of her vulnerability. However, she had come to win him over, and there was no way she would let him escape. According to her aunt, such a man was incredibly sought after, and taking it slow would mean she had to defeat countless outstanding competitors to get ahead. Therefore, she had to strike with a thunderous force. Her aunt had done the same to win over her uncle. Wu Ziyuan immediately pretended to be drunk, rolling off the bed onto the floor. Thud! She genuinely fell. But fortunately, she practiced martial arts. Otherwise, she would have been in serious pain. Chen Xing's mouth twitched as he nearly burst out laughing. He walked back to the bed and said, "How can you be so careless?" After he picked Wu Ziyuan up and placed her back on the bed, she seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Chen Xing struggled half-heartedly while freeing a hand to set an alarm on his phone. Finally, shortly after completing the system task, his phone rang. He pretended to wake up and immediately pushed away the already somewhat flustered Wu Ziyuan. "I'm sorry, I have to go save someone, and we're a bit drunk." He reassured Wu Ziyuan and quickly retreated. To be honest, his self-control was such that even Lu Xiaohui would have to bow down in admiration. After leaving the resort, he went straight home. After throwing a few punches to vent his frustration, he took a cold shower. However, the flames ignited by Wu Ziyuan still burned within him, making it hard to sleep. Damn, he needed to vent somehow. After putting on his dark light outfit, he headed out. That night, chaos erupted at the Jingnan Detention Center. The main culprits in the Lu Qingxue case, Wang Zhe and Zheng Shiro, were dead, and their heads had been severed. While the Jingnan Police Department was on lockdown searching for the heads, Chen Xing had already arrived at the place where Gu Aisha lived, carrying the 2 severed heads. In the apartment, Gu Aisha was not home. However, there was a note left on the table saying she had gone to Jingnan for a court hearing and a memorial service. If Chen Xing needed anything, he could leave a message or call her. Chen Xing felt a bit helpless and could only put the 2 heads in Gu Aisha's kitchen refrigerator. After placing them inside, he left without leaving any message. Little did he know, when Gu Aisha returned a few days later and opened the refrigerator, she would nearly have a heart attack. After returning home, Chen Xing took another shower. Lying in a massage bathtub, he looked at his hands and noticed that the coverage area of his blood casting iron hand had increased by 3 to 5 millimeters compared to before he started killing. Why did this martial art seem to lean toward the dark side? It actually helped him grow stronger by killing? He dispelled the blood casting iron hand and, for the first time in a long time, sat down to meditate. When dawn broke, after having breakfast, he went back to sleep at home until the afternoon. Upon waking, his phone was indeed bombarded with messages. Lin Lijia messaged him, asking for the house techniques manual. Situ GM messaged him, wanting to treat him to a meal. Wang Jiangan messaged him, asking for help investigating a gender reassignment case. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Did he really want him to investigate himself? Following, there were messages from Lu Tong, Yang Xiao, Lu Xiaoying, and Wu Ziyuan. Lu Tong wanted to interview him about a terrorist attack case. Yang Xiao wanted to invite him to dinner. Lu Xiaoying sent a message saying she had safely returned home, and Wu Ziyuan was planning to make another move. Chen Xing replied to each one, coming up with excuses to decline, and then began to practice the horizontal training 13 bodyguards at home. After all, Chun Yuanlong's bodyguard task might involve facing numerous assassins and surprise attacks. While a direct attack is easy to dodge, a hidden one is hard to defend against. So increasing his defense would be safer. With only one system task left and over 10 days to go, he wasn't too anxious. If his deceased fiancée, he still hadn't returned by the last week, he planned to find a qualified girl to complete the task. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know if it was because of his previous foundation in body training or if his abnormal talent after emerging from another world was too strong. He had only taken 3 days to grasp the basics of the horizontal training 13 bodyguards. Now, he could ignore attacks from ordinary cold weapons, and for hot weapons, even low-caliber firearms would only leave him with bruises. Additionally, the iron crotch technique and the unyielding golden spear technique surprisingly complemented each other well. Now, apart from his fists, his third leg was also quite strong. Thinking about how his fiancée, he barely reached the second-tier martial artist level, he couldn't help but shake his head. Comrade Xiao, you would suffer after marriage. By the way, does this count as a form of domestic violence? The housewife next door, craving domestic violence. After finishing learning the horizontal training 13 bodyguards, Chen Xing took out the Tangmen manual he obtained from Wang Zhe and began to read it. He lacked long-range attack methods. Usually, having a gun in hand could compensate for this flaw, but shooting requires filing a report, while hidden weapons do not. His martial arts had already reached a bottleneck. So learning 1 or 2 more techniques for self-defense wouldn't hurt. In fact, various sect manuals were also sold online and in the black market, but there was no way to guarantee which ones were real and which were fake. Even a slight alteration in acupoints and meridians could leave hidden dangers in the body. Most fake manuals were released by the sects themselves to muddy the waters. Since Wang Zhe was once part of the Tangmen, the manuals would naturally not be fake. 3 more days quickly passed. For someone like him, who followed the path of strength, using hidden weapons was truly difficult. Brain, learned it. Hands, I have some awareness, right? Teaching him hidden weapon techniques was like asking Zhang Fei to do embroidery. However, he did gain some insights. Without techniques, he could rely entirely on strength, focusing on brute force for a violent launch. With the 3-ring force activated, the nails he shot from his hand had power comparable to a small sniper rifle. He glanced at his phone. His deceased fiancée, he still hadn't sent any messages. Sometimes, he really couldn't blame himself for being unfaithful. It was just that Comrade Greenleaf was really unreliable. Just as he was pondering where to find a girl to complete the task, Chen Yuanlong called in a hurry. The darling of the Italian mafia had arrived a day early. Chapter 40 Special Reward. At the entrance of Tianhai Airport, Chen Xing had just parked his car when he saw Chen Yuanlong in overalls. Every time Chen Xing saw his overalls, it reminded him of a deceased friend. Next to Chen Yuanlong, Ji Linglong waved from a distance upon seeing Chen Xing brother Long. Section Chief Chen is here. I see. Why does it feel like this guy has become even more formidable? Chen Yuanlong muttered. Chen Xing smiled and nodded in response, then asked, why did the protection target arrive so suddenly? Chen Yuanlong replied, I heard there was a near-car accident last night that scared the employer. Chen Xing frowned and said, if the car accident wasn't an accident, then this mission might be quite troublesome. Ha ha, with the 2 of us here, it's definitely not a problem. Chen Yuanlong said boastfully, my marksmanship is divine, and your martial arts are exceptional. No matter how they cooperate, even their god won't work. All right, it's almost time. Let's go in and meet them, Chen Xing said as he walked toward the airport. Inside the airport, it seemed everyone already knew him. The patrol team and customs officials aside, even the security staff, cleaners, and flight attendants recognized him. Section Chief Chen. Hello. Hello, everyone. Chen Xing awkwardly greeted them all. Ji Linglong curiously asked, Section Chief Chen, did you work here before? How come everyone knows you? Chen Yuanlong said, he didn't work here. He killed people here. Ji Linglong was directly stunned. Chen Yuanlong reminded her, in the recent terrorist attack, 3 of them were killed by him right here. So was that case. By the way, Section Chief Chen is really impressive. It feels like bad guys can't escape your iron-fisted punishment, Ji Linglong said with some admiration. Chen Xing said, maybe it's because I'm naturally sensitive to bad people. The 3 chatted for a while at the pickup area, and then the protection target, Angelina Craig, made a grand entrance surrounded by 4 bodyguards in black suits. One had to say, with her platinum blonde hair, exquisite features, and tall, curvy figure, she was a stunning sight wherever she went. People in the airport couldn't help but be drawn to her. Of course, some were attracted by the bodyguards beside her. Who is this? A star? Looks a bit familiar. Must be a foreign star. Should I go get an autograph? Forget it. The bodyguards look a bit intimidating. And if they ask you something and you can't answer, that would be so embarrassing. Chen Xing activated his identification ability to look at Angelina and her team. Angelina's evil value was only 5, while her manager was 7, her assistant 9, and the 4 bodyguards were all over 40. Just then, the system unexpectedly popped up with a score. Appearance 98, Perfection 5, Natural Fool 2, Gang Background -5, Overall Score 100. Full marks for exceeding the task will have special rewards. Chen Xing felt speechless. The system was not just hinting that he should take her down. It was outright indicating it. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. The other party had a special background, and he was really reluctant to provoke her. But the special reward was too tempting. Are we going over? Ji Linglong said, then noticed that Chen Yuanlong was staring intently at Angelina with a foolish expression, suddenly feeling very embarrassed and a bit angry. She then looked at Chen Xing curiously, only to find him looking troubled and hesitant, as if he was facing a difficult problem. Is something wrong, Section Chief Chen? It's nothing, just worried that the target might be hard to approach. Chen Xing casually found an excuse. Upon hearing this, Ji Linglong couldn't help but punch Chen Yuanlong in the abdomen. Wow, why are you hitting me? Yi Linglong coldly snorted. Look at Section Chief Chen, then look at your foolish face. Don't you feel embarrassed? Chen Yuanlong immediately felt awkward. He had been too focused on her legs. That skirt and thigh-high stockings the female manager wore were indeed too much. Ahem, what foolish face. Don't say that. At this moment, people from the advertising company and beauty brand had already approached. Seeing this, Chen Yuanlong immediately jogged over. After all, if there were assassins among them, his mission would end before it even started. However, as he ran over, it triggered a reaction from Angelina's bodyguards. One bodyguard with a ponytail kicked toward his chest. But fortunately, Chen Yuanlong reacted quickly, grabbing the leg and instinctively pulling, causing the bodyguard to split his legs on the smooth floor. The other bodyguard saw this and left too to protect Angelina, while the one with tattoos on his face rushed toward Chen Yuanlong, intending to use Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to subdue him. Although Chen Yuanlong was only a barely second-rate fighter, he possessed quirky item usage abilities. Using nearby luggage and barriers, he began to engage with the two. However, the airport security and patrol team were drawn over by them. Stop! What are you doing? Hands on your head, squat down. Ji Linglong couldn't help but facepalmed. God, what is this guy doing? Chen Xing was also speechless. He just arrived and started fighting with the protection target's bodyguards. This guy couldn't be a fool hired by a monkey. Meanwhile, with guns pointed at them by the patrol team, Chen Yuanlong and two of Angelina's bodyguards had obediently squatted down with their hands on their heads. Chen Yuanlong hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm their hired bodyguard." The patrol team members were left speechless, feeling that Chen Yuanlong must have a problem with his brain. These foreigners clearly didn't recognize him. Although it felt a bit embarrassing, Chen Xing still walked over to help. It's indeed a misunderstanding. He is my friend, hired by Angelina's father as a bodyguard and guide, so they don't know him yet. Upon seeing this, the patrol team immediately lowered their weapons, and their serious expressions turned into smiles. Oh, so he's a friend of Section Chief Chen. Since it's a misunderstanding, then it's fine. We'll continue our patrol. Thank you. After watching them leave, Chen Xing looked at Chen Yuanlong with a speechless expression. Given your embarrassing performance, I'll take the lead on this mission. Ahem. Chen Yuanlong awkwardly touched his nose. Chen Xing spoke in fluent Italian. Hello, Miss Angelina, we are the bodyguards and tour guides hired by your father. The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. My partner saw so many people gathering and worried someone might harm you, so he rushed over. I see. My father did mention something about bodyguards. Angelina nodded, then looked at Chen Yuanlong with some disdain. But someone like this is a no-go for me. I don't like him. As for you, you look okay, so I allow you to become a member of my bodyguard team. Chen Yuanlong, watching the words sync up on the translation app, felt as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 41. Those who love their hometown, several cars formed a convoy leaving the airport, heading towards the hotel in the city center. Chen Yuanlong's Jeep was at the very back. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. After all, it was the first time hearing about someone being kicked off a task after being assigned. Ji Linglong's forehead throbbed with veins. She didn't expect that her first time teaming up with Chen Xing would lead to such a big embarrassment caused by Chen Yuanlong. However, the most urgent matter now was to rearrange the protection task. Long Gu would be responsible for the outer support, while I would take over his job of protecting the target closely. She awkwardly said, I'm a woman, so I'm actually more suitable for close protection. Even though she said that, she still lacked confidence in her abilities. After all, there might be quite a few formidable assassins to face this time. But since Chen Yuanlong was rejected by the target, she could only reluctantly step up. Chen Xing nodded. Okay, you handle the night shift, and I'll take care of the day shift. All right, Ji Linglong nodded. The original plan was for Chen Xing to handle the night and Chen Yuanlong the day. After all, with high-intensity vigilance work, it was manageable for one person to work 12 hours, but for an entire day, even a top expert like Chen Xing would struggle after 7 days. When they arrived at the hotel, Chen Xing used his identity to check the place and established a group with the hotel staff to keep track of any movements. This operation amazed Chen Yuanlong. After all, it usually required booking the entire hotel to achieve such a level of control. You really picked the right person. Having the identity of the precinct chief is incredibly useful, Chen Yuanlong said. Chen Xing rolled his eyes and replied, "The surveillance room is yours." According to movie plots, kidnappers most often disguise themselves as staff, especially those pushing cleaning carts. He then reassured the nervous Ji Linglong, saying, "Actually, it's quite unlikely to take someone away from a hotel, especially since the target is staying in a suite. The biggest danger is still outside the hotel." Yeah, Ji Linglong nodded with a smile, fully understanding that Chen Xing was trying to calm her nerves. Angelina was visiting Yin country for the first time, so after resting a bit after getting off the plane, she planned to go out and explore. Naturally, Chen Xing, as a local, became the tour guide. He knew which attractions foreign tourists liked when visiting Tianhai, as these places were key management areas for the Public Security Bureau. With wolves circling abroad, danger lurked everywhere. Any mistake could be magnified by unscrupulous media, so they had to do better to win the favor of those yearning to visit. Angelina curiously asked, "Xing, you seem very familiar with this place, and it looks like many shop owners know you. When you went in, the boss personally came out to greet you, and at the airport, I noticed the staff and patrol teams looked at you with great respect and admiration." Chen Xing smiled and replied, "It's probably because I'm the chief of the Public Security Bureau here." Angelina's manager, Catherine, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, are you talking about the City Bureau here?" "Of course," Chen Xing nodded. Manager Catherine gasped, "How old are you? And you've already reached such a high position?" Chen Xing shrugged and said helplessly, "I guess I've made a lot of contributions." Angelina asked curiously, "A lot of contributions? So, you're quite impressive?" Chen Xing smiled modestly, "It's okay." Angelina laughed and said, "If it's just okay, others wouldn't look at you with such respect and admiration." She decided to ask the advertising company people later, as Chen Xing left a good impression on her, making her want to get to know him better. Of course, it wasn't just Angelina. Everyone in the team had a great impression of Chen Xing. After all, when Angelina bought snacks, Chen Xing would also buy some for the others to share and even took pictures of them all. These people were potential future tourists. Leaving them with a good impression might lead them to bring their families to visit later, and they might recommend the place to their friends and relatives. Although this was about cultural tourism, the prosperity of a city was everyone's business. Even if it seemed like you weren't getting any direct benefits, many advantages were actually invisible. The group had fun until past 1 in the morning before returning to the hotel. After Chen Xing and Ji Linglong completed the handover, he immediately went back to his room to rest. The next morning, Chen Xing took a few people to the tea restaurant where they usually dined. Along the way, most of the people on the street warmly greeted Chen Xing, which made Angelina and the others even more curious, because in their place, neither the mayor nor the family leaders received such treatment. After learning that they were Italians, the restaurant owner even went to the neighboring street to get some Italian sauces for them to use as dipping sauce. Since not everyone could accept the light flavors of Cantonese morning tea, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. "Thanks, Lao Ma." The owner smiled and said, "Star G's guests are our distinguished guests, and I think our street has great tourism potential. If we can attract some tourists, the neighbors can earn more." "Good. That's a broad vision." Chen Xing gave the owner a thumbs up. With the addition of Italian sauces, everyone indeed enjoyed their meal very much. After all, they received thoughtful service and respect, and being able to eat their country sauces in a foreign land made them feel quite proud. After finishing their morning tea, Angelina went to the advertising company to discuss filming the advertisement. Outside the office, for bodyguards waited board. Meanwhile, Chen Xing was being flirted with by a passing girl. "Handsome, you really have the potential to be a model. Let's add WeChat and chat later. I'm with the Public Security Bureau and not planning to change jobs." "Oh, that's fine. We can just be friends. We can go out for a meal or have fun together later." "Sorry, I'm currently on a mission and didn't bring my personal phone." "All right then, just give me your phone number." In the end, Chen Xing reluctantly gave her Lin Lijia's number. After the girl left, the bodyguards immediately exchanged knowing glances and teasing expressions. One of them, who understood Chinese, kept translating for his teammates. The bodyguard who spoke Chinese laughed and said, "Xing, that girl is pretty good. She must be a model too. Why do you look so unwilling?" "I'm a conservative person," Chen Xing replied with a smile. Meanwhile, inside the office, after finishing their work discussion, Angelina curiously asked the advertising director, "Do you know a Public Security Bureau officer named Chen Xing?" Upon hearing this, the advertising director immediately smiled and replied, "Chief Chen, Of course, I know him. He is our Tianhai superhero and is quite famous throughout Yin country. Superhero? Famous throughout Yin country? Angelina and her assistant were completely stunned. They had thought Chen Xing might be impressive, but they never expected him to be this impressive. Chapter 42. Little Stars in the Eyes, the famous superhero of the Yin Kingdom? Is it really that exaggerated? Angelina's agent, Catherine, said in disbelief. The director smiled and said, just look it up online. His deed can actually be found online, although the news tends to be more conservative. By the way, his nickname is the Nemesis of Evil. Nemesis of Evil? Angelina immediately took out her phone to search. Sure enough, she found it right away. She opened the latest trending video, which was a compilation of a terrorist attack incident by a blogger named Brother Jia. The video included quite a few surveillance footage, but it couldn't clearly capture Chen Xing's face. It's unclear where this blogger got it from. It began by introducing the bomb extortion case that attracted the city's attention that day, followed by the moment when, in their desperation, they called Chen Xing on the plane for help and analysis. Chen Xing realized something was wrong through the ransom and ultimately deduced the terrorists' intentions through a process of elimination. However, the terrorists had already completed most of their plan and attacked the armored truck to rescue the criminals. Then it showed Chen Xing getting off the plane, coincidentally encountering 3 terrorists preparing to leave the airport. After handing his luggage to the taxi driver, he shot out like a cannonball toward the enemies, and the 3 were quickly taken out. Following that, he learned the whereabouts of others from the information left on the terrorists and reported part of it before single-handedly launching an attack on the headquarters of an organ trafficking organization. Without using firearms, he directly breached the headquarters, knocking out more than 100 people and resulting in several deaths. Angelina was left dumbfounded. God, is he Spider-Man or Batman? How can he be so powerful? The advertising director laughed and said, you've only seen one case. Keep watching. Angelina clicked on other videos about Chen Xing and began watching. Solving a cold case while traveling and earning a 10 million bounty? An inexplicable murder case solved in half an hour. Wow. A serial pervert attacking 100 people, and he took them down that same night. Oh my God. He disregarded the pressure and forcefully investigated and arrested the mayor's son, leading to the mayor being reassigned. And he also left the front lines. God, he is just too righteous, isn't he? After watching Chen Xing's resume, Angelina and the others felt like they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Agent Catherine licked her lips and said, this man is just too cool. I really want to have a romantic moment with him. Cough, cough. The advertising director, overhearing such bold words, sprayed his coffee everywhere and clumsily began wiping it up with a tissue. Angelina shot her agent a speechless glance. Don't mess around. I still want to be friends with him. Catherine teased. Miss, don't you also want to have a romantic moment with him? Angelina, blushing with embarrassment, raised her hand and lightly hit Catherine, warning, Catherine, please shut up and don't say anything that might be misunderstood. Assistant Anna looked at Angelina's flushed face and began to worry. After all, if Angelina fell for Chen Xing, it would be a problem, considering Chen Xing was the rising star of the Yin Kingdom's police force, while Angelina was the apple of the eye of a mafia boss. There was no way these two would end well, unless it was just a temporary fling. After adjusting her emotions, Angelina left the office with her agent and assistant. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Chen Xing chatting and laughing with his bodyguards. His cheerful and easygoing nature, combined with his impressive abilities, really made a great impression. She turned to her agent Catherine, who was already swallowing hard. Angelina nudged her, giving a warning look, and smiled at Chen Xing, saying, work starts in the afternoon. Where should we go for lunch? Chen Xing thought for a moment and replied with a smile. How about I take you to the Tianhai branch of Jingxing roast duck? Sound good? Jingxing roast duck is very famous. I wanted to try it for a long time. Angelina nodded with a smile. Chen Xing felt a bit puzzled, as it seemed that in just a short time, Angelina's fondness for him had skyrocketed. He could see little stars in her eyes. As they walked out of the advertising company, Chen Xing sensed 3 pairs of malicious eyes watching him. Having lived 2 lives, his soul strength was undoubtedly much higher than that of a normal person, so his sixth sense was extremely sensitive. He put on sunglasses and, while casually talking to those around him, discreetly began to observe and identify the targets. Soon, he locked onto the 3 groups of people. 2 of them were armed and clearly hired or commissioned individuals from the Yin Kingdom and Southeast Asia. The 3rd group, although unarmed, consisted of 2 martial artists wearing human skin masks, armed with chains, flying daggers, and short swords. These 2 resembled a wanted killer duo, and he planned to have someone check on them. Additionally, being passively attacked was not his style. He intended to take down the 2 armed groups first. as firearms could easily harm bystanders, and he wanted to know which organization they belonged to. Once in the car, Chen Xing immediately told the bodyguards, "The enemy is here. You all protect your lady. I'll go control them first." Before the bodyguards could react, Chen Xing touched his pocket and got out of the car. After getting out, he looked around as if searching for something, then ran back into the advertising company's building. The assassins monitoring Angelina thought Chen Xing had dropped something and went back inside the advertising company to look for it. However, they were unaware that Chen Xing had already exited through the back door of the building and quickly circled around to the other side of the street. There, he found 3 Kingdom assassins who were observing from a 5th-floor hotel room, likely planning to take action inside the advertising company. Chen Xing entered the hotel and went straight to the 5th floor. He kicked open the door and charged in, catching the 3 startled individuals off guard and swiftly incapacitating them, ultimately disarming them completely. Everything was that simple and brutal. After dealing with this group, he called Chen Yuanlong while heading towards a second group. This group consisted of 4 Southeast Asians, positioned in 2 cars on a roadside, armed with rifles, pistols, and grenades. They likely intended to rob someone on the road, which posed a significant threat, so Chen Xing planned to take them out decisively. He would say they were accomplices seeking revenge for the previous terrorist attack. The reason for addressing this group of Southeast Asians second was that they were roadside. If he dealt with them first, the hotel group would probably see and escape. Chapter 43. Superman started to be honest, if these people weren't carrying so many firearms, Chen Xing wouldn't even feel embarrassed to take action directly. But if you dare to bring such a batch of firearms in Yan country, how can you say you're not a terrorist? It's well known that catching criminals requires evidence, but anti-terrorism only needs a list or coordinates. Chen Xing pretended to be a passerby and walked to the car, then punched through the windshield, hitting the driver's head. The person in the passenger seat hadn't reacted yet and was knocked dizzy by the impact of the head that Chen Xing had sent over. Of course, it wasn't the head of the driver that flew off. Rather, he wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was knocked forward. The 2 killers in another car heard the noise and looked toward the car, only to see Chen Xing crossing the street and rushing towards them. They were startled and quickly reached for their guns. But Chen Xing had already kicked the car door. This kick looked unremarkable, but it was actually a powerful technique capable of producing a force 10 times stronger than usual. If he hadn't practiced the horizontal training 13 Guardians, he wouldn't dare to use this move, as it could easily break his leg. Additionally, his leg strength was over 600 pounds, which is about 8 tons. 10 times that is just over 8 tons. The car in front of him was probably around 3 tons. Boom! The car flipped over onto the sidewalk as if it had been struck by a speeding vehicle. The 2 of them, not wearing seatbelts, rolled around in the driver's seat for 2 or 3 revolutions. Finally, the car lay upside down like a turtle on its back in the greenery on the other side of the sidewalk. Before the 2 killers, who were a bit dazed from the impact, could adjust their positions and crawl out of the car, Chen Xing had already pulled them out, slapping each one to the ground, making them convulse. Hearing the commotion from the first car, Angelina and the others turned to look at the roadside, only to see Chen Xing kick a car that rolled onto the sidewalk. Although Japanese cars are generally lighter, that kick was still outrageous. What the hell? The burly bodyguard exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, is he Superman? If that kick hit someone, wouldn't they be all bruised up? By the way, when did he sneak around? His speed is incredible. The agent, Catherine, swallowed hard, realizing how fierce he was. Angelina, who was in shock, only snapped back to reality when she heard Catherine swallow. She shot a glare at her scheming agent and wanted to get out of the car. Naturally, she was stopped by the bodyguard. "Miss, let me go check if help is needed. You stay in the car. It's safer here, and this car is bulletproof." Okay. Angelina nodded dejectedly. After all, being alive was key to having a chance to meet handsome guys. As the bodyguard jogged over, Chen Xing was already on the phone with Situ Jia, giving him the credit for this achievement. As for why he didn't give it to Wang Jing'an, it wasn't that he held a grudge against Wang, but there were a few misfits in the martial arts department. If he passed the credit to them, it would only serve to irritate himself. The bodyguard, with admiration on his face, asked, "Superman Star, do you need help?" Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. What the hell was Superman Star? Help me move someone. These Southeast Asian killers had a bit of stench when he squatted down to grab their phones. He was directly choked by the smell. The bodyguard nodded with a smile. Okay. They quickly arrived at the other car by the roadside. The driver in the driver's seat had fallen onto the passenger's seat, with a prominent fist mark on his head. Just one glance made it clear that he had been punched while in the driver's seat. The bodyguard looked at the window, which had a large hole punched through it, and couldn't help but swallow. Are these 2 also? Chen Xing nodded. Yeah, they were with those 2. They were probably planning to use the car to sandwich someone on the road and then kidnap and kill. He opened the car door and dragged the dead driver out, tossing him onto the ground. This passenger is just knocked out. Let's take him for questioning. If there's an organization, we can have your boss negotiate with them to avoid them continuously sending people over. The bodyguard was astonished. Wow, this method of handling is really clever. By the way, where should we move him? Chen Xing pointed to a hotel in the distance and said, that hotel over there. There are 3 more. I just knocked them all out for my companions to watch. Huh? The bodyguard was completely stunned. In just a short time, Chen Xing had already dealt with 7 killers while they were still in the car, completely unaware. How did you find them? I have companions. Did you forget? The one who looks funny but has decent skills, the big nose guy, right? And your evaluation is very objective. Ha ha. At this moment, the bodyguard's earpiece also picked up inquiries from the other people in the car. After he answered truthfully, Angelina eagerly wanted to go see. The bodyguard immediately asked Chen Xing, Star, my lady wants to come see. Is there still danger here? Chen Xing nodded. For now, there isn't any. If they want to come, let them join. With me around, I can feel more at ease. Okay, I'll let them come over, the bodyguard happily replied to the people in the car. Soon, Angelina and the others got out of the car. One could only say that as the daughter of a mafia family, even upon seeing a somewhat gruesome scene, she was not afraid, but rather excitedly said, no wonder everyone says you're the superhero of Yin country. You're amazing. Chen Xing smiled and said, I'm just a little stronger than ordinary people. The bodyguard couldn't help but retort, Star, you're being a bit too modest. The agent, Catherine, said with a flirtatious tone, indeed. I've never seen anyone kick a car and make it roll like that. Chen Xing replied, what if I told you there are many experts like me in Yin country? Oh my God, really? Not only Angelina, but even the bodyguards were stunned. Of course, Chen Xing had exaggerated a bit. Those who could do what he did were probably only those masters who followed the tough route. His abilities stemmed from a combination of innate talent and a bit of effort. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Just as the hotel staff was about to intercept them, they saw Chen Xing's credentials. Criminal Investigation Department on duty. The staff, about to speak, swallowed their words and awkwardly smiled. Do you need help? Chen Xing said, just wait here for my colleagues to arrive and then take them to the 5th floor. Okay. The staff nodded and immediately returned to their posts obediently. When Chen Xing brought Angelina and the others to the room of the next group of killers, he pushed open the door and saw Chen Yuanlong in the middle of pulling down one of the killer's pants. It seemed they had come at the wrong time. Chapter 44 Interrogation when the door of the hotel room opened. Everyone saw Chen Yuanlong by the bed taking off a killer's pants, and they were all momentarily stunned. Wow, pervert! Angelina couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly dove into Chen Xing's arms, feeling his chest and abdominal muscles with her face. Chen Xing also embraced Angelina, gently stroking her back. Chen Yuanlong was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand and walked towards the others. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. However, as he approached, everyone was even more dumbfounded because he was wearing only underwear. Chen Xing was also shocked. There might have been a misunderstanding before, but now he truly suspected that Chen Yuanlong had some perverted tendencies. He saw that Chen Yuanlong wanted to rush forward to explain, and quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, stay back, don't come closer, it's too much for the eyes. The bearded bodyguard looked at him with disdain and said, although we don't discriminate against that, you can't take advantage of the enemy being unconscious. Huh, I didn't. Listen to me. Chen Yuanlong was almost going crazy. He ran back to pick up his pants and said, my pants got torn. I saw his pants were the same size as mine, so I wanted to change them. Everyone looked at him with expressions that said, keep making excuses. Let's see if we believe you. Chen Xing sighed and said, all right, I believe you. Hurry up and put your pants on. Oh. Chen Yuanlong also felt that this was a bit inappropriate and ran back to take off the killer's pants again. The agent, Catherine, secretly took out her phone and snapped a picture. So thrilling. At that moment, the killer lying on the bed shook his head and slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was to look back, because he noticed someone was taking off his pants. When he saw a big-nosed man without pants trying to take off his pants, he felt like the sky had fallen. Holy crap, there's a gay guy. Help! The killer immediately started struggling frantically. Don't touch me. I'd rather die than submit. Chen Yuanlong turned pale. This was like yellow mud falling into his pants. It's not shit, but might as well be. Soon, the struggling killer noticed the crowd at the door and immediately pleaded, no, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just don't kill me. You could tell he was genuinely afraid of being hurt. Chen Xing walked into the room and cleared his throat. Ahem, alone, wait a minute. Let's see if he cooperates. Chen Yuanlong knew that Chen Xing wanted him to cooperate in acting, but he really didn't want to play a gay role. Chen Xing had already seized the time to start asking, "Which organization are you from?" The killer honestly replied, "We're from the number gang. Our leader has business dealings with those foreign guys, so they sent us to kidnap someone." Chen Xing nodded, picked up a phone from the ground, and handed it to him. "Call him and tell him not to interfere in this matter. I'll protect these guys, but if you send someone else, don't blame me for killing them all, and don't blame me for putting you on the anti-terrorism list afterward." The killer couldn't help but swallow hard. If they really ended up on the anti-terrorism list, they wouldn't be able to stay in Yin country. Who are you?" Chen Xing raised his hand to reveal his signature blood-casting iron hand. "Captain of the Public Security Department of Tianhai, Chen Xing. The ruthless iron hand, the nemesis of evil." "Captain Chen." The killer's eyes widened. The last thing they wanted to encounter in Tianhai was this terrifying figure. Only those in the underworld knew how terrifying he was. His investigative abilities were incredibly strong, his intelligence capabilities were unmatched, and he was the #1 martial artist below the masters in the legend of Iron Sea Dragon. Chen Xing dispersed his blood-casting iron hand and smiled faintly. Yes, the killer couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had really gone out without checking the calendar and directly ran into the hardest iron plate. He extended his now unbound hand to take the phone while saying to Chen Xing, "Thank you." After all, as a gun-wielding killer, Chen Xing could have mercilessly killed them all. In fact, he usually did just that. Moreover, Chen Xing had a sense of chivalry and allowed them to call to mitigate their losses. Otherwise, if their leader didn't know that their opponent was Chen Xing, sending more people would only lead to more deaths. A top-tier expert carrying firearms who could legally kill and capture and could mobilize both the underworld and law enforcement was something they truly dared not provoke. The killer quickly dialed the number and informed their leader about what happened. After a moment of silence, the leader asked to speak to Chen Xing. "The number gang will not take any further action, but can you return my men? We owe you a favor, and I can inform you of any future actions they take." Chen Xing thought for a moment. Detaining these three wouldn't benefit him, as they had no bounty, and he didn't need any credit. After all, having too many merits would just be comical when he became the director later. It was better to do a favor for the number gang, as this gang was quite strong and could be useful in the future. "All right, but I don't want anyone else to know about this." The leader sighed in relief and replied, "Don't worry, we won't have the face to speak about it." After Chen Xing hung up the phone, he said to the killer, "Leave the guy here, you guys hurry up and go." Thank you, Captain Chen." The killer thanked him while pulling up his pants. The other two killers had also woken up, and after being untied, they quickly ran away, leaving behind the valuable firearms in the room. Chen Yuanlong helplessly put on his torn pants. "I thought you'd send him to jail." Chen Xing smiled faintly and said, "I could do that, but if the number gang retaliates madly, I wouldn't care, but you and Miss Angelina would be in danger." "Ah." Chen Yuanlong was instantly speechless, feeling like he had misunderstood Chen Xing. Angelina, who understood some Chinese, looked at Chen Xing with gratitude. Sorry, Xing. If it weren't for me, you and T have had to do something against justice. You must feel very bad, right?" Saying this, she hugged Chen Xing, trying to give him some comfort. Chen Yuanlong was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, it's only been 2 days, and it's already settled?" He looked at Chen Xing in amazement and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, write a book. I'll take out a loan to buy a copy." Chen Xing rolled his eyes and then picked up the remaining survivor from the group of killers that the bodyguard had thrown on the floor, walking toward the bathroom. Time to brainwash. 10 minutes later, Chen Xing walked out of the bathroom. "This group is from the Golden Triangle's backside. Their mission is not to kidnap, but to kill all of you." Chen Yuanlong was the first to express disbelief. "How could that be? That doesn't align with the interests of those behind it." Chen Xing looked at Chen Yuanlong as if he were an idiot, and then explained calmly, "That's why a third party has intervened. Killing Angelina would create even more chaos in their family feud." Chapter 45. The notorious killer duo. Everyone was shocked by Chen Xing's words. It wasn't a possibility. Their family's enemies would definitely do this. "I must report to the boss immediately." The burly bodyguard captain quickly took out his phone and walked towards the window. Meanwhile, Angelina's expression turned a bit sorrowful. After all, it had only been a kidnapping before, and now it had escalated to an assassination. She felt really unlucky. Chen Xing walked over and placed his sturdy palm on her back. "Don't worry, I will protect you until this is over." "Thank you, Xing." Angelina looked at Chen Xing with watery eyes, her gaze somewhat longing. Chen Yuanlong watched with envy and jealousy. He felt that if it weren't for the initial misunderstanding, he would be the one protecting Angelina every day and winning her heart. However, he overlooked one thing. He was neither as handsome as Chen Xing nor had his strong protective abilities. If it were him, he would probably be in a gunfight on the road by now, with heavy casualties. Before long, Situ Jie arrived at the hotel. Director Chen, you've saved the police department again. These terrorists are truly despicable. It's bad enough they carry rifles and cannons, but they even brought over 10 grenades. Situ Jie said gratefully, as once these people committed crimes, it would be a huge disaster. Not only would they be held accountable, but many innocent citizens would also be harmed. There's another accomplice in the bathroom. You should take care of the weapons here too. Chen Xing had also suffered from the lack of storage space. Otherwise, he would have dealt with those weapons himself. Situ Jie curiously asked, by the way, what's going on here? How come there are so many firearms? Wow, there's even a sniper rifle? Chen Xing explained. A few informants helped find the terrorist's arms stash. Without them, I wouldn't have such accurate information. I see. Since it involved informants, Situ Jie didn't continue to ask. After all, he was benefiting from this without doing anything and didn't need to pry too much. Asking too much would be impolite. Anyway, he would believe whatever Chen Xing said, and just write the report according to Chen Xing's words to take credit for it. If he could win without effort, there's no need to think about getting up and doing unnecessary work. The bodies of the 4 killers and the weapons were soon taken away by Situ Jie. Chen Xing then continued to act as if nothing had happened and took Angelina and the others to eat roast duck. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Chen Yuanlong had to go change his pants because they were torn and could only eat his box lunch in the car. After finishing the roast duck, everyone returned to the advertising company, as Angelina was scheduled to start shooting in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, Chen Xing took a pencil and paper from the advertising staff and sketched the appearances of the 2 martial artist killers from the previous third wave. He then took out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to Lin Lijie. Old Lin, help me check if these 2 are wanted criminals. Once Lin Lijie received the images, he immediately accessed the system to help Chen Xing search. Before the results came out, he sent a voice message. Brother Xing, I heard you killed a few terrorists again. How come it feels like you're busier on vacation than at work? Chen Xing replied, somewhat amused. Because when I'm at work, I'm sitting in an office. What cases and criminals can I encounter? But when I'm on vacation and out and about, there's no way I can just sit back and do nothing when I encounter something. Lin Lijie couldn't help but laugh. If you keep this up, I think the bureau chief will have to give you a few more months off. That would be even better. Chen Xing wished he could take a vacation all year round. Sitting in the office was too boring. His day consisted of either typing, watching movies, or secretly playing games. After chatting for a while, Lin Lijie got the results. He was shocked when he saw the bounties. Wow, Brother Xing, you're going to make a fortune. The bounty for these 2 bastards add up to a whopping 16 million. Where did you encounter them? They're like 2 money trees. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. They were indeed 2 big fish. This mission was incredibly lucrative. He had to say that Chen Yuanlong was truly his lucky star. He had even given him 50,000 last time. All right, I'll treat you to a meal later. Send me the information first. I want to see what they're like and whether we need to catch them alive. Okay. Lin Lijie quickly sent the files of the 2 to Chen Xing. After reading, Chen Xing couldn't help but frown. One was from the Tang sect named Tang Liang, and the other was from the northern Shaolin named Guangshan. Despite their names suggesting kindness, they were guilty of numerous crimes: robbery, murder, sexual assault, family extermination, arson, corpse desecration, assaulting public officials, and retaliating against public officials' families. It could be said they were utterly heinous, with a bounty of up to 8 million each. At first, they could be tracked down using the Sky Eye, but later they managed to obtain human skin masks, rendering the Sky Eye completely useless. A few years ago, when the bounty was issued, they were already second-rate experts. Now, they might very well be first-rate experts. Most importantly, one was from the Tang sect and skilled in poison. If I were them, what would I do? Chen Xing began to simulate the criminal's actions. In the end, he thought of 2 best methods. The first was to poison the car's air conditioning system. If a sedative was placed in the car's enclosed space, it could easily take down everyone inside. The second was the hotel. Poisoning in the hotel room or food poisoning could also incapacitate them, allowing them to abduct Angelina. Regardless of which method, they would have to be present during the poisoning and wouldn't go far afterward. They would stay nearby to observe. The car downstairs was being watched by Chen Yuanlong to prevent someone from planting a bomb. So if anyone tried to drug the car, he would notice. Therefore, a warning was needed for the hotel. Chen Xing immediately called Ji Linglong. Linglong, are you still at the hotel? Ji Linglong replied while brushing her teeth. Yeah, just got up. Chen Xing reminded her, be careful. There might be assassins trying to slip sedatives into the suite or ambush you. If you notice anything, Call me immediately. And think of a way to hide or escape. Oh, okay. Ji Linglong paused for a moment and nodded in response. After hanging up, she started to take a shower. While she was showering and had turned off the water to dry her hair, she heard the sound of a bell ringing from the outer door. This bell was installed by Chen Yuanlong, just in case. It was a physical structure that would ring if someone opened the door. She immediately recalled Chen Xing's earlier words and quickly wrapped herself in a towel, ran to the bedside to grab her phone, and called Chen Xing while looking for a place to run or hide. She opened the window to check. It was the 10th floor, and the outside was smooth, so she couldn't climb out at all. The only place to hide in the whole room was the wardrobe. Hearing footsteps in the living room outside, she quickly took her pepper spray and stun baton and hid inside the wardrobe. Chapter 46. Lightning Rescue. When Chen Xing received the call from Ji Linglong, he immediately sensed that something might have gone wrong there. He said in a deep voice, "Don't say anything. If the problem I mentioned earlier occurs, hang up the phone immediately and turn off your phone." Ji Linglong, hiding in the wardrobe, quickly followed Chen Xing's instructions, hung up the phone, and turned off her device. Beep. Seeing the call disconnected, Chen Xing immediately left the studio and called Chen Yuanlong to come and take over his work. He then ran to the rooftop of the advertising company. If he used normal means to get back, it would take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough for Ji Linglong to die dozens of times. And by the time he arrived, it would be too late. So he had no choice but to use the ghost steps to hurry back. He took out his sunglasses and mask, put them on, and then, using the ghost steps, he darted across the rooftops of the buildings. As long as he was fast enough, no one would be able to see his figure, and with shadows around. He wasn't worried about being caught on surveillance or other recording devices. On the other side, the two notorious killers, Tang Liang and Guang Shan, were checking each room in the suite to see if anyone was inside. When they reached Ji Linglong's room, they found the door locked from the inside. In this situation, the probability of someone being inside was already over 80%. Tang Liang pulled out a tool and poked it into the keyhole a few times before gently twisting the lock open. When the door to the room opened, Tang Liang and Guang Shan noticed the clothes on the bed and the water stains on the floor. Upon seeing women's clothing, they couldn't help but exchange glances, revealing wicked smiles. Ji Linglong, hiding in the wardrobe, saw their figures through the crack in the door and was instantly filled with fear. The two of them tiptoed towards the bathroom, slowly turning the door lock. Finally, when the bathroom door opened, they rushed in, intending to subdue the person inside as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, they found nothing. The shower curtain in the bathroom was pulled back, and there was no one inside. As the two charged into the bathroom, Ji Linglong immediately pushed open the wardrobe door and rushed towards the exit. When they heard the noise and looked back, she quickly sprayed them with her pepper spray. Unfortunately, the two acted swiftly, raising their hands to shield themselves from the pepper spray. Ji Linglong sprayed twice and then dashed out of the room, running toward the outside. But as a third-rate martial artist, how could she outrun two top-tier martial artists? The two grabbed her shoulders from either side and lifted her up. Just as Ji Linglong was about to scream, one hand covered her mouth and nose. She tried to use her stun baton, but they snatched it away from her. She's actually a beauty. We're in luck. Looks like she's still a virgin. This time I'll go first. Don't let it happen like last time when you killed her in one go. I'll take advantage now. Hearing their words, Ji Linglong's face turned pale, her body trembling, and her heart filled with despair. Just then, she felt the towel on her body about to be ripped off. At that moment, bang, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The outer door of the suite was kicked open by Chen Xing. He then appeared behind Tang Liang and Guang Shan like a flash, his red and black hands clawing directly at the back of their necks. Although they were top-tier experts, they never expected that there would be someone in the world who could move this fast. Their attention was still on the kicked-open door when they felt a pain in their neck. Then everything went dark and their bodies lost all sensation. Chen Xing threw down the two bloody spinal columns he had just grabbed and caught Ji Linglong, who was about to fall. Thud! The two corpses hit the ground, and Ji Linglong was completely stunned and didn't understand what had just happened, just as she felt someone holding her and was about to struggle. She heard a familiar voice beside her. "It's okay, I'm here." She looked at the person in front of her and realized it was Chen Xing holding her. Not the bad guys. "Xing, brother Xing," she called out, and suddenly her nose felt sour, her eyes misting over, and she couldn't help but cry in Chen Xing's arms. "Woo, brother Xing, I'm so scared. They were so fast, so strong. I thought I was going to die." Chen Xing held her tightly, then whispered in her ear with deep regret and guilt, "I'm sorry, we were negligent." Ji Linglong felt the tight embrace, the warm breath beside her ear, and the guilt in his tone. Her face instantly flushed and she sniffed, softly saying, "I don't blame you. If you hadn't reminded me and come to save me, I would have been doomed. Thank you." Chen Xing whispered something else in her ear, the warm breath tickling her ear, making her feel both tingly and soft all over. Suddenly, Chen Xing picked her up and walked toward the room, then placed her down on the floor. "People will be here soon, so you should get dressed." After saying that, Chen Xing turned and left the room, even helping her close the door. At that moment, Ji Linglong realized she had been naked the whole time, and when Chen Xing held her, he had left 2 large bloodstains on her side and thigh. Her face turned bright red, and she felt a bit dizzy. Outside, the hotel security had already arrived after hearing the commotion. When they saw Chen Xing and the 2 corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but exchange glances. "Captain Chen, they are..." Chen Xing smiled and said, "It's nothing, just 2 S-class serial killers. The police will come to handle it later. You just need to find someone to fix the door, and you can reimburse me for the cost later." Okay. The security team leader nodded, leaving 4 subordinates at the door to block other guests from coming in, then went to find someone to repair the door. Soon, Wang Jiangang personally led a team over. After all, they were 2 S-class wanted criminals. The human skin masks of the 2 had already been torn off by Chen Xing. One had to admit that the quality of the masks was very good. Additionally, he saw the codes inside the masks, indicating that these human skin masks were not made by the 2 themselves, but were sold to them by someone else. After all, who would write codes inside a mask made for personal use? Only items that required inventory records would need coding. Moreover, he suspected that these human skin masks were taken from living people, rather than through advanced technology. "Captain Chen, you're amazing. You quietly took down 2 S-class wanted criminals. Their combined bounty is up to 16 million. The nearby team members and Ji Linglong were stunned upon hearing this. "Wangko, is that true? 16 million? Wang Jinggang nodded. "Of course it's true, but only a portion of it is the bounty from the headquarters. A large part is additional rewards from the families of the victims. The bounty system in this world is quite special. The government-issued wanted bounty can be sponsored with additional funds." At that moment, a disgruntled voice came from behind Wang Jiangang. "Captain Chen, since you've received so much bounty, are you planning to donate some for charity?" Chapter 47. Convincing Ji Linglong to change careers. Director Chen, since you've received so many bounties, have you donated some for charity? Upon hearing this sarcastic voice, everyone turned to look behind Wang Jiangang. When they realized it was the second squad captain Wang Yucheng, they all understood. Who didn't he know he was the former mayor's lapdog? It was normal for this dog to be jealous and lash out, especially since Chen Xing had imprisoned his young master for 20 years, and his master had been demoted to a wandering dog. Chen Xing ignored Wang Yucheng and said to Wang Jiangang, "Old Wang, after you finish checking the scene, disband the team. This place still needs to operate." "Okay." Wang Jiangang nodded awkwardly and then signaled for his people to leave. He vowed that wherever Chen Xing was, he would keep Wang Yucheng far away. Wang Yucheng was furious inside. Being ignored like a stray dog was incredibly humiliating. He felt that all his dignity had been trampled on by Chen Xing. Once Wang Jiangang disbanded the team and left, the hotel called in a technician to start changing the door. Normally, doors needed to be custom-made, which took at least 10 days to 2 weeks. However, the new door was taken from another room downstairs. After all, how much does an ordinary room cost per day? How much does a presidential suite cost? It was better to render an ordinary room unusable than to let the presidential suite be out of commission. Changing the door was just a matter of tightening a few screws, so it would be done quickly. The bill for the door change came to 3,000 yuan. Although a bit pricey, it was still within a reasonable range. Of course, if someone else had done it, the price would likely have been different. The hotel was a special place, managed by the Public Security Department. Not only could they come to inspect at any time, but their special industry license also needed to be renewed every 2 years, requiring Chen Xing's approval each time. The hotel manager would not dare to demand a higher price from Chen Xing unless he wanted to go out of business. So sometimes power was quite useful, which was why Chen Xing, despite not being short on money, was willing to continue working at the police station. Chen Xing looked at Ji Linglong, whose face was slightly flushed, and said, "It's not very safe to stay here. I have another room in the suite next door. You should move over there." Ji Linglong asked, "What about this place?" Chen Xing replied, "I'll have Aaron install some alarm devices here later, so that we don't have any more assassins coming over." Ji Linglong smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chen Xing hesitated and said, "Actually, this job isn't really suitable for you. You've probably only been through special training with Aaron for a short while, right?" Ji Linglong bitterly nodded and said, "Yeah, I practiced Sanda and Jiu-Jitsu with my brother before, and then trained with Brother Long for 2 months on shooting. But my gun license hasn't come through yet, so I can't carry a gun. Chen Xing curiously asked, you became a bounty hunter to avenge your brother, right? Yeah. Yiling nodded. Chen Xing advised, there are many ways to seek revenge. You don't necessarily have to put yourself in danger. Ji Linglong fell silent. Clearly, she had heard this before, but this time felt different. She was genuinely shaken after just experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Seeing her wavering, Chen Xing continued to guide her. Before becoming a bounty hunter, what was your dream? Ji Linglong paused for a moment and honestly replied, to open a dessert shop, a flower shop, or a pet store. Chen Xing smiled and said, a flower shop would suit you better. Huh? Why? Yilinglong blinked, curious. Chen Xing said, because you're as beautiful as a flower. Xing Yi. Ji Linglong blushed and looked down. Chen Xing said, once this matter is over, I'll invest in you opening a flower shop. Aaron probably doesn't want you in this line of work, right? Ji Linglong fell silent again. Before encountering this danger, she was actually quite passionate about being a bounty hunter. Chen Xing patted her head and said, think about it carefully. Consider today's danger. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably face similar situations again, or even worse. I will think about it. Xing Yi. Yilinglong replied softly. Chen Xing nodded and then left. After all, there was nothing more to do here, and Angelina still needed him to be present. Chen Yuanlong's shooting skills were well known in the industry. Although he could hold his own, his flaws were equally obvious. He liked women, enjoyed drinking, and wasn't ruthless enough, making him prone to fail. When Chen Xing returned to the advertising company, the shoot hadn't ended yet, but Chen Yuanlong was nowhere to be found. Huh, where's Big Nose? Chen Xing curiously asked the bodyguard nearby. The bodyguard outside pointed to a door on the other side of the hallway. That guy ran over to the lingerie at shoot next door. I heard a big star is there. She's his dream girl. I've seen her. She's too thin. Not impressive at all. Chen Xing was speechless. Although there were bodyguards here, and it was fine for him to slack off a bit, given the 5 million yuan investment, he should at least show some professionalism. The bodyguard laughed and said, do you want to go take a look? We're here. It's fine. Chen Xing shook his head and said, no need. Just watching your lady here is already quite a treat. Good taste. The bodyguard gave a thumbs up and smiled. The bodyguard captain, a big man with a beard, curiously asked, by the way, what were you doing just now? Leaning against the wall. Chen Xing replied, 2 very skilled martial arts assassins infiltrated the hotel, planning to use drugs in the rooms. I just dealt with them. It took a little time to clean up the bodies and fix the door. The bodyguards were stunned upon hearing this, and then couldn't help but exclaim, wait fact, damn, those 2 assassins are too sinister. Xing, you are the most amazing bodyguard I've ever seen. Yeah, that's incredible. You solved so many problems without a sound. Chen Xing smiled and shook his head. It's not entirely my credit. The big bearded bodyguard admired. You're too humble. About half an hour later, Chen Yuanlong walked out of the neighboring shooting studio with a piggish grin. Upon facing Chen Xing's disdainful gaze, he immediately retracted his expression and said seriously, there are too many strangers next door, so I want to check. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to expose him and directly instructed, you go to the hotel and install a set of alarm devices in the suite so that we don't have assassins sneak in again. Oh, okay. Chen Yuanlong awkwardly nodded, turned to leave, then suddenly turned back with a changed expression. Wait, you said there are assassins lurking in the hotel. How is Linglong? Is she injured? Chen Xing shook his head and said, no, you'll know when you go over. Also, advise her to give up being a bounty hunter. She is too weak. Chen Yuanlong smiled bitterly. I've already advised her. Chen Xing said seriously, this time is different. Maybe it will be successful. Seeing this, Chen Yuanlong nodded and said, all right, I'll try again. Chapter 48, Angelina's Little Thoughts. In the evening, Angelina's filming work was completed smoothly. She placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and proudly said, I originally planned for 3 days of shooting several advertisements, but I completed more than half of them today. I'll just shoot 2 more tomorrow night, and that's it. Chen Xing saw her eager face, as if waiting for praise, and immediately clapped and smiled. So impressive, so impressive. Angelina couldn't help but laugh right away. Then she suddenly wrapped her arms around one of Chen Xing's hands and said in a somewhat spoiled tone, can you take me on a trip starting the day after tomorrow? Huh? Chen Xing was taken aback and looked at her with some confusion. Angelina's face turned slightly red as she explained, as long as we keep moving, those assassins will never catch up with us, and we can have fun without being on edge. Chen Xing nodded and gave her a thumbs up, saying, that's indeed a good idea. Let's make a travel plan tonight. At that moment, the agent, Catherine, suddenly ran over and said, Miss, you just said take me, not take us? Angelina replied seriously, yeah, it's fine for me and Xing to go. If we take you all, there will be too many people and too big a target. Is this really a matter of too many people being a big target? We feel too embarrassed to point that out to you. A trip? Are you sure it's not a honeymoon? Not to mention, Catherine, even the bodyguards wouldn't agree to Angelina's reckless request, allowing their young lady to travel alone with another man. They would surely be kicked by their boss when they got back. The 4 bodyguards quickly started to dissuade her. Miss, you want us to get killed by the boss? Yes, the boss will definitely not agree to this, so don't even think about it. Xing is hired by the boss. The big guy gritted his teeth and said, if you're worried about the target being too big, at least let one of us go with Catherine to follow you. Angelina unhappily raised her hand to cover her ears and said, all right, I'll talk to my father myself. You guys stop talking, it's really annoying. The bodyguards fell silent at her words. As long as the boss agreed, they would definitely have no problem. Catherine, however, was a bit displeased. If it really came to it, she could follow along too. With Angelina's petite frame, how could she possibly withstand Chen Xing's superhuman physique? She was different. If she helped out, the two of them could at least last a bit longer and let Chen Xing have fun. After leaving the advertising company, everyone followed Chen Xing to dinner. This time, I'm taking you to eat something different. Catherine asked curiously, what are we eating? Chen Xing smiled and said, the most expensive cuisine in the world. Catherine immediately guessed, Michelin restaurant? Chen Xing shook his head and said, no, it's the medicinal cuisine from our Yen country. Catherine raised her eyebrows and asked, how expensive can it be? Chen Xing laughed and replied, a meal can cost millions, and it's definitely not overpriced service. It's genuinely worth that much. Is it really that outrageous? Catherine said with a somewhat displeased expression, if it's that expensive, we probably can't afford it. Chen Xing said, don't worry, you won't be able to eat the expensive ones. The more expensive the medicinal properties, the more terrifying they are. Just one bite would probably make you nosebleed. If you want health and beauty meals, about 10,000 would be enough, and I'll treat you this time. Boss Xing is generous. Thank you, Catherine said with a smile. Chen Xing smiled back. It wasn't that he was generous, but he had made a lot of money from this task and felt a bit embarrassed not to treat them to a meal. Soon they arrived at a medicinal cuisine restaurant that Chen Xing often visited. He ordered 2 adjacent tables. After everyone sat down, he didn't occupy the empty seat but sat at the other table. Angelina and the others looked at him in confusion. Chen Xing smiled and explained, I'm eating something different from you, so you sit there and I'll sit here. Oh, okay. On the way, Chen Xing had already introduced them to medicinal cuisine, so they could understand. As Chen Xing ordered dishes, he introduced the effects of the items on the menu to everyone. This is a beauty-enhancing dish. Look at my skin. I never use any skincare products. Half of it is natural, and half is thanks to these medicinal dishes. As he spoke, Angelina and Catherine's eyes lit up. This one. Yeah, this one. Okay, I'll order it for you. After finishing his sentence, Chen Xing took the menu and secretly introduced it to the bodyguards in a low voice. The 4 bodyguards listened with increasing interest. They were no longer young men and had been through a lot in their lives, so who would control their desires? They had already indulged excessively, and their abilities had severely declined. Now hearing that this medicinal cuisine had improvement and enhancement effects, they all expressed that they could eat more, and 2 or 3 portions would be no problem. Chen Xing smiled and helped them match a portion that was highly nourishing but wouldn't cause excessive heat. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. As for himself, he ordered a super nourishing set meal that he usually ate. His strength was built up through eating and digesting, while others would need to practice for 3 to 5 months to fully digest the medicinal properties from one meal. He could refine all the medicinal effects into internal energy in just 2 to 3 days. This was also the reason why he only practiced for 1 or 2 hours a day, yet progressed faster than those who practiced all day long. When the dishes were served, Angelina and the others were stunned to see that Chen Xing was eating alone and had more food than the 7 of them combined. Go ahead. Although the taste might not be the best you've ever had, the effects are definitely the most useful, Chen Xing said before elegantly and quickly starting to eat. Catherine remarked, what a super big eater. If he started a live stream of himself eating, I bet many people would watch. Angelina, however, was not listening at all. She was lost in her own thoughts, saying, good thing I can make money. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to afford to support him. The others were left speechless. Miss, have you already thought of names for your children? Catherine rolled her eyes and picked up her spoon and chopsticks to start eating. Half an hour later, when Chen Xing saw that everyone had almost finished eating, he called the waiter to settle the bill. Brother Xing, That table is 14,000. And yours is 160,000. Just give us 170,000. Okay, please thank your boss for me. Chen Xing took out his bank card to pay. The bodyguard at the neighboring table, who understood Chinese, dropped his chopsticks directly on the table. What's wrong? His table is probably about 20,000 euros. Catherine, who was drinking soup, directly sprayed the bodyguard across the table. While apologizing and wiping her mouth, she turned to Angelina and said, I think you couldn't even afford to support him if you were dealing in contraband. Chapter 49 Special Reward. After finishing the medicinal cuisine, everyone returned to the hotel. On the way, Angelina couldn't help but ask Xing, do you usually spend this much on meals? Chen Xing smiled and replied, not really. I only eat like this once every few days. After all, it takes time to digest and absorb those medicinal dishes. Catherine couldn't help but complain. Eating a few times a month would cost over 100,000 euros. On the other side, Assistant Anna cautiously asked, do public officials in your country earn this much? I can't speak for others, but I mainly rely on capturing criminals and collecting bounties to get rich, Chen Xing said. Angelina curiously asked, what's the highest bounty you've ever captured? 10 million yen country coins, Chen Xing replied, leaving Angelina and the others stunned. Angelina suddenly recalled seeing a news article online about a 10 million bounty case. Oh my gosh, I thought that news was fake. So you're very rich then? Assistant Anna was also amazed, and at that moment, she felt a bit tempted. You're really the perfect man, good-looking, skilled, and you know how to make money. Catherine said sourly. After all, Angelina had already shown her interest, and if she dared to make a move, she would definitely face consequences. Chen Xing smiled lightly and said, it's not that great. Practicing martial arts costs money. After returning to the hotel, the bodyguards checked the room. Besides noticing some damage to the door frame, the addition of some alarm devices in the porch area, and the smell of disinfectant in the living room, they didn't find anything else. However, the bearded bodyguard captain decided to secretly change rooms since this room had already been compromised. Chen Xing agreed, knowing that if their location was exposed, any third-party enemies could use long-range sniping or drones to attack through the windows, making their setup useless. After secretly changing floors and rooms, Chen Xing moved into the suite where Angelina was staying, right next to her. In the early morning, when Chen Xing finished showering and was preparing to sleep, his phone rang. It was a call from Angelina. Don't lock the door. I'm coming over to discuss travel plans. Are you really coming to discuss travel plans? I feel embarrassed to point it out. Nevertheless, he agreed for the sake of the mission. All right. After hanging up, he unlocked the door and left it slightly ajar. Soon, Angelina sneaked in with a bottle of wine. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen Xing and said, Xing, I'm here to discuss travel plans. Chen Xing gestured for her to sit on the small sofa opposite the bed. Sit here. Would you like some tea? I brought some tea leaves. No need, I brought wine. Angelina said with a smile, pulling out a large bottle of wine. No, don't tell me you women only know how to use this trick. Is this wine? This is obviously a map of Yin country. Chen Xing sighed inwardly, comforting himself that it was all for the mission. Red wine is good for the skin. A little before bed is nice, he said, setting aside the tea leaves and using his internal power to open the wine bottle. After pouring 2 glasses, he took out a tablet and started introducing the domestic tourist attractions to Angelina. While Chen Xing was introducing, Angelina finished her glass of wine and slowly leaned into his arms. After hearing all this, do you know where you want to go? Chen Xing looked down at Angelina, who was nestled against him. Her face was flushed, and with flirtatious eyes, she looked up at him and said softly, Xing, I want to go into your dreams. Truly a foreigner. Even if the map of Yin country was short, while others hid daggers, she placed a halberd in the map. To go into dreams. How can we do that without sleeping together? Before Chen Xing could react, Angelina got up and straddled him, then leaned down to kiss him. System. Take note. I'm being forced to complete the mission. I deserve a reward. 5 minutes later, the system's notification finally sounded. Mission completed. The backstreet scalpel is permanently fixed. Exceeding the mission earns a special reward. Chicken flies, eggs break. Chicken flies, eggs break. Remote attacks guarantee hitting the target's lower body. Chen Xing immediately felt delighted. With the backstreet scalpel and chicken flies, eggs break, this system really doesn't treat him like a human, but he liked it. Meanwhile, Angelina had already started her advances elsewhere. Just as Chen Xing was about to push her away, there was a knock on the door. Assistant Anna was anxiously knocking, calling out, Xing, are you there? Our miss is missing. Is she with you? She hasn't been kidnapped, has she? Chen Xing gently pushed Angelina away and said, You've had too much to drink. Let me take you back to your room. Angelina's eyes were hazy, lightly biting her lip, clearly reluctant to end things like this. Chen Xing helplessly said, I need to remain pure until I break through to the master level. So even if you stay, we can't do anything. Huh? So you still? Angelina said with surprise, then awkwardly added, no, that's really too regrettable. Then she curiously asked, by the way, how long will it take you to? In a year or two? It should be fine. Special opportunities are another matter, Chen Xing replied. He planned to keep this fish for the long term. After all, if one day his dark past was discovered and he needed to flee, it could come in handy. One must always leave a backdoor for themselves. As for his fiancée, her fate was still uncertain, so he might as well consider her gone. Yi Qingxue, I heard you've been telling everyone that I'm dead. Angelina put her bathrobe back on and walked to the door to open it. With a somewhat annoyed expression, she said to the people outside, what's all the noise? I'm just discussing travel plans with Xing. Discussing travel plans would make you blush and sweat. Do you think we believe that? Foreigners don't lie to foreigners, right? Angelina felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze and huffed. I've made up my mind. Let's all go travel the day after tomorrow. All right, go to sleep early. After saying this, she turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Chen Xing smiled calmly and then closed his door. Assistant Anna looked at Catherine with a crying face and asked, oh no, I've ruined the lady's good thing. I won't get fired, will I? It's okay. If you get fired, I'll help you find another job. Catherine comforted her with a sly smile. Assistant Anna immediately put on a mask of suffering. She felt she was also suffering from an undeserved disaster. If Angelina hadn't forgotten to close her room door, she wouldn't have passed by and discovered the room was empty, mistakenly thinking that Angelina had been kidnapped. Chapter 50. Good friend Jiang Fug. After Chen Xing quickly dealt with the first round of 3 waves of assassins, the following days were all peaceful. Second round of assassins. Damn it, wait for us, don't run around everywhere. In the following days, Chen Xing directly took a few people to Luoyang and its surrounding areas for fun. Not to mention assassins, even if their own people fell behind. It was like a dream to find them at tourist spots without using a phone. Many people, big target, there are plenty of tourist groups made up of foreigners. How do you find them? On the day before the end of the task, the bearded bodyguard received a call from Angelina's father. Miss, the family matter has been completely resolved. We can go back now. Angelina, however, didn't want to leave yet. I want to play for a few more days. Why don't you all go back first? The bodyguards looked at her speechlessly, leaving her behind to go back themselves. The bearded bodyguard helplessly said, the family matter is over, but other gangs might still target you. Catherine gave Chen Xing a look, asking him to help persuade her. Chen Xing immediately smiled and said, let us go back because my vacation is also coming to an end. I have to go back to the precinct to work. Hearing this, Angelina could only pout and say, okay, let us go back tomorrow night then. That night, everyone returned to the hotel. As soon as Chen Xing got back to his room, he received a message from Angelina. Don't lock the door. Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. The task was completed, and he really didn't want to have too much physical contact with Angelina anymore. After all, he was a normal man, and if he accidentally got too close, it would completely ruin everything. However, it felt a bit too cruel to refuse, as feeding the fish occasionally was necessary to maintain intimacy. The next morning, Angelina, satisfied after putting on her bathrobe, quietly snuck back to her room. Meanwhile, Chen Xing had already filled the bath with cold water early in the morning to cool down. That night was uneventful, but there were constant small matters. This can't happen again. It's too dangerous. The great powers truly have not given up on me. After a day of touring, Angelina and the others finally took a flight to leave. Chen Yuanlong also breathed a sigh of relief. The employer transferred the money to my account yesterday. This time you put in the most effort. Take 70%, a total of 5 million. How do you want it? Chen Xing looked at Chen Yuanlong in surprise. He didn't expect him to actively give him a cut. However, he wouldn't be polite, as he indeed contributed the most this time. A bank transfer is definitely not possible. Just give me 3 million in cash, and the rest can go to Linglong to open a flower shop. Ji Linglong smiled sweetly and shook her head. Thank you, Xingge, but it's not necessary. The money I got this time, along with the savings from previous tasks, is enough for me to open 2 flower shops. Chen Xing smiled and said, well, that's fine. If you need help later, you can find me. Seeing that Chen Xing didn't seem to plan to return to Tianhai with them, Chen Yuanlong asked, aren't you going back to Tianhai with us? I'll go back in a couple of days. I have a friend here, and since I'm here, I have to meet him. The friend Chen Xing mentioned was naturally an old college roommate. He worked as a team leader in the Luoyang Martial Investigation Department. Hearing this, Chen Yuanlong smiled and said, good, once the money is sorted out, I'll contact you. Okay, I'll take my leave first. Chen Xing nodded and turned to leave. The next morning, Chen Xing arrived at the entrance of the Luoyang precinct and called his friend Jiang Fug. His name has the meaning of being surrounded by ambushes and surrounded by songs of sorrow. However, everyone liked to call him Dog Brother. Just like General Xing Rong from Lingling, he was the hidden talent in their dormitory. Of course, the main reason for calling him Dog Brother was because he really loved dogs. His phone wallpaper and clothes were all kind of dogs. Unlike Xing Rong, he didn't get angry when called Dog Brother. Jiang Fug looked a bit like Donnie Yen from Flashpoint, practiced family internal skills, used free hand, and the 18 falls of clothing. Among his peers, he ranked within the top 10 in strength, but his case-solving ability was somewhat lacking, and due to bad luck, he hadn't made any significant contributions, so he was still just a team leader, unlike Chen Xing and Xing Rong who progressed quickly. When Jiang Fug came out, Chen Xing noticed that his left hand was in a cast, and he looked somewhat tired. Chen Xing couldn't help but tease. Dog Brother, a few thousand a month. Why risk your life? Working while injured? If this injury were on him, wouldn't he take 2 months of paid leave? Jiang Fug opened one hand to give Chen Xing a hug. Great savior, just in time. Look at my miserable state. Help me investigate a case. Chen Xing smiled and lightly punched him. Sure, but I don't guarantee a solution. Thanks, brother. Jiang Fug gratefully patted Chen Xing's shoulder and took him into the Luoyang City Bureau. In the office, after Jiang Fug handed over the case files to Chen Xing, he took out some tea leaves and started brewing tea. You know, we are in the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, with an endless number of ancient tombs. Not long ago, an archaeological team unearthed a batch of valuable antiques, but they were stolen from the museum's warehouse in the middle of the night. Chen Xing glanced at the case file and immediately put it down. This type of theft case wasn't his specialty. The thief could be from the archaeological team, from the museum, or even onlookers during the excavation, or people in the circle who caught wind of it. The personnel were scattered, and the scope was too broad. Unless they tracked down that batch of cultural relics for reverse tracing, it would be difficult to find the thief directly. Of course, if he used some methods, there was still a direction to investigate, albeit somewhat unscrupulous. Chen Xing took a sip of tea and asked, "So what happened to your hand?" Jiang Fug replied angrily, "I offended someone while investigating cases and was attacked by a few little brats in the middle of the night." Chen Xing frowned and asked, "Did you catch them?" Jiang Fug said, "They use a net, and I was caught off guard, so by the time I got free, they had already run away." Chen Xing said, "Didn't you check? There are surveillance cameras all over the city. It should be easy to find them, right? Those guys ran off in a van with a fake license plate to the suburbs, and later, if they split up and entered the city, there's no way to lock them down." Jiang Fug said helplessly. Chen Xing said, "They called you to hit you. If it's not because they don't like you, it's because they don't want you investigating further. Which people were you checking those days?" "The owners of a few antique shops and museum staff," Jiang Fug said. Chen Xing lightly tapped his fingers on the coffee table, thought for a moment, and said, "Are the guards at the museum warehouse still locked up?" Jiang Fug replied, "They were released the day after the statements were taken." Chen Xing immediately stood up and said, "Let's go find them and see who has suspicions. It would be best if they could send someone to hit you again." Jiang Fug was speechless. "So you want me to attract hatred, huh?" Chapter 51. Developing a network as Chen Xing guessed. There were hardly any antique dealers with a crime value below 10. After all, the antique market is very complex, with difficulty distinguishing between genuine and fake items, and schemes and tricks emerging endlessly. Of course, the scams and deceptions in the normal industry are all below 20. Chen Xing looked at the refined and easygoing elderly man in front of him, somewhat astonished. A deputy curator of a museum with a crime value of 666 is a bit absurd, right? To be honest, this was definitely the highest crime value Chen Xing had encountered so far, whether this case had anything to do with him or not. Confronting him directly was the right move. He could easily produce a first-class merit to offset his wrongdoing. After leaving the museum, Jiang Fug said, "Next, we should go to the antique street." Chen Xing shook his head and said, "No need to go. That deputy curator has problems." Jiang Fug's eyes lit up and asked, "Do you have a clue?" "No." Chen Xing shook his head. Jiang Fug sighed and said, "The other party has a wide social circle and a high status. Without clues or evidence, it's hard to investigate him." Chen Xing said quietly, "So we need to use our ancestors' methods." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fug immediately knew what Chen Xing was planning. He said, somewhat helplessly, "Don't mess around. If we use severe torture to obtain a confession, I can go home to raise pigs tomorrow." Chen Xing patted Jiang Fug's shoulder with a smile. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Just wait for him to confess tomorrow. Jiang Fuge's eyes widened, and he nervously said, Bro, don't joke around. I'm not as capable as you. And if something goes wrong, I'll really be in deep trouble. Chen Xing laughed. Haha, it's fine. If you get in trouble, come to Tianhai, and I'll have the bureau chief hire you into the criminal investigation department. Jiang Fuge's lips twitched. I'd rather go feed pigs. Everyone knows the cases in Tianhai are high-end, notorious for being the little Los Santos of Yen country, with major incidents happening every few days. He counted on his fingers. What eye-opening lunatics, what transsexual maniacs, plus various homicides and terrorist attacks. Only someone like you can handle the situation. Chen Xing said meaningfully, as the saying goes. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. More cases mean more achievements, and promotions come faster. Jiang Fuge sighed, all right, you might as well not get involved in this case. Anyway, if it can't be solved, it'll be the one above me who gets scolded. Let me take you around. Chen Xing shook his head. No need. I've been here for a few days. You should take me to a pool hall where the little rascals gather. Jiang Fuge immediately thought of what Chen Xing wanted to do. You want to find those who attacked me? You keep saying the ones who attacked your little brats, which means you know they are young. Chen Xing smiled lightly. And young people are the worst at controlling their mouths. After beating up a squadron leader, such a big deal, after a few drinks, it's hard for them not to brag about it. Just follow my lead and learn well. Jiang Fuge couldn't help but smile wryly, but he was still very touched. He could see that Chen Xing genuinely wanted to help him take revenge. After arriving at the pool hall, Jiang Fuge put on a mask. Chen Xing pretended to be a customer and chatted with the staff, who had relatively low crime values. After taking a tour around the pool hall, once the conversation was almost over, he said, not long ago, a squadron leader from the patrol bureau was beaten up. Do you know about it? The staff member was taken aback and shook his head. I don't know. Chen Xing expressed some regret. Oh, you don't know? That's too bad. I heard someone put out a hidden reward. If you can provide reliable information, there's a reward of 10,000 yuan. The staff member's eyes widened immediately. 10,000? They only earn 3,000 a month. 10,000 is like 3 months' salary for them. Chen Xing smiled. Well, I'm not lying to you. We brothers just came to inquire about this. If those little rascals come by to play later, pay attention and eavesdrop. If you find anything, you can contact me, and we'll split it 50-50. The staff member hesitated for a moment, worried if I provide information. Once he get out, right? Chen Xing reassured him, don't worry. We're just here to travel and earn some extra cash. We'll leave after making some quick money. They want to find us, so they want to find you. The staff member felt relieved upon hearing this. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Chen Xing took out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to him. Here, take the cigarettes. Let us make some money together. Thanks, big brother. The staff member accepted the cigarettes somewhat shyly. After everything was settled, Chen Xing and Jiang Fuge left. In the car, Jiang Fuge seemed hesitant to speak. Chen Xing glanced at him and said directly, if you have something to ask, just ask. Don't hold it in and hurt yourself. Jiang Fuge asked with a complicated expression, are you really planning to give a 10,000 yuan bonus? Or are you just fooling them? Chen Xing nodded and said, of course it's real. These people will slowly develop into your informants. Do you know the Jinui? That's how they operate. Then he looked at Jiang Fuge with some exasperation. And you're already a squadron leader. Can't you apply for informant fees from the bureau for 10,000? You need to understand one thing. This money is only paid out when there are leads. Once we catch someone and secure a conviction, the fines and penalties will come down, and the bureau will get all the money back. The wool comes from the sheep. Jiang Fuge suddenly had an epiphany. Wow, right? Brother Xing, you're really amazing to think of this. Chen Xing continued to impart wisdom. Also, some little rascals with no criminal record or half-retired old hands without money can also be secretly contacted to develop them into informants. If this happened in Tianhai, I could probably catch most of them the next day. Since you're in the criminal investigation department, you can't be limited to handling one case at a time. I understand. Jiang Fuge nodded, planning to give it a try later. After running through more than a dozen pool halls, it was already evening. Chen Xing then turned his attention to some roadside cheap barbecue stalls that little rascals liked to visit. In the evening, these stalls were preparing, and there were basically no customers, giving Chen Xing and Jiang Fuge plenty of room to develop their connections. By the time they finished with the last barbecue stall, it was almost midnight, and Chen Xing and Jiang Fuge took the opportunity to have a meal there. Jiang Fuge ordered a few vegetarian skewers. After all, he usually lived on a salary of a few thousand, unlike Chen Xing, who had not only over 100,000 in manuscript fees every month, but also various bonuses and rewards. Is this all? Are you feeding a cat? You treated last time, and this time I'll treat. Eat your fill. Jiang Fugue smiled wryly. No need, I'm not that hungry. Chen Xing looked at him disdainfully. Not that hungry? Didn't you just swallow when you saw the chicken wings? He continued, I recently captured 2 S-level wanted criminals, with a pre-tax bounty of 16 million. You're being polite with me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fugue immediately perked up. Damn, boss, 10 skewers of chicken wings. And 50 skewers of lamb. Change my beer to Budweiser. Chapter 52. Committing evil deeds. Although Jiang Fugue ordered a beer, he didn't actually drink much. After accounting for what he spilled, he probably only had 2 or 3 bottles at most. The majority of the remaining alcohol went into Chen Xing's stomach. As expected of a top-notch expert, he downed 20 bottles and still acted as if nothing was wrong. Chen Xing, while skewering some grilled meat, said, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. It seems you haven't made much progress since graduation. Has work dragged you down? Jiang Fugue sighed and replied, sigh. It would be good if I weren't regressing. I'm busy every day like a dog. Where do I have time to cultivate? Don't make a fuss. Even the circus dogs aren't as busy as you think. Chen Xing teased. Jiang Fugue looked at the time and said, it's getting late. I have to go back. The captain has a meeting tomorrow. Chen Xing waved his hand and said, then you go ahead. I still want to stroll around the night market. All right, then I'll leave first. Jiang Fugue nodded and left. Once Jiang Fugue was far away, Chen Xing immediately settled the bill and left. After taking a shower at the hotel, he changed into black clothes and pants, put on a mask, and then exited through the window, following the GPS to a high-end residential area. He activated his X-ray vision and searched a building, quickly locating the bedroom of the museum's deputy director. Using his ghostly steps, he arrived directly behind the bedroom window, entering the room. Besides him, there was a young and beautiful woman, presumably his mistress. As for his wife, according to the records, she had died over 20 years ago. Seeing a pile of toys on the bedside table, it was clear that this old man had long lost his vigor. He took out a bottle of sedative and waved it in front of the woman's nose. Once he confirmed she was completely unconscious, he slapped the snoring old man awake. Wow! The old man covered his face, shivering in pain, but quickly realized what was happening. Why you? Who are you? Chen Xing pulled out a dagger and said, keep it quiet or you'll regret it. The old man's eyes flashed with anger, but then he fearfully replied, hero, the money is under the desk in the study next door. I'm just an old man who won't live long. Please don't mess with me, okay? If worst comes to worst, you can have this woman. Chen Xing directly yanked him out of bed. Get up, we're going to the living room. The old man walked with his head down, his expression turning increasingly sinister. Just then, a face appeared below him, startling him so much that he raised his hand to cover his chest. Chen Xing was squatting on the ground, looking up at him, with such a sinister expression. Are you very angry? The old man clenched his fists, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Chen Xing stood up, walked to the sofa, picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and cranked up the volume. The old man was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized this was to cover up the noise of what was coming next. He fearfully rushed towards the front door, only for Chen Xing to appear at the door like a ghost, grabbing his hair. Before the old man could scream, Chen Xing stuffed a cloth into his mouth and slapped him, making him dizzy. Chen Xing dragged the old man to the bathroom and turned the shower on to maximum volume. Then, he pulled the cloth from the old man's mouth and pressed his head directly into the toilet. With a whoosh, as he pressed the flush button, a large volume of water flooded the toilet bowl, nearly choking the old man. His struggles became even more frantic. After 3 rounds of this brainwashing, the old man was nearly exhausted. Next, Chen Xing took out a video recorder and began the interrogation. Where did the stolen artifacts from the museum warehouse go? The old man, filled with regret, said, they've already been sent to Japan. Chen Xing was somewhat angered. Of all people to sell to, they chose the Japanese. Who else was involved in this? The old man truthfully replied, Boss Zhang from the antique street, Old Yang from the transport station, and a small team of expert thieves. Chen Xing continued questioning. Who ordered the attack on the patrol team leader, Jiang Fugue? The old man shook his head and said, I don't know about this. It shouldn't have anything to do with us. We wouldn't be so foolish as to attack and leave evidence. Seeing that he truly didn't know, Chen Xing asked, what other bad things have you done? Just spill everything. The old man fell silent for a moment, sighed, and reminisced, I used to be a thug. When I was young, I stole and did petty crimes. Later, someone introduced me to a boss who dug graves. I learned some skills, but that boss always gave me the least during the loot distribution, so I held a grudge and poisoned everyone. I started my own crew. Later, fearing retaliation from my apprentices, I killed every capable apprentice. Eventually, I stopped going to the graves myself, worrying that those who worked with me would turn on me, so I found people to silence them, not even sparing their families. Eventually, I became the boss in the town, controlling everything. When I encountered pretty girls and young sisters, we would capture them and keep them in a dungeon to play with. If they died, we just found a mountain to bury them. Sometimes, I had my subordinates sell antiques to Southeast Asia, and I would have them bring back some contraband to resell. Later, when the crackdown started, I began to wash my hands of it. Those who knew too many of my secrets were gradually dealt with. After hearing all this, Chen Xing could hardly contain his urge to dismantle this old man. Over the decades, this old man had committed every imaginable crime, with at least 100 lives lost at his hands, worse than a beast. He dragged the old man to the bedroom, picked up his phone, and said, "Call and ask your accomplices where they are now. You can make up any excuse that won't raise suspicion." As the old man took the call, Chen Xing ordered, "After I take them down, you will go to the patrol bureau to surrender to Jiang Fug tomorrow and confess all your sins. Also, I'm a good person. You must not reveal any of my information." The old man, crying profusely, nodded and said, "All right, I want to turn over a new leaf. I will definitely confess. I won't betray the hero, even if you kill me." The old man's phone quickly connected to Boss Zhang. He coughed, adjusted his emotions, and said, "Boss Zhang, are you asleep?" "Damn, it's past 1. Do you think I'm asleep?" "I'm restless tonight, feeling something's about to happen. Everything's okay on your end, right? It's like this when you get old. If it's too much, let your mistress give you a bit of excitement. Anyway, I have nothing else to say. I need to sleep. I have to take my daughter to school tomorrow." "All right." After hanging up, the old man said he has to take his daughter to school, so he must be home. The address is. After noting the address, Chen Xing had the old man continue calling others. After 3 calls and getting the addresses, Chen Xing used the sedative to knock the old man out. Then he looked out the window at the distant high-rises and activated his ghostly steps. Whoosh! The night wind howled atop the high buildings, like a lonely and desolate melody. Chen Xing put one hand in his pocket and took out his phone to search for the addresses of the other 3 accomplices. Chapter 53. A huge contribution falls on me in the morning at the Luoyang Police Department's meeting room. Bang! Captain Fang Chengwu of the 1st Special Investigation Team slammed his hands heavily on the table. "It's been 5 days. What have you all been doing? Why are there no leads at all? What have you been busy with these 5 days?" Everyone lowered their heads in silence, looking at the notebooks on their desks. "If you're so capable, why didn't you find any leads yourself?" They knew that someone was about to be in trouble. Their captain would definitely not take the blame, so one of the 5 team leaders would have to take the fall and be demoted, or all 5 would face punishment together. The problem was that among the 5 team leaders, 2 were close confidants of the captain, who had risen through the ranks with him, so one of them would definitely be made to take the blame. As for why it wasn't the other 3, it was because if the other 3 took the fall and 2 of them were unaffected, it would be too obvious favoritism. So it was best if one person took the blame while the other 4 were safeguarded, which wouldn't raise any major objections. "Report on your work from yesterday." As soon as Fang Chengwu finished speaking, someone looked at Jiang Fugue with glee. After all, Jiang Fugue had gone out with friends yesterday, and some people saw them playing billiards. "First team, report your work." "Yesterday, we searched the freight station." "Second team, report your work." "Yesterday, we investigated all the residential surveillance along the street." "Third team, report your work." "Yesterday, I sent team members to the bank to investigate the bank statements of all suspects related to the museum." "Fourth team, report your work." Jiang Fugue replied expressionlessly. "Yesterday, we conducted case analysis and organized clues in the office, looking for new directions for investigation." Bang! Captain Fang Chengwu slammed his hand on the table again. "To put it nicely, you all did nothing. And I heard that your friend came over yesterday, and you went out to have fun with him. You even went to the billiard room to play. Do you know this is serious dereliction of duty?" Jiang Fugue glanced at everyone, taking in their expressions. He knew someone must have reported him. He stood up and said, "Report, my friend's name is Chen Xing." Fang Chengwu angrily replied, "Even if his name is Chen Ritian, it doesn't matter." Jiang Fugue calmly responded, "He is from the Public Security Bureau of Tianhai City and is here to help me with the case." Other team leaders nearby were stunned. Tianhai City's Public Security Bureau. Chen Xing. Conducting a case. Damn, it's actually that master of case solving. Chief Chen from Tianhai. That's a real expert. Bang! Fang Chengwu slammed his hands on the table again, and the meeting room immediately fell silent. However, unlike his previously dark expression, he was now all smiles. "Good, Jiang Fugue, you didn't even tell me that this expert was coming. Did you treat him well? You know you must handle outside help with proper accounts, right?" To be honest, It was the first time they had seen the notoriously stern captain being so flattering. 1 second, he was accusing dereliction of duty. The next, he was talking about proper accounts. Otherwise, how could he be the captain? Just look at his quick adaptability. Learn. You should all learn from this. Fang Chongwu smiled and said, sit down, quickly sit down. By the way, does Chief Chen have any instructions? After Jiang Fugue sat down, he held back a laugh and replied seriously. Chief Chen said that the deputy curator of the museum is a major suspect, and I think we can focus our investigation on him. Just then, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open and slammed against the wall. Bang! Fang Chongwu angrily looked towards the door. Who is it? Don't you know we're in a meeting? The next second, he played his secret technique again. Directeur du. Do you have any instructions? Indeed, the person who burst in was Du Shizhuang, the head of the Special Investigation Department of the Luoyang City Bureau. He was flushed and excitedly said, the 3 masterminds of the cultural relic theft case have surrendered. They said they want to see Comrade Jiang Fugue from the first team. Where's Comrade Jiang? Come with me quickly. They said they would only confess to you. Jiang Fugue was momentarily stunned and thought of what Chen Xing said yesterday. To use some means to make the deputy curator surrender today. Wow, my dear brother, what kind of means is this that is so powerful? Jiang Fugue came to his senses and immediately stood up to follow director Du Shizhuang quickly out. Sometimes, handling a case requires speed. Delaying can lead to changes. And it's not uncommon for surrendering criminals to regret their confession. At that moment, the meeting room was silent. Bang! Fang Chongwu slammed the table and said in admiration, the name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Chief Chen is indeed the detective from Tianhai. He solved the case so quickly that the murderer surrendered himself. This is simply amazing. The case is handed over to the 4th team to close, and the others go handle other cases. After saying that, he rushed out of the meeting room, clearly wanting to go watch the interrogation. In the meeting room, after a moment of silence, the lid could no longer be held down, and it burst into chatter. Damn, that Chief Chen is too amazing. It's simply ridiculous. It's only been 1 day. How did he do it? Jiang Fugue really struck gold by being able to invite this expert to help. Only confessing to him. This is a huge contribution falling directly on his head. Damn, why don't I have such an amazing friend? Meanwhile, in the 4th team, the team member who had reported Jiang Fugue was starting to panic. The reason he reported was that he had the most seniority in the 4th team. And if Jiang Fugue were demoted, the position of team leader would most likely fall to him. That's why he approached Captain Fang Chongwu to report and suggested seizing the opportunity to make Jiang Fugue take the blame. In the interrogation room, the old ghost deputy curator of the museum had confessed the entire case and also admitted to the bad things he had done. After hearing this, Jiang Fugue and the others couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes looking at the old ghost were no longer like they were looking at a person, but more like they were looking at a beast in human skin. Next were Boss Zhang from the Antique Street and Old Yang from the freight station. Both also truthfully explained their roles in the case and confessed to the smuggling of cultural relics and contraband over the years. Yes, there were also contraband items. Old Yang from the freight station got himself some peanuts. The professional team responsible for the theft left Luoyang right after the job was done. This group of people had all false identities, so it would be difficult to catch them. Additionally, although the stolen cultural relics had already gone overseas, they were transported by ferry, so that they could notify the ferry to return and the Coast Guard and Customs could board the ship to retrieve them. With the 3 masterminds in custody, the case could basically be closed. In the director's office, Director Chen Xing smiled and said, Comrade Jiang, you've really worked hard. Jiang Fugue immediately replied, it's not hard. Everything is for the people. Chen Xing said, I heard you asked your classmate for help. That comrade, Chen Xing from Tianhai City. Jiang Fugue responded, yes, we were roommates back then. He came to visit me while traveling, so I took the opportunity to ask him for help. Curious, Chen Xing asked, do you know how he solved the case? Jiang Fugue awkwardly said, I'm not sure about that. He only met with the museum people yesterday and then locked onto that deputy curator. Chen Xing looked at Jiang Fugue somewhat helplessly, giving you a chance and you still can't make use of it. If only Jiang Fugue could learn something from Chen Xing, the Bureau would definitely prioritize cultivating him. Chapter 54. The timid Jiang Fugue at the entrance of the Luoyang Welcome Hotel. Chen Xing helped the drunk Jiang Fugue out of the restaurant. Chen Xing had hosted a celebration banquet and specifically invited him to attend. Naturally, he agreed to pave the way for Jiang Fugue. To curry favor with him, everyone avoided forcing him to drink, but Jiang Fugue was unfortunate. After all, he had taken the lion's share of the credit, and anyone would envy and resent him, making him the target of the entire crowd. You little brat, if you can't drink, don't pretend to be tough. Jiang Fug held his head, feeling a bit dizzy, and said, they kept toasting me, what could I do? Chen Xing couldn't help but scold, idiot. Pretend to have a stomach ache and go to the bathroom, then go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes and smoke slowly. After you've hidden away for a while, come back. If anyone asks, just say you ran into a friend and chatted for a bit. Really, you're so thick-headed. Jiang Fug replied with a speechless expression. If you had such a trick, why didn't you teach me earlier? Chen Xing rolled his eyes and said, I was surrounded by people. When would I have time to teach you? Who knew you were this dumb? After sending Jiang Fug home to rest, Chen Xing's phone rang just as he was about to leave. The call was from a local number in Luoyang. Upon answering, a low voice came through, Brother Chun. This is the barbecue shop from the Border Brothers Lamb Skewers. A few thugs just got drunk here. One of them said he recently broke the hand of a captain from a martial investigation department. The way he spoke was vivid, it didn't sound fake. I think he might be the person you're looking for. Chen Xing immediately replied, I'm on my way. Do you want cash or transfer? After thinking for a moment, the barbecue shop owner said, cash please. Okay. Chen Xing usually carried some cash on him, as cash is safer in certain situations. However, he had promised the other party half of the bounty, which was 5,000 yuan, and it was clear that he didn't have enough cash on him. Going back to the hotel to get it would waste time. After hanging up, he activated his X-ray vision to see inside Jiang Fug's house. Sure enough, he found the cash that Jiang Fug had hidden in the feed bucket under the fish tank. Jiang Fug lived in a cheap apartment and probably hid the money there to avoid being robbed. After all, it was only a few thousand yuan. If that was all the stolen money, it would really make people laugh. He took 5,000 yuan and left immediately. When he arrived at the barbecue shop, a few drunken thugs happened to brush past him. The barbecue shop owner saw Chen Xing and immediately approached him, whispering, that's them. The curly-haired guy with the earring was the one talking. Chen Xing directly handed the money to the barbecue shop owner and said, this is your commission. I'll wait until they walk far away before I act. You don't have to worry about being discovered. Hey, thanks. If anything like this happens again, look for me. The barbecue shop owner said with a broad smile. Chen Xing nodded, put on a mask, and slowly followed the group of thugs. After leaving, they went to a cheap massage parlor and came out after more than an hour to head to an internet cafe. Chen Xing followed them into the internet cafe and played all night. The next morning, the group dispersed at the internet cafe's entrance, returning home. After following the curly-haired thug back to his rental apartment, Chen Xing beat him up and then took him to the bathroom for some brainwashing education. Why did you attack Captain Jiang Fug from the Martial Investigation Department? The curly-haired thug cried, well, I don't know. Our big brother gave us money to do it. So we did it. I thought there were so many people, it should be fine. After all, the law doesn't punish the masses, so I just went along. Chen Xing continued to ask, who is your big brother? What does he do? Who else was involved in the attack? The curly-haired thug sobbed. Our big brother is called Rhino. Most of the bars and clubs here are under his protection. The people who acted that day were all his trusted subordinates. After hearing this, Chen Xing patted the curly-haired thug on the shoulder. All right, get a good rest. Go turn yourself in after you wake up. Don't die of exhaustion. After leaving the rental apartment, Chen Xing called Jiang Fug. At that moment, Jiang Fug was staring blankly under the fish tank. He had drunk too much last night, causing his head to feel a bit slow. After washing up, he planned to feed the fish before going to work. However, when he opened the cabinet, he found a feed bucket had been opened and the plastic seal bag with money inside was left outside. It turned out that the 6,000 yuan he had saved up for emergencies had become only 1,000. He thought he had been robbed and was hesitating whether to call the police when his phone rang. Chen Xing yawned and said, are you up? I found the person who hit you, and I took 5,000 from the place where you hid your money last night. Jiang Fug was surprised. I hid it so well. How did you find it? I saw it while feeding the fish. I just happened to need it, so I took it. Chen Xing casually lit. Jiang Fug laughed and said, ha ha ha, I see. I thought you could see through things. Chen Xing suddenly fell silent, almost having his secret guessed by Jiang Fug. Jiang Fug then asked, did you find the person who hit me? Where are they? Should I come find you? Chen Xing replied, I just interrogated him. It was a guy called Rhino who instructed him, and all the attackers were his trusted subordinates. Upon learning the identity of the mastermind, Jiang Fug immediately understood what was going on. It turned out it was him. His brother, Mad Cow, had recently severely injured someone, and when a team went to catch him, he had received a tip-off and escaped. As a result, when he went to his brother's hotel parking lot to get his car, he was caught by me and taken back. I heard he would at least be sentenced to 15 years. Chen Xing nodded, and if that was the case, everything made sense. Only such arrogant scum would dare to directly order an attack on a police officer. To be honest, if he hadn't directly participated and those subordinates had helped him resist, he wouldn't have been seriously injured. Even if it really came to light, he would only serve a few years at most. As Chen Xing spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. How about I go take care of him tonight? And you can catch a few of the thugs who attack you to report back? After hearing this, Jiang Fug felt both touched and frightened. Whoa, brother, don't do that. We're people within the system. We can't break the law. In his view, since Chen Xing could find the person who attacked him, Rhino would eventually find out that it was Chen Xing who took action. He wasn't afraid of getting implicated. He was worried that Chen Xing would ruin his bright future just to help him. Not yet 30, he had already become a section chief in the city bureau. Coupled with extremely high combat skills and strong case handling abilities, as well as the political resources left by his parents and his current father-in-law. In his eyes, Chen Xing had the potential to join the ministry in the future. Brother, let me handle this myself. I'm begging you, Jiang Fug said. Chen Xing felt a bit helpless, thinking Jiang Fug was too timid. If it were him, Rhino would definitely die. All right. This afternoon, that curly-haired thug will come to turn himself into you. You don't need my help. I'll head back to Tianhai first, since I have to work the day after tomorrow. Jiang Fug sighed in relief, and while heading out, he said, where are you? I'll drive you. Chapter 55. The Hidden Ghost. The day after Chen Xing returned to Tianhai, Chen Yuanlong delivered the money to the small villa where he was staying. After touring the villa with Ji Linglong, he couldn't help but exclaim, although I know you make a lot of money, I never dreamed you would actually have a standalone garden villa in the city. Chen Xing invited them to sit down in the garden pavilion and then asked, so, tea, coffee, or instant milk tea? Chen Yuanlong replied, 2 cups of milk tea. Thank you. Okay. Chen Xing went back inside, brewed 3 cups of milk tea, and brought out some snacks. After sitting down, he initiated the conversation. You've earned quite a bit too. Are you planning to continue being a bounty hunter? Chen Yuanlong sighed. I'm not like you. I have a whole family to support. Have you started a family? Chen Xing asked, somewhat surprised. Ji Linglong explained, Brother Long always donates most of his money to the orphanage he came from. Chen Xing nodded, giving Chen Yuanlong an approving look, then take half of the money later and donate it. I don't trust charitable organizations, but I trust you. Hearing Chen Xing's last statement, Chen Yuanlong couldn't help but feel touched. Although you're younger than me, I won't hesitate to call you Brother Xing now. Don't worry, I won't let you down. And thank you on behalf of the children at the orphanage. With that, Chen Yuanlong stood up and bowed. After sitting back down, he became serious. There's something else I need to tell you today. Seeing his serious expression, Chen Xing frowned and asked, what is it? Chen Yuanlong said in a low voice, someone is planning to get to you. I heard it's from the antique circle, and that circle has a lot of influence. You need to be careful. He then curiously asked, by the way, how did you offend them? Chen Xing understood in his heart and smiled. Maybe because I caught some of their people before. And the day before yesterday, I helped a friend solve an antique theft case in Luoyang, which involved a lot of people in the circle. Chen Yuanlong nodded, I see. If I hear anything from the outside, I will keep you updated, but I'm afraid they might use open schemes instead of hidden attacks. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle. It doesn't matter. If it gets bad, I'll just kill them all and then run to Angelina. Wow, what a statement from a notorious bandit. If this got out, those people would probably feel a chill down their spines. After all, Chen Xing was recognized by Tai Hailong as the best beneath the masters. If he were to assassinate someone without a master, who could stop him? Unless they hid in a safe house. The problem was with his skills and intellect. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, no one could catch him. Moreover, no one was more professional than him when it came to evading pursuit. Just thinking about it made one shiver. Seeing Chen Xing so fierce, Chen Yuanlong and Ji Linglong felt less worried. Chen Xing asked, have you chosen a shop location yet? Ji Linglong replied, not yet, but it seems like running a flower shop isn't very profitable. I found several shops for transfer when looking for a location. At this point, she hesitated. So I'm considering whether it might be better to open a dessert shop. Chen Xing continued to encourage her. A dessert shop would be great too. You're so sweet looking. Your business will definitely be good. Upon hearing this, Ji Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Brother Xing really knows how to flatter. Chen Yuanlong, sipping his milk tea, joked, indeed. A dessert shop is better. If flowers don't sell, they can only be thrown away, but if desserts don't sell, I can just eat the leftovers every day. Chen Xing looked at Chen Yuanlong speechlessly. The shop hasn't even opened, and you're already looking forward to her business being bad, so you can eat the unsold stuff, right? Oh, no. Chen Yuanlong just realized he misspoke. Turning to look, he saw Ji Linglong's smile had already stiffened. If it weren't for Chen Xing being there, she might have already hit him. After chatting for more than half an hour, Chen Yuanlong and Ji Linglong left with 2 million. Chen Xing then began studying the martial arts of the 100 Crack sect, specifically the leg techniques. His own earth-shaking leg followed a powerful explosive route, which sometimes didn't suit long-distance travel and stealthy actions. The martial arts he obtained from the 100 Cracks sect included 100 Cracks leg, 100 Cracks palm, flying crane leg, and plain jade skill. The 100 Cracks leg focused on attack speed, similar to the shadowless kick. The flying crane leg and earth-shaking leg originated from the same source in the north, but they followed different evolutionary paths. The former was soft and graceful, while the latter was fierce and violent. If he could combine both to achieve a balance of hardness and softness, his leg techniques would reach perfection. In fact, neither the earth-shaking leg nor the flying crane leg were top-tier martial arts. They probably wouldn't sell for much on the black market. However, in Chen Xing's eyes, the true strength always lay within the martial artists themselves. He could cultivate a common technique, like the ruthless iron hand, to its peak and still overpower those who practice top-tier skills. In the evening, Bureau Chief Zhang Buoxing even called to ask about Chen Xing's recovery. Everyone knew that the combat power Chen Xing displayed during the terrorist attack was far stronger than during the eye-opening demon case. This call was also a reminder that he should return to work tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Xing took $150,000 in cash to the medicinal cuisine restaurant. Keeping this cash at home was dangerous. You never knew when someone would find out and use it as leverage against him. Although this leverage wasn't fatal, it could be quite annoying and lead to significant losses at critical moments. So, he directly loaded the money onto his membership card. The fact that he had received a 10 million bounty was no longer a secret, and since he needed to spend tens of thousands on medicinal cuisine every few days, it was completely normal to load $150,000 onto the card. After finishing his meal, he took a stroll on the street before heading home to train. In the early morning hours, the system's voice rang out again. Hidden ghost. You can see the hidden ghosts in others' hearts. Strong emotions materialized. Unlock. Weave a huge lie that deceives everyone. Punishment. Good and evil opposition. Split personality. To be honest, this was the least understandable ability and unlock task so far. Just as Chen Xing hesitated whether to accept it, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has previously woven a huge lie, punishment of the eye-opening demon, that deceived everyone. Task completed. Wow, it can work like this? Chen Xing couldn't help but smile. He hoped for more unlocked tasks like this that he could complete without effort. But what exactly was the use of this skill? He went to the mirror and activated the ability to check himself. He saw 3 figures slowly emerging behind him. They were the hidden ghosts in his heart. Chapter 56. With a hidden agenda, I can't be selected as the dominant body, to be honest, when 3 figures appeared behind Chen Xing like real ghosts. He was somewhat startled. The first figure on the left resembled Kakashi. He held a mobile phone in his left hand and a beer bottle in his right, which were the most commonly used weapons when he was in his eye-opening maniac mode. Clearly, this ghost represented the hidden eye-opening maniac in his heart. The middle figure was enormous, about 3 meters tall, nearly reaching the ceiling, and looked like Dark Digga. However, it was even more muscular, with its hands glowing with metallic red light. The timer on its chest emitted a golden glow in the shape of a crystal. This ghost clearly represented the dark light in his heart. Finally, the figure on the right was a faceless person dressed in a white coat and wearing a mask, holding a scalpel. It was obvious that this represented the transgender maniac. Chen Xing looked at the 3 figures behind him and thought of the suspense film starring Lu Qingyan, in which his character could see the personifications of others' personalities, which was quite similar to his ability. Given that this world might very well have superpowers, what if others could also see the ghost behind him? As he thought of this, Chen Xing turned to look at the ghosts behind him. Can I hide? He was speaking to the ghosts, but also to himself. He stared at the 3 ghosts for about half an hour, and in the end, he didn't know whether he had driven away the hidden ghosts in his heart or hidden them deeper. But the 3 ghosts dissipated into black smoke and vanished. He tried to remember that feeling, and after another half hour, he attempted to summon one of the ghosts from his heart. The next second, the dark light reappeared, while the other 2 did not. Then the dark light disappeared again, and Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that my ghost is quite obedient. The next morning, Chen Xing sat in the conference room with a face full of boredom. It was already tough enough to go to work, and now he had to attend a meeting and listen to a bunch of unnutritious topics. What a pain. After half an hour of pointless discussion, Zhang Basang finally began to discuss the key points of the meeting. Soon, Tianhai would host a jewelry exhibition, and several jewelry companies would bring their treasures for display. The city leaders were very concerned and hoped that we would ensure security at the venue. Considering that both the public investigation section and the armed investigation section had cases to handle, the security work at this venue would be assigned to the public security section. Huh? Chen Xing was taken aback, but he quickly recalled what Qin Yuanlong had reminded him of yesterday. There's a significant overlap between the jewelry circle and the antique circle. This was clearly aimed at him. Chief Chun, it will be hard for you then. Zhang Basang surely didn't know. Otherwise, he would never have agreed, since he was the ace of the bureau. Chen Xing would not take this trap. What if they brought fake items to exhibit and then claimed they were swapped out? How would he deal with that? Wait a minute, Bureau Chief, this doesn't seem right. Aren't these jewelry exhibitions usually handled by the jewelry companies themselves, hiring security companies? I can arrange for people to patrol the streets. But if we have to oversee the exhibition site, I suspect there is a scam. Upon hearing the word scam, Zhang Bashang immediately became alert. While others might say this out of paranoia, he absolutely believed there was a problem when Chen Xing said it. Zhang Bashang immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Xing said solemnly, "If they are guarding and stealing at the same time, playing tricks, wouldn't our city bureau take the blame?" Wang Jiangang, somewhat confused, asked, why? Why would they want to trick us? The others nodded, not understanding why several jewelry companies would want to target them. Chen Xing looked at Zhang Bashang and stated frankly, "Bureau Chief, to be honest, did the city leaders directly assign our public security section to be in charge?" Zhang Bashang was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Honestly, they didn't say directly, but there's that implication." Chen Xing clapped his hands and said, "This matter is aimed at me. You all know my relationship with those in the city isn't good. Plus, not long ago, when I was traveling in Luoyang, I helped a friend solve a cultural relic theft case, and the three masterminds revealed a lot of things about the antique circle. I've offended a large part of the antique circle, and the antique and jewelry circles are deeply intertwined." Upon hearing this, everyone understood Chen Xing's meaning. Someone had specifically set a trap for him. After all, the jewelry exhibition itself was quite sudden. However, no one expected Chen Xing to be so alert that he figured it out as soon as the trap was laid. Moreover, he directly pointed it out in the conference room. There were many people close to the city leaders present. Chen Xing couldn't possibly be unaware of that. Everyone had to admire that Chief Chun was indeed terrifyingly tough. And the purpose of Chen Xing's maneuver was to assert, "I am directly the dominant body that cannot be selected, so you can play your games." Slap. Zhang Bashang was furious. How outrageous. Is this targeting Chen Xing? This is targeting our entire Tianhai City Bureau. Wang Jiangang and the others also grew increasingly angry. After all, if they were going to be retaliated against for investigating cases, how could they dare to investigate in the future? At that moment, Wang Yucheng, the captain of the second squad of the Armed Investigation Section, said, "This is just Chief Chen's speculation, and besides, can we refuse the work assigned by the city?" Chen Xing replied, "You have a point. Since the city didn't specifically say I must participate, then, Captain Wang, since you were so confident, why don't you take charge of the security tasks at the exhibition site? Our public security section can assist from the side." Wang Yucheng was suddenly flustered. He just wanted to throw him under the bus, but he didn't expect to jump into the pit himself. No, I have a case to follow up on." Chen Xing smiled and said, "A case? I can help you investigate. Just do a good job with the security." Wang Jiangang immediately became excited and said, "Great. Chief Chun is coming to help our Armed Investigation Section. We can learn a thing or two." The other squad leaders in the Armed Investigation Section chimed in, "Yeah, I think this arrangement is excellent. Let the professionals handle the professional matters. Chief Chun is good at solving cases, while Captain Wang is good at security." Captain Wang, "It's okay. This might just be Chief Chun overthinking it," the captain of the third squad said with a smile. The captain of the fourth squad followed up. "Even if the Bureau is targeting Chief Chun, so you will definitely be safe if you go." The captain of the fifth squad sarcastically remarked, "Weren't you just complaining about how tough it is to handle cases? This is a perfect opportunity for you to relax for a few days." Wang Youcheng's face instantly turned green, looking in disbelief at Wang Jiangang and the other squad leaders who had stabbed him in the back. In truth, Wang Jiangang didn't intentionally want to backstab Wang Yucheng. He simply couldn't resist the temptation of picking up credit by following Chen Xing. The other squad leaders were genuinely there to backstab him, as Wang Yucheng had support from the leaders and would undoubtedly be a major obstacle on their path to promotion in the future. If they had the chance to step on him first, they would eliminate a strong competitor. Zhang Bashang couldn't help but nod. This was indeed a good arrangement. Then let Wang Yucheng be responsible for the security at the exhibition, and the public security section would assist from the side, while Chief Chun would take a few people to help the Armed Investigation Section. Chapter 57, Establishing the Investigation Team. After the meeting, Section Chief Chun, "Please come to our first team's office for a chat. I have some good tea there." Section Chief Chun, The two flowers of our third team are your little fans. If you could go over, they would definitely be thrilled. Section Chief Chun, have you eaten enough this morning? I just ordered some morning tea. Let's eat together at our fourth team. Section Chief Chun, I bought 2 golden pillow durians on my way in this morning. Under the enthusiastic crowd of the Martial Investigation Department, Chen Xing left the conference room. Meanwhile, Wang Yucheng felt like a stray dog on the roadside, ignored by everyone. He could only hope that Chen Xing was overthinking things, and that this jewelry exhibition wasn't some deceptive scheme. Otherwise, this team leader might end up as a limited-time experience card. Chen Xing didn't go to any team, but headed straight to Wang Jianlong's office, where all the case files from the 5 teams were kept. Question: how to ensure your case-solving rate? Answer: choose cases you can solve. Chen Xing began browsing through the files. Apartment rape and murder case. The victim was a third-rate martial artist. Wait, the victim was male? TSK. Let's set that aside for now. I'll look into it later. Chen Xing said as he handed the file to Wang Jiangang. Nighttime assault case. The victim was female, living in a high-end community, went out shopping at night, and was suspected to have been attacked by a martial artist, slapped 3 times, lost 5 teeth, and finally force-fed. Feces? I won't bother with her. She must have offended someone with her foul mouth. Chen Xing shook his head and placed the file into an empty cardboard box. Next, he picked up another file from the desk. Theft case. A sports car's window was smashed and a $1 million watch was stolen. Finding lost items isn't my strong suit. Pass. Leg-breaking case. Oh, it's about Ishii Ichiro and Apollo. Hilarious. Let them check it out. Transgender mania case. This is a bit supernatural. Cannot investigate. Chen Xing threw down 3 major case files in succession, causing Wang Jiangang to look regretful. Chen Xing picked up another file and continued reading. Gangland Revenge Killing Case. The master brother of the Tianhai Xingyi Martial Arts School was killed by someone using the 8 Extremes Fist S Standing Heaven Cannon technique. This one is good. I'll check on this later. Judge Family Massacre Case. A judge couple was brutally murdered, their 2 daughters killed, and their 1-year-old son thrown into a washing machine. I'll keep this one for later. File in hand. Wang Jiangang suddenly smiled. Assassination of a tycoon case. The owner of Chongqing Pharmaceuticals was attacked in his villa. Serving the rich with no kindness. Dying is just fine. I won't bother with him. After saying this, Chen Xing directly tossed the file into the cardboard box and picked up another one from the desk. Martial artist corpse burial case. A construction team excavated over 10 martial artist corpses in the suburbs, all drained of blood. This is a bit interesting, but unfortunately there are too few clues. Chen Xing shook his head regretfully and then picked up the last file on the desk. Rainy day student disappearance case. 3 victims, 2 high school students and 1 middle school student, went missing on their way home from school. Surveillance footage showed the suspect might be skilled in lightness skill, so let's add this one. After handing the file to Wang Jiangang, he said, I want to pick 2 people from each team to form a temporary investigation team to handle these 4 cases. The other cases will still be handled by you all. All right, let me know who you want, and I'll have them come over. Chen Xing immediately listed the names of 8 newly graduated probationary officers assigned to the patrol. These 8 probationary officers had no background. They needed at least 2 or 3 years of work to be confirmed, but if they could back these 4 cases, that would be enough for them to be confirmed directly. Although he spent his days slacking off at the bureau, he still cared about the personnel configuration within the bureau. These 8 were the little cattle and horses of the Martial Investigation Department, the hardest workers, yet they didn't understand the materialistic social dynamics, resulting in no one promoting them early. But Chen Xing didn't need their materialistic connections. He just needed them to remember his favor. After Wang Jiangang noted down the 8 names, he was stunned. Why were they all probationary newcomers? Chen Xing smiled and said, giving others opportunities is just icing on the cake, but giving them opportunities is like providing timely help in snow. The veterans, with many achievements, want to become team leaders. Team leaders with many achievements want to become squad leaders. Squad leaders with many achievements want to become section chiefs. Once those below have ambition, the above will be unstable. But if you give probationary newcomers achievements, you only need to give them confirmation. One must admit, Chen Xing's words were very insightful about human nature and reality. Promotions are not easy to come by. After all, there is only one spot for each position. But confirmations can be given at any time, as they don't occupy a spot. All right, I'll call them over to report now. Soon, 8 young faces appeared in the office, 6 males and 2 females, all ordinary martial artists without much standing. Chief Wang, Chief Chun. Their calls to Section Chief Chun were noticeably more enthusiastic. Wang Jiangang didn't he mind. After all, he was beginning to view Chen Xing as an idol. After so many years on the job, he had never seen such an impressive figure, not to mention these newcomers who had just entered the field for a year. Wang Jiangang said, I believe you all know that Section Chief Chen will be temporarily guiding our Martial Investigation Department's work. Now, Section Chief Chen plans to establish an investigation team, and you 8 are very fortunate to be selected by him. All 8 widened their eyes, looking at Wang Jiangang and Chen Xing in disbelief. Everything felt too sudden, too dreamlike. Honestly, what is the difference between this and winning the lottery without buying a ticket? Wang Jiangang said seriously. For the next period of time, you will temporarily set aside your current work and assist Section Chief Chen in handling cases, while also observing and learning well, understood? The 8 snapped back to reality, immediately standing at attention and responding excitedly. Understood. Chen Xing stood up and said, All right, now go back and hand over your work. Gather at the main entrance in half an hour. Yes. The 8 exited the office excitedly, feeling as if they were walking on air. The strong black youth said, Who can hit me once? I suspect I am dreaming. The nearby short-haired Bob girl, wearing glasses, immediately punched him in the abdomen. Bang! Poof! The strong black youth nearly knelt down. After that punch, he felt like his dinner from the previous night was about to be knocked out of him. He looked at the short-haired girl with a pained expression. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why it's so hard? Sorry, I was born strong. The short-haired girl lowered her head apologetically. The others nearby couldn't help but laugh. After the two interacted, the previously unfamiliar group began to open up. It truly felt like a dream to be chosen by Section Chief Chen to work on cases together. By the way, how would Section Chief Chen know us? Let us just ask him later, right? I'm too scared. Then I'll ask. I can't stop thinking about this. And it'll keep me up at night. Chapter 58. Solving cases at the entrance of the patrol bureau. 8 new recruits had been waiting for more than 10 minutes. It wasn't that Chen Xing was late. They had finished their handover and arrived early, with 5 minutes left until the half-hour mark. Chen Xing came down wearing a fisherman's hat and holding a small handheld fan. It's so hot. Why don't you find a shady place to hide? Getting sunburned won't count as a work injury, he joked. The others were surprised by Chen Xing's humor. The strong black youth immediately replied, It's okay, Section Chief Chen. We often get sun exposure during missions. The others nodded in agreement. A girl with a short bob haircut said, I put on sunscreen. Me too, added the girl with the ponytail next to her. Chen Xing took out a set of keys for the shared vehicle and asked, Who can drive the long van? The strong black youth immediately raised his hand. Me? I'll do it. He grabbed the keys and went straight to the parking lot to get the vehicle. Soon, a plain Jinbei van was driven out. After Chen Xing got into the back compartment, the others followed and sat down. The strong black youth regretted sitting in the driver's seat. He lost the chance to be closer to Section Chief Chen. Once everyone was in the vehicle, Chen Xing said to the strong black youth, Drive to the Xingyi boxing gym. We're investigating a murder case. Got it. The strong black youth immediately started the engine. Chen Xing then looked around at the others in the car and said, Let's introduce ourselves. Name, nickname, martial art style, and specialties. The young man with glasses sitting behind Chen Xing asked, Section Chief Chen, what if I don't have a nickname? Chen Xing replied, Then come up with one on the spot. It's better to use a code name or nickname when out on unofficial business, as it makes it harder for people to complain. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the end. They had thought working with Chen Xing would be serious and full of knowledge, but he turned out to be easygoing and humorous, full of jokes. All right, ladies first, Chen Xing said. The girl with the short bob, feeling a bit shy, introduced herself. My name is Zhao Ruishua. My nickname is Little King Kong. I practice Wing Chun, and my specialty is having great strength. Little King Kong? The others almost burst out laughing. Was that an appropriate nickname for a girl? But considering her specialty was strength, it seemed reasonable. The ponytail girl realized it was her turn and said, My name is Ma Yuding. My nickname is Big Long Legs. I practice Baji Quan and Chuanshin Leg. My specialties are running fast, and I'm also decent with a gun. Good. With Little King Kong's strength and big long leg speed, the patrol bureau indeed had a wealth of talent. Where there's a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. Chen Xing suppressed his laughter and said, You two have very distinctive nicknames and specialties, nice. He then looked at the strong black youth driving and said, Next, let's go by seating order for introductions. Temporary driver, you go first. The strong black youth immediately introduced himself. My name is Wu Chong. My nickname is Big Black. I practice iron shirt and diamond palm. My specialty is enduring hardship and strong execution ability. Next, Chen Xing looked at the dull young man beside him. The dull young man smiled sheepishly and introduced himself. My name is Lanai. My nickname is Wood. I practice mising fist. My specialty is having a good memory. And I also know how to use a sniper rifle. Then it was the turn of the glasses-wearing youth without a nickname. My name is Jose. If you must give me a nickname, just call me Blockhead, because my face is quite square. I practice Sansho and China. My specialties are portrait drawing and computer skills. After the glasses youth finished introducing himself, the last three also introduced themselves. The talkative big mouth, the chubby air pal, and the monkey who practices monkey fist. Their specialties were also crime investigation related, like blockheads. Once everyone finished introducing themselves, Chen Xing distributed the copied materials from the case file of the gang murder case. As for Big Black, this case originally belonged to the first squad he was part of, so he didn't need to look at it. He just needed to drive well. Today's case is this one. Take a look, and if you have any clues, speak up. The murderer used the Lidi Tongtian cannon from Baji Quan. And there have been several recruitment conflicts between the Baji Quan and Xingyi boxing gyms, so the murderer is likely from the Baji Quan side. Big Long Legs, also from the first squad, glanced at the materials and immediately stated the previous conclusions from her team, since it was a case they had investigated before. The others nodded in agreement. However, Wood said, Baji Quan is widely practiced, and non-gym members can learn it too. Plus, this case was done too deliberately. If a Baji master wanted to kill a fellow skilled fighter, it would be more appropriate to use a Baji big gun to avoid a mishap. So I don't rule out the possibility of framing and instigating a conflict between the two gyms. Everyone looked at the seemingly dull Wood in surprise. They hadn't expected him to be quick-witted. Chen Xing nodded and continued. Any other opinions? The others shook their heads. Chen Xing sighed. I'll give you a hint. The autopsy report shows many minor injuries, but the only significant injury is the fatal one caused by the Lidi Tongtian cannon. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately flipped to the autopsy report page and examined it closely. Wood quickly exclaimed, if those minor injuries were caused during routine sparring, it indicates that the victim was not fighting at the time, which means it was committed by an acquaintance. Someone familiar with the victim who caught him off guard. Clap. Chen Xing clapped his hands and laughed. Correct. The victim was a second-rate master, and the death occurred on a relatively open park lawn. Even a skilled killer from the same level would alert him. And the Lidi Tongtian cannon is not a sneak attack move. It requires a face-to-face confrontation. Wood then added, if there had been a confrontation, the victim wouldn't have only had minor injuries typical of routine sparring. A hand-to-hand fight between equals would be brutal. If the attacker was a higher-level fighter, there would be no need to use such an obvious move, and if they were lower level, the victim wouldn't have died. Big Long Legs widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, so the murderer is likely a friend of the victim, or even a fellow disciple from the Xingyi boxing gym. Big Black also realized, no wonder Section Chief Chen asked me to drive to the Xingyi boxing gym instead of the Baji Quan gym. Clap, clap. Big Mouth couldn't help but applaud. As expected of Section Chief Chen, this case file has only been in your hands for a little over half an hour, and you've already deduced the location of the murderer. Big Long Legs said with a wry smile, our first squad has been working on this for 5 days, and no one noticed anything wrong. We've been investigating the Baji Quan gym all this time. Big Black shook his head with a bitter smile. Yeah, I even followed their senior brother for 2 days. Turns out we've been wasting our efforts. Chen Xing smiled and said, the main reason you didn't realize is that you couldn't fully integrate martial arts knowledge with criminal investigation. Chapter 59. Can Section Chief Chen reminds? When Chen Xing brought 8 rookies to the Xingyi boxing gym, he immediately noticed an unusual quietness and emptiness in the gym. Chen Xing approached the reception desk at the entrance and asked, Miss, is the gym closed today? Why aren't there many people? The older sister at the entrance, hearing a handsome guy call her miss, couldn't help but smile broadly. Handsome, the gym has a competition today. They went to participate. Are you here to seek a master or looking for someone? If it's to seek a master, I can introduce a great one to you. Chen Xing shook his head. Sorry, we're here looking for someone. We're from the police department, here to ask your master about the previous homicide case. Where do they go to compete? Upon hearing the police department, a flash of panic crossed the older sister's eyes, and she stammered, the police department. I'm not sure where they went to compete. Not only Chen Xing, but the 8 rookies behind him also sensed that something was off. The group immediately put on serious expressions, scrutinizing each other, which made the older sister even more anxious. Chen Xing remained silent and quietly activated his ability to sense guilt. He saw a panicked little girl behind the older sister, muttering to herself, we're done for. If the police find out that the master and the others went to the underground fighting arena in the suburbs, it'll be troublesome. Hearing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but ask, Where is the underground fighting arena in the suburbs? The older sister and the little girl behind her looked at Chen Xing in shock. However, the older sister still didn't speak. But the little girl was already scared into confessing. Oh no, if he finds out that the underground boxing gym is in the mountains behind the Sheng Tang farmhouse, that'll be a problem. After getting the answer, Chen Xing immediately turned around and walked out. To Sheng Tang farmhouse, the underground boxing gym is there. The rookies were completely stunned. Wait, how does Section Chief Chen know this? Didn't the other party say nothing? Could it be that Section Chief Chen can read minds? Once in the car, aside from the focus driver Dahei, everyone else was staring at Chen Xing with a look of hesitation. Chen Xing glanced at them speechlessly and closed his eyes. Is there something you want to say? Do you think I can read minds? Everyone looked at him strangely. Are you sure you can't? The tall one curiously asked Section Chief Chen. How did you know they went to the underground fighting arena, and that it's at Sheng Tang farmhouse? Chen Xing replied indifferently. Because I'm familiar with the martial arts world in Tianhai. Huh? The tall one was a bit confused, and the others were just as clueless. At this moment, Mutu suddenly slapped his leg and exclaimed, I got it. Section Chief Chen must have known there were no legitimate competitions recently, and combined with the older sister's attitude at the front desk, deduced that the gym's people were not participating in a legal competition, but an illegal one, which could only be the underground fighting arena. When Section Chief Chen asked her where the underground boxing gym was, she seemed to subconsciously glance at the lighter on the table, which just happened to say Sheng Tang farmhouse. So that's it. After hearing Mu Tu's deduction, everyone suddenly realized. Chen Xing was even more impressed, thinking, is this the wisdom of a great scholar? He clapped his hands in appreciation. Yes, that's right. Mu Tu analyzed it well. Keep it up. Okay, Section Chief Chen. Mu Tu smiled shyly and nodded. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Sheng Tang farmhouse. There were many people keeping watch around. From now on, call me Xingge. Don't call me Section Chief. Also, lift your heads a bit higher and try to look at people through your nostrils. And here has some gum. Chew it slowly. Chen Xing took out a pair of sunglasses from his bag and then pulled out a cigar and a lighter. After all, many people in the underworld recognized him. And big sunglasses with a smoking cigar were much more impressive than Superman's square glasses. With this setup, it would be hard to recognize him. He tucked his bag under his arm and walked ahead with the cigar in his mouth. The 8 rookies in the car were dumbfounded. Dahei couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Chen. Xingge, really well prepared. Quick, start chewing the gum and lift your chin a bit. Following Fong Kuai's reminder, the 8 of them chewed gum and awkwardly followed Chen Xing, indeed giving off the vibe of a small gang. As they walked into the farmhouse, Chen Xing headed straight for the guarded orchard entrance. The guard looked at them and opened the door without asking anything. However, there were still quite a few people watching in the orchard. If Chen Xing went the wrong way, someone would likely come forward to question him. But how could Chen Xing go the wrong way? His X-ray vision had already spotted the underground fighting arena in the mountains behind. The fighting arena was in an abandoned air raid shelter, which had definitely been modified. Otherwise, the space would not be sufficient. Upon reaching the entrance of the air raid shelter, someone was there collecting money. Just as a customer in front was paying, Chen Xing saw that the entrance fee was 500 per person. He took out 10,000 and handed it to Dahei, saying, give them 5,000. Treat the rest to drinks. Okay, Xingge. Dahei took out 5,000 and handed it to the person collecting money. My brother says to treat you to drinks. Hey, big brother is generous. Welcome inside. The thug collecting money flashed a big yellow-toothed smile. It wasn't that Chen Xing was being generous. He recognized that this yellow-toothed guy was a victim of his previous work. That day, his target was the yellow-toothed guy's older brother. But seeing that the yellow-toothed guy had some evil value, he took the opportunity to boost his performance. Seeing him now only able to sit on half his butt, Chen Xing felt a bit embarrassed. System, do you need the next mission? Chen Xing, sorry about that. After entering the air raid shelter, everyone realized that the interior was decorated like a bar. Along the way, there were some tables for drinks, with men and women drinking and flirting. Although this underground fighting arena was close to Tianhai, it technically belonged to the neighboring city, so strictly speaking, they had crossed city lines. The deeper they went in, the louder it became, and they eventually emerged onto the spectator stands of the underground fighting arena. They saw patrons holding bottles, drinking, and shouting at the octagonal cage below. Beat him. Kill him. Poke his eyes out. Idiot. Be brutal. I want to see rivers of blood. The entire underground fighting arena was filled with a barbaric and bloody atmosphere. The fighters below, influenced by the audience, began to fight more viciously. At this moment, Dahei shouted, it looks like the ones fighting are from the Xingyi boxing gym and the Baji boxing gym. The tall one immediately looked at Chen Xing and asked, Section Chief, Xingu, should we go down and stop this? If it continues, someone might die. But Chen Xing was thinking about another case. Aren't the ones dying all martial artists? If they died, their bodies could be used for blood extraction and organ harvesting. They just find a random place to bury them. It seems just right. Chapter 60. The imposing Chief Chun Brother Xing? Are we not going to stop them? They're getting rougher and rougher. The tall girl saw that Chen Xing didn't respond and thought he didn't hear her. So she leaned in a bit closer and repeated herself. Let's go down and call it off. Chen Xing said as he walked, taking off his glasses and putting them into his handbag, then crushing his cigar in his palm and also placing it into the bag. Big Black, who practiced iron cloth, felt the heat just watching, let alone the others. He then lightly jumped over the short railing at the front row of the audience. The security at the boxing venue immediately rushed over with electric batons. Stop! What are you doing? Chen Xing didn't pretend anymore, directly revealing his identity, taking out his credentials and gun, saying, "Police department, don't move." The aggressive security guards immediately cowered. They awkwardly stood in place, hesitating whether to run, their eyes gradually clearing as they looked at the swaying handgun. Big Black and the others opened the door to the octagonal building and rushed in to stop the two fighting. Stop fighting. Quickly stop. We're from the police department. You need to stop immediately. Big Black and Square pulled the master of Xingyi Quan to the side, while Big Mouth and Second Fatty pulled the master of Baji Quan to another side. The tall girl raised her hand in the middle of the ring to calm the two. Masters, stay calm. You can't solve the problem like this. The master of the Xingyi Quan school, Sun Hong, with bloodshot eyes, roared fiercely, "Let go of me. The police department can't give me justice. So I'll take matters into my own hands." The tall girl immediately said, "We already have new leads. This case will soon be resolved." However, Sun Hong didn't believe her at all, acting like a mad beast. "Humph. Last time you said the same thing. The murderer is still at large." On the other side, the master of the Baji Quan school, Li Yangon, angrily scolded, "You're the murderer. Your son died, and you keep saying we did it without any evidence. Do you think we're made of clay?" Sun Hong gritted his teeth and glared at Li Yangon. "My son was killed by Baji Quan. Who else could it be? He just robbed a few of your students. Is it really that serious?" Li Yangon, furious, cursed again. "Damn it, does the whole world only know Baji Quan?" Sun Hong stubbornly replied, "But the only ones who know Baji Quan and have a grudge against us are you." Li Yangon was shaking with anger. "You think this is a deadly feud over a little business competition? Let go of me. Today it's either him dead or me dead." Sun Hong struggled to get up, but was tightly held down by Big Black and Square. Under normal circumstances, they couldn't control him since he was a late-stage, second-rate martial artist. However, after fighting for most of the day, both Sun Hong and Li Yangon were nearly exhausted of internal energy and physical strength, which allowed Big Black and the others to keep him restrained. At this moment, in the audience, some timid or sensitive people saw the police had arrived and had already quietly gotten up to leave. Some bolder individuals, who thrived on chaos, continued to watch from the audience. Suddenly, a glass bottle flew out from the stands, spinning as it headed towards Chen Xing. "Chief Chun, watch out." The small guy behind Chen Xing warned while rushing forward, wanting to block the bottle for him. Chen Xing, somewhat speechless, grabbed her by the back of her collar and moved her a couple of steps. The bottle flew past and shattered on the ground. "Are you stupid? I can catch bullets. Do I need you to block a bottle for me?" After scolding her, Chen Xing's figure moved, and he jumped down to the audience area. He grabbed the arrogant second-generation rich kid who threw the bottle, and without further ado, threw him to the spot where the glass shards lay. The audience area was only about the height of the second floor, so landing on his but wouldn't kill him, but the glass shards on the ground would likely hurt a lot. That arrogant second generation bounced up and then fell back down, bouncing again, ultimately struggling and screaming on the ground. The companions beside the arrogant second generation were dumbfounded. "Why you crazy? Do you know who he is?" Chen Xing looked at them coldly and said, "I don't care who he is. It doesn't matter if his father is a government official." At this time, one of them recognized Chen Xing. "Why you, Chief Chun?" Chen Xing smirked coldly. "Now you know who I am." That person quickly bowed and apologized. "Why yes, sorry, Guxiao drank too much." Chen Xing had other matters to deal with today and didn't want to complicate things. "Take him away." They quickly got up, climbed over their seats, and left with the second generation who was yelling like a dying dog. Chen Xing stood in the audience, slightly raising his chin, exuding a faint pressure, coldly looking down at the others. "If you don't want to leave, do you have a problem with our law enforcement?" And no. The others in the audience quickly shook their heads frantically and hurriedly got up to leave. At the same time, they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. feeling that this police chief seemed more dangerous than a killer. Moreover, throwing people around like rag dolls, he didn't even seem to fear hurting someone. Additionally, the few normally fearless second-generation rich kids cowered at the sight of Chen Xing, making the others even less inclined to provoke him. At this moment, the 8 little rookies were staring at Chen Xing with starry eyes. Chief Chen is so cool. He did what I've always wanted to do, but was too afraid to do. So imposing and powerful. No wonder he is our idol. Meanwhile, the security guards watching the scene were already at their wits' end, knowing well who had just arrived. Without Chen Xing saying a word, they didn't even dare move. And Chen Xing didn't make things hard for them. Although the person was from Tianhai, this was the neighboring city's territory, and it was somewhat inappropriate to meddle in this underground boxing venue. He addressed the security personnel. I need to use your place to handle a case. Turn on all the surrounding lights, and the martial arts school people stay. Everyone else, leave the ring area. Okay. Chief Chen, please. The security personnel immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly leaving the ring area and retreating to the back of the audience. Clap, clap, clap. The venue's lights were quickly turned on. Chen Xing walked down from the audience, saying, "Those from Xingyi Quan School, come sit in this row. We have new leads regarding your senior brother's death." Great. Finally, we have leads. The people from Xingyi Quan School were very excited and followed Chen Xing's instructions to move towards the audience seats. However, a young man around 27 or 28 years old with a lot of white hair on his head went against the flow and walked towards the ring. He carried a medicine box while walking, calling out to Sun Hong in the ring, "Master, I'll help you treat your wounds." Chen Xing glanced at him and coldly reprimanded, "Stop. Didn't you hear what I just said?" Chapter 61. Words are false. Bullets are real. Stop. Didn't you hear what I just said? Chen Xing stared intently at the young man with a medical box and white hair. At that moment, however, Chen Xing saw him as 3 different people. One was a muscular man with a twisted physique, another was a gaunt drug addict. The muscular man nervously looked at Chen Xing and muttered to himself, "Why is he staring at me? Did he discover something? Impossible. My Bajiquin is learned in secret. No one should know. Why is he looking at me like that? Look away. Damn, I want to kill him." The muscular man became increasingly frantic as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the gaunt drug addict was crouching on the ground in fear. "Can't see me. Can't see me. Please don't find out I'm using illegal substances. They won't check my body for the investigation. It's fine, it's fine." Chen Xing couldn't help but smile, surprised to find them so quickly. The young man with white hair awkwardly said, "My master is seriously injured. I just wanted to apply medicine to him. It won't affect your investigation, right?" Chen Xing coldly laughed and aimed his gun at him. "You are the murderer. Of course it affects the investigation. Tell me, why did you kill your senior brother?" "No, don't wrongfully accuse me. I had a good relationship with my senior brother." The young man quickly shook his head in denial. The others around them looked shocked at the confrontation between the young man and Chen Xing. Xiao Jinggang and Mu Tu had already flanked the young man from both sides. The others from the Xingyiquan martial arts school looked incredulous. "Oh my god, how could it be Zhang Ming, senior brother? Comrades from the police. Have you misunderstood something?" One of them said, "Yeah, senior brother was clearly killed by Bajiquin. How could our third senior brother know Bajiquin?" But Chen Xing was serious and firm. "The murderer is him. And how do you know he hasn't secretly practiced the standing sky cannon move?" The muscular man behind the young man, Lu Ziming, could no longer contain himself and roared, "Fake. It must be fake. How could he know it was me? How could the police find me so quickly? What went wrong?" Chen Xing stepped closer, continuing to question him. "Answer me, why?" Lu Ziming angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Can't find the murderer, so you randomly accuse someone?" The muscular man behind him grabbed his head, his eyes darting around in a frenzy, muttering to himself in a disturbed manner, "Did someone see me? No way, I checked before, there was no one around. And I sneaked through the green belt from the back alley of the rental house. The surveillance couldn't have caught my shadow. Or was I high in the rental house and accidentally told those women? No way, how could those women betray me? What went wrong? Or is he trying to trick me?" Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. This guy's skills were a bit eerie, but they were indeed effective. Here, S.A. hint. "Hi." Lu Ziming's face turned pale in an instant. The moment he thought of this possibility, and it was directly pointed out by Chen Xing, it pierced through his psychological defenses. His eyes darted around, contemplating escape, but with a gun pointed at him, he had no chance to run. Seeing this, Chen Xing deliberately showed a flaw, revealing a confident expression before lowering his head to put the gun back in its holster. Sure enough, Lu Ziming immediately seized the opportunity, throwing the medical box at Mu Tu and then swinging a towel around his neck at Xiao Jinggang. At the same time, he drew a dagger and charged at Xiao Jinggang, intending to take the weakest-looking one as a hostage to escape. The next second, bang, A bullet shot into Lu Ziming's knee. Chen Xing, holding the gun, laughed. Little trash. Your intentions are too obvious. Now you've completely exposed yourself. Haven't you? Lu Ziming, who had fallen to the ground and was holding his knee, hadn't he even screamed in pain when he heard Chen Xing's words. He immediately turned over, looking at Chen Xing with immense anger. Bastard, you tricked me. Chen Xing put away his gun and said, it's not all a trick, the bullet is real. Lu Ziming was nearly furious. A bullet had entered his knee. How could it be fake? Chen Xing looked at Xiao Jinggang and Mu Tu, both of whom were filled with admiration. Cuff him up, and if he resists, break all his limbs. Yes. The two replied and walked toward Lu Ziming with malicious intent. Lu Ziming obediently surrendered, giving them no chance to continue harming him. When Xiao Jinggang and Mu Tu had cuffed Lu Ziming, the people from the Xingyiqua martial arts school finally came to their senses. It really is him. Why? Third senior brother. Why did you kill senior brother? I know. He wants to inherit the martial arts school. The master only has one son, with senior brother dead. The master will naturally look for someone suitable among the senior brothers to inherit the school. The second senior brother has gone into business, so it's impossible for him, and among the other senior brothers, he is the most suitable. At that moment, the head of the Xingyiquan martial arts school, Sun Hong, had already started to roar. Beast! I will kill you, you beast! Dahei and the others quickly stopped Sun Hong. Don't be impulsive. Calm down. The law will punish him. Yeah, if you kill him, it won't change anything, you'll still have to go in. Lu Ziming, however, fearlessly turned back to mock him. Old beast. Back then you killed my father. Now I'm killing your son. It's just evening the score. What? Sun Hong's face turned extremely grim as he questioned. Who exactly are you? Lu Ziming said coldly. I am Lu Qiuyang's son. Do you remember him? So it was him. A curse, a curse. Sun Hong sat on the ground in immense pain. De Chong Tue frowned and asked, Director Sun, you also killed someone? Sun Hong, tears streaming down his face, said, that was during the martial arts tournament, and Lu Qiuyang had a heart condition but insisted on showing off. I just happened to hit him in the chest a few times. Back then I was banned for 5 years, and by the time I was unbanned, I was already too old to compete. This matter was indeed difficult to evaluate. At this time, the head of the Bejiquan martial arts school, Li Yinggan, was even more amused and exasperated, as he was the most wronged in this matter. He couldn't help but stand up and curse. Do you believe we are innocent now? I really was unlucky to get involved in your martial arts school's mess. Sun Hong stood up and bowed to Li Yinggan. I'm sorry, Director Li, I was reckless in this matter. I will take responsibility for your losses later. That is more like it. After Li Yinggan finished speaking, he walked out of the octagonal cage and cupped his fists at Chen Xing. Director Chen, thank you for clearing our names. Can we leave now? Chen Xing nodded. Yeah, let us go. And you're not allowed to come here again in the future. Yes, yes. Li Yinggan agreed a couple of times and then left with his people, looking like he was in a hurry to get to the hospital. Chapter 62. Rainy day outside the hospital operating room, after Chen Xing handed over the criminal to Wang Jiangan and the drug enforcement team. He took the investigation team and left directly. Once they got into the van, Chen Xing asked, who among you has good writing skills? Fang Kuai raised his hand and said, I think I'm okay. The captain used to ask me to help him write reports. Chen Xing nodded and said, then I'll trouble you with my report. Don't worry, it's an equal exchange. I'll guide you for half an hour later. Fang Kuai excitedly nodded and said, thank you. Chief Chen, don't worry. I'll make it look beautiful. The others showed expressions of envy. After all, who doesn't know that Chen Xing is the top expert in the city bureau? His skills with the iron hand of the ruthless master have reached an extraordinary level, nearly matching the legendary iron hand of the 4 great detectives. Chen Xing shook his head and said, no need to make it too fancy, just make it decent. Got it. Fang Kuai quickly nodded. Chen Xing looked at the others and said, it's noon, let's go to Haidaleo for a hot pot. Okay. Dai apidi responde. His stomach had been growling from hunger. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Xing sent them back to the bureau to check on the rainy day missing persons case. He then went home to relax. After all, he had only taken on 4 cases, and if he rushed too much, he might end up finished before the exhibition even started. Taking a day off after solving a case is perfectly reasonable. After lying down and scrolling through his phone for over half an hour, he got up to practice. Strengthening oneself is essential. Powerful strength is his greatest reliance. On the other side, in the antique street, Han Laojio put down the phone with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that his carefully laid trap had been seen through by Chen Xing. Of course, he suspected that someone had tipped Chen Xing off. The people in the city cannot be trusted. They have to handle things themselves. In front of Han Laojio were 2 men. One was by Baotou from Luoyang. and the other was Wang Yubang, who was in charge of transport. Although Bai Baotou was sent by several bosses from the antique street in Luoyang. He didn't want to complicate things. He said helplessly, how about we forget it? He already knows it's us, and continuing could be dangerous. Tai Hailong said he's the best below the master level. You know, a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone someone like him. Han Lao, Jiu coldly said. It's exactly because he knows it's us that we must act immediately to take him down. Otherwise, if he traces it back to us, we can only sit and wait for death. Wang Yubang nodded in agreement and said, I think Boss Han is right. There's a saying that there's one day of thievery, but no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Since he knows we want to deal with him, he will definitely retaliate against us. Wang Yubang then smiled at Bai Baotou. Bai Baotou, I've heard you're clever. Do you have any brilliant plans? Bai Baotou took a sip of tea, closed his eyes to think for a moment, then said, since we must ensure his death, we can only set a trap to lure him in. The jewelry exhibition can be well utilized, but we cannot let anyone know we are involved. I've heard there are many jewel thieves abroad who like to target exhibitions. Why not issue a hero post in the name of one of them, inviting all thieves to the Tianhai jewelry exhibition for a battle of thieves, and then use public opinion to force this Chief Chen to respond? That would work. Wang Yubang asked in confusion, if we make such a big fuss, will those jewel thieves come? Bai Baotou smiled and said, it's fine if they don't come. We just need to create enough momentum. We can then hire someone to pretend to be an international thief, and, at that time, we can lure Chen Xing into the trap to kill him. It will appear as if it was done by an international thief, and it will have nothing to do with us. Clap, clap, clap. Han Laojiu and Wang Yubang laughed and applauded. Bai Baotou is truly the brains of our antique world. Wonderful. If that is the case, once he is dead, we want to attract too much hatred from the patrol bureau. Come, let us have tea. Half an hour later, after Han Laojiu saw the two off, he went to his study. One of his subordinates asked in confusion, Boss Jiu, why didn't you tell them that the eyeball madman might know that Chen Xing? That could help clear my brother's name. Han Laojiu glared at him and said, if you don't say anything, we only have one enemy. If you say it, aren't you afraid the eyeball madman will come back to find you? Han Laojiu didn't want to tarnish his reputation. After all, that eyeball madman is the real devil. 100 people, a full 100 people. From nail clippers to mobile phones, from bicycles to ice cream cones. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. He then reassured, your brother died at Chen Xing's hands. We just need to kill him for revenge. In our line of work, where is there any innocence? All right, Boss Jiu is right, the subordinate said helplessly. To be honest, apart from those perverts who often have someone behind them, normal people are afraid of the eyeball madman. The next day, Chen Xing hummed a tune as he arrived at the temporary office of the investigation team, only to find 8 pandas. Goodness. Don't tell me you guys stayed up all night here, studying the case? The group nodded and then smiled wryly. Sorry, Chief Chen, we really couldn't find any clues. Yeah, this case is too difficult. Chen Xing looked at a few of them speechlessly. He was truly exasperated with them. Next time, don't do this again. It's just a few $1,000 in salary. Why risk your lives? They awkwardly scratched their heads. With Mutu being the first to stand up, then we'll go back to rest. Wait a bit longer. I ordered some morning tea. Let us eat before heading back to rest. Chen Xing said, reminding them, also, just come back tomorrow. I don't want to see you all today. Okay. Everyone felt deeply moved, but also somewhat regretted not managing their time better, wasting a whole day of Chen Xing's time. After breakfast, Chen Xing sent the 8 of them away. He then returned to his office, pulled out his notebook, and began to type out of boredom. Boom! In the afternoon, a sudden thunderstorm broke out, and heavy rain began to fall. After Chen Xing closed the window, he thought of something. The rainy day, missing persons case. Would the murderer strike today? He replayed the case details in his mind. According to the cycle, it was indeed possible that the perpetrator would act today. Each time, the missing students came from different schools, and there were many schools in the city, excluding the 3 perverted criminals who had already committed crimes. There were still quite a few left. Then Chen Xing thought of something. Wait, the 3 missing students had ages in ascending order. The next target might be a college student. The surveillance around key universities is dense, and there are many people coming and going. Vocational colleges are more remote, but colleges with a larger female student population would make it easier to find suitable targets. Thinking of this, Chen Xing picked up the car keys, intending to go out for a drive. The sound of rain dripped outside the window, falling for 3 days and 3 nights, just like my beloved you, who hasn't answered my calls for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Xing drove his old Mitsubishi SUV slowly through the rain. To observe the people along the way, he opened the passenger window, letting the rainwater flow into the car. After all, the cost of car repairs is not as precious as a life. Although he didn't think he had such good luck to encounter the murderer. Even if there was only a 1% chance, it was better than doing nothing. Going out to take a look could help ease his dwindling conscience a bit. System buddy, give me a luck blessing. If I can catch that perverted criminal, I'm willing to trade my mother-in-law as half a lifetime of happiness as the price. Father-in-law. Okay, you're coming for me, right? He wandered in the rain for over 3 hours, from a little past 2 to a little past 5. Patrolling around 4 colleges, but still found nothing. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw a female college student running in the rain. Her umbrella had been blown apart by the wind, and she could only run in the rain. He immediately drove over, picked up the microphone in the car, and called out to her through the external speaker. Student, I'm from the police station. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. Don't catch a cold. The girl was startled, and after seeing Chen Xing holding his ID through the window, she hesitated for a moment before jogging over and opening the back door of the car. Once she sat inside, she held her backpack in front of her chest and said, "Thank you, comrade." Chen Xing smiled and said, "Don't mix comrade and brother together. It sounds strange. By the way, where are you going? Otherwise, I'll have to take you to the station." The girl couldn't help but laugh and replied, "I'm going back to my rental place. It's in the Anqing community on Furong Street." Chen Xing nodded and said, "If you're cold, just say so. This car may be old, but it still has heating." The girl shook her head, her face slightly flushed, and said, "No need, I'm fine. And if you turn on the heat, it might get too hot." She was a bit nearsighted, and now she could see Chen Xing clearly, finding that he looked as handsome as a main character in an idol drama. After driving for a while, Chen Xing looked at an umbrella that had been blown up by the wind and laughed. "Look over there. Someone is holding a broken umbrella, but no one is picking up the good one." "Yeah, that umbrella looks pretty expensive." The girl laughed along. Screech. The next second, Chen Xing slammed the brakes, almost causing her to hit the front seat. The girl steadied herself and looked up to see Chen Xing directly open the car door and get out in the heavy rain to pick up the umbrella on the ground, then turned to check the surroundings. Then he ran a short distance against the wind and picked up a woman's sandal from the ground. The shoe was intact and looked quite new. He took a photo of the umbrella and the road sign and returned to the car with a grim expression. The girl cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" "The owner of the umbrella is in trouble." Chen Xing replied as he started the car and took out his phone. The girl, who was hiding from the rain, was stunned. Soon, Chen Xing's phone call was connected. "Old Wang, it's urgent. A missing person case in the rain might be happening again." Wang Jiangang, who was in the office dealing with matters, immediately jumped up from his chair. "What?" Chen Xing quickly said, "I just sent you 2 photos. You need to check the surveillance for this road section immediately. Find out where the person with this umbrella went in the last half hour and what cars passed before and after she disappeared." "Got it." Wang Jiangang quickly responded. After receiving the reply, Chen Xing hung up the phone and put it away, then gradually increased his speed. At this moment, the girl looked at the broken umbrella and a sandal in the passenger seat and suddenly said, "I think I know the owner of this umbrella and shoe. She lives in the same building as me, and she is from our school." Chen Xing looked at the rearview mirror with excitement and said, "Quick, call your landlord and ask for this girl's phone number." "Okay." The girl nodded and immediately called her landlord. Soon, she explained the situation and got the girl's information and phone number from the landlord. After parking the car by the roadside, Chen Xing immediately sent the girl's information and phone number to Wang Jiangang. Old Wang immediately applied to the bureau chief for technical department assistance to locate this phone number. If there are any other numbers under the same name as the ID card, locate those as well. Wang Jiangang was shocked and couldn't help but curse. "What the hell? How did you find a person faster than us?" Chen Xing urged. "Don't dawdle, hurry up." On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiangang's voice could be heard running. "I'm already heading to the technical department." "Good. Send me the location as soon as you get it." Received. After getting the response, Chen Xing immediately hung up the phone and looked ahead at the road. This was an intersection, one side leading to the city and the other to rural towns. Chen Xing pondered for a moment and then stepped on the gas towards the rural area, as the surveillance would be much less on that road. If he were the murderer, he would definitely choose this route. Ding dong. A message alert sounded on his phone. Chen Xing opened the message while driving. There was a location share and a voice note. He checked the location and couldn't help but smile. The target was right in front of him. Although there was a certain distance, he could catch up in a few minutes. Then he opened the voice message sent by Wang Jiangang. She has 2 SIM cards. One is a regular phone card that has no signal, and the other is a contract card given by the carrier with a smartwatch, which still has signal. The target is still moving, but not fast, and she yes right in front of you. Help me call an ambulance in advance. Chen Xing replied and pressed the gas pedal a bit harder. Meanwhile, the girl sitting in the back of the car felt her heart racing uncontrollably, not knowing if it was because Chen Xing was handsome or because the car was going too fast. As they gradually approached the target, Chen Xing slowly slowed down. This section of the road had an intersection and traffic lights, so there were quite a few cars stopped. He activated his vision to scan the 7 cars around. Soon, he zeroed in on the nearest 3-wheeled garbage truck. To his surprise, there was a modified space in the truck's filled-up garbage compartment where a girl was lying unconscious. After parking the car, Chen Xing directly opened the car door and walked towards the garbage truck. 2 dirty, greasy middle-aged men were sitting in the front seat of the garbage truck, smoking and looking pleased with their haul. After approaching, Chen Xing pulled out his gun and shot twice, piercing their knees. The girl sitting in Chen Xing's car was completely startled, to be honest. She had never seen such law enforcement before. Meanwhile, the cars waiting at the red light hurriedly drove away before the light even turned green. Chapter 64. Director Chen's Day of Slacking Off. Bang. Bang. After Chen Xing shot the knees of 2 scumbags, he turned and walked towards the side of the garbage truck, opening the modified hidden side door to drag the unconscious girl out and carry her to his car. At this moment, the rain had stopped, but dark clouds still hung heavily in the sky. The 2 scumbags screamed in agony as they crawled on the ground, trying to escape. After all, the person they had captured had been rescued, and the outcome waiting for them was likely execution. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, creating 2 craters in the concrete in front of them, with debris splattering on their faces, making them too afraid to move. After securing his gun, Chen Xing walked over with a sinister smile. On the ground, besides the 2 scumbags, there were also 2 twisted werewolves crawling, clearly manifestations of their inner demons. Were the other 3 girls? Ooh, big brother, we were just kidnapping. Yes, there's no one else. The 2 would never confess, because if the 3 girls were found, they would be doomed. However, the ghost beside them responded to Chen Xing. The people are locked in old Zhang's orchard cabinet cellar. They definitely want to find them. As long as we don't talk, they can only admit to kidnapping. Fortunately, we anticipated this situation and had a strategy ready. Once old Zhang knows we're in trouble, he will definitely kill the 3, and then find a place to deal with it. Chen Xing coldly stepped on one of their hands and asked, could they be hidden in old Zhang's orchard? The 2 looked at Chen Xing in disbelief, even forgetting the pain from Chen Xing stepping on their hand. Why you? The werewolf beside them looked at Chen Xing in terror. How would he know about old Zhang? Could something have happened over there? Did he expose us? Realizing this, the older one immediately shouted, I want to confess. I want to confess. They coerced me into it. The people are locked in old Zhang's orchard cellar. Chen Xing immediately pressed for more information. What is old Zhang's full name? And where is the orchard? Old Zhang's full name is Zhang Shunshui, and the orchard is behind the mountain of our Bigtail village. The older scumbag finished speaking and then realized something was wrong. Wait, you don't know where old Zhang and his orchard are? Chen Xing stood up with a cold smile. Now I know. The old scumbag was instantly enraged, his eyes turning red. You're lying to me. You bastard, you. Smack. Chen Xing slapped the other's face, knocking out a mouthful of bloodied teeth. All right, just wait for your bullet. The other scumbag furiously punched the older one. You idiot. Confess my ass. Now look what you've done. I'll kill you first. Chen Xing ignored him and walked to the side of the car, checking on the girl while calling Wang Jiangang. The 3 missing female students are locked in the cellar of the orchard behind Bigtail Village. The scumbag in charge is Zhang Shunshui. You need to arrange a team to go over immediately. Remember, don't contact the village committee or notify the township over there. Just go in, grab a villager to control, give them some benefits, and let them lead the way. Wang Jiangang paused for a moment, then understood Chen Xing's intent. Some villages are too united, or the criminals have relatives working in the system. If they call to inquire, the target will likely be tipped off. Although Chen Xing was closer to Bigtail Village, he didn't need to take credit for the rescue, since he still had 2 people in the car. After hanging up, Chen Xing opened the trunk and found a blanket. Let's wrap you up a bit, so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. The girl took the blanket, wrapping half around herself and covering the unconscious girl with the other half. Chen Xing went to the driver's seat, removed the gun holster from his back, and placed it on the seat, then took off his clothes and wrung out a large puddle of water. The girl sitting in the back widened her eyes. Wow, is this free to watch? After wringing out his clothes a bit more, he put them back on. Soon, the nearest 3rd team arrived to take over the scene and sent someone to Bigtail Village to rescue the girls and capture the other scumbag. After the ambulance came and took the unconscious girl away, Chen Xing immediately drove the girl back to her rented apartment. Hangzhou, Su Lai. I'll have someone go to the school to present you with a Good Samaritan award flag and a bonus. Su Lai waved her hand shyly. No need. I don't think I did much. Chen Xing smiled. Don't be shy. The flag and money aren't coming out of my pocket. It's funding from above, so why not use it? Director Chen, you're really humorous. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Su Lai asked, her face slightly flushed. Ido. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Chen Xing nodded and left. Su Lai looked regretfully at Chen Xing's back. Unable to help but sigh, sure enough, the perfect male god is taken. That night, when the investigation team woke up to find that the rainy day missing case had been solved by Chen Xing, not only rescuing the 3 missing persons, but also preventing another crime by the 3 scumbags, they all regretted and slapped their thighs. In the group chat, Lil Iron Man, woo-woo director, how did you solve it so quickly? Long legs, if I could turn back time, I could definitely woo T stay up late to show off. This is what a detective is. Big Black, director, you're amazing. Second Fat, tell me who the real detective is. Big Mouth, voice message director Chun. Voice cracks, Big Black, you Big Mouth scared me. Square, director, do we need to write a report? If so, I'll go right away. Monkey, actually, I'm pretty good at writing reports too. Lil Iron Man, who isnt, long legs. This is the first time I'm so eager to write a report. Square, enough. The director's report must be written in the best prose. Chen Xing, I'm going home. Just write the report tomorrow at the bureau. By the way, I might catch a cold tomorrow, so I probably want to come in. You can discuss the case in the office by yourselves. Everyone was stunned. You might catch a cold tomorrow. Can illness be predicted in advance? Moreover, with Chen Xing's top-notch physique, how could he possibly catch a cold just from being in the rain? So the truth was clear. It must be the flu. That damned criminal even infected Director Chun with the flu. Lil Iron Man, Director Chun, take care of your health. Long legs, do you need someone to take care of you? Big Black, do you need someone to drive you to the hospital? Square, Director Chun, my cousin just happens to be the chief physician at the First People's Hospital. How about I take him to see you tomorrow? Chen Xing was speechless. How are these kids so sincere? Have they never lied or taken a sick day in their lives? Chapter 65, An Eye for an Eye. Evil for evil during his vacation at home. Chen Xing was not idle. After all, his dream was to transform himself into a small countryman through cultivation. After a day of practice, he went to bed at 9 o'clock. However, he got up in the middle of the night. It had been many days since the surgical knife on the back street had seen blood, and he was worried that his exquisite skills were declining. However, it was not suitable to keep committing crimes in Tian Hai. It was time for the transformation maniac to go nationwide and benefit more cities. Suzhou was a good choice. He had already heard about some scum there. After changing his clothes and putting on the dark light mask, Chen Xing set off. Suzhou was close, and he arrived in just 2 ghostly steps. However, it took him quite some time to find the person he was looking for. It would be great if he had the ability to locate people precisely. Otherwise, he would have to gather a team to help collect information and whereabouts of those scum. After attacking a few people to extract the target's location, Chen Xing finally found the target resting in a hotel. This target liked to drug and was a complete scum. Moreover, he always handled things very cleanly, leading to insufficient evidence, and with the pressure from the corrupt officials above, the cases always ended up unresolved. The fantastical plot where just a woman's word could send a man to jail was useless against the rich and powerful. Chen Xing did not like to use drugs to knock out his targets because that would take away a lot of the fun. He simply used Tongman's technique to prick the target and limit his movement, then used poison to mute his vocal cords. The question arose, isn't this the same as drugging? The answer was definitely no. Drugging was like general anesthesia, where the target felt nothing and could not see the process of their transformation. Chen Xing's knife fell, and the target was in such pain that he almost fainted. Once he calmed down a bit, Chen Xing continued to cut, and with each incision, the target could only open his mouth and emit silent cries of agony. This kind of pain was probably worse than childbirth. After finishing the surgery, Chen Xing said in a hoarse voice, the surgery was successful. Next, I will take you to the alley behind the bar to let you experience what it feels like to be a victim, because he had been poisoned and muted. The transformed scum could only shake his head and make muffled sounds. Chen Xing then knocked him out, wrapped him in a bedsheet, and carried him using ghostly steps to a bar street he had just passed. Chen Xing chose a small alley that had the most cigarette butts and tied the scum to a trash can with zip ties. Then, he took out a marker and wrote a line on the trash can. The Bodhisattva of Rose seeks donations. Donate to the following charity, bank number. 100 yuan for 10 minutes of fun. Sincerely managed, please do not report. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction and found a dark corner to hide, intending to observe the reactions of passersby and see if there was anything that needed improvement. Soon, a few customers came out of the bar to smoke and chat. Just as one of them put a cigarette in his mouth, it fell straight to the ground. Damn, I think I'm drunk. Look over there. A few friends looked in the direction he was pointing and dropped their cigarettes in shock. Holy shit, is that a person? You see that too? Did we run into a bad guy? Or is it performance art? Let's go check it out. When they approached and saw the words on the trash can, they exchanged glances. What do you think? $100 a fair price. Wait, is this for real? There can't be a problem, right? Everyone hesitated and looked around. At that moment, a rather ugly, fat black man took out his phone and made a donation. I'm not afraid. I'll try it first. 10 minutes later, they looked at each other again, realizing that nothing was wrong. Another person immediately took out his phone to pay and nudged the fat man. Time's up, it's my turn. The fat man, however, continued to occupy the driving position of the shaking car. Wait, let me extend my time first. Everyone else was speechless. Seeing this, Chen Xing left, and his improvement suggestion was to print a QR code for easier payments next time. Time passed slowly, and the alley gradually became lively. The line extended all the way to the next morning without dispersing. It wasn't until a passing sanitation worker reported it that the crowd scattered upon hearing the police sirens. Meanwhile, at a student-aid charity organization, staff looked at the unexpected donations of 100 yuan that came in during the early hours and fell into deep thought. When the Suzhou Police Station's General Investigation Department sent the victim to the hospital after treatment, the scum finally woke up, feeling the condition of his ravaged body. He finally understood the pain those women he had harmed had experienced. He cried bitterly, grabbing the hand of the police officer and shouting, "Abba, Abba." The officer took out his phone and said, "Here's your phone. Type and tell us what happened." After the scum typed and showed it to the police, everyone was stunned. "I am Guokai. I was transformed by someone. Quick, notify my parents." Most of the General Investigation Department members knew Guokai, as he was a regular at the station. "What? You're Guokai? Holy shit. No wonder he looks so familiar. I thought he was a relative of the Guo family." A newcomer asked in confusion, "Isn't Guokai a male?" An older officer held up the phone and said, "Didn't he just say he was transformed?" Meanwhile, the doctor nearby was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? He's a male? For real? Let me check the blood. This is unbelievable. When I did the ultrasound just now, he even had a uterine cavity. Who performed the surgery on him? This is simply against the heavens." The team leader knew more about the situation and looked out the window with a grave expression. "It's the transformation maniac from Tian High. He's come to Suzhou. A storm is coming." Of course, after he finished speaking, he almost couldn't help but laugh, because he knew that this guy only targeted scum. Moreover, this case would soon be transferred to the Martial Investigation Department, which wouldn't have too much impact on them. Soon, Wang Jiangang received the request from Suzhou to transfer the files on the transformation maniac. What do they want the files for? Could it be that they also have transformations? He paused for a moment and jumped up in joy. Ha ha ha. The transformation maniac has changed locations to commit crimes. Great. Finally, I can transfer the case out. Standing outside Wang Jiangang's office, Chen Xing heard the voices coming from inside. He couldn't help but reach out to stroke his chin, thinking to himself, should I let the transformation maniac make a limited time return to surprise old Wang? Wang Jiangang, there's no need. Chapter 66, Are You Training Assassins? In the office, Wang Jiangang warmly welcomed Chen Xing. Director Chen. This is some good tea I got from my father-in-law. Give it a try. Chen Xing took a sip and nodded. Quite good. Comparable to the tea the director has in his collection. Ha ha ha. As long as it suits your taste. Here, take this jar as a gift, Wang Jiangang said with a smile, pulling out a tea jar he had prepared for a long time and placing it in front of Chen Xing. Then I won't be polite. Thank you. Chen Xing didn't hold back. After all, if it weren't for him, this guy would have been dismissed sooner or later due to the numerous major cases piling up. The positions of the Criminal Investigation Section Chief and the Director were both hot potatoes for him. The position of the Public Security Section Chief was much more comfortable. Wang Jiangang sincerely expressed his gratitude. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, the number of victims in the rainy day disappearance case would have increased again. This case has received a lot of attention from the department. You have no idea how much pressure I've been under. Chen Xing nodded and said, all right, let's get down to business. I'm here to ask for funds. The talents I've trained in my investigation team are all from your criminal investigation section. So the case handling expenses should come from you. How much? Wang Jiangang swallowed, somewhat afraid that Chen Xing would ask for too much. Chen Xing didn't ask for much either. After all, he didn't need a lot of money for the investigation. He just wanted to improve the meals for the 8 rookies. to avoid the office smelling like instant noodles as soon as he walked in. Let's start with 100,000 for us to use freely. And then let's get my contributions confirmed for my official promotion as soon as possible. Wang Jiangang breathed a sigh of relief. Although 100,000 wasn't a small amount, he could still shamelessly apply for it. All right, I'll go find a deputy director for the money later, and I've already started working on the promotion matter. Chen Xing gave him a thumbs up and smiled. I knew you were a straightforward person. I have 2 more cases to investigate, so I'll head out now. Okay, take care. If you need anything, remember to find me. After Wang Jiangang smiled and watched Chen Xing leave, he immediately wrote a report and went to find the deputy director for the money. The patrol bureau was not a one-man show. There were 2 deputy directors managing other affairs. Back in the office, Chen Xing asked, Fang Kuai, is the report ready? It's done, take a look. Fang Kuai immediately handed the report to Chen Xing. Chen Xing glanced through it. Aside from some overly embellished parts, everything else was fine. He turned to the leggy girl and said, Leggy, you walk fast. Take this report and put it on the director's desk, then hurry back. I'll treat you all to a nice meal. Got it. Leggy immediately took the report and quickly left. Although she was obedient, she didn't actually put the report on the director's desk. Director, this is the report on Director Chen's actions from the day before yesterday. All right, put it aside. Yes. Zhang Buoxing watched Leggy leave, then immediately closed the document in his hand and stood up to carefully read Chen Xing's report, trying to absorb some case handling techniques from it. After reading, he was dumbfounded. It was all coincidences. It just happened to rain. It just happened to occur to him that the murderer might strike again. During patrol, he just happened to pick up someone. And he just happened to find the victim's umbrella, which was recognized by a girl in the car. So many coincidences. How does this guy feel like he is heaven helping him when solving cases? As for the part of the report that mentioned the 2 criminals wanting to escape and getting shot, he didn't believe it at all. After all, the roadside surveillance cameras had captured everything. He just walked over and shot both of their legs instantly. This could be a big deal. If it were someone else, he would definitely reprimand them in the office, but for Chen Xing, he decided to let it go. The fact that he could leave them alive showed he still had a sense of proportion. Moreover, if he had been more ruthless, he probably wouldn't have been able to extract the locations where the 3 victims were hidden. If it had been someone else, they might have had to bring the criminals back and slowly torture them for confessions, at which point the accomplice might realize something was wrong and move the 3 victims to destroy the evidence. After putting away Chen Xing's report, Zhang Buoxing picked up the document he had earlier and looked at it again. The public security situation in Xiangjiang was deteriorating, with various cases arising one after another without resolution. The headquarters decided to hold a famous detective competition there, and it would be made into a program for the main station. Zhang Buoxing looked at the registration form in the document and sighed. Although no specific names were mentioned for participation, the invitation arrived here. If I don't send Chen Xing, I guess my position as director will be over soon. Fortunately, the event is next month, but it's better to inform him in advance so he can prepare and decide which 2 teammates to bring along. Zhang Buoxing did not rush to call Chen Xing after putting down the document. After all, this was a big deal, and mentioning it now might affect his current investigation mindset. He planned to wait until the afternoon, close to the end of the workday, to inform Chen Xing. Meanwhile, Chen Xing took the 8 rookie team members to a medicinal cuisine restaurant for a meal. All 8 were low-level martial artists, so an ordinary 10-course nourishing meal was enough. One meal cost 500, totaling 4,000 for 8 people. Chen Xing still had a separate table for himself, starting at 16,000. In this world without spiritual energy, the main source for cultivating internal qi was food, which is why there has been a saying since ancient times about poor scholars and rich warriors. If every day it's either rice rolls, boxed meals, or instant noodles, then that little energy isn't enough for your body's daily consumption. How can you cultivate more qi? The 8 of them lowered their heads helplessly. Little King Kong pouted and said aggrievedly, "We can't help it. We haven't been promoted, and our salaries are just a few thousand. Yeah, and we do have some supplements. Look, I brought American ginseng slices, goji berries, and red dates in my thermos." Fang Kuai opened the thermos in his hand. Chen Xing laughed. That little bit probably won't even make up for the energy lost from staying up all night. The group once again lowered their heads in disappointment. After all, this little bit was all they could afford to supplement right now. Chen Xing said, "I know you guys are short on money, which is why I applied for 100,000 in funds this morning. This 100,000 will be your meal expenses from now on." 100,000 for their meal expenses? Good heavens. Is he planning to train them as assassins? The 8 stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. "Director Chen, you must be joking, right?" "Yeah. Using investigation funds to feast is against the rules. Right, you shouldn't joke about that. If the discipline inspection catches wind of this, your bright future will probably be affected. Actually, rice rolls, box meals, and instant noodles are fine too. Chen Xing shook his head and said, "You guys, what are investigation funds for? They're to support our case handling. If you eat better, you'll have more energy to solve cases, right?" The 8 scratched their heads, fully aware that Chen Xing was speaking nonsense, but they didn't know how to refute it. However, they were still very touched. After all, Chen Xing was willing to risk possible disciplinary actions just to improve their meals. Chapter 67 Paid training. After finishing lunch, everyone followed Chen Xing to the outskirts. The tall guy curiously asked, "Section Chief Chen, what are you bringing us here for? Is it related to those 2 cases?" Chen Xing smiled. "Not related. Those 2 cases can wait." Huh? Everyone looked at Chen Xing in confusion. Since it wasn't for the cases, what were they doing here? Chen Xing said, "I'm here to guide you. Are you unhappy?" Everyone instantly looked excited at Chen Xing, nodding and then shaking their heads. No, we are happy. We are willing. We couldn't ask for more." Chen Xing continued. "Do you see the handprints, fist marks, and claw marks on the trees around here? This is where I used to practice. There are no shortcuts to training." They approached the trees and saw many indented marks on them. They couldn't help but admire Chen Xing even more. Chen Xing continued, "Square and Big Black, you two spar a bit. I want to see how your respective techniques are." "Yes." Big Black and Square responded and stepped into an open area. Big Black smiled. "Don't hold back. I'm practicing Iron Shirt." "Okay, then I won't hold back." Square nodded seriously and stepped forward, first using freehand techniques to probe, then employing grappling techniques to subdue. In theory, grappling should counter techniques like Iron Shirt and Golden Bell. But that only applies when strengths are comparable. Big Black was still a notch stronger than Square, nearly at the threshold of a third-rate martial artist. After 10 minutes of sparring, Square was knocked back several steps and sat down on the ground from a powerful strike from Big Black. Little King Kong saw he didn't get up immediately and asked with concern, "Square, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted from the long fight," Square said, gasping and smiling. Chen Xing rubbed his forehead and handed a notebook and pen to Wood. "Wood, I need you to take notes." Wood nodded immediately. "Okay, go ahead." Seeing Wood starting to take notes, Chen Xing said, "First, about Square, freehand techniques are not suitable for you, and your grappling is too stiff. You haven't sparred enough with others, so you need more practice. Also, you're more suited for Wing Chun. Later, you can learn from Little King Kong." Little King Kong smiled and said, I'll give you the Wing Chun manual and notes tomorrow." "Thank you," Square said, a bit embarrassed as he got up to express his gratitude. Chen Xing then pointed at Square's feet. "You also need to work on your footwork. You can learn the steps of Mijuan Quan. Would you teach him?" "Okay," Wood nodded. Chen Xing then looked at Big Black, who was full of anticipation. "Your great Power King palm still needs some refinement. Come here every day to hit the tree. For the first week, do 100 palms a day, and each palm must be full strength. Also, the Iron Shirt requires internal medicine and external soaking, and you need to endure hits every day. Otherwise, you can never truly enter the door." Big Black was stunned. "Huh? I'm not in yet?" Chen Xing rolled his eyes and said, "What kind of illusion makes you think you're in? Right now, you're just tough-skinned and thick-bodied." Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Big Black awkwardly scratched his head. To assert his authority, Chen Xing asked, "Does anyone have a knife?" "Ido." Monkey pulled out a multi-functional Swiss Army knife from his pocket. It had a knife, screwdriver, bottle opener, and other functions. Chen Xing took out the knife and made a few cuts on his hand, leaving only a few white marks that quickly disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Before this, they had never heard that Chen Xing was a master of external training. "Oh my god, this knife is very sharp. Invulnerable to blades." Chen Xing showed the dumbfounded Big Black. "This is the minor achievement of external training, see? In this regard, I am an authority." Big Black froze for a moment and quickly waved his hand. "Section Chief Chun, I didn't mean to doubt you." Chen Xing nodded. "I know. But this will help you firmly execute my arrangements." Yes. Big Black hurriedly nodded. Then Chen Xing had the tall guy and Little King Kong spar. In just a few moves, Little King Kong was knocked down by the tall guy. "Little King Kong, your situation is quite serious. First of all, while Wing Chun can help you learn to control your strength, it also suppresses your strengths. Moreover, having innate strength is a good advantage. But you're too small in stature, and your lower body is unstable. The action of force is mutual. If you punch someone and get knocked back, that's quite funny." Little King Kong's face turned red as he lowered his head, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen Xing said, "Although the Hungar system is more suitable for you, I guess you don't want to become a King Kong Barbie, so you should train in Bajiquan instead." Luckily, the tall guy knows Bajiquan, And once you reach a minor achievement in Bajiquan, I'll teach you the earth-shaking leg. The tall guy immediately laughed. Call me senior sister, and I'll teach you. Senior sister, little King Kong immediately called out. Good. The tall guy hugged little King Kong in a somewhat creepy manner. Everyone was a bit speechless. Chen Xing then said, Tall guy, you don't need to practice Bajiquan anymore. The piercing heart leg belongs to the poking leg system. You should also supplement the kicking leg system. Huh? The tall guy looked at Chen Xing in disbelief, not expecting him to tell him to give up Bajiquan. Chen Xing said seriously, you all have average talent, so you can only drill down on your strengths. Don't waste energy trying to make up for your weaknesses, or you'll only become more mediocre. Ouch, that hit hard, my friend. Indeed, lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Average talent, becoming more mediocre. These 8 words could really shatter a martial artist's heart. The tall guy said, then I'll look for the kicking leg techniques later. No need to look here. Chen Xing pulled out a stack of A4 paper from his bag and handed it to the tall guy. The tall guy took the A4 paper and was stunned. Flying crane, kicking leg. Is this a technique from the 100 Crack sect? Chen Xing, this is a benefit from the previous case. Everyone suddenly remembered that more than half a month ago, Chen Xing had sent the wicked leader and perverted husband of the 100 Crack sect to prison. As for how he did it, they all thought it was a gift from the 100 Crack sect to thank him. Thank you, Section Chief Chen. The tall guy bowed gratefully. Then Chen Xing pointed out a few things to the others. Unlike Big Black, the tall guy, and Little King Kong, who had obvious advantages, the others could only focus on diligent practice and internal energy accumulation. For the next week, you will clock in at the bureau in the morning and clock out in the evening. You could train during all other times. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, isn't this just a collective vacation? Huh? What about the cases? Chen Xing said nonchalantly. The victims of those 2 cases have been dead for over half a month. The murderer must have escaped long ago. As long as they haven't committed new crimes, we can take our time to get paid for training. We'll handle it after the exhibition ends. Everyone was already dumbfounded. Paid training, what a niche term. At this moment, they finally understood that Chen Xing's strength wasn't without reason. Chapter 68. Undercurrents. While Chen Xing was leisurely practicing during work hours, the jewelry exhibition was in a state of chaos. The reason was simple. An international thief had posted information on the dark web, inviting all international criminals to the Tianhai Jewelry Exhibition to compete for the title of the true king of thieves. Some concerned individuals discovered this and shared the news online. With the media amplifying the situation, it quickly stirred up quite a commotion on the internet within just 2 days. Wow, this kind of grand event that only exists in movies is actually going to happen in reality. Who is going to do a live stream? I'll follow it in advance. What live stream? Why not just go see it in person? I've already bought a plane ticket to attend the exhibition in Tianhai. The locals in Tianhai are lucky. The King of Thieves competition, huh? Tianhai really lives up to its name as the Eastern Little Los Santos. What about the even more chaotic Hong Kong? Hong Kong is the Eastern Gotham. 6666. Sigh. Heroes breaking the law with martial arts. Scholars disrupting the law with literature. If you don't have skills, it's better to stay home and watch the live stream. Tianhai will probably be in utter chaos again. No worries. Doesn't Tianhai have a nemesis of evil? Director Chen? Director Chen is human, not a god. How can he catch so many international thieves alone? You think the other people in the Tianhai police station are dead? True, the Tianhai branch has other capable people. If it really gets out of hand, they can ask for help from headquarters. At this moment, Wang Yucheng, who had been forcefully assigned to oversee security at the venue, slumped in his chair after hearing the news, his face pale. It's over, a competition for the King of Thieves. What should I do? If something goes wrong, I'll probably be the one to take the fall. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yucheng stood up. No, I need to find my superior to discuss this and see if I can arrange for someone else to take over this mess. He quickly sneaked to the office door of the deputy director in charge of logistics, Lin Yilong. Knock, knock. Come in. Wang Yucheng pushed the door open and entered, smiling as he nodded. Director Lin. Lin Yilong frowned, although Wang Yucheng was now under him. His foolish actions had long made Lin Yilong develop a dislike for him. The main reason was that Wang Yucheng had a notoriously poor reputation within the entire city bureau and had lost any value for development long ago. What is the matter? Wang Yucheng forced a smile. Director Lin, I just got wind that an international thief is going to hold a King of Thieves competition at the exhibition, and I'm afraid I can't handle the exhibition. Lin Yilong shook his head. This matter was decided by the bureau chief. I'm afraid I can't push it off. Wang Yucheng quickly said, Director Lin, if something really happens at the exhibition, perhaps Director Zhang will have to step down. Don't you want to compete for the position? Lin Yilong immediately frowned. looking at Wang Yucheng and signaling him to continue. Wang Yucheng said, "I'm truly on your side." Lin Yilong looked at Wang Yucheng speechlessly, thinking he might have connections to help him. But is this all? Once he ascends, who would still want a dog that listens? However, he realized that keeping Wang Yucheng was indeed more beneficial for now. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's impossible to apply for a replacement directly, but you can take a leave of absence due to injury." Yes. Wang Yucheng's eyes lit up, cursing himself for not thinking of such a simple solution earlier. Lin Yilong said, "You go find Han Laojio. Let him find a couple of thugs to help you stage an injury. That would look better." Wang Yucheng didn't expect Lin Yilong to actually have connections with Han Laojio, but he was more concerned about another issue. Can we get Chen Xing to take over this task? Lin Yilong shot Wang Yucheng a cold glance, inwardly cursing him for being so dim-witted. It was too obvious. If they did that, wouldn't they be telling everyone they were trying to set Chen Xing up? With Chen Xing's intelligence, how could he not realize it was the antique circle making a move? Wang Yucheng, however, couldn't comprehend Lin Yilong's words, as he relied entirely on false reports of his capabilities, flattery, and backdoor dealings to secure his position. Lin Yilong sighed, cursing Wang Yucheng as a pig teammate, and explained, "At that time, let the city send Zhang Buoxing to personally oversee the situation. Naturally, others will have to go too." The others Lin Yilong referred to, of course. Chen Xing, Wang Yucheng couldn't help but applaud. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. No wonder you're a director, Lin." Lin Yilong said, "This matter requires Han Laojio to exert some influence as well. So when you go to find him, inform him about this too." "Okay, I'll go find him now," Wang Yucheng said, a bit impatient. Lin Yilong, suppressing his irritation, reminded him, "Go at night." "Oh, okay." Wang Yucheng awkwardly scratched his head and left. In the evening, Chen Xing returned to the bureau with the 8 exhausted rookies after a day of practice. Many people who happened to be off work couldn't help but exclaim, "The investigation team is really working hard." They all look like they've been sweating through their clothes and hair. It seems like the case they're handling is quite difficult. Perhaps it was because Director Chun hadn't officially made his move yet. Otherwise, like with the homicide case at the Xingyi boxing gym and the Rainy Day missing persons case, it would have been solved in an instant. The Rainy Day missing persons case was truly a stroke of genius. If Director Chun hadn't worried about the perpetrator committing another crime and had gone out to patrol the campus, the number of victims would probably have increased again. It seemed they were currently handling 2 homicide cases, which likely meant their investigation scope was quite broad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so exhausted. If these people knew Chen Xing had taken the entire investigation team to goof off and practice on the clock, they would probably be dumbfounded. Naturally, the members of the investigation team wouldn't disclose their activities to anyone else. Chen Xing also wasn't worried that anyone among them would betray him, as these 8 individuals had no connections in the bureau. Otherwise, they would have been regularized long ago. Moreover, without Chen Xing's support, they would probably still be at the bottom of the martial arts investigation section. Only someone with a messed up mind would choose to betray Chen Xing. Not to mention the bureau chief. Even the minister at headquarters wouldn't be of any use. After all, Chen Xing's kindness towards them was unparalleled. After taking a break, they all clocked out to go home and rest, not thinking about analyzing cases or solving crimes. Chen Xing tidied up his belongings while reminding the 8 rookies. Right now, these 2 cases can't be solved just by looking at paper materials. When the time comes, I'll naturally take you to handle it. "Oh, okay," the 8 rookies obediently nodded. Just as Chen Xing was about to leave, the bureau chief's niece, Lily, ran over and said, "Director Chun, the bureau chief is looking for you. He said there are documents from the department for you." "From the department?" Chen Xing was a bit taken aback. Why would there be documents for him from the department? Chapter 69. The famous catcher competition and jewelry exhibition when Chen Xing arrived at Zhang Buoxing's office and received the so-called documents from the department. He sat on the sofa and began to read slowly. It turned out that the department was going to hold a famous catcher competition in Hong Kong. The top 4 performers would receive the honor of being named one of the 4 great catchers. There was also a 1 million yuan prize, the opportunity to select a top-tier martial arts book from the armory, and a small elixir. 3 months? That's quite a long time. As Zhang Buoxing brewed tea, he said, 3 months isn't actually long. Some cases might not even be solved in that time. Chen Xing looked at the application form at the end of the document and asked with some confusion, "By the way, the department actually invited me. But why did they send a registration form? Couldn't they just send a letter directly?" Zhang Buoxing explained, "The competition is not mandatory. If you can't find the time, I can arrange for someone else to go in your place." Chen Xing nodded. "Although my surname isn't Tai, I am from the Tai Shou lineage of the 4 great catchers. This competition to find a new 4 great catchers is something I can't miss. If I don't participate, my grandfather and father would probably rise from their graves to drag me down. Zhang Buoxing was momentarily speechless, but then smiled. Each contestant can bring 2 assistants. Do you have anyone in mind? I want to bring a rookie from the investigation team. You can arrange the other spot, preferably someone with some hacking skills. Chen Xing planned to take Mu Tu, as he could keep up with Chen Xing's thinking, indicating he had a talent for investigations. And he could also help explain some of Chen Xing's unreasonable actions. For the other spot, he actually wanted to bring Situ Jie or Lin Li Jie. But Situ Jie couldn't leave the Criminal Investigation Division, and the Public Security Division's leader was gone, making it hard for Vice Captain Lin Li Jie to leave as well. Currently, their team's weakness was in technological skills, and he didn't know anyone with that talent. So he needed Zhang Buoxing's recommendation. Zhang Buoxing was somewhat troubled. Top talent in this area was a scarce resource in the Bureau. Sending someone with average skills would surely make Chen Xing think he was being treated lightly. Zhang Buoxing rubbed his temples and said, "You should go back for now. I need some time to arrange for the personnel." "Okay." Chen Xing nodded and stood up to leave with the documents. Seeing Zhang Buoxing's expression, he knew the prospects weren't great, but fortunately, he wasn't too reliant on technical support in this area. However, the assistant hadn't insisted on needing someone from the official roster. So he could take this opportunity to connect with some social talents in this field. If suitable, he could bring them to Hong Kong, and if they fit, absorb them into his Dark Light team. 3 days passed unknowingly. On this day, Chen Xing returned to the Bureau with 8 rookies he had trained all day, only to hear unexpected news. Chen Xing didn't expect that this guy would actually use a self-inflicted injury to escape. What fuck? Wang Yuqing broke his leg while catching a thief? How could a second-rate martial artist break his leg while catching a thief? Even He found this news quite strange. At this moment, Xiao King, who had once been in the second squad, couldn't help but complain he's not even a second-rate martial artist. He's more like a third-rate one. He definitely exaggerated his abilities. Everyone in the squad knows this. What? It could be like this? The crowd was somewhat surprised. Fang Kuai said with some disgust, ultimately, it must have been intentional. He definitely did it to escape from that big pit at the jewelry exhibition, deliberately staging a self-inflicted injury. Then the Bureau won't let Captain Chen take over, right? The Chang Tue worriedly asked. Mu Tu, still sharp-tongued, said the Bureau definitely won't. But it's hard to say for the city. The crowd looked helpless. Having a background made a huge difference in the Bureau. For people like them, once they rose through the ranks, they might end up like cattle or horses. Sigh, another day of shattered ideals. Before entering the workforce, I must not forget my original intention and be a good people's catcher. After entering the workforce, maybe I'm really not suited for this line of work. Chen Xing smiled and said, "Actually, I'm quite willing to take over now. After all, international thieves are each worth tens of millions in bounty. If I can catch a couple and hand them over to the international police, I'd achieve financial freedom for life." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're Captain Chen." The next morning, just as Chen Xing was about to take his team out for some fun, he received a meeting notice from Zhang Buoxing. When the meeting started, Zhang Buoxing's expression was serious as he said, "Regarding the jewelry exhibition, the city has heard that there may be international thieves planning to commit crimes collectively, so they want me to personally oversee it." What? Everyone was shocked. Having the bureau chief personally oversee, it was equivalent to putting them all in the spotlight. If things went wrong, wouldn't everyone face demotion or punishment? Everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Xing. "Hey, Ace, you need to say something?" Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. This wasn't his mess to clean up. He said, "Can't we cancel the jewelry exhibition, or at least buy more insurance?" Zhang Buoxing replied helplessly, "It's impossible to cancel the jewelry exhibition. Canceling it would make us seem incompetent, and the department doesn't allow us to show fear in the face of criminal threats. Besides, the city is counting on this event to boost tourism." Deputy Chief Lin Yilong added, "Buying more insurance isn't feasible either. Now that the news of the Treasure King competition is out, which insurance company would dare take on this contract?" Chen Xing said, "Since we can't back out, we can only ask for more benefits. Tell the city we need more funds to upgrade on-site security and add more security procedures, at least 5 million. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. Taking the opportunity to ask for funds was simply brilliant. Lin Yilong couldn't help but have stars in his eyes. After all, he was in charge of logistics and indirectly managed finances. Wouldn't that 5 million mean it was practically in his hands? He looked at Chen Xing with some regret, wishing Chen Xing were his subordinate. He lacked a talent like this who was both intelligent and brave. "I'll apply for it right away," Zhang Buoxing nodded. Chen Xing continued, "Also, All participating jewelers must cooperate with our work and sign a security agreement. If they don't cooperate and it leads to any issues with the jewels, they'll have to take responsibility themselves. Lin Yilong frowned and said if the security agreement is too excessive, they probably won't sign. Chen Xing smiled. They only need to cooperate with 3 procedures. Zhang Guoxing asked, what 3 procedures? Chen Xing raised a finger and said, first, the exhibited jewelry must be inspected by us to prevent anyone from bringing in counterfeit goods to frame us. Everyone nodded. This step was indeed necessary to prevent jewelers from claiming they were swapped with fakes later, leaving them without a defense. Chapter 70, Is This Guy a Genius? Seeing that no one opposed the first protocol, Chen Xing continued with the second. The second protocol stated that all staff entering the venue must undergo our checks in advance, including fingerprint and iris scans, and must wear identification cards to prevent any insider threats. The crowd nodded again. This protocol was reasonable and greatly ensured the safety of the jewelry. Chen Xing glanced at everyone and continued. The third protocol states that if the jewelry is stolen within Tianhai after the exhibition ends and the transfer is completed, we bear no responsibility. If they want to recover the jewelry, they must issue a high reward. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then looked at Chen Xing in awe. Wow, is this guy a genius? He actually thought of such a blatant and legal way to make money. If their police department cracks such a private reward case, the money could be directly divided among them. This essentially tells the jewelry companies that they either hire someone to guard their valuables or prepare to spend heavily to get our help in solving the problem. Lin Yilong, hearing that there was money to be made, immediately smiled and said, these 3 security protocols are good. I think they are feasible. Zhang Guoxing nodded and said, well, then everything at the exhibition will be arranged by Section Chief Chen. You can rest assured, if anything goes wrong, I, as the nominal head, will take responsibility. Chen Xing, however, appeared indifferent. If something happens, it will happen. At worst, he could just quit and have more time to cultivate, which would be nice since the pressure from the class was quite annoying. The crowd was speechless, and, at the same time, they were very envious. After all, it seemed that only Chen Xing in the entire police department could be so carefree. He had strength and money, and even if he wasn't in the police department, he could easily make a living anywhere. Perhaps right after resigning here, other departments would immediately come to offer him high salaries. For example, national security, the military, martial arts associations, and so on would definitely not let go of such a potential grandmaster. Zhang Guoxing cleared his throat and said, then let's adjourn the meeting. The cases in Section Chief Chen's hands will temporarily be handed back to the Martial Investigation Division. Okay, Chen Xing nodded. He didn't crave for credit, and besides, the culprits of these 2 cases had likely already fled, so it didn't matter whether he handled them or not. Wang Jiangang, however, smiled wryly, as his cases had once again increased. Since the security for the exhibition had become the work of the entire Tianhai Municipal Bureau, and Zhang Guoxing had also said that the matters at the exhibition would be fully arranged by Chen Xing. It was equivalent to Chen Xing temporarily gaining command authority akin to that of the bureau chief, with all departments needing to listen to him. As Chen Xing walked out of the conference room, he said to Wang Jiangang, Old Wang, I'll continue to lead the investigation team until the exhibition ends. All right, then I'll trouble you to teach them more. Wang Jiangang smiled. Although the cases had returned, it was still good for the Martial Investigation Division's personnel to stay with Chen Xing and learn. The 8 rookies. What Wang Jiangang? What Section Chief Wang? Isn't Section Chief only Chen Xing? Lin Lijie curiously leaned closer to Chen Xing and asked, Brother Xing, tell me secretly, why did you suddenly take on this burden again? You would want to mess it up on purpose and drag everyone down with you, would you? Since you're already a millionaire, you could just leave and travel around the world, right? You think too much. I'm not that malicious. Chen Xing laughed and said, I refused before because there were no actual benefits, but this time it's different. Those international thieves are real ATMs. If they can use firepower, that would be even better. My iron hand hasn't tasted blood in many days. Wow, you're not malicious. You're genuinely a pervert. Lin Lijie said, take me along. Our public security division is too boring. I want to go play at the exhibition. Chen Xing laughed. Don't worry. I was already planning to take you along. After all, some technical stuff still needs your help. Soon, Chen Xing took Lin Lijie to the temporary office of the investigation team. Plans have changed. From today onwards, I will take over the affairs at the exhibition. Huh? Although everyone had anticipated this, they still couldn't help but show surprise. Little Gold was pouting a bit disappointedly. Does that mean we have to go back? The others fell silent as well. Chen Xing smiled. Don't worry, I've already talked to Wang Jiangang. You all still need to stay with me. Hee hee hee. That's great. Little Gold immediately smiled like a Samoyed. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as well. By the way, this is our new deputy team leader, deputy director of the Public Security Division, Lin Lijia. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately greeted. Hello, Section Chief Lin. Lin Lijia adjusted his glasses, smiling elegantly as he nodded. Hello everyone. I'll treat you to hot pot for lunch. The 8 rookies' eyes lit up. They were about to vomit from the medicinal cuisine they had been eating for lunch these past few days. Thank you, Section Chief Lin. Section Chief Lin is such a good person. Long live Section Chief Lin. Lin Lijia smiled and waved his hand. All right, next, Section Chief Chen has work arrangements, so please be quiet for a moment. Chen Xing picked up his briefcase and said, Let us go. Let us take a look at the venue. Half an hour later, Chen Xing and the others finally entered the parking lot outside the venue. The reason for saying finally was that the area around the exhibition venue had already been thrown into chaos by tourists and self-media who had come to hear the news. Big Mouth complained helplessly. These people are really too idle. The exhibition hasn't even started, and they're already here to watch and livestream. Blockhead sighed. If it's already like this now, won't it be even more chaotic when the exhibition starts? By the way, could those international thieves be hiding among them? Little Gold squinted at the people outside, thinking everyone looked like they could be thieves. Big Black stroked his chin and said, Since they are international thieves, they must be foreigners. Tall Leg shook his head and said, Not necessarily. Our Yin country's lightness skills and mechanisms are unparalleled in the world, giving us a natural advantage in theft. So it's normal for experts to team up and steal treasures from foreigners. Of course, it's not always stealing. After all, some things originally belonged to us. Chen Xing took out several masks from his bag and handed them to everyone. All right, put on the masks and then get out of the car. Although during the MVP tally of eye-opening madness, Chen Xing had been photographed many times at that time, he had injuries, blood on his face, and messy hair, making him not easily recognizable compared to his usual state. Little Gold laughed. Actually, if Section Chief Chen weren't in the police force, he would definitely become a big star. Chen Xing shook his head and said, Being a star isn't that easy, without background or connections. If you don't make sacrifices, you'll never get ahead. Lin Lijia adjusted his glasses and added, The big stars you see who rely on their looks either signed a harsh contract sacrificing their interests or sold their bodies. Chapter 71. The strategy of manipulation. The exhibition site is a uniquely decorated exhibition hall. Behind the hall, there's a small garden where a runway is being constructed. The jewelry exhibition features a model runway segment, which is also the most prone to issues. After the models walk the runway, the jewelry will be displayed on a platform in front of the exhibition hall for continued viewing, lasting a total of 3 days. The nights during these 3 days are also when the exhibition hall is most vulnerable to incidents. However, no matter who it is, stealing these items in his eyes is impossible. He will be staying in the exhibition hall for those 3 days. Anyone who comes will be dealt with. Chen Xing turned to the crowd and asked, What do you think about the arrangement here? Is there anything that needs improvement? Lin Lijia immediately replied, There are blind spots in the surveillance, and with only one set, it's easy to be hacked. I suggest we secretly install a set of hidden cameras using pinhole lenses. The 8 rookies looked at Lin Lijia in awe. Installing a hidden surveillance system with pinhole cameras? That's quite devious. It's clear that those who follow Section Chief Chen are not simple characters. Chen Xing smiled and continued, That's a good suggestion. Anything else? Lin Lijia adjusted his glasses and said, Also, to allow for photos to be taken at the exhibition, the display cases can't use thick glass. We can tie thin wires to the metal parts of the jewelry. Anyone who touches it will be immediately incapacitated. The 8 rookies looked at Lin Lijia in astonishment. Wow, one suggestion more cunning than the last. Lin Lijia then added, Of course, to prevent the enemy from using power outages to disrupt our arrangements, I suggest that both the pinhole cameras and the wires under the jewelry be powered separately with batteries and high-voltage accumulators. Chen Xing nodded and looked at Mutu. Mutu, did you note that down? Yes. Mutu nodded and then said, I also have an idea. All the jewelry can be coated with a special scent agent. And then we can train police dogs to recognize the scent. If someone really tries to swap the jewelry, they will definitely be detected by the dogs. Chen Xing nodded appreciatively. That's a good idea. Marking the jewelry is also a solid approach. Mutioyu smiled shyly, looking like a child who has just been praised by a teacher. The others began to think hard, but unfortunately, what they could come up with had already been done by Wang Yucheng. For instance, limiting entrances and exits, placing security scanners at the entrances, reinforcing doors and windows, and assigning more guards. Seeing that they had no other suggestions, Chen Xing said, "Then let me provide the final 3 arrangements." The crowd immediately listened attentively. Chen Xing smiled and held up one finger. The first arrangement is called setting a trap of deception. We will spread the message that the Thief King competition is fake, a trap designed by Interpol and the Yin country's police. Upon hearing this, Lin Lijie couldn't help but clap and exclaimed, "Brilliant. This step can directly reduce the number of suspicious international thieves and those looking to fish in troubled waters." Dehei exclaimed in amazement, "It can actually be like this." Longlegs looked at him with admiration and said, as expected of Section Chief Chen, "What else? What else?" Little King Kong asked with starry eyes. Chen Xing smiled, holding up 2 fingers. The second arrangement is called bait and switch. We will spread the message that the Tianhai City Bureau has made countermeasures, and that most of the jewelry at the exhibition is fake. Stealing it would be worthless. Clap, clap, clap. Fong Kuai couldn't help but applaud, saying in admiration, "Awesome." With the first and second arrangements combined, even I, as an international thief, would be too lazy to come. Stealing a bunch of fake goods would just make me a clown. This directly attacks the psychology of the thieves at the root. Longlegs exclaimed. Soon, everyone fell silent, all looking at Chen Xing. Chen Xing held up 3 fingers. The third arrangement is called adding fuel to the fire. We will spread the message that the Thief King competition is too small a stage for the jewelry exhibition. It should encompass the entire Tianhai City. For example, the homes of antique tycoons like Han Lao Jiu hold collections worth over 100 million. Whoever steals the most will be the Thief King. Additionally, they must leave their own mark while stealing, with a duration of 3 months. And the outcome will be determined by police statistics. Everyone's eyes widened. Wow, this is incredible. He has incorporated martial arts into his strategy. With the first 2 messages disgusting the thieves and the last message expanding the scope and time of the competition, along with leaving marks and the rule of police statistics. This was even more like a message released by thieves than the information previously posted on the dark web. Mutu looked at Chen Xing as if gazing at a deity. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Once these 3 messages are released, all the thieves will directly abandon the potentially trap-filled exhibition and instead target the illegal antique dealers like Han Lao Jiu, solving the problem while simultaneously backfiring on the possible masterminds like Han Lao Jiu. These 3 strategies are simply divine. After Mutu finished speaking, the others quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. As expected of Section Chief Chen. Chen Xing smiled and turned to Lin Lijie, saying, Old Lin, this matter will be up to you. These 3 messages must start from the external network and flow back into Yin country. No problem. I've got this covered. Lin Lijie nodded with a smile, then asked, do we still need to arrange the pinhole cameras, wires, and SEN agents? Of course. After all, while international thieves may not come, those looking to take advantage of me will definitely show up. Chen Xing said meaningfully. Lin Lijie replied, leave the pinhole cameras and wires to me. If I set them up together with the exhibition start, it could be completed in one night. All right, old Lin. Many hands make light work. Chen Xing patted Lin Lijie's shoulder, then turned to the others and said, next, you will temporarily work with Section Chief Lin to help him prepare the materials and set everything up. Also, keep the entire plan confidential. Do not mention it to anyone, not even your closest friends and family. Yes. The 8 rookies immediately stood at attention and replied. After assigning the tasks, Chen Xing planned to find a place to relax. Old Lin, I'm leaving them to you for now. I'm going to find someone to concoct the SEN agents. Okay. Lin Lijie nodded happily. For someone who spends all day in the office, participating in such interesting events occasionally is as fun as playing a game. After Chen Xing left, he headed directly to the commercial street near his villa community. At the end of the street, there is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic where the skilled practitioner Li Yaochen possesses remarkable medical skills and also knows about sorcery. He should be able to concoct the special potion they need. Chapter 72, Taoist Dr. Li Yaochen at the end of the street in a Li family traditional medicine shop. A young man with a Taoist bun was busy sorting herbs in front of the medicine cabinet. When Chen Xing approached, he bowed and greeted him. Brother Xuanyu, is Master Li here? Seeing it was Chen Xing, Xuanyu smiled and returned the greeting, saying, my master is upstairs receiving guests. You can help yourself to some tea for now. Chun's section chief. I'm busy and can't attend to you at the moment. It's fine, you carry on. I'll just sit and play on the computer for a while, Chen Xing said with a smile as he walked into the waiting room. Sitting down on a redwood chair by the tea table and taking out his notebook to type. Li Yaochen was an excellent doctor, but only treated those with fate. Usually, ordinary patients were seen by his apprentice, Xuanyu. Each visit would require a wait of at least 1 or 2 hours. And if one was unlucky enough to catch him out on a house call or busy with alchemy, the wait could be even longer. Li Yaochen and his apprentice were both members of the Taoist sect. Li Yaochen had left the temple in anger over the abbot, turning it into a tourist attraction. And he began to travel around the country, offering his medical services. Later, he took in Xuanyu and received a shop from patient, settling down to open his clinic. Chen Xing met Li Yaochen while shopping. Li Yaochen took one look at him and exclaimed that he had never seen anyone with such abundant vital energy. Chen Xing, impressed by his keen insight, realized that his medical skills were extraordinary. They shared tea at the clinic and became friends. Chen Xing had also tried Li Yaochen's elixirs, which were expensive but had only mediocre effects. According to Li Yaochen, due to Chen Xing's special constitution, he could simply consume raw herbs, as refined pills were meant for those living in luxury. Chen Xing once suspected that this was a veiled insult suggesting he was like a mountain pig that couldn't handle fine grains. However, after trying it, he found raw herbs too unpalatable, and he preferred the hearty medicinal dishes that filled him up. Unlike ordinary martial artists who could barely finish a plate, he could eat a whole table's worth. Had it not been for a liability waiver, the medicinal restaurant wouldn't have dared to serve him so many potent dishes. Half an hour passed unnoticed. A young man and an imposing elderly man followed Li Yaochen down the stairs. Li Yaochen sighed. In the country, it's getting harder to find genuine old mountain ginseng. You better send someone to check in Russia. Although the quality might be a bit inferior if it's aged, it still carries some spiritual energy. Of course, there are also some treasures in the wild areas of other countries. You might want to keep an eye out for those. Okay, thanks, Taoist Yaochen, the young man said as he left with the elderly man. Li Yaochen then entered the waiting room. Smiling, Section Chief Chen. You've been waiting for a while. You didn't come here just to ask for medicine, did you? Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. Surprised. Ask for medicine? What? Did you get something good? Li Yaochen stroked his beard and chuckled. Recently, I obtained a wild mountain ginseng that's at least 200 years old. It's already spreading rumors outside. Chen Xing nodded and continued. And then? Li Yaochen, somewhat speechless, asked, don't you want it? Chen Xing rolled his eyes. You wouldn't sell something like that. What good is it to me? Then he got straight to the point. I came today to ask you to help me make a potion that can be applied to something, can't be wiped off, can't be detected by humans, but can be smelled by dogs or other animals for tracking. Li Yaochen couldn't help but joke, this is a clinic, not a Mickey Mouse Club. You plan to apply it to jewelry, right? I saw the news. Chen Xing looked a bit disappointed. Can't you do it? Li Yaochen laughed, of course I can. But you can't achieve that effect with medicine. You'll need to use insect charms. Chen Xing smiled. Then I'll trouble you, old Li. Not a trouble. But insect charms are quite expensive. Are you sure you want it? Li Yaochen said. Chen Xing asked, how much? Li Yaochen thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a discount. It'll be 1 million. Wow, that's considered cheap? Chen Xing was taken aback. However, since he didn't understand the value of insect charms and trusted that Li Yaochen wouldn't cheat him, he figured it really was a fair price. Seeing Chen Xing's surprised expression, Li Yaochen couldn't help but laugh. I told you it's expensive. Honestly, you might be better off trying to find a chemistry professor at school. Then he stroked his beard again. But it's also quite difficult to achieve what you want with chemical products. 1 million is 1 million. It's all from the same sheep. Once the exhibition is over, those thieves and petty crooks who catch wind of it will surely target the jewelers leaving the venue. When the jewelers post high rewards, this money will come back to you. Seeing that Chen Xing agreed, Li Yaochen said, all right, I'll prepare it tonight, and you can pick it up tomorrow morning. Okay. After having a few cups of tea with Li Yaochen, Chen Xing left. As he stepped out of the clinic, he noticed someone was watching him. From a distance, in a luxury car, he activated his X-ray vision and saw it was the elderly man and the young man who had just left the clinic. Chen Xing immediately understood what was happening. They probably thought he had come to ask for medicine and wanted to see if Li Yaochen would give him the wild mountain ginseng. However, if they were eyeing that wild ginseng, they would likely keep their sights on old Li until he dealt with it. Who knows? They might not be able to resist and resort to robbery or theft one day. Though old Li was only a second-rate martial artist. If he knew how to use insect charms, he should have some means of self-defense. He probably knew he was being coveted. Chen Xing withdrew his gaze and walked toward his car parked by the roadside. There was nothing urgent for now, so he thought, let's go to the commercial plaza for some milk tea. An hour later, with 20 minutes left on his X-ray vision, he finished his milk tea. After settling the bill, he left with his hands in his pockets, heading home to continue goofing off. In the evening, Lu Tong called. Busy person, do you have time for dinner tonight? Since you know I'm a busy person, do you still think I have time? Chen Xing replied, changing his position on the sofa to continue lounging. Lu Tong sounded a bit disappointed. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. Go ahead, Chen Xing said. He had already guessed what it was about. Most likely, it was regarding the jewelry exhibition. Lu Tong hesitated a bit. About the jewelry exhibition, can I do an exclusive interview? Chen Xing smiled. He needed to leverage the media, and Lu Tong's timing was perfect. Of course, I'll go over tomorrow morning and let you know when to be there. Lu Tong expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I'll treat you to a hot spring later. Chen Xing's mouth twitched. Is that really a treat? It sounds more like you want to seduce me. He thought to himself that he would let it slide for now, but once he became a master, she would know what kind of existence she had provoked. All right, let's leave it at that. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xing changed his position again and continued scrolling through Douyin. Just then, a strange message appeared on his phone. Chapter 73. The hacker siblings who came knocking, guessed Alexander. I heard you're looking for hackers. The words suddenly appeared on the screen, leaving Chen Xing stunned. Chen Xing slowly sat up, clicked into the chat box, and replied to the other party. Nothing to do today. Let's have some milk tea. Yes, guessed Alexander. Do you have a system? Is it safe? Nothing to do today. Let's have some milk tea. Yes, I have it. My brother, it's a system package, and I personally ensure its safety. Guessed Alexander. Tell the security guard at the community, we're coming in to find you now. Nothing to do today. Let's have some milk tea. What the hell? Are they this decisive? After Chen Xing was astonished, he immediately called the security at the entrance to inform them of his visitors. Soon, an Audi drove in and stopped at the door of his villa. A young man with a sickly yellow complexion got out of the car, then took out a folding wheelchair from the trunk, unfolded it, and carried a girl with mobility issues out and placed her in the wheelchair. The girl was very thin, but her features were delicate and quiet, and her eyes looked quite spirited, so she didn't appear too unattractive. Chen Xing greeted them. Come in and we'll talk inside. Okay. The sickly young man pushed the thin girl and followed Chen Xing into the villa's living room. As Chen Xing walked toward the kitchen, he asked, Would you like something to drink? The sickly young man thought for a moment and replied, 2 bottles of ice cola. The thin girl hesitated, and seeing her tacit agreement, Chen Xing took 2 glass bottles of iced cola from the fridge. Glass bottles, huh? The sickly young man couldn't help but chuckle, as if drinking iced cola from glass bottles was something to celebrate. After taking a couple of sips, he burped and then spoke. My name is Ming, and this is my sister Lee. I have cancer, and I'm going to die, so I want to find a support for my sister. All right, no problem. Chen Xing nodded with a smile. And Ming's evil value was 7, just a little higher than that of an average person, while Lee's was only 3, lower than that of an average person by a couple of points. Since they had no ulterior motives, Chen Xing directly agreed. He then looked at the two with curiosity and asked, But I'm curious, how did you find me, and why did you choose me? After taking a sip of cola, Ming replied, Actually, finding you was a matter of chance. The AI virus I designed infiltrated a telecommunications company, and your bureau chief's call mentioned a lot of hacker jargon that triggered the listening program in the AI virus. Once I heard it was you, I brought my sister over. As for why we chose you, it's because you're a good person and you have strong capabilities, plus you like big things. At the end, he glanced at Chen Xing's phone. Chen Xing was speechless. This guy definitely snooped through his hidden favorites and liked lists on Douyin. He did indeed like big things such as long legs, big round shapes, and big personalities. And Lee happened to lack all of those. Lee interjected, What about politeness, you two? And Ming took another sip of cola and continued, Although you can join through normal channels. I heard that mixing in a system with support would be better, and Lee needs someone to rely on in life. Lee lowered her head and said, Brother, I'm not completely paralyzed. I can live on my own. If worst comes to worst, I can hire a caregiver. And Ming looked at her helplessly and said, What if the caregiver sees you as helpless and bullies you? Haven't there been enough news about unscrupulous caregivers harming the elderly and children? Lee fell silent. And Ming then said to Chen Xing, Lee's skills are not inferior to mine. Although we are not top tier in the hacker world, we are at the T1 level. We don't have much fame because we only make some legal money online. If she joins the technical department, I'll ensure she stays low-key. T3 level is enough, but privately, she is still a T1 hacker and can help you solve many problems. And Ming's meaning was quite clear. As long as Chen Xing took care of Lee, he would essentially have a T1 hacker assistant. Chen Xing nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, from now on, I'll treat her like my own sister. Thank you. And Ming nodded gratefully. He had come here genuinely afraid that Chen Xing would refuse his request out of concern for trouble. Let me give you another piece of information. The other contestants in the famous capture competition won't follow the rules completely. The rules say to bring 2 assistants, but most contestants have already arranged their teams to scout the area in advance. On the surface, They appear to be 3 people, but behind them, there's a whole team helping in secret. After all, becoming one of the 4 famous catchers of the new era means a smooth rise to power in the future. For some, it's not just a title, it's a ticket to entering the ministry, so they want to compete fairly with you. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's fine. No matter how many useless people there are, they are still useless. Plus, I don't want to enter the ministry. That title is just a little attractive to me because of my bloodline and martial arts. If I can get it, great. If not, I can still become a well-known detective." And Ming smiled faintly and said, "Regardless of whether you care, I will help you secure a spot. I'll stay here for a few days, and once my sister's matters are settled, I'll help you gather intelligence. All right, as for accommodation, you can check out the commercial street nearby. There are apartments for rent, and I know everyone in the neighboring shops," Chen Xing suggested. And Ming nodded and pushed his sister and Li out with Chen Xing. Soon they rented a place. After all, if you don't consider rent and only look at the environment and needs, renting a house is quite simple. Then Chen Xing took the siblings around nearby shops and restaurants. Boss Liu is running the shop himself. When old Liu saw Chen Xing, he warmly stood up to greet him, saying with a smile, "Hey, Department Head Chen." Chen Xing smiled and introduced, "This is my cousin and cousin. They just moved here. I'm taking them to buy some daily necessities. My cousin has mobility issues, so I'll have to trouble everyone to take care of her a bit more." Old Liu immediately laughed. "Department Head Chen's relatives are my relatives. Here, S my phone number and the shop S number. If it's inconvenient to come downstairs later, just call, and I'll have someone deliver it to you." Saying this, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down 2 phone numbers. And Ming took the numbers and smiled. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Liu. MHM. Boss Liu nodded with a smile, and then began to introduce the siblings to which daily necessities were more useful. Besides the daily necessities, when they encountered neighbors chatting and relaxing by the roadside, Chen Xing would also introduce the siblings to everyone. This made Ming very touched and completely reassured about his sister's living environment after he left. Chapter 74. Human Relationships and Worldly Affairs in the Morning. Chen Xing brought the only siblings to the police station and went directly to find Zhang Basang. "Chief, I've found a second candidate for the competition," he said. "Oh." Zhang Basang looked in surprise at the 2 who followed Chen Xing into the office. Chen Xing immediately introduced, "This is Onli, and this is her brother. Onli is a grassroots hacker whose skills happen to meet my needs. I want her to become a specially recruited technical investigator in our public security department." Zhang Basang examined Onli and then sighed, nodding, "All right, it's rare for you to look for me about something. I'll definitely arrange it properly for you. But are you sure you want to bring her as your teammate? Hong Kong can be very dangerous." Chen Xing didn't expect Zhang Basang to agree so readily, considering that special recruitment slots needed to be reported to the department. She could actually have Only assist her remotely from the station, which would allow her to bring another person, and that candidate could be arranged by the chief. Chen Xing planned to return the favor to Zhang Basang, as being his teammate only required calling out 666, which was a golden opportunity. Zhang Basang indeed smiled upon hearing this and nodded. "All right, that works too." He then picked up a document and said, "Additionally, the proposal you made yesterday morning has been approved by the higher-ups and the developers. The security agreement is ready to be signed today. When do you plan to inspect the jewelry for entry into the venue?" Chen Xing took the document and glanced at it. The content of the agreement was exactly what she had mentioned. "Tomorrow, I still need to prepare some things today. Also, has the funding been approved?" Zhang Basang replied helplessly, "Only 3 million has been approved." Chen Xing smiled. She had anticipated getting 2 million, so she was pleasantly surprised at the 3 million. It seemed the city wasn't entirely problematic this time. "We need about 1.5 million. Please have Director Lin transfer it to the Public Security Department's account. If it were anyone else, Zhang Basang would definitely require the other party to explain the expenditure situation and submit a report before considering approval. But for Chen Xing, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right, but later you'll need to have Li Jie bring the expenditure sheet. I don't want the Discipline Inspection Commission to catch wind of it and come to check the accounts, discovering there are unexplained expenditures." Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. Did they really have to keep records? That little money was hardly worth anyone's attention. Zhang Basang sighed. "No one doubts that you would embezzle. It's just the rules and discipline," Chen Xing said with a strange expression. 1 million of that will be used to buy tracking worms and 300,000 for hiring internet trolls to spread false information. If the report is written like this, the department will probably want you to go have tea." Zhang Basang was indeed taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. "Worms? Internet trolls? Could you please elaborate? I'm getting old and can't keep up with the thinking of you young people." "All right, our plan is like this. Chen Xing immediately explained their arrangement. As the overall person in charge, Zhang Bashang was naturally trustworthy unless he wanted to retire early. When he heard Chen Xing's 3 public opinion strategies, he couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful, absolutely brilliant. Then he noticed something was off. Wait, how will we handle the 3rd point? Wouldn't that lead to our theft cases skyrocketing? Chen Xing rolled her eyes and said, they're not dead. They'll definitely move their things if they catch wind of it. Besides, those big thieves are proud and wouldn't target ordinary people. As for those petty thieves trying to take advantage of the chaos, whether you publish the 3rd point or not, they will still commit crimes. Zhang Bashang rubbed his forehead and said, all right, the strategy is good, but the last point absolutely can't let anyone know it was us who released it. And when writing the report, it definitely can't be included. He thought for a moment and added, as for the expenditures, just write it as it is. If the department has questions, let them come down to verify. As long as we have a clear conscience, we won't be afraid of their investigation. At this point, he reminded, are those worms really useful? Don't get scammed. Chen Xing smiled speechlessly. If I get scammed, that's on me, all right? Zhang Bashang shook his head. It's not that serious. All right, go get busy. This time, we must win a spectacular battle for the whole world to see. Don't worry, it's guaranteed, Chen Xing said with a smile as she left with the Only siblings. After leaving, Aming couldn't help but exclaim, truly, no one is as capable as you claim. You really are a genius who excels in strategy and martial prowess. As long as you don't call me a hypocrite in the future, Chen Xing replied. Aming laughed. A gentleman isn't a saint. Being messy in private and having multiple partners doesn't make one a hypocrite. Chen Xing was speechless. This kid definitely snooped on his chat records. If he weren't terminally ill, Chen Xing estimated he would have dealt with him by nightfall. However, it also indirectly showed how impressive Aming's hacking skills were. Aming continued. Firstly, the term gentleman comes from ancient times, where having multiple wives and concubines was allowed. So being emotional doesn't affect being a gentleman. So, a scumbag can also be a gentleman? Only said somewhat speechlessly. Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. Scumbag sounded too harsh. Please call me AC King. Thank you. On the public security department's floor, Chen Xing arranged for Only to join the office where there were more girls, the secretarial section. The atmosphere here was great. Those who remained were all gentle-natured. So leaving Only in their care was reassuring. The head of the secretarial section was Zhang Wushang's niece, Zhang Xiaoli, who was also Chen Xing's little fan, as mentioned in Chapter 1. Additionally, her position as the head was not due to connections. She was a graduate student from the Political Science and Law Department of Tianhai University, so being a head here was somewhat beneath her abilities. Zhang Xiaoli patted her little hill and said, don't worry, section chief. We will take good care of Only. Chen Xing reminded, also, Only is responsible for network technology, so she doesn't need to participate in the daily work of the section. She just needs to complete the tasks I assign her. Okay, understood. Zhang Xiaoli replied with a rosy face. Chen Xing nodded and left with Aming. Aming looked at Chen Xing with a complicated expression and said, that section chief, Zhang, clearly likes you a lot. Honestly, you're really a man with deep sins. Is it my fault for being excellent? Chen Xing said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Aming said resentfully, with your conditions, not being gay is a threat to men all over the world. Chen Xing was speechless. Do you know how to chat? After dropping Aming off at the city bureau, Chen Xing went to the investigation team's office. At this time, everyone in the office was carefully assembling some items. Chen Xing leaned over and asked, why do you have to assemble it yourself? Isn't there a ready-made one? Lin Lijia looked up and said, the ready-made ones are expensive. Chen Xing smiled, but the city has approved $3 million in funding. And I asked old Zhang for $1.5 million. If you keep trying to save money, it will create problems for me. Lin Lijia's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. How much did you say? Chapter 75 Best Relationship, $1.5 million, got it? Chen Xing repeated what he said again. Lin Lijia almost dropped the welding pen in his hand. Damn, with such abundant funds, what am I still DIYing for? Chen Xing shrugged, indicating that he was also helpless. So what do we do now? Lin Lijia looked at the half-finished equipment he had worked hard on and could only grit his teeth and sit back down. The materials have been bought, so they can't go to waste. Let's spend the money elsewhere. After finding a seat, Chen Xing said, we have $1 million to buy ancient technology biological tracking materials, leaving $50,000 for our daily expenses, and the remaining $40,000 I will arrange for you. While welding the equipment, Lin Lijia replied, I spent $58,000 on the equipment, and it only cost $200,000 to find some foreign water army at a friendship price from an old classmate, leaving us with over $100,000. How about we get a few motorcycles? Chen Xing stroked his chin and said, With motorcycles, we 1T have to worry about traffic jams when on missions. Although he could run faster than cars, who would want to use their legs when they can save energy? Produce. Riding a motorcycle to work is quite comfortable when the weather is nice. Lin Ligia scratched his head and looked at the other team members. The problem is, how many of us can ride? The tall guy immediately raised his hand. I can. I can too. Mutu followed suit. As for the others, none of them could ride a motorcycle. Lin Ligia counted and said, including us, there are only 4 people. Chen Xing slapped the table and said, then let us get 4 motorcycles and with the rest buy some other emergency equipment. Hearing that the rest would be used to buy emergency equipment, Lin Lijia's eyes lit up and he smiled. All right, I know you don't like trouble. I'll handle the purchases since I'll be writing the report anyway. More work for the capable. Thumbs up for you. Chen Xing praised him a couple of times and then went out again. The area near the exhibition was still bustling, with media and influencers lurking around like sharks smelling blood. Some tourists and citizens were also attracted by the news to take photos and check in, making it seem like something had happened here. Chen Xing didn't forget his appointment with Lu Tong yesterday. He first went to the TV station to pick her up before heading to the exhibition. Otherwise, if she came alone later, it would probably be quite troublesome. His relationship with Lu Tong had always been clear, just ambiguous without dating, mutually utilizing each other in their careers, while not interfering or disturbing each other in daily life. Once inside the venue, Lu Tong immediately entered work mode. Can I take photos freely? Chen Xing nodded, as the real setup hadn't begun yet. Sure. Lu Tong then started her interview. Who is in charge of security here? Chen Xing truthfully replied, it's our bureau chief in charge. I'm here to help. Lu Tong took notes while asking, can you reveal anything about the security measures? Chen Xing pointed at the entrance and said, you can see the parts that can be disclosed, reinforced walls, doors and windows, eliminating blind spots and surveillance. Sealing off unnecessary entrances, leaving only one security checkpoint. Then he smiled mysteriously. The remaining security measures are inconvenient to disclose. Lu Tong continued, I heard you signed a security agreement with the jewelers? Chen Xing briefly introduced the content of the agreement, adding, the existence of the agreement reminds jewelers that they also need to be responsible for their valuables, so they don't act recklessly, which increases the occurrence of crimes. After chatting for over half an hour, Lu Tong finally asked the last question. Do you have anything to say to those international thieves? Chen Xing, wearing a mask and glasses, stared directly at the camera and said, come at me. I'm waiting for you here. As long as you think your bones are tougher than my iron hand, feel free to try. Your bounty is just right for us to do something more meaningful with. Lu Tong was stunned, not expecting Chen Xing to directly provoke those international thieves. Is it really okay to say that? Of course, otherwise, wouldn't our preparations be in vain? Chen Xing smiled. In fact, he was also trying to create a diversion, making some suspicious thieves think this place is a trap. So they wouldn't act in the exhibition hall. The best time to strike would naturally be after the exhibition ends when the jewelers take their jewels back. According to the agreement with the Patrol Bureau, at that time, those jewels wouldn't be under their jurisdiction anymore, and if stolen, it would be the jeweler's own problem. If they wanted to investigate, they could only go through ordinary procedures and high bounties. And as long as the thieves were provoked to steal the jewels outside the exhibition, Chen Xing would win big. Not only would there be the thieves' bounty, but also the jeweler's extra high bounty, a double benefit. This situation seemed like a trap set by Han Lao Jio and the others, but had already turned into Chen Xing's pig-killing plate. All participants in this game, if they don't get cut and bled by him, can forget about leaving. Lu Tong put away her notebook and digital camera and said, it's almost noon, let's go have lunch together? After interviewing so much valuable content today, I must treat you. Chen Xing nodded. Sure, what do you want to eat? Lu Tong thought for a moment and said, how about sushi? Chen Xing directly shook his head. Civilized people don't eat raw food. Lu Tong then suggested, then let us go eat French cuisine. Sure. Chen Xing nodded, except for Japanese cuisine and Indian curry. He could accept any other food, even insect dishes. After lunch, after dropping Lu Tong back at the TV station, he went directly to find Li Yaochen. In the clinic, Li Yaochen's condition wasn't very good, and the medicine cabinet had been smashed. What happened? Were you robbed last night? Li Yaochen shook his head helplessly. It's all because of that old ginseng. Chen Xing curiously asked, was it stolen? Li Yaochen shook his head. No, I didn't even keep it here, and the other party was about the same strength as me. After a brief encounter, they left. Chen Xing looked at Li Yaochen and said, this is not a solution. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. They might use other methods to threaten you later. It's better to say you sold it to me. Let me see who dares to trouble me. Chen Xing was not afraid of trouble, and his blood-casting iron hand needed to fight in blood. As long as there were martial arts masters daring to find him, it would only help him train. Li Yaochen looked at Chen Xing in shock. Thank you, Section Chief Chen, but I really can't let you be a shield. Chen Xing casually said, to say it like that, I'd love for those martial artists to come find me. After all, being invincible below the master level can be quite lonely. Li Yaochen forced a smile. What if a master comes looking for you? Chen Xing smiled lightly. Then a master can't be killed either. Li Yaochen took a deep breath. Chen Xing's attitude was definitely not just talk. The confidence in his bones was not pretended. Moreover, his eyes seemed to genuinely want to kill a master to liven things up. Chapter 76, Successful Fishing. Half-Step Master falls on the second floor of the medical clinic. There were 10 glass jars, and opposite them were 10 small droppers. Li Yaochen introduced. These are 10 male pig-nose goo, and this is the body fluid of 10 paired female pig-nose goo. Dropping the body fluid of the female pig-nose goo on anything can only be licked off by the male pig-nose goo, even in this completely sealed glass jar. The male pig-nose goo can still smell the body fluid of the female pig-nose goo. Chen Xing leaned in to take a look, and indeed, the 10 pig-nose goo were constantly flying towards the droppers, pressing against the glass wall. Goo techniques are truly amazing. Li Yaochen smiled and said, Goo techniques are actually a form of biological science, but very few people know it, and they're reluctant to share it, so scientists can't research it. As he spoke, Li Yaochen picked up a bamboo basket, packed the pig-nose goo and droppers inside, and then covered it with a red cloth. The red color can calm the pig-nose goo, preventing them from flying around and getting exhausted. As long as you help me fend off the martial arts experts who covet the old mountain ginseng, consider this your reward. All right, then I want to be polite. Chen Xing smiled and left with the bamboo basket. As he walked out of the clinic, he felt someone was watching him. He immediately pretended to be cautious, observing his surroundings before placing the bamboo basket in the car. Not far away, 2 muscular young men were staring intently at Chen Xing from their car. That old man wouldn't he have sold the old mountain ginseng, would he? The bamboo basket covered with red cloth must contain something very valuable. I'll inform the master. You quickly follow him to see where he is going. Okay. In front of the 2 men's car, Chen Xing glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. So easy to take the bait. It's really amusing. Chen Xing didn't plan to lead these thieves to his home, so he drove directly to the police station. He parked in front of the police station and walked in with a bamboo basket covered in red cloth. The 2 men following him were dumbfounded at the sight of the police station. What's going on? That old man handed over the spirit ginseng to the police station for safekeeping. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Yuan Fengshu, the leader of the Fan Yu sect, sat with his hands clasped around an iron ball, squinting as he awaited news. Soon, his disciple Wu Jia returned. I just inquired. That car belongs to Chen Xing, the head of the public security section at the police station. He has a past with Tai Hailong, who boasts that he is the #1 under the masters. Yuan Fengshu's iron ball sparked as he sneered. Humph, #1 under the masters, I wonder if he could defeat me, a half-step master. He continued, however, his connection with Tai Hailong could be troublesome. Wu Jia immediately expressed regret. Master, it's my fault. If I had killed that old man last night and retrieved the spirit ginseng, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. As long as I get the spirit ginseng and cross that barrier, I wouldn't have to regard that old Tai Hailong. Yuan Fengshu sneered. Wu Jia said, Chen Xing probably wants to use the spirit ginseng for himself. Master, we need to act quickly. Yuan Fengshu squinted and said, I'll personally meet him tonight. At the police station, after putting the pig-nose goo into the safe, Chen Xing had Mu Tu go outside to secretly buy a wooden box for the ginseng. He then scraped off all the labels from the wooden box and placed it in the bamboo basket, continuing to cover it with the red cloth. Once everything was ready, he swaggered out of the police station with the bamboo basket. Sure enough, the followers immediately kept up with him. He arrived at a shoe and bag store, picked out a backpack, then lifted the red cloth, compared the wooden box containing the ginseng, and fitted it inside to try it out. On the street outside, the 2 followers immediately understood Chen Xing's intention. He wants to carry the spirit ginseng with him? If I had something so precious, I'd take it with me even in the shower. Let us report back to the senior brother and see what he says. Should we continue to follow? Soon, the 2 followers received a reply from Wu Jia and left directly. Chen Xing, after noticing this, picked a sturdier bag to put the ginseng box inside. Of course, he didn't throw away the bamboo basket and red cloth, taking them back to the car. That night, just as Chen Xing had guessed, the other party came impatiently. However, as soon as they invaded the courtyard, Chen Xing flipped over the wall and pretended to escape. After all, the things at home were arranged by his grandparents when they were alive, and he didn't want them to be damaged. Oof. What number one under the masters? Just a bunch of slow runners. Yuan Fengshu immediately chased out, but while jumping over the wall, he stepped on and broke a brick on the wall. Hearing the sound of the brick breaking, Chen Xing immediately darkened his face and stood in the main road of the villa area. He turned back and coldly stared at Yuan Fengshu. Did you just step on and break a brick in my house? Yuan Fengshu was momentarily stunned, then extended his hand and said, "Hand over the spirit ginseng, or don't blame me for crushing you." Chen Xing was instantly amused by him. He had seen someone so arrogant in a long time. "Oh, so arrogant? Do you know who I am?" Yuan Fengshu sneered. "If I can find your house. Will I not know who you are? Don't mention that bullshit police identity. Even a master can't protect you now." Chen Xing replied lightly. "My Iron Master uncle says I'm the number one under the masters. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me in self-defense? If you can do that, I want let anyone else avenge me." As Yuan Fengshu spoke, he charged directly at Chen Xing. He flipped his palms, bringing forth a powerful force as he aimed to strike Chen Xing, intending to kill him directly. After all, if he stole Chen Xing's spirit ginseng and left him alive, it would leave a root of trouble for himself. Seeing that Yuan Fengshu truly intended to kill him, Chen Xing also did not hold back. He activated his blood-casting iron hand and four-phase vitality simultaneously. Bang! The four hands collided, resembling a cannonball exploding in the villa area. The ground beneath them caved in significantly, and waves of air spread out in all directions, causing the flowers and trees in the greenbelt to rustle. Yuan Fengshu's face turned red as he stared in shock at Chen Xing, whose smile was gradually losing control. He wanted to retreat, but Chen Xing's iron-like hands had already locked onto his hands. Before he could use his legs to attack, Chen Xing violently grabbed and pulled, directly crushing and breaking his palms. A severe headache shot through where his hands had been severed, and he kicked towards Chen Xing while trying to retreat. However, after Chen Xing dodged his kick, before he could turn around, Chen Xing's right hand plunged into his chest, piercing through it directly. Yuan Fengshu looked down at his pierced chest, opened his mouth, and then fell backward. He probably never imagined in his wildest dreams that his half-step master strength would not withstand 3 moves against Chen Xing. Chen Xing shook off the thick blood on his hands. Experts are indeed different, directly causing a significant increase in the effect of his blood-casting iron hand, enhancing half of his forearm. Although the last blow was executed with his right hand, both hands received nourishment and enhancement simultaneously. It seemed that as long as he killed the target in blood, it would suffice. Chapter 77. I have good news. I've killed 2 more. Here's the thing. This guy wanted to rob me of my valuable spirit ginseng, and he came at me with lethal moves. A half-step master truly is terrifying. The person from the Criminal Investigation Department, who was taking notes, stared blankly at Wang Jiangang. Wang Jiangang, in turn, stared blankly at the surveillance footage that had just been pulled up. In the video, the opponent was clearly taken down by Chen Xing in just 2 moves. And could you wash your hands, covered in the other person's blood, before you start talking? However, the first strike exchange between the two in the surveillance footage was also terrifying, with the concrete road cracking under the impact from more than 10 meters away, causing the camera to shake violently from such a distance. The strength of the opponent, a half-step master, was definitely not fake. But when faced with the number 1 person below the master level, one can only say more practice is needed. At this moment, Yuan Fengshu's identity was also uncovered. Chief, this person is actually Yuan Fengshu, the leader of the Rain-Turning sect, one of the few half-step master experts in the country. I've heard he's not far from breaking through to master. Not far? Everyone looked at the bloodstains on the ground that hadn't dried yet, feeling that Yuan Fengshu was still far from it. After Wang Jiangang made a copy of the footage from the body camera provided by Chen Xing, he said, "Then let's wrap up for now. Chief Chen, you should rest well. If you need it, I can leave 2 people here to keep watch." Chen Xing shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. The people outside need you more, and after this incident, I doubt anyone reckless will come looking for trouble again." "All right, then we'll take our leave. Take care." After sending off his colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Department, Chen Xing returned to the house and set down his backpack, which he had been carrying in front of him. One of the transparent pockets contained the body camera. On the other side, in the hotel, Wu Jiao was quickly packing his belongings. To him, Master Yuan Fengshu was already a formidable expert, yet he had just been taken out by Chen Xing in an instant. Moreover, after killing, Chen Xing had turned to glance in his hidden direction, likely having already discovered him. He didn't want to deal with anything right now. He just wanted to get out of Tianhai quickly, since it was Chen Xing's territory. Other senior brothers, is it that hard to call us to run together? In the small villa, Chen Xing had just washed his hands and prepared to sleep when he heard movement outside again. Two people, good things come in pairs. He slung his backpack back on and stepped out of the bedroom. He found a middle-aged couple already in his living room, unceremoniously eating the fruit on the table. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. The red criminal value above their heads had both reached an astonishing 300. The man had dark skin, while the woman had snow-white skin, and they were wearing light armor without adhering to the rules of martial ethics. Chen Xing quickly recognized these two distinctive individuals. The spirit ginseng truly has a strong allure. It unexpectedly attracted the infamous yin-yang duo from the underworld, who had been silent for many years. The Yang Sha, Sun Yang, teased Chen Xing, saying, "We originally planned to snatch it from Yuan Fengshu. After all, this way we wouldn't offend the nobleman behind the Yaochen. But we didn't expect that guy to be so useless. However, robbing you or him is pretty much the same. Hand over the spirit ginseng. You just fought with Yuan Fengshu. Your energy must be depleted." Chen Xing slowly took off his backpack, but his expression was not one of helplessness or reluctance. Instead, he smiled brightly. Unlike Yuan Fengshu, these two were among the few SS-level wanted criminals in the country, with a combined bounty of up to 20 million. So killing them directly was the way to go. No need for video evidence to prove his innocence. Moreover, the two of them together could even injure a master. So he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough not to use the system's cheat methods. There were no cameras in the house, so he just needed to drop the backpack, causing the body camera to face the floor, allowing him to enjoy his state of enlightenment. The yin-yang duo frowned as they looked at Chen Xing. They couldn't understand why he was smiling as if he had hit the jackpot while dropping his backpack. The backpack hit the ground and under the dim light. Chen Xing disappeared in an instant. The next second, a squelching sound was heard. Yang Sha immediately turned to look at his lover. He saw a hand piercing through her back, holding a heart that was about to stop beating. Yin Sha didn't even realize she was dead. She looked down at the arm protruding from her chest, then helplessly glanced at Yang Sha. "No, no." Just as Yang Sha let out a mournful cry, Chen Xing casually threw a fruit knife to the ground. The next second, the knife handle hit the ground and then bizarrely bounced up, piercing Yang Sha's little Yang Sha. The step Yang Sha had just taken was abruptly halted. He couldn't believe that he had been hit in a vital spot by this casual throw. Chen Xing couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly a conceptual technique. Even a random throw could hit. Chickens flying and eggs breaking. Ranged attacks always hit the target's lower body. This was the excessive reward obtained from the strategy against Angelina. It was a bit sinister, but it was indeed delightful. "I'm going to kill you." Yang Sha gritted his teeth in pain and retrieved 3 spheres. Just as he was about to throw them, Chen Xing had already appeared behind him, directly chopping down his hand that was holding the black sphere with an iron hand. Yang Sha screamed again, and then he elbowed backward in an attempt to strike Chen Xing. The next second, Chen Xing's other hand had already plunged into his back, grabbing his spine and directly snapping it off, pulling out a segment. Yang Sha's body immediately softened and fell to the ground. Although it was a fatal wound, it wasn't immediately lethal, so Yang Sha was still alive at this moment. Weakly, he looked towards Yin Sha's corpse and said, "Bury us together." Chen Xing raised his hand and inserted it into his chest, gently stroking his little heart. "Don't worry, I will send your ashes. One will be sent via international logistics to Somalia to be thrown into the sea, and the other will be sent by post to the northwest to be scattered." Yang Sha's eyes turned red as he stared intently at Chen Xing, but he couldn't utter a word. Soon, his pupils became unfocused. Chen Xing withdrew his hand, realizing that soaking his hand in the opponent's body for a long time did not increase the growth of his blood-forging iron hand. It seemed that bathing in blood was enough to kill. He scratched his chin in confusion, wondering what the principle behind this was. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore and pulled out his phone to call Wang Jinggang again. There was no choice for such a major homicide case. A department head must be present, even if they had to get up from sleep to work overtime. Just then, old Wang had just arrived at his doorstep, thinking he could finally get a good night's sleep when he received Chen Xing's call. Wang Jiangang's heart sank. It couldn't be happening again, could it? "Old Wang, I have good news. I killed 2 more. Wang Jiangang's face turned green. "Chief Chen, can I call you brother now? What kind of good news is this?" Chen Xing replied, "The ones who died are the yin-yang duo, SS-level wanted criminals." Wang Jinggang paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "Damn. Brother, wait for me. I'm on my way." Chapter 78. Zhang Bashan's concerns TSK. The Yang Sha is really in a terrible state. The forensic doctor finished examining the body and immediately had someone start packing it up. Serves him right. After Wang Jiangan finished speaking, he turned to Chen Xing, who was cleaning up, and said flatteringly, "Chief Chen, you've worked hard. I didn't expect both the Yin and Yang Sha to fall in our Tian High. I bet the entire martial arts community in the country will be in an uproar." A nearby team member excitedly chimed in, "Yeah. These are rumored to be two notorious figures from the underworld that even masters could get hurt by." Chen Xing, feeling somewhat annoyed, said, "All right, hurry up and get the body out of here. This place is becoming unlivable." Wang Jiangan laughed. "No worries. I've already contacted the crime scene cleanup crew." Chen Xing immediately dropped the rag and gave a thumbs up. "Good job, Lao Wang. You can call someone in at this hour." Wang Jiangan replied with a smile. "Just paid a bit extra. Don't worry. The money will be covered by the Martial Investigation Department." "All right, thanks." Chen Xing didn't refuse Wang Jiangan's arrangements. After all, he had received a reward, but the performance still belonged to the Tianhai City Bureau. Can't solve a lot of cases? No problem. The contributions from the super wanted criminal KDI are enough. Soon, the body was taken away, and Wang Jiangan led the team to record the scene before wrapping up. With both the Yin and Yang Sha dead here, it's likely that even masters wouldn't dare to touch this mess. Chen Xing took out the 3 small black balls that the Yang Sha had planned to use to ambush him. He recognized these little gadgets, having seen them before in the Tang Sect's secret weapon manual. They're called Tang Sect Thunder Bombs, with power comparable to grenades. However, since they were made by the Tang Sect, there's a high chance they're laced with poison. Additionally, since these things are similar to grenades, just carrying them is illegal. Unfortunately, without storage space, he couldn't carry them with him. Chen Xing sighed and hid the 3 Tang Sect Thunder Bombs in the garden. About 20 minutes later, the crime scene cleanup crew finally arrived. "Chief Chen, it's an honor to meet you. Yu Xiaobiao. And this is my brother Yudaba." Yu Xiaobiao was a middle-aged young man with a mole on his face and an average build. Yudaba, on the other hand, looked like a solidly built big guy, carrying a large package on his back and 2 heavy boxes in his hands. Seeing that the two were fine, Chen Xing welcomed them. "All right, master, you please." Yu Xiaobiao smiled and said, "We can't accept the title of master. Just call us Big U and Little U. Come on, even a mechanic can be called a master. You guys are craftsmen too, so be more confident," Chen Xing replied. Soon, the two arrived at the living room, which looked like a dismemberment scene. Yu Xiaobiao couldn't help but glance at Chen Xing, surprised that he looked quite cultured, yet was so ruthless when it came to action. He estimated the time and said, "Chief Chen, give us an hour, and we'll make sure to clean everything thoroughly." Chen Xing nodded. "All right, thank you. I'll go take a nap now. Feel free to grab whatever you want from the kitchen fridge, and just close the door when you leave." After saying that, Chen Xing went upstairs to sleep. The next morning, when he came down, the living room was indeed spotless, with a faint scent of apple fragrance. Of course, if he sniffed closely, he could still smell a hint of disinfectant. Chen Xing looked at the sofa. Even the blood that had flowed into the corners was cleaned up by them. He nodded in satisfaction and picked up a business card from the table. After entering Yu Xiaobiao's contact information into his phone, he left the house. However, due to the significant events from last night, the neighbors in the community couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The alluring neighbor, Sun Xiaolian, seemed to have been waiting for him for quite a while. "Chief Chun, you weren't hurt, were you? I have some injury ointment from Ah-San's side. Do you want me to apply it for you?" "Does Ah-San really have injury ointment?" Chen Xing looked at the small bottle of oil in her hand and immediately understood. "This injury oil probably makes muscles harder the more you rub it." "Thanks, but no need. I'm not injured." Sun Xiaolian looked a bit disappointed and said, "All right, just let me know if you need anything. I'm just sitting at home doing nothing anyway." Chen Xing nodded, while inwardly lamenting. No wonder investigations in a certain cherry blossom country found that the most common cases of infidelity after marriage involved full-time housewives. Speaking of which, it's been 2 months since I last saw Lawyer Green. I hope he hasn't lost any black lawsuits and ended up sunk in the sea. Upon arriving at the police station, everyone coming in and out looked at him with admiration. Clearly, the news that he had first killed the half-step master Yuan Fengshu and then eliminated the Yin and Yang Sha had spread throughout the bureau. Congratulations, Chief Chen, for taking down an SS-level wanted criminal, setting a new kill record. Congratulations. Everyone has a chance. This opportunity is hardly necessary. If they faced off, the bounty on the other side would probably increase again. As soon as Chen Xing walked out of the elevator and passed by the secretarial section, Zhang Xiaoli quickly stood up and said, "Chief Chen, the director is looking for you." "Oh, okay." Chen Xing helplessly returned to the elevator and headed to the administrative floor. As expected, after a few words of praise from Zhang Bashan's, he began to inquire about Chen Xing's cultivation level. Have you secretly advanced to a master? Not at all. Just a half-step master at most. But I think it's better not to report it. A first rate is a first rate. A master is a master. Half-step masters sound bad. Chen Xing said, maintaining a low-profile attitude. Zhang Bashan was somewhat amused and said, with your achievements, if you don't report it, the department will think you've already broken through to master. Chen Xing immediately shook his head. Not at all, it's still early. Even if he did break through, he wouldn't say anything. After all, someone once said that with great power comes great responsibility, and with greater responsibility comes more trouble. Zhang Bashan smiled and said, I think it won't be long now. Do you need me to apply for martial arts methods or special resources from the department? Chen Xing directly refused. No need. I might suddenly not want to do this one day and want to travel the world instead. It's bad to owe favors when the time comes. It wouldn't be easy to escape. What was originally a happy conversation turned tense with the last sentence. Zhang Bashan felt like the sky was falling. His smile froze as he said, Chen Xing, if you want to go out for a walk and clear your mind, I can give you a leave of absence. But please don't just disappear. Tianhai can lose anyone, but it absolutely cannot lose you. All right, director, if there is nothing else, I'll head to the exhibition now. You're also someone who is about to retire. Why worry about future matters? Just take care of the present. Chen Xing said and stood up to leave. Zhang Bashan smiled bitterly. Even if he left, he didn't want Chen Xing to leave the police force. After all, aside from a few officers who treated this job as just a job, most treated it as a mission. If Chen Xing quit, it would be a huge loss for the police force in Yan country and a significant loss for society. Chapter 79, the first batch of thieves strike in the Public Security Bureau's Security Division conference room. Various jewelers had already sent their exhibits for inspection. At the inspection site, besides the gem appraisers invited by the city, there were also appraisers from other jewelry companies present. Each set of jewelry must be examined by at least 6 people together. There were a total of 5 jewelry companies, each with more than 10 pieces of loose jewelry, as well as a set of exhibition jewels. The exhibition jewels are the most valuable, and the thieves' targets are generally the exhibition jewels, as stealing anything else is not cost-effective. Since they were notified in advance about the jewelry inspection, the original plan to use fake jewels for the event was rendered useless. All the jewelry brought by the companies was genuine, but the question of its value remained intriguing. After all, the jewelry industry is quite murky. However, while the jewels were fine, the people accompanying the jewelers had issues. Although there were many individuals in the 5 jewelry companies with much higher crime values than ordinary people, their presence suggested they were not problematic. But those wearing human skin masks were different. However, Chen Xing did not rush to expose them. Because this did not necessarily mean they were jewel thieves. He could only catch the thieves if they acted. As for whether they were wanted criminals from abroad, he wouldn't get a reward for capturing them. Lin Dongliang, the regional manager of the foreign jewelry company Fanya, adjusted his glasses and smiled. Director Chen, our batch of jewelry is worth over $1 billion. Please take extra care. Rest assured, it won't help anyone who comes. You all need to be a bit more cautious. Chen Xing smiled lightly and then said to Dahei and the others, move everything to my office. Yes. Dahei and the 8 others immediately picked up 1 or 2 boxes of jewelry and left the conference room toward the office at the end of the corridor. The man in the human skin mask also took the opportunity to step back to the door, slightly turning his head to see where Dahei and the others were taking the jewelry. Chen Xing began to see off his guests, saying, all right, I won't keep you any longer. Please leave. Well, goodbye. After the jewelry company representatives left, Chen Xing went to the office and took out drops to mark the 5 sets of exhibition jewels. With 5 sets of pig nose goo remaining, Chen Xing did not use them on the other jewels, as this thing could survive on fruit. He planned to keep it for future use. In the afternoon, Chen Xing was in the office guarding the jewelry and typing. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Hello, this is the office of the security division. I am Chen Xing. On the phone, the duty room reported, Director Chen, the people from Gothic Jewelry Company have arrived. They say the headquarters is not at ease about the jewelry exhibition and want to take the jewelry back, not participating in the exhibition. Chen Xing's lips curled slightly. All right, send them to the security division conference room to wait for me. Yes. After the duty room hung up the phone, Chen Xing immediately called Lin Lijia and the others. Soon, Lin Lijia arrived with Dahei and the others. Old Lin, you, Mutu, and little King Kong stay here to keep an eye on things. The rest come with me to the conference room. Lin Lijia immediately asked what's going on. Chen Xing speculated. A jeweler wants to withdraw from the exhibition. I suspect the person who came this morning wearing a human skin mask is not genuine. He suspected that the person was testing whether the human skin mask would be discovered. Chen Xing pretended not to notice, as the others truly did not notice, which gave them the confidence to act. If his guess was correct, the Gothic jewelers were probably already in trouble. Lin Ligia exclaimed excitedly, "Damn, I want to go see." Chen Xing shot him a glance. "What are you going to see? If a fight breaks out, you'll be the one getting hit." Then you guys turn on the body cameras, and I'll watch the replay later." Lin Ligia immediately backed down, despite Chen Xing being able to take down opponents with ease. Those opponents could likely take him down in one hit too. He still had a great life ahead to enjoy and didn't want to end it early out of curiosity. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Dahei and the others immediately became serious. Soon, footsteps echoed down the corridor. It was clear that the Gothic Jewelry Company representatives were being brought up. "Let's go. Don't keep our guests waiting." After the Jewelry Company representatives entered the conference room, Chen Xing went to the door to take a look. Indeed, the few individuals appeared fine on the surface, but under scrutiny, they showed another side. "You all guard the front and back doors of the conference room. Also, Big Long Legs, have the guard room send someone to guard below the windows immediately. I want to try to catch this batch alive." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Big Long Legs immediately used his lightness skill to leave. Dahei and the others split into two groups to stand at the front and back doors of the conference room. Only then did Chen Xing push open the conference room door and walk in. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoli was bringing in bottles of mineral water with a secretary team for the thief gang. "Mr. Steven, everything was fine this morning. Why the sudden change this afternoon?" "Sorry, the headquarters heard the news and held an emergency meeting. They really don't want to risk 200 million worth of jewelry for just a jewelry exhibition. We can always hold another exhibition later. In that case, I need to draft a new liability waiver. After you sign it, you can take the jewelry back. Once you take it back, you'll be responsible for the safety. Is that okay?" "No problem, we understand." "All right, please wait a moment. I'll make a call." As Chen Xing spoke, he took out his phone and walked to the window to take a look. The arrangements below were not yet complete, but they were almost done. Moreover, for safety, the security team had called in a sniper who was setting up his rifle. After the previous terror attack, the Bureau's emergency response capability had evidently improved a notch. At that moment, Chen Xing's phone connected. "Old Wang, please send someone to Caesar Hotel to see if the people from Gothic Jewelry Company are all dead." As soon as Chen Xing's words fell, the disguised Gothic Jewelry Company representatives suddenly stood up. They did not expect to be exposed like this. The people from Gothic Jewelry Company had already been killed by them, and their clothes, phones, and identification were all those belonging to the Gothic Jewelry Company representatives. Dahei and the five immediately drew their guns and blocked the door. The few masked thieves rushed toward the window. The security division was on the 4th floor, and this height was dangerous for ordinary people, but they were all martial artists. Jumping down and using the air conditioning units to break their fall was still manageable. The leader, the fake Steven, was particularly bold. He touched his belt, and a hidden eagle-clawed dagger was drawn from it. He held the dagger and charged directly at Chen Xing. "An A-class martial artist from overseas?" Chen Xing scoffed, raised his left hand, and directly grasped the opponent's dagger. The other hand immediately whipped towards him like a whip, while the knee also slammed towards Chen Xing's groin. Messy. Chen Xing's right hand struck first, plunging into the opponent's chest, his palm piercing through the lung and grabbing the spine behind it, squeezing. Crackling sounds of bones breaking echoed inside the fake Steven's body. Immediately, he hung limply from Chen Xing's arm like a marionette that had lost control. While capturing alive for interrogation was certainly important, his blood-forged iron hand was equally thirsty for the blood of strong opponents. Chapter 80. Bureau Chief. Close one eye, then close the other. Chen Xing flicked his hand lightly, and the corpse hanging from his arm fell directly 3 meters away. The stench of blood and bits of organs splattered everywhere. Dahei and the others were dumbfounded, although they had heard rumors before. Seeing Chen Xing kill with his merciless iron hand was still chilling. His brutal and cold demeanor was like two different people. Chen Xing picked up a tissue from the table, wiping his hands as he walked toward the shattered window. At this point, the few who had jumped down were already under control. After all, surrounded by a large group of armed police, even Chen Xing himself, without using any special means, could only surrender. After turning off the body camera, Chen Xing said, "Have them bring 2 over. I need to use some methods to extract confession." Dahei and the others' faces twitched. Only Chen Xing would dare to say something so blunt, as using methods to extract confessions was against regulations. Okay. Dahei and the others immediately put away their guns and went downstairs to fetch the people. Before long, they brought up 2 members of the gang. shackled with metal cuffs. However, they were followed by a group of confidants. Situ Jie and Wang Jiangan had come along. Chen Xing asked helplessly, "Why are you all here?" Situ Jie smiled. "Chief Chen, I heard you were going to interrogate them, so we came to learn from you." Chen Xing was speechless. His ability was a conceptual skill given by the system, and learning from him was like going to the West for enlightenment. "Feel free. Just don't report me to the Discipline Inspection Office for abuse of power afterward." "Ha, how could that happen?" Wang Jiangan laughed. As they were talking, people emerged from the elevator nearby. Zhang Basang, with a big smile, scolded, "These thieves really have gotten used to being lawless abroad. They even dared to disguise themselves as jewelers to boldly take away jewels. Thank goodness Chief Chen discovered them. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Situ Jie immediately suggested, "Bureau Chief, to be safe, I think we need to upgrade the security checks to prevent other criminals from using human skin masks to infiltrate the police station." Zhang Basang nodded yes. "I heard the department was developing facial scanners for checking human skin masks. I'll report this and see if we can apply for a test machine." Chen Xing nodded and then said, "Getting one machine approved will probably be tough. You need to apply for 3, and then tell the department how difficult it is here, so they'll send a few more people over. When the talent comes, they definitely won't let you go easily. So getting a couple of test machines is still possible." "Good idea. Wait, you haven't used it on me, have you?" Zhang Basang looked at Chen Xing suspiciously. Chen Xing looked at him speechlessly. "Do you not have any self-awareness about whether I've used it on you? All right, time waits for no one. We can't let their other accomplices escape." Chen Xing immediately grabbed a gang member's shackles and dragged him toward the restroom diagonally across from the meeting room. Everyone was a bit confused. Shouldn't they be taking the person to the interrogation room? They quickly understood as they watched Chen Xing expertly push the gang member's head into the toilet and then flush it. Everyone felt suffocated for that unfortunate guy. No, help. I was just stealing. You can't do this to me. Looks like you're still not awake. If we kill you, we'll just say you fell to your death while trying to escape. Who would care how you died? Little foreign brat. No one will collect your ashes when we send them back. Damn. This dialogue. So dark. It's like something out of a movie where the villain police threaten people like this. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Basang, who had already taken out his phone and was seriously texting, seemingly hearing and seeing nothing. Okay. No wonder Chief Chen is so lawless. So it's you who are closing one eye, then closing the other. Zhang Limitless Basang. If you had even a fraction of a skill, I wouldn't be in this situation. Situ Jie and Wang Jiangan stroked their chins. It seemed their bottom line was still too high. After 3 rounds of brainwashing, the gang member finally couldn't hold it in and burst into tears. "Woo, I'll tell you. Whatever you ask, I'll say. Just don't torture me anymore. I actually want to be a good person." Except for Chen Xing, everyone was dumbfounded. "Really? Just like that? Just a few gulps of water. Is it really that painful?" Chen Xing immediately said, "Now tell me the information and whereabouts of your other accomplices." He raised his hand and patted the other's shoulder. "Don't worry. If you truly repent, we'll give you a chance to reduce your sentence." The gang member sobbed, "Woo, we live on the same floor as the Gothic Jewelry Company people. Our room number is. There are 6 more people in the team. They should be packing up now. They'll leave as soon as we get back." Wang Jiangan suddenly shouted, "Not good. We've alerted them. I just sent Team 3 to check on the Gothic Jewelry Company people at the hotel." Chen Xing was a bit helpless. He had arranged this, but no one expected the gang members would be staying next to the Gothic Jewelry Company people. "No problem. Just call and ask. Team 3 might not have arrived yet, as there could be traffic at this hour." "Okay." Wang Jiangan immediately called Team 3. Before long, he was all smiles. They just arrived at the hotel to ask which room the Gothic Jewelry Company people are in, and Haven T had time to check the specific situation. Then have them go directly upstairs to catch the other members of the gang. Otherwise, it will be hard to engage if they realize something is off and leave the room. They have flashbangs and such in the car, so they can greet them directly when storming the room, Chen Xing suggested. Wang Jiangan smiled. They are ready for battle. There are stun grenades in the car. Hey, then it's settled. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. He then inquired again about the brainwashed gang member. "What is your team's code name? What major crimes have you committed in which countries? And where did the stolen goods go? Confess everything honestly." Everyone was speechless. Confess honestly? He must be crazy to confess. Wouldn't he that just increase their sentence and have them rotating through prisons until they die? But soon they were stunned because the other party really did go crazy. "Woo, I confess. We stole from the Croatia Jewelry Company in the U.S. and a painting from an oil tycoon. We stole in Sunset Country, in Japan, in Egypt, in Kazakhstan, Everyone looked at each other in shock. Goodness. No wonder they're bold enough to be international thieves. If this goes to international court, the judge's calculator will probably smoke from all the adding. At the same time, they realized one thing. Their Tianhai City Bureau was about to become famous thanks to Chen Xing. Chapter 81. Director Chen, trending again, the operation has concluded, and we captured 4 individuals in the hotel room. Because they were armed, 2 of them escaped by climbing out the window, and our agents lying in wait downstairs shot them dead. Unfortunately, everyone from the Gothic Jewelry Company is dead. Wang Jiangang reported the events on the other side to Zhang Bashang. Well done, Zhang Bashang said. In the conference room, besides Zhang Bashang and Chen Xing, there was another deputy director responsible for various publicity tasks at the Municipal Bureau, a woman named Wen Xia. She was tall, with a strong and resolute appearance, and sported a neat short haircut. Don't think that publicity work is unimportant. On the contrary, it is crucial in the internet age. For example, campaigns against pornography, gambling, fraud prevention, and theft prevention all require effective publicity, both online and offline. Publicity is also one of the significant expenditures for the Municipal Bureau. Wen Xia, coming from the anti-pornography background, had a very clean and efficient demeanor. With a smile, she looked at Chen Xing and said, "Aren't you going to attend the press conference this time, Director Chen? If you show your face and cooperate with the publicity, your popularity might rise a few levels, outshining other detectives." Chen Xing shook his head and replied, "Director Wen, you jest. I'm a police officer, not a celebrity. Why should I show my face? It would make it harder for me to undertake undercover tasks in the future." Wen Xia smiled brightly and said, "But I seem to have seen your video online not long ago." "Oh, which case was it from?" Chen Xing was taken aback. According to protocol, he had already notified the online patrol, and his case photos should have been handled. Zhang Bashang and the others also looked at Wen Xia with curiosity. Wen Xia tapped a few keys on her lightweight laptop, then projected the screen onto the large display in the conference room. It was a video of Chen Xing wearing traditional Han clothing at the Yellow Crane Tower, cosplaying as Li Bai. The screen showed Chen Xing in a white hanfu, holding a bottle of Fengjiu, leaning against the window while gazing at the beautiful sunset outside. There were also many photos of Chen Xing with tourists. The short video creator had clearly put in a lot of effort. Not only was the background music pleasant, but they had also found most of the photos he took with others. Additionally, they had color-corrected the entire set of pictures to make them look more harmonious. Looking at the likes, it had surprisingly surpassed 1 million, with 150,000 comments and nearly 180,000 saves. Chen Xing raised a hand to cover his face, bewildered by how this happened. He had only playfully taken a few photos with tourists, and now it had gone viral. Wen Xia then opened comments. "So handsome, not suitable to play Li Bai, more suitable to be my husband." In an instant, I felt like I saw a charming poet from 1,000 years ago. Wow, when did Yellow Crane Tower have such a handsome NPC? I want to check in too. Is that really checking in? I feel embarrassed to point it out. Wuhan City's culture and tourism has grasped the essence of publicity. Hee, so handsome, I really like him. Everyone, don't go. This young man is definitely not an NPC there. He probably just want to play. Yeah, what a waste of a trip. All right, Wuhan culture and tourism still can't grasp it. Other places' culture and tourism. Seeing such massive traffic slip through their fingers makes me feel good. Who is this young man? Which sister can dig up some information? 5 minutes, I want all his information. With that looks and temperament. It's a pity he is not acting in a costume drama. Wen Xia stood up and placed her hand on Chen Xing's shoulder, smiling. You have no reason to help other places' culture and tourism without contributing to your own bureau and culture and tourism department, right? I'm not being greedy. We plan to live stream the anti-pornography and fraud prevention campaigns, and you just need to help out a couple of times. Chen Xing smiled helplessly and said, "Sorry, Director Wen. I really don't plan to become a public figure, and this will blow over in a few days. You shouldn't put me on the spot. I need to hide my identity for some investigations." Wen Xia replied lightly, "The problem is that the famous detective contest will also have a show, and those who get selected will be reported nationwide. You can't brush me off now." Chen Xing felt helpless. How could he have forgotten about this? However, since the anti-pornography and fraud prevention campaigns were important public welfare activities, and it wasn't just Wen Xia's personal agenda, he thought that since he would be exposed anyway, participating wouldn't hurt. Then let us do it after the famous detective contest. Showing my face now will affect my participation. Wen Xia finally released her hand and said, "All right, that's fine." Chen Xing stood up and said, "I'll go check on that batch of jewelry first." After Chen Xing left, The others also left the conference room to prepare for the press conference. After all, this case was too significant. The previous terrorist attack was merely a domestic issue, but this time it involved at least 10 countries and over 20 major theft cases. The super criminals that other countries' police couldn't catch were apprehended here in our country, and the department supported them in publicizing this to showcase their strength. That evening, at 7 o'clock prime time, this matter was indeed treated as an urgent news report and broadcasted nationwide. When everyone finished listening to the report, they were all shocked. Wow, these thieves are truly lawless. They actually killed the entire team from Gothic Jewelry Company and then disguised themselves with human skin masks to go to the police station and take the jewelry. Honestly, if it weren't for Director Chen's sharp eyes, they might have really succeeded. Even more astonishing was that this gang of thieves operated in over 10 countries, robbing everything from national museums to tycoons and wealthy individuals. So impressive. Absolutely impressive. No wonder he's the stabilizing force of that magical place, Tianhai. He is truly amazing. While other detectives spend months promoting a single minor case, our director Chen tackles one major case after another. It's just too powerful. I heard he has already killed 4 S-Class and SS-Class wanted criminals and 3 half-step masters. Director Chen, known as the nemesis of evil, the iron-handed detective, nicknamed Little Los Angeles Superman. In just 1 month, he has resolved cases like the previous generation S martial arts flower massacre, the missing antiques case in Luoyang, the Jianghu murder case, and the series of disappearances of female students. He has accomplished more than others might in a year. Can you believe it? Honestly, some others also called detectives have controversial cases, and I heard the suspects have been shouting their innocence in prison, yet the TV station can repeatedly promote them. You don't understand, they're just manufactured detectives. Director Chen is the forever god of the police world. Undoubtedly, there were fewer people focused on the case itself. Netizens were evidently more interested in Chen Xing, who had risen to fame in the past 2 months. Unfortunately, human emotions do not align, and a short-haired female officer threw her tablet in frustration. Bang! The tablet shattered into 2 pieces. This person was Fei Xiaofan, known as the goddess of the divine eye in the police community before Chen Xing's emergence. That damn Chen, there must be someone behind him paving the way. I refuse to believe all these achievements are his alone. When the truth comes out, let us see how your reputation falls. Chapter 82. Sniping some hatred always comes inexplicably. Chen Xing didn't know why he worked diligently, yet still had people holding grudges against him. In the office, Chen Xing lit a cigarette and walked to the window. He looked at the street outside and said reluctantly, "Do you guys even know how to play the game? I'm about to blow up their base, and you 4 can't even guard a tower, just wandering around like some kids? Do you even deserve my 21-9 score?" In the office, Lin Lijia and Feng Kuai lowered their heads, their faces flushed. They had already dragged Chen Xing down 6 times in a row. If it were someone else, they would probably have started getting beaten up by the 7 wolves. The reason they were so terrible was Lin Lijia's fault. He was both bad and loved to play, and the others were basically giving him kills. After finishing his cigarette and calming down, Chen Xing took out some gum and started chewing. He usually didn't smoke, only lighting one up when his emotions were too volatile. Let us order some late-night snacks, and after we eat, let us play cards. No more games. If we keep playing, I really might lose my temper and hit you guys. Lin Lijia awkwardly laughed and said, "Ahem, let us order grilled fish. I'll have someone bring it over." At that moment, as Chen Xing stood by the window feeling the night breeze, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice and danger locking onto him. This feeling was familiar to him. It was a sensation of being aimed at by a firearm, and it was aimed right at his forehead. He immediately looked in the direction from which the danger came. The next second, a flash of fire ignited over there. Chen Xing was already prepared. He raised his blood-red iron arm to block in front of him. Clang! A violent metallic collision sound suddenly echoed in the office. Chen Xing looked at the smoking palm of his hand, where a deformed bullet with spiral patterns lay, slightly reddened. Chen Xing accurately tossed the bullet into the pen holder on his desk and said to the crowd, who still didn't know what had happened, "Watch this. I'm going to hunt someone." With that, he jumped out of the window and quickly vanished into the darkness outside. Lin Lijia and the others had no idea what had happened. However, Mutu reacted the fastest, immediately getting up to look at the pen holder on Chen Xing's desk. Soon he pulled out several pens and a still slightly smoking deformed bullet. When the others gathered around to take a look, their expressions changed instantly. "This is," Mutu said with a grim expression, 12 799mm caliber NATO round. Originally designed for the M2 machine gun, now widely used in anti-material rifles and sniper rifles. It was indeed a sniper bullet. So that means just now, Section Chief Chen was sniped. Bang! Lin Lijia slammed the table in anger and cursed. Damn it, this is outrageous. After saying that, he immediately picked up his phone to call Zhang Bushing to report the situation. After all, given Chen Xing's temper, the assassin probably wouldn't live long after this. The assassin was the masked foreigner who had previously followed Lin Dongliang, the regional manager of Fanya Jewelry Company. The two people Chen Xing had interrogated previously didn't know of his existence and were likely contacted by the leader who had been killed. Because there was no evidence, Chen Xing had not acted against him, but unexpectedly, the other party had come to assassinate him. The masked foreigner didn't leave via the stairs, but instead used a pre-prepared zip line to slide to the rooftop of the adjacent lower building. When Chen Xing arrived at that rooftop, he only saw an anti-material sniper rifle. The masked foreigner, after cutting the zip line, provocatively raised his middle finger at him from the opposite rooftop. After the provocation, the masked foreigner turned around and opened the rooftop door to go downstairs. At that moment, something horrifying happened. The instant he opened the rooftop door, Chen Xing was already standing behind it. The masked foreigner was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, looking back in terror at the rooftop he had come from, where Chen Xing had already disappeared. He retreated while reaching for his gun. Are you a human or a ghost? Chen Xing revealed a somewhat reckless smile and said, I'm a ghost. A devil who enjoys hunting evil people. Fuck, God save me. The masked foreigner immediately drew his handgun and fired at Chen Xing. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. As he fired, Chen Xing's figure had already vanished from the rooftop staircase. Fuck, fuck. The masked foreigner, frightened and flustered, cursed wildly while continuously backing away. Soon, he felt his back hit something, like a pair of human legs. This is Yin country. God can't save you. Hearing the voice, the masked foreigner's face instantly turned pale as he turned his head to look. This glance happened to meet Chen Xing's reckless smile, which nearly scared him to death. What? Just as he was about to get up, he was grabbed by Chen Xing by the neck and slammed down hard onto the ground, followed by being dragged along. Swish! His face was scraped off like chalk against the rough ground, leaving a red streak of blood behind. Chen Xing had initially planned to torture him a little longer, but upon hearing footsteps coming from below, he directly reached into the masked foreigner's back and crushed his heart from within. In his view, this was the only way to completely silence him, especially since the other party had seen his ghostly movement. Coming up from downstairs were some workers from the building who were working overtime, likely attracted by the gunfire. When they saw Chen Xing pull his bloodied hand out of the corpse, they turned pale with fright and immediately began to flee. Run. Usually, just walking a few steps and taking the elevator downstairs to buy a bottle of water would tire them out, but under the adrenaline rush, they actually sprinted down several flights of stairs. When they reached downstairs, they grabbed the security guard at the entrance, gasping for breath, and shouted, "Murder! There's a murder on the rooftop! A murder! What?" The security guard was startled and quickly called the captain. However, they soon didn't have to worry, as the police had already sent someone over. Chen Xing, meanwhile, walked out of the elevator while wiping his hands with a tissue. The three workers who had seen him commit murder immediately hid behind the agents who were sealing off the scene. "Arrest him," he asked the assassin. "It's him," he asked the one who killed. Several agents saw Chen Xing and immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Good day, Section Chief Chen." Chen Xing smiled and nodded, then walked directly toward the police station. The three workers were completely dumbfounded. After all this time, the assassin they had seen was actually a leader in the police force. Was he really handling a case? They had never heard of the police dealing with criminals by directly pulling out their hearts and having blood splatter everywhere. The police officer said, "The dead person is an assassin. If you don't see in the news, don't spread it around. Are you sure the deceased is the assassin and not the one who got away? Who is the real psychotic killer?" Chapter 83. The exhibition begins. Public opinion strategy takes effect when Chen Xing returned to the office. The group of people around him gathered around. "Director Chen, are you okay?" Chen Xing laughed. "What is so funny? What could possibly happen to me? Brother Xing is amazing. You can catch sniper bullets with your bare hands. Your hands must be made of alloy, right?" Lin Lijia said as he grabbed Chen Xing's hand. Chen Xing withdrew his hand speechlessly and glared at him. "What are you touching me for? You're a guy." Lin Lijia laughed. "I just want to see if it's true. After all, catching a large caliber sniper bullet with your bare hands. I'm starting to suspect you're a robot invented by the country disguised as a human." Chen Xing rolled his eyes. "Stop watching all those ridiculous comics." He then looked at the time and said, "After you finish your late night snack, head back to the dorms to rest. Come back at 6 in the morning sharp. We'll start setting up for the exhibition 3 hours in advance. Okay. The others nodded in agreement. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Chen Xing and his team left the municipal bureau with the jewelry to set up at the exhibition. This batch of jewelry would be displayed in various showcases during the day and worn by models during the evening fashion show. Thus, he divided the investigation team into 2 groups, one group for the morning and afternoon, and the other for the evening. Of course, besides the core investigation team, personnel from the Public Security Department, Criminal Investigation Department, and Armed Police Department would also be stationed at their prearranged posts. Upon arriving at the exhibition, Chen Xing separated from the others, as Lin Lijia and the others were responsible for placing the jewelry in the showcases. After everything was set up, all the jewelry was electrified. If touched without insulated gloves, it could definitely cause a serious shock. Of course, even with insulated gloves, one might still get shocked, as there were hidden fine needles underneath. The correct approach was to use insulated clips. Chen Xing didn't TMI not checking, but when he did check, he actually found something amusing. Someone had secretly planted a timed bomb on the power distribution cabinet on the street. If this thing detonated, half the street would lose power. It was clear they were planning to make a move during the evening fashion show. Chen Xing immediately called over the captain of the Armed Police Department on duty. There's a time bomb above the power distribution cabinet. Have someone disarm it and replace it with a timed switch. Make the bomb's effect trigger a controlled blackout for 30 seconds. Got it. The captain of the Armed Police Department understood Chen Xing's plan. It was clearly a way to minimize losses while setting a trap. Encountering this iron-handed detective, the thieves could only mourn for 3 seconds. Why 3 seconds? Because they were professionally trained and could hold back their laughter for at least 3 more seconds. Although the professional level of the Criminal Investigation Department was somewhat lacking, the Armed Police Department's expertise was very high. The bomb disposal team quickly disarmed the time bomb and then modified the timing device on the power distribution cabinet, setting it for a 30-second blackout as per Chen Xing's requirements. To be honest, they were looking forward to the moment when the power suddenly went out, and the thieves began their act, only for the power to come back on in less than 30 seconds. It would be quite amusing. While there were generators at the venue, it would take at least 3 minutes to restore power after starting up. 3 minutes was enough time for the thieves to carry out their plans. Time quickly passed, and it was now 9 o'clock in the morning. The jewelry exhibition officially opened, and the streets outside the venue were already crowded. Countless self-media and internet celebrities flocked in, but they were not there to attend the exhibition. They were hoping for something to go wrong so they could capture traffic on site. Additionally, the exhibition operated on a timed ticket system. One batch of ticket holders from 9 to 12 in the morning, another from 2 to 5 in the afternoon, and VIP time from 7 to 10 in the evening. Each batch consisted of 200 people, while the evening VIPs attended with invitations. A total of 100 invitations were sent out, with a maximum of 2 people per invitation. Every time a batch of visitors entered the venue after ticket verification, Chen Xing would be watching by the entrance wearing sunglasses. Those with high crime values would be marked by him, and personnel would be assigned to keep a close watch on them. Meanwhile, the 3 clever strategies that Chen Xing had Lin Lijia publish had already been relayed back to the country from abroad, thoroughly fermenting online. First, on foreign social media, thick skin crabs. The people of Yin country are too cunning, actually fishing for law enforcement. No wonder they could catch that notorious gang of thieves. Just look at their law enforcement capabilities. Besides strength, they have powerful strategies. Indeed, unlike our American law enforcement, who only know violence and nothing else. They're like a bunch of legally sanctioned bandits. Learn, be humble, and learn. Law enforcement units in various countries only need 3 steps to catch thieves: bait, hook, and net. Got it? It's still Brother Long. He directly demonstrated high-end hunter-style law enforcement for us. Laughing to death. Our country only listens in on its citizens, and they don't even know when national treasures are stolen from museums. That detective called Director Chun from Yin country is truly a legendary figure. I recommend everyone to learn more about him. He.S. just too amazing. I've learned enough. He.S. simply a little Superman. Meanwhile, the thieves who originally planned to attend the grand event in Tianhai couldn't help but curse after seeing the news. Fuck, damn young people. They actually played us for fools. I said there must be a problem with this Thief King competition making such a big fuss. The gang that got caught before was just too stupid to fall for such a trap. But with the way the Yin country Tianhai Municipal Bureau is doing this, are they not going to take revenge on us? Do they think we're made of mud? Coincidentally, There was also news saying that the Thief King competition has been changed to a citywide theft in Tianhai, targeting rich people and antique dealer Han Laojio, for a total of 3 months. Whoever commits the most thefts with the largest amounts will be reported by the Tianhai Municipal Bureau as the Thief King. Could it be another trap? This time it doesn't seem like it. It seems more like our peers are retaliating against the Tianhai Municipal Bureau, as the scope is too broad for the Patrol Bureau to handle. That makes sense. On domestic social media, holy shit, is this for real? This jewelry exhibition is a trap we set ourselves? Wasn't he that news about the Thief King competition also first spread from Yin country? Not brought in from abroad? Impressive, my little Los Santos Patrol Bureau, even starting to set up traps for performance? I think it must be fake. Only in that Tianhai place would anyone go crazy enough to do this. However, if I were a thief, I wouldn't dare to get involved in the jewelry exhibition anymore. After all, Director Chen is there. It's too dangerous. It's better to follow the third option and target antique dealers or rich people. By the way, who is antique dealer Han Laojio? He can actually attract the attention of thieves from overseas and be named specifically. That's the behind-the-scenes big boss of Tianhai Antique Street. I heard his collection is even more than that of a museum. Holy shit, so impressive. No wonder he is being targeted by thieves. Chapter 82, An Gihan Laojio Bang. Crash. The living room of Han Laojio was in a state of disarray. That damned little beast actually dared to plot against me. Beside the living room, the smuggler Wang Yubang hurriedly nudged the elegant middle-aged man with white hair next to him. Bai Baotou, do you have any ideas? Bai Baotou shook his head and sighed. It's already a deadlock. With the 3 psychological strategies of the section chief, Chen, combined with the provocations against the thieves through the news, 90 of the thieves won't attack the exhibition, but will retaliate against Jiu Yi. Wang Yubang found hard to understand. Why would the Tianhai City Bureau be targeted by Jiu Yi? Because Jiu Yi is from Tianhai, and he is a well-known and wealthy figure here. Bai Baotou said helplessly. At this point, we can only strengthen security. Han Lao Jiu furiously said, there's only 1 day for a thief, but 1,000 days to guard against them. It seems like only 3 months, but who can guarantee that those thieves will give up after 3 months? Wang Yubang and Bai Baotou fell silent. If they were the thieves, they would definitely wait for 6 months or a few months before making a move. Stealing not only brings huge benefits, but can also create cases for the Tianhai City Bureau, making them overwhelmed. This was also what angered Han Laojio the most. Starting today, you might be targeted by that pack of hungry wolves. I want him dead. I want him dead. Han Laoyi skriamid hysterically. Find a killer for me. Get someone to kill him. Wang Yubang smiled bitterly. What killer would dare to take his job? He has already killed 3 half-step masters. Han Laojio's face distorted with rage. If half-step masters won't work, then hire a master. I will spend 100 million to invite a sword master from East Japan to kill him. Bai Baotou and Wang Yubang couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, Jiu Yi has such courage. No wonder he is our antique world's Jiu Yi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the garden pavilion beside the exhibition entrance, Chen Xing was enjoying the cool breeze while watching the second batch of visitors leave. At that moment, a black and white bird suddenly landed on Chen Xing's shoulder, quietly standing there. This surprised the people nearby. Little King Kong blinked his big eyes and curiously asked, Section Chief Chen, is this magpie raised by you? No. Chen Xing shook his head, then gently grabbed the bird and looked at it in his hand. Lin Lijia stroked his chin and said, Strange, birds are generally very timid. How could it land on your shoulder? Since it's a magpie, perhaps something good is about to happen to me. Chen Xing smiled faintly, then raised his hand to let the bird fly away. This scene was also captured by some people outside. Hey, who is that person? Everyone else is on duty, and he's sitting in the pavilion drinking milk tea. Just now, a bird landed on his shoulder. It looks so cool and romantic, like a movie's leading man. If I'm guessing correctly, that should be the leader or someone with connection from the Patrol Bureau. Connections are unlikely. If something happens here, it's a big pit. Normal connections wouldn't be so foolish to wade into murky waters. The leader is more likely. Wait, such a young leader. Could it be that Section Chief Chen? Damn it. Can someone take off his sunglasses? I want to see his real appearance. I've heard he's very handsome. I wonder if it's true. Look at his skin, face shape, nose, mouth, and chin. As long as his eyebrows and eyes aren't too ugly, he must score at least 90 points. Chen Xing felt more and more people were focusing their attention on him. So he stood up and said, Go patrol and see if anyone is lingering in the exhibition. Oh, Little King Kong and Air Pang immediately followed Chen Xing as he left. At this time, the handover inside had also been completed, but Fong Kuai and the others were not planning to leave yet. Section Chief, There's nothing for us to do when we go back. Let's stay until the closing. Yeah, we haven't seen the T-Stage show live yet. It's just right to stay and check it out. Okay, it's up to you. But remember to wear masks when watching the show, so no one sees you drooling. Oh, sure. Big Black, the silly one, nodded, then realized, wait. Section Chief, we won't drool. Chen Xing smiled, then activated his X-ray vision to scan the entire venue. All right, the structure under the stage at the back is hollow. There might be someone hiding there. You guys go check it out. If there are people, don't use guns. The thieves won't be that stupid. It should be internet celebrities trying to blend in. Just use electric batons and pepper spray. Oh. Hearing this, Big Black and the others immediately drew out their electric batons with flashlight functions in their left hands and pulled out pepper spray from their pockets with their right hands, setting off enthusiastically. The few internet celebrities hiding under the stage, preparing to sneak into the evening show, were quickly found. After a series of screams, a few ambulances arrived outside to take them to the hospital for eye washes. Around 5:30, the staff and models from the jewelry company arrived. However, each jewelry company only sent 1 or 2 people. Originally, they were supposed to send 10. But because the Goth jewelry company's people were killed, those executives fled overnight. And now those who dared to stay were genuinely unable to escape. So each of them looked as if they were going to a grave. And whenever they had the chance, they would huddle close to the Patrol Bureau's personnel as if they were begging for protection. The Patrol Bureau's personnel watched them warily. Getting so close, did they want to ambush me? The personnel on duty silently took 2 steps back, but the jewelry company staff quietly moved 2 steps closer. The Patrol Bureau's personnel turned dark. They really wanted to ambush me. They took 2 steps back again, and the jewelry company's staff followed again. Just as the Patrol Bureau's personnel hesitated about whether to take action first, Chen Xing saw this funny scene in the monitoring room. He picked up the intercom and said, "The jewelry company people are fine. They're just a bit scared and seeking protection. Brothers, don't overreact." The Patrol Bureau's personnel were immediately speechless and silently walked back to their previous positions, looking at the jewelry company staff with resentment. "It's all your fault. We were laughed at by Section Chief Chen." Of course, the jewelry company people were fine, but the models were not. One model was hiding 2 imitation pieces that looked exactly like the exhibition items in the gap of her southern hemisphere. To be honest, this could be considered a remarkable talent. However, Chen Xing was not in a hurry to expose her because she appeared a bit nervous and scared, seeming like she was forced into it. Moreover, capturing her was useless. Capturing the person behind her was more important. After making a plan, Chen Xing secretly notified Little King Kong and Long Legs, who were on duty in the backstage dressing room, to try not to pay attention to that model later. Even if they saw her swap the jewelry, to act as if they hadn't seen it. Little King Kong and Long Legs were confused. Wait, how does Section Chief Chen know she has imitations hidden on her? Chapter 85. The Flying Thief. To be honest, if it weren't for the absurdity of superpowers, both Little Iron Man and Long Legs would have thought that Chen Xing had X-ray vision. It's just that if Chen Xing didn't mention it, they wouldn't have paid special attention to a person. But once Chen Xing reminded them, they couldn't help but look at that model. Little Iron Man couldn't resist leaning over to Long Legs and said, "Where do you think she hides the fake jewelry?" "I suspect it's hidden in her chest." Long Legs really didn't want to engage in this topic. After all, the 2 of them combined didn't even have half the size of the other. However, Little Iron Man was quite the chatterbox. Like 2 cantaloupes. Even if the body's density isn't that high, it still must weigh 2 or 3 pounds, right? How pitiful. Practicing martial arts like this must be a disadvantage. She must be really tired on a regular basis. Wouldn't running too fast hurt herself? Ha ha. In the end, before Long Legs could take any more of her, Chen Xing's voice came through the earpiece. "Can you please not chat on the command channel while pressing the microphone?" And Little Iron Man, focus on work, stop paying attention to irrelevant things. Little Iron Man then realized that while she was talking, her hand had accidentally pressed the microphone button while fiddling with the headphone cable. Her face instantly turned beet red down to her neck. At that moment, she finally understood what it meant to experience social death. Long Legs looked at her speechlessly. Thankfully, she hadn't said anything, or both of them would have been socially dead. Meanwhile, the model Tang Pow Pow, who was wearing the fake jewelry, noticed the 2 chatting and secretly turned around to take the fake jewelry hidden in her cleavage and put around her neck. Then took off the genuine jewelry she was originally wearing and hid it in the now vacant cleavage. In fact, she didn't want to do this, but unfortunately, that group had kidnapped her sister's family. If she didn't do as they said, her sister's family of 4 would be in danger. Fortunately, there weren't many staff members around, and the 2 female agents were busy chatting and watching others. So the process of switching the jewelry went smoothly to the point where it felt unbelievable to her. Unfortunately, she didn't know that she had already been seen through inside and out by a certain cunning individual as soon as she entered the exhibition. Seeing that there were no issues with other models, Chen Xing made his way to the front of the stage. By this time, the VIPs had already taken their seats to watch the models walk the runway wearing jewelry. Among these VIPs, 4 individuals had a crime value reaching dozens of points. 2 men and 2 women, one pair being young and the other a middle-aged couple. Although the 4 had no interaction at the venue, Chen Xing was sure they were part of the same group. This was because the ghosts behind them were all dressed in identical thief costumes and looked eager to act. Just as the runway show was halfway through and 3 models adorned with jewelry were walking in the center of the stage, the ghosts behind the 4 began to make different preparatory movements. The ghosts of the 2 elderly people aimed at the stage, while the ghosts of a young couple looked up at the sky in anticipation. Chen Xing looked up at the sky and noticed a point of light flickering, resembling a star, but stars don't move. As the light drew nearer, a buzzing sound gradually became clear. The next second, bang, the entire block went dark, plunging into darkness. However, the emergency lights at the venue lit up immediately, but the thieves weren't without other preparations. 2 medium-sized drones, used for spraying pesticides, descended from the sky and launched 4 tear gas canisters at the venue. Bang, bang, bang. 4 tear gas canisters exploded in midair, and black-gray smoke formed a curtain that enveloped the entire outdoor stage. The scene instantly fell into chaos. The 2 elderly people were clearly not ordinary individuals. They dashed onto the stage at incredible speed and snatched the jewelry from models. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, they threw it to the quickly disguised young couple, who used their belts to hang beneath the drones. Soon, the drones lifted them away. One eye-opener. Chen Xing pulled out his gun and aimed at one of the female thieves. Bang! The female thief was shot and fell directly to the ground. The male thief roared angrily in the air but was still carried away by the drone. Others were unable to shoot due to the changes in light, chaos, and the stinging smoke irritating their eyes. Chen Xing didn't rush to pursue. After all, the jewelry had his scent marker on it, so it was more important to stabilize the scene. 30 seconds quickly passed, and the block regained power. Everyone stay calm. Don't move. The tear gas will dissipate soon. After Chen Xing and his team quickly stabilized the scene, he recovered all the jewelry. After all, the VIPs needed to go to the hospital to wash their eyes. And the runway show could only end hastily here. The middle-aged couple was quickly controlled by Chen Xing's team. As for the female thief, due to Chen Xing's gunfire triggering a passive effect, the bullet had penetrated her vital area from below, causing her to bleed profusely and die. One piece of jewelry on her was also recovered. Seeing things were almost settled here, Chen Xing instructed, "I will chase after the one who got away. You all keep an eye on the jewelry. Also, don't let the models go. Let them stay in the dressing room until I return." "Okay." Lin Ligia and others nodded. After Chen Xing exited, he hopped on his newly bought Chunyun heavy motorcycle to pursue. This motorcycle was purchased with public funds, so it naturally needed to serve its purpose during the operation, leaving no room for criticism. In front of the motorcycle, the pig Noveloki excitedly bumped against the glass of the jar to point Chen Xing in the right direction. Soon, following the guidance of the pig Noveloki, Chen Xing arrived at a building's base. Clearly, the drone had landed on the rooftop of the building. He didn't go upstairs but waited below. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 3 foreigners hurriedly came down with luggage, preparing to leave. Chen Xing activated his X-ray vision and quickly spotted the 2 pieces of jewelry that had been stolen. Theft isn't a capital crime, and there were surveillance cameras around. So Chen Xing didn't act immediately. He walked towards the 3 with a confident smile, saying, "Power outage, smoke bombs, drones. I originally thought you thieves had some advanced stealing techniques, but it turns out you just went for a direct grab." The 3 turned to look at Chen Xing with cold faces, and the escaping male thief immediately recognized him. "It's him. He asked the one who shot Eve." Saying this, he drew his handgun and aimed at Chen Xing to fire. Bang bang. With no one around, Chen Xing wasn't worried about collateral damage, so he easily dodged the bullets with small steps. Seeing how impressive Chen Xing was, the other 2 dropped their belongings and pulled out their weapons, preparing to shoot. Upon noticing that all 3 had drawn weapons, Chen Xing displayed a satisfied smile. How dangerous it is to have weapons. The next second, both of his arms turned black-red, followed by the ground beneath him suddenly cracking. He shot forward like a bullet, leaving behind a residual image. Poochie, Poochie. The 3 foreigners quickly fell to the ground, 2 with their chests pierced, and 1 with his neck torn apart, hanging by just a layer of skin. Despite all three using guns, they were truly second-rate and third-rate martial artists. Chen Xing touched his shoulder. The blood-casting iron hand had completely covered his arms and was now spreading towards his torso. Once fully covered, could it be called the blood-casting golden body? It truly is something to look forward to. Chapter 86. Director Chen's hunting moment after Chen Xing retrieved the jewelry and disposed of the three corpses in the green belt for others to handle. He rode his bike back to the exhibition. The two missing pieces of jewelry are here. Let those models leave. When Chen Xing handed the jewelry to Lin Lijia, Lin Lijia pulled him into a corner with a hesitant expression. Brother Xing, I just retrieved the jewelry and found that two pieces were fake. They were swapped, and I have fluorescent marks on them, but there are none on he said with a wry smile. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I know about this. It was a model who did it, but the person was coerced and tempted. So I plan to play the long game and catch the big fish. Upon hearing this, Lin Lijia couldn't help but punch Chen Xing's arm lightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? You worry me to death. I didn't even dare to tell anyone else. Chen Xing understood that Lin Lijia was afraid of making a mistake and losing face, so telling him in secret might still leave a chance for remedy. All right, you've worked hard. Once everyone leaves, you guys can have a late-night snack. Lin Lijia suddenly smiled like a goofy dog. We need to have a good meal. Those two old guys you caught today are not simple. We just sent their photos to Interpol for matching. And guess what? These two old guys have been on the international wanted list for over 30 years, with a combined bounty of over 30 million from various countries. According to the new bounty system, the Bureau will split it in half and will make a fortune. The bounty system in this world is quite unique. During a mission, half of the bounty for captured wanted criminals goes to the department, while the other half is distributed according to merit, which serves as an incentive mechanism. In the past world, police officers couldn't claim bounties for captured criminals. They only received credit. Chen Xing was able to keep all the bounties from his previous captures because he was either on leave or had already finished work during non-mission periods. Look at you. Getting ahead, Chen Xing smiled and left. When something goes wrong, everyone shares the blame. When a bounty is earned, everyone shares the reward. This is a very reasonable team distribution. So, Chen Xing wasn't angry about the share of the bounty, as it was something everyone deserved. After leaving the venue, Tang Pao Pao immediately drove her BMW back to the apartment. Once she arrived, she picked up the phone given by the kidnapper and dialed. I've returned to the apartment. What's next? I also want to check if my sister and the others are safe. Otherwise, I will turn myself in. Okay, let you hear their voices, the kidnapper said, and there was a brief silence on the line. After a while, familiar voices came through the phone. Pow pow, sniff, we are fine. Be careful. Auntie, save us. Hearing the voices on the phone, Tang Pao Pao felt a sharp pain in her heart. If it weren't for the high commission from the jewelry exhibition, disregarding the risks and stubbornly participating, her sister's family wouldn't have been captured. Then the kidnapper's voice came through again. Go to the balcony. There's a macaw there. Just put the 2 strings of jewelry in the small bag tied to its feet. We will tell you where the hostages are once we have the jewelry. Tang Pao Pao turned to look at the balcony, and sure enough, there was a large parrot pecking at a succulent plant. She knew she had no right to negotiate, so she could only obediently comply. Okay. She opened the balcony door and carefully walked toward the macaw, then took the 2 strings of jewelry from the crevice under the southern hemisphere and placed them in the small leather bag tied to the parrot's feet. The voice on the phone asked, have you placed them? Done. Dang Pao Pao, zip lead. The kidnapper gave another order. Let the parrot listen to the phone. When Tang Pao Pao brought the phone close to the parrot's head, it suddenly started to speak. Daddy, Daddy. The kidnapper on the other end laughed. Good boy. Come back for cookies. 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 The macaw immediately spread its wings and flew off the balcony, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Not far away on the rooftop, Chen Xing watched the macaw fly over the city with interest. If it were someone else, they might have lost it, but with his ghost step technique, he could traverse the rooftop and even fly directly into the sky behind the macaw if he wanted. The macaw quickly reached the seaside and finally entered a fishing boat. Chen Xing's figure flickered on the beach and followed onto the fishing boat. On the deck, a kidnapper on lookout turned around and was startled to see Chen Xing. Raising his hand to reach for his gun and asking, who? Hee. Chen Xing turned around with a faint smile, then his figure flashed, and he already had a severed head dripping with blood in his hand. Keeping these useless small fries alive would be a waste of resources. Leaving 2 main team members alive for interrogation was enough. Inside the cabin, a large, dark-skinned man caught the flying macaw and took out 2 cookies to feed it. He then untied the small leather bag hidden on the macaw's feet and poured out the 2 pieces of jewelry inside. What international police, what Iron Hand detective? Go eat shit. He then looked at the 4 hostages in the cabin with a sneer. Kill them. Throw them into the sea. 2 of the kidnappers smiled as they drew knives from their waists and approached Tang Peapeo's brother-in-law's family. Tang Peapeo's brother-in-law's family was terrified and screamed. No, don't. You can't do this. Sniff. How could you have no credit at all? Help. Please, at least spare the children. Just as Tang Peapeo's sister and brother-in-law desperately moved to shield the 2 children, the light bulb in the cabin suddenly exploded. Then came heavy thuds and piercing sounds, followed by the heart-wrenching screams of the kidnappers. Chen Xing said in the dark, "It's okay. I am Director Chen from the police bureau. I'm here to rescue you. And now I will untie you, so don't move around." Tang Peapeo's brother-in-law's family looked at the hazy figure in the darkness with immense joy. Director Chen from the police bureau. Great. We're finally saved. Sniff, husband. Uncle from the police bureau, I'm so scared. Don't worry, it's fine. After Chen Xing untied the ropes from the 4 of them, he put the blindfolds back on the 2 children. Because I didn't hold back. There's a bit of blood outside. Don't let the kids see. Okay. The couple nodded eagerly. The 2 children obediently leaned against their parents, not moving their blindfolds. After Chen Xing took out his phone for lighting, he led the couple through the blood-soaked corridor into a nearby dormitory that had no bodies. Although the couple had prepared mentally, they were still terrified and turned pale at the horrific scene, retching repeatedly. Wait here. The main team will be here soon. Okay. To be honest, it was the first time they realized that their impression of the Tianhai Police Bureau was somewhat stereotypical. Ruthless. It was truly too ruthless. Chapter 87, Want to ride the traffic wave? Have you asked Director Chen? The morning after the exhibition, 2 explosive news stories once again appeared on various news platforms. Exhibition surprises with thieves. Director Chen once again saves the day. Nikanda International Thief, the Night Raider. Captured, exposing numerous shocking crimes. Bounty on captured international thief has reached 70 million. Tianhai police are cashing in. Can a police officer become a billionaire through bounties? Tianhai police are incredible. 2 teams of over 20 international thieves, only 4 survived. Director Chen expresses expectation for more international thieves to challenge. Interpol plans to send a team to Tianhai City Bureau for experience sharing on advanced thief-catching techniques. As these news items were pushed to people's phones and computers, netizens couldn't help but be shocked again. Wow, is there really such exciting drama in Tianhai? Criminal blockbuster turned into reality. Just looking at the announcements feels like the actual plot is more exciting than movies. No ticket live broadcast, Tianhai people really have a vibrant life. Director Chen is mighty. According to the bounty system, Director Chen can at least get 30 million from this round. Plus what he got before. His personal bounty is almost 60 to 70 million, right? Give him a little more time, and he might really break 1 billion through bounties. Is being a police officer this lucrative? I want my son to become a police officer in the future. Upstairs, don't overlook Director Chen's strength. Normal police encountering those criminals under him. Unless they give their lives to increase the bounty, it's useless. Indeed, his achievements have cost 3.5 master-level lives. To remind criminals when they meet Director Chen, they should immediately kneel and beg for mercy. Those who resist basically end up with no good outcome. His strikes are not light. Under the influence of these news stories, the exhibition not only remained unaffected but attracted even more attention. The jewelers who originally planned to stop the exhibition retracted their thoughts and instead intensified their brand promotion amidst the hype. After all, there's no advertisement more sensational than a jewel that an international thief would risk their life to snatch. Some even planned to turn this idea into an advertisement. You want me to shoot a jewelry advertisement? I don't even want to show my face after the last news cycle. You think you can just dream about it? After rejecting the delusional jewelry company's invitation, Chen Xing put on a mask and continued to wander around the exhibition. It's likely that no thief would dare to act now, but some aspiring internet celebrities had to be cautious. Sure enough, someone started causing trouble. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair, wearing a suit with a vest and a large gold chain and watch, was banging on the glass of the display case with one hand while holding a phone in the other. The nearby staff immediately reminded him, "Sir, please don't knock like that." The slick-back middle-aged man, chewing betel nut, chuckled. "The display case is too obstructive. Bring the jewelry out for me to see." The nearby staff promptly replied, "Sorry, this is an exhibition, not a counter. Isn't taking it out for exhibition just to sell it? Bring it out for me to see. Don't say one piece, I can afford 10. The slick-back middle-aged man said, turning to his phone, "Bro, this is how wealthy I am. Guys, hit that like button." The staff politely refused again. Sorry, this is an exhibition, not a counter. If you want to see, you can contact the jewelry company to visit the store. The slick-back middle-aged man raised his voice, quite angrily. Hey, do you look down on people? Do you think I can't afford it? The staff understood that he was purely looking for trouble. After all, with the high traffic at the exhibition, anyone who could ride this wave could take off. This guy just wanted to cause a scene for the news, go live, twist the facts, and ultimately make quick money. If the security staff didn't handle it well, they might also be pushed into the limelight and face online bullying, potentially affecting their entire career. Chen Xing would not let such a money-grabbing idiot succeed. He immediately began to devise a plan to deal with him. Soon he realized that the exhibits the man wanted to see happened to be one of the display pieces that Tang Paopao had replaced with a fake yesterday. And those two fakes were conveniently in his pocket. Although they were fake, the craftsmanship was high, and the materials used were not ordinary. Even though they were evidence, nobody was asking him for them, since these international thieves wouldn't be tried domestically. They would be handed over to the international police in exchange for bounties. The international police wouldn't care what they did in Yin country. All that mattered to various countries was where the stolen goods ended up. Chen Xing took a few steps closer and threw out one of the fakes, triggering the passive ability chickens flying and eggs breaking. The fake necklace hit the slick-back middle-aged man at an odd angle, and with a howl of pain, it fell to the ground. The surrounding people were startled and quickly stepped back a little. The slick-back middle-aged man sat on the ground, clutching his split pants, his face twisted in pain. Between his legs, a blood-stained, still shimmering jewelry necklace lay on the ground. The staff froze for a moment, then immediately drew their sidearm. Put your hands up. What are you hiding down there? Help. Call an ambulance. The slick-back middle-aged man raised one hand, pleading for help from those around him. Everyone could see clearly now. The blood-stained necklace looked very similar to the one in the display case. Wow, how come a necklace he has is so similar to the one in the display case? I know now. This guy prepared a fake all day long, planning to pull a fast one. Goodness, no wonder he insisted on getting a closer look. Turns out he is a thief. What happened to him? Must have knocked himself down there, right? Serves him right. Soon, with the arrival of medical personnel, the slick-back middle-aged man was taken away, of course, with handcuffs on. As for arguing, he was in so much pain he barely had the strength to defend himself. As for that necklace, as long as he gave the heads up to the evidence room, it would eventually find its way back into his pocket. Is this abuse of power? No. This is returning the item to its rightful owner. Just as Chen Xing left the crowd, a tall, attractive woman with a great figure ran over. Director Chen Xing turned around and saw it was the model Tang Paopao from yesterday's incident. What are you doing here? Is your sister and the others okay? They're fine. I came to thank you. Thank you for saving me and helping me apply for informant status, sparing me from imprisonment. According to the law, Tang Paopao had actually constituted aiding a criminal. Even if she was coerced, her failure to report to the police in time was already a mistake. However, Chen Xing considered that he also bore some responsibility in this matter, so he found Tang Paopao and made her his temporary informant. In this way, she was not only not an accomplice, but also a good citizen assisting in solving the case. Chen Xing smiled lightly. You are also a victim. Although the law is ruthless, the enforcers are compassionate. If you want to repay, how about treating us to a cup of milk tea? If it were last month, for the sake of a system task, Chen Xing would have let her repay him properly. But now, he could only say, women only make me stronger. Chapter 88. The jewelry exhibition ends upon hearing Chen Xing say that she could treat him to milk tea. Tang Paopao was taken aback. Just milk tea is enough? Chen Xing was a bit speechless. Did she expect him to ask for something else? He nodded and said, yeah, that's enough. After all, it's not easy for you to make money. Tang Paopao looked at Chen Xing with immense gratitude. His last sentence really hit a chord with her. Others thought that being a model was easy money, but there were many troubles and sacrifices behind it. The harassment from collaborators and various coercive and enticing unspoken rules made it challenging. Of course, if one could give everything for money, these wouldn't necessarily be problems. Dealing with these troubles had already exhausted her physically and mentally. To maintain her figure, she had to exercise and control her diet every day. She could keep herself clean because she understood that staying pure would give her a higher chance in choosing a partner. The small gains in front of her couldn't compare to the happiness of a lifetime. Without marriage, one couldn't trust a man as nonsense. Just like a saying in the fitness community, train hard for squats, just to sit with the right person. And Tang Paopao felt she had definitely found that right person. Tang Paopao sincerely said, Director Chen, thank you for your concern. However, besides milk tea, I I really want to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Chen Xing helplessly replied, let's talk about it another time. I'm quite busy for the time being. Dang Pao Pao, my. She didn't think Chen Xing was brushing her off since he was often in the news and must be very busy. Okay, then I'll order the milk tea first. Which store do you all like? Chen Xing casually said, Mishue I City. I'm not used to others. But in Tang Peo's eyes, it turned into Chen Xing intentionally choosing the cheapest option to save her money. Chen Xing, brothers, this girl is quite naive. Half an hour later, 2 delivery guys brought over more than 30 cups of milk tea. At first, the security staff at the gate was quite cautious until they received Chen Xing's notification to let them through. To avoid being poisoned, Dahe and Feng Kuai, the 2 clumsy ones, suggested testing the drinks first. However, Chen Xing directly picked up a bottle and started drinking. After all, nothing was more accurate than his 6th sense. If it were poisoned, it would mean danger, and his intuition would definitely warn him. System, alright intuition. This action, in Tang Peo's eyes, turned into Chen Xing's trust in her. In the eyes of Dahe and Feng Kuai, it became Chen Xing's concern for them, willing to test for poison himself rather than let his subordinates take risks. Chen Xing, right, as long as you guys are happy. Milk tea. This group of people is really troublesome. In the monitoring room, Xiao Jinggang looked at the screen showing Tang Pao Pao and said, I bet $100 that she definitely has a crush on our director. Dazue replied with a face full of disbelief, I bet $1,000 that she absolutely loves the director. Dai Xiang legs rolled her eyes at the two. Is this a bet? You two are scamming. Lin Lijia leaned back in his chair with a look of weariness. TSK, how many is this now? God, can you share some of that damned peach blossom luck with us single dogs? Xiao Jinggang and the others were speechless. Was it really a matter of peach blossom luck? It was about modeling, finances, status, and strength. Anyone with any one of those wouldn't have to worry about not being liked, but Chen Xing had them all. A human-shaped hormone model, a fortune of tens of millions, the position of a department head, and extraordinary strength. TSK, with this configuration, who wouldn't shout, my God, husband, love me? The original plan for the exhibition was to last 3 days to a week. But because the jewelers in the city bureau wanted to cash in on this wave of traffic, it dragged on for 10 days. Of course, they showed their appreciation. The agents responsible for the exhibition had their salaries tripled, and each department would receive an extra sponsorship fund. Plus, since Chen Xing also wanted to fish for a bit longer, he agreed. Unfortunately, the following days were calm, with nothing happening, which greatly disappointed Chen Xing. The thief. Are we looking like fools? As for Han Laojia's side, the plan that Bai Badu arranged was already withdrawn. Because Chen Xing's displayed strength was too terrifying, the gunmen and theft teams he recruited fled without a word upon hearing they had a deal with Chen Xing. No kidding. Their strength was not even comparable to those international thieves who had been wiped out by the small superhero of Los Santos, let alone them. Of course, there are brave men under heavy rewards, but Han Laojio had already planned to hire a Japanese swordsmanship master to handle Chen Xing in Hong Kong. So Bai Badu abandoned his previous schemes. During this time, Han Laojio was also extremely annoyed because many unsavory characters were inquiring about his information in the antique street. If the entire antique street wasn't under his control, he might not have realized how quickly those thieves started scouting. Damn little brats. Why get to Hong Kong? Let's see how you die. Han Laojio had already learned that Chen Xing was going to participate in the famous detective competition next month. So he planned to let that Japanese swordsmanship master handle him in Hong Kong, thus reducing his own suspicion. And it would be easier for the swordsmanship master to leave afterward. Of course, Han Laojio could invite the other party, not just because he was rich. The key was that he had some connections with big shots over there, allowing him to spend money to hire them. At the patrol bureau, in the security department's conference room, Chen Xing was handing over the jewelry to the jewelers. The jewelry is fine, right? The appraisers from the jewelers had already completed the inspection. No problem. Chen Xing nodded and placed an agreement on the table. All right, then let's sign this receipt agreement. And I wish everyone a safe journey. It sounded like a blessing, but why did it feel like it wasn't good? After the jewelers signed the agreement, they left one after another with the jewelry. Because of the previous incident with the Gothic jewelry company being wiped out, this time they not only hired bodyguards, but also an armed escort team. Moreover, all accompanying members needed to undergo iris verification to prevent anyone from sneaking in with a human skin mask. Seeing that the jewelry company's team had hired armed escorts made Chen Xing a bit disappointed. After all, he was still hoping that these jewelers would lose their jewelry on the way and then issue a high bounty. Jewelry company, where's your politeness? 7 days later, the The world proved to Chen Xing what it meant that what you think about, you bring about. After the jewelry company sent the jewelry to the auction house, the auction house failed to promptly enhance security, leading to weak security being overwhelmed by bandits. And finally, the underground vault was blown open, with more than 10 auction items being looted. When Chen Xing received the notification, he happened to be wearing the dark light suit, preparing to relax a bit at Han Laojiu's place. This old dog really had incredible luck. Just as he was getting ready to deal with him, something else came up. Chapter 89. Bandit. A devil has taken control of me. The scene of the underground safe in the auction house after being blown up and robbed. Zhang Basang looked grimly at Wang Jiangang and asked, "Have you called Chen Xing?" Wang Jiangang nodded and said, "Yes, I informed him. He said he left a backup plan with the jewelry and is now directly pursuing them. We just need to prepare to collect the bodies." Zhang Basang breathed a sigh of relief. Whenever Chen Xing took action, it always made him feel incredibly at ease. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen to Tianhai City without Chen Xing. He then helplessly said, "Has his killing intent been getting stronger?" Wang Jiangang scratched his head and replied, "Could it be that the enemies are just too weak? They die as soon as he touches them." Zhang Basang fell silent for a moment, puzzled. "Is that so? But sometimes they're alive captives?" Wang Jiangang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because there are too many enemies. When it comes down to the last one or two, it's easier to leave a live captive. After all, if all of them are left alive, what if they launch a surprise attack?" That makes some sense. Zhang Basing nodded. Fortunately, those who were killed by Chen Xing were all deserving of peanuts, so it wasn't a big problem. When the bandits forcibly robbed the auction house, someone had already reported it to the police. After they left, Chen Xing immediately received the call, so they hadn't actually gone far. This gave Chen Xing the opportunity to catch up quickly, since the notorious Nikanda pirates had been wiped out at sea earlier. This group of international bandits gave up on the water route. After the robbery, they arrived at a bus station and boarded a travel agency's bus. Next, they would pretend to be tourists and take the bus out of Tianhai to the neighboring city, then fly to Yin province and escape from there. The driver of this travel agency bus was not one of their own, but someone they had temporarily hired from the agency. Virum. The roar of a motorcycle sounded behind the bus. Late at night, there were hardly any vehicles leaving the city, giving Chen Xing the chance to floor the gas pedal. The bandits in the bus didn't notice anything unusual. After all, no one would expect the police officers coming to catch them would ride such a flashy motorcycle. They just thought Chen Xing was a reckless street racer. As Chen Xing sped past the bus, he activated his X-ray vision to take a look. Soon he discovered there were more than a dozen bandits on the bus, all armed with guns and grenades, while the driver was just an ordinary person. Chen Xing also saw a family photo on the dashboard, with the driver and his wife each holding a child. It seemed he was innocently hired or sent by the company. Chen Xing originally planned to directly board the bus and start a killing spree. But if he climbed onto the bus and attacked directly, the driver would definitely be shot to pieces by stray bullets. So he decided to change his strategy. He revved the engine, accelerated to the road ahead, then pulled up the front of the motorcycle and began his performance. The people inside the bus were immediately attracted to the commotion. Damn, why are these annoying motorcycle idiots everywhere? Driving so fast and still daring to show off. DLL crash and die. Just as the bandit leader finished speaking, Chen Xing deliberately caused the motorcycle tire to skid out of control. And soon the bike and rider separated, sliding and rolling in the middle of the road. Anyone else would have fallen and made a fool of themselves, even in riding gear, but Chen Xing, with his skills, was completely unharmed. He just rolled a few times, got his clothes dirty, and broke his helmet. After the motorcycle rolled a few times, it came to a stop in the middle of the road and caught fire. Chen Xing lay on the ground, feeling a bit heartbroken. He really liked that bike. However, out with the old, in with the new, he would have the department buy him a better one later. Motorcycle, scumbag, called me little spring breeze while riding, and now that he crashed, he says a new one will be better. Oh crap, something really happened. The driver quickly slammed on the brakes and pulled the bus to the side of the road. The bandits also looked at their leader in unison. Boss, you were right. The bandit leader frowned and said, get down and drag him to the side of the road. Don't block our way. We can't waste time. Oh. Two foreign bandits immediately got up and told the driver to open the door. The driver looked at them in surprise, thinking they were quite enthusiastic. Hee. The two foreign bandits couldn't help but chuckle. After the driver opened the door, he got down with them. After all, Chen Xing was lying in the middle of the road, and if a car came from behind and ran him over, it would be troublesome. So the driver thought moving him to the side of the road was no big deal. However, when they reached Chen Xing's side and planned to lift him up, the lying Chen Xing suddenly moved, thrusting his hands directly into the chests of the two bandits. The driver, who was about to grab Chen Xing's legs, was so scared he collapsed on the ground. "Run, it's dangerous here," Chen Xing warned him and then turned toward the bus. With a powerful kick, the asphalt cracked and sank slightly. The next second, he shot toward the bus like a missile. The bandits on the bus didn't pay much attention to the accident. Some were watching movies, others were sleeping. Only one or two noticed the flying Chen Xing, but it was too sudden. By the time they reacted and reached for their weapons, Chen Xing's black-red hands had already torn through the windshield, charging into the bus and smashing the heads of the bandits who reacted first. Bang, bang, bang. When the two sleeping bandits were awakened by the sound of balloons popping, they found warm goo splattered all over their faces. When they touched the goo on their faces, they realized it was a mix of red, yellow, and white. Having killed for years, they never imagined what this was. As they stood up in terror, they discovered the headless bodies of their comrades lying in the aisle between the seats. When they finally reacted and looked for the enemy, a pair of blood-soaked hands pressed down on their heads from behind. "Don't move, or you'll blow your heads off." At that moment, they felt as if they were being controlled by a devil. A chill shot from their souls straight to the top of their heads. Their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to move at all, as the headless bodies on the bus had already explained everything. After a while, the traffic police arrived. At first, they thought it was a traffic accident when they saw the road surveillance. But upon arrival, seeing the two hard-extracted corpses, the stunned driver, and the bus filled with a foul odor, they realized they were dealing with a super major case. Just as they called the dispatch, they received a reply. It was Chief Chen from the city bureau who was catching bandits. Since he got there first, go help control the two live captives on the bus. Yes. The two traffic police, hearing this, eagerly headed to the bus. The sight of goo flying everywhere in the bus became an unforgettable psychological shadow for them for the rest of their lives. Chapter 90. Heartbroken for Chief Chen. Could you please not make it so bloody next time? Some newcomers might need psychological counseling after seeing this. Wang Jiangan said with that as he watched Chen Xing washing his hands by the roadside. Chen Xing shrugged, looking helpless. What can I do? Their heads were just at the right height for me to take them out quickly. These thugs had already slaughtered the entire security staff of the auction house and blown up the vault. If I gave them time to react, I would have been in a tough fight, and you wouldn't want to be stuck in my position. Wang Jiangan felt a bit awkward, realizing that was indeed the case. He would rather see the thugs turn into meat paste than have Chen Xing get hurt. After all, if Chen Xing were to get injured and take leave again, the burden of the entire precinct would fall back on him. He had lost 5 pounds in just 1 month last month. For a martial artist, that was absurd. After all, unless there was a serious illness. A martial artist who didn't have time to train would only gain weight, not lose it drastically. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. We were too presumptuous. You've worked hard. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble again." Chen Xing smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I'm just here for the bounty. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to rest." Wang Jiangan looked at the wrecked Spring Breeze vehicle and said, "Your car is destroyed. I'll have someone take you home." "Okay." Chen Xing nodded. He was waiting here because he needed a ride. Running back would be tiring, especially at night when running too fast could scare people. The next day, news spread in Tianhai that the auction house had been attacked, resulting in the deaths of over 10 security guards, and the underground vault had been bombed and looted. Soon after, self-media and internet celebrities from all over rushed to the sealed-off auction house for clicks and views. Some trashy internet celebrities even deliberately stirred up controversy between the Tianhai City Bureau and Chen Xing for attention. Isn't the Tianhai City Bureau supposed to be impressive? Isn't Chief Chen supposed to be amazing? How long will it take to solve such a serious case? If those thugs get away, it would be a joke. Foolish streamer. Clown streamer. The Tianhai City Bureau has already issued a notice. They caught them last night, but of the 12 thugs, only 2 were captured alive. The rest were shot dead. 25 minutes to solve the case. If it took days, those thugs would have already been buried. Everyone hurried to Tushio. A genius has obtained the surveillance footage of Chief Chen killing the thugs. It's absolutely epic. I'm out. Clown streamer can play by himself. Haha, I'm leaving. And here's a report for you, no thanks. The live broadcast room has been temporarily closed due to a large number of user reports for violations. The trashy streamers who had been stirring up trouble for Chen Xing looked at the black screen of the live broadcast room, utterly defeated. Soon, a large number of netizens heard the news and flooded into Tushio, finding the hackers' compilation of last night's surveillance footage through tags. They saw a bus driving down a quiet suburban road. Suddenly, a motorcycle roared and sped up behind it. The screen switched to the bus's dashcam, showing the motorcycle performing stunts like popping a wheelie in front of the bus. After a few tricks, the motorcycle suddenly lost control and crashed, with the reckless rider tumbling and sliding far down the road. The motorcycle itself rolled and exploded after sliding a distance. Seeing this, many people were stunned. At university basketball court, a large crowd gathered around a tablet watching the video. Ha ha, this is great. Look at that rider trying to show off. Wait, what is this? Didn't they say Chief Chen was catching thugs? This seems fishy. Could this be Chief Chen? No way, that's too funny. Funny my ass. You guys don't understand anything. The news said the thugs use a tourist bus to escape. The driver is definitely innocent. And if Chief Chen wanted to stop them without alarming them, he had to create a traffic accident to force the bus to stop. Hiss. No way. That's a real crash. The helmet is completely smashed. The crowd fell silent, continuing to watch the video with a serious expression. If that rider really was Chief Chen, it was truly heartbreaking. Soon, the bus stopped about 10 meters from the fallen rider. The dashcam captured the conversation between the thugs and the bus driver, followed by the sound of the door opening. Then, two tall foreign thugs and the bus driver appeared at the front of the bus, heading towards the rider lying on the ground. As they bent down to lift the rider, the crowd finally saw what they wanted. A hand suddenly burst through the back of the thug, facing away from the dashcam. Gasps erupted at the basketball court. Whoa, it pierced through. This is insane. Then came an even more intense scene. The rider, who should have been lying dead, suddenly crouched up from the ground and launched himself towards the bus, moving so fast that the footage became blurry. In the next second, a pair of black and red hands tore through the windshield, and the dashcam and internal bus footage went dark. The last frame of the bus surveillance showed 10 thugs inside the cabin. In other words, Chen Xing was about to face 1v10, and all of them were armed thugs. Then, in the dark footage, the sound of balloons popping echoed, along with an unclear warning. Finally, Chen Xing's voice rang out, clearer this time. Old Wang, it's all taken care of. Send someone over, bring plenty of water, I need to wash my hands. The smell of foreign blood is killing me. Everyone was stunned at this point. A final round of gasps broke the silence, and others began to exclaim in shock. Whoa, so awesome. Absolutely incredible. His hands pierced through the thug's chest. And that last line, I've taken care of it, I need to wash my hands, is just insane. Hurry, open the comment section. I want to see what others are saying. The university student holding the tablet immediately opened the comment section. Fighting is awesome. When his hands suddenly pierced through the thug, I felt like I was on cloud 9, as expected of the iron-handed detective. Truly worthy of a name. I just calculated. There were 8 shots in 2 seconds inside the bus, and since the news said there were only 2 survivors, those 8 shots mean 8 thugs were taken out in 2 seconds. Yes, simply Superman. Another classic line for the year. I need to wash my hands. The smell of foreign blood is killing me. Wait, doesn't anyone feel sorry for my husband? He created a traffic accident to protect the innocent driver, but he really got hurt badly. Heartbroken for Chief Chen. The car slid for dozens of meters and exploded. He must be hurt too, right? Yeah, it's so touching. To avoid raising the thug's suspicions, he actually used his own body to create a traffic accident. I'm crying. Chapter 91, New Identity. The door-killing maniac Tang said when Chen Xing woke up at noon and saw the news, he really felt speechless. He didn't want to be famous. After all, fame brings trouble. His personality destined him to be a romantic playboy, and if he was constantly being watched, how could he continue to be carefree? Even if the major competition would produce a show, he had already thought of a strategy. When the time came, he would wear a mask and glasses like Superman. And once the show was over, it would still be hard for others to recognize him. The department wouldn't force him to appear in public anyway. After all, maintaining a low profile was beneficial for Chen Xing's investigations and a good thing for the department. Since he had worked overtime and got injured last night, Chen Xing didn't plan to go to the bureau these days. To be honest, he had almost forgotten that he could take sick leave since he hadn't checked the news. After all, he really did take a hard fall, and his car was wrecked. How could he be fine? No external injuries? Do you understand internal injuries? Just because I didn't go to the hospital doesn't mean I don't like to see an old Chinese doctor. Thinking of this, Chen Xing touched his chin. Isn't this a chance to reimburse some medicine? This time, he had earned the bureau several million in funding. It wouldn't be unreasonable to get some tonics, right? In fact, the bureau was indeed arranging for a supercar as an official vehicle for him. But it wasn't a 4-wheeled supercar. It was a 2-wheeled one. After all, Chen Xing's Spring Breeze motorcycle was wrecked last night. The one applying for it wasn't anyone else but Wang Jiangang. After all, the case Chen Xing was handling should have been the responsibility of their arm investigation division. and he had resolved one huge problem after another. It would be inappropriate for them not to show their appreciation. Zhang Basang looked at the purchase application with a dark expression. Jiangang, are you serious? You guys in the Armed Investigation Division want to buy a motorcycle worth over 500,000. The Bureau may have become a bit wealthier, but we can't just go all out like this. This is for Section Chief Chen, after all. His motorcycle was wrecked while catching criminals last night. As soon as Zhang Basang heard it was for Chen Xing, he was immediately stunned. Over 500,000. Doesn't he seem too expensive? After all, Chen Xing had generated nearly 40 million for the Bureau. Although some of it might need to be sent to the ministry, they were still rolling in wealth. Thinking of this, he directly picked up the pen and signed. After signing, he frowned and said, "What about rainy days? Get a better off-road vehicle on the list, nothing below 1 million. All right." Wang Jiangang nodded happily. With these two big gifts, once Chen Xing is happy, he might help them solve a couple more cases, making it worth it. However, before he could leave, Lin Lijie came over with Chen Xing's report and leave request. "Chief, Wang Ku is also here. This is Section Chief Chen's leave request. He said he was injured last night and needs to rest for a few days." Huh? Wang Jiangang was stunned. It seemed like Chen Xing was fine last night. Was he forcing himself? Zhang Basang also expressed concern. Did he go to the hospital? Do you need me to contact the hospital? He didn't doubt the injury. As he had seen the road surveillance and dashcam footage, Chen Xing indeed fell hard. Lin Lijie said, "No need." He said he prefers to see an old Chinese doctor for internal injuries, but he will need the Bureau to reimburse the medical expenses later. Zhang Basang nodded. "Okay, you help him apply for reimbursement later, and I'll approve it. Let him rest well." "All right, I'll go see him and pass on your message." Lin Lijie nodded. Knowing that the visit was just an excuse, he actually wanted to go to Chen Xing's house to relax. Knowing Chen Xing as he did, if he were really injured, it wouldn't just be a few days of leave. A slacker knows a slacker best. Half an hour later, the investigation team arrived at Chen Xing's villa. As soon as little King Kong entered, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, Section Chief Chen, you actually live in a villa? Is that a swimming pool?" Chen Xing shook his head and said, "What swimming pool? It's only a few meters. It's at most a large outdoor bathtub." Wow, this kind of humble brag is meaningless. Since the weather was nice, Chen Xing invited everyone to sit in the garden pavilion. "You probably don't have much work right now, so let us have hot pot for lunch. In the afternoon, I'll give you some pointers." "Thank you, Chief." Everyone was very happy. Working while relaxing and getting guidance from a big shot was truly enjoyable. In the evening, Lin Lijie took the 8 people back to the Bureau to clock out. After dinner, Chen Xing typed for a while and then went to sleep. After all, there were other enjoyable activities later. At 3 in the morning, in Han Lao Jiu's yard, Chen Xing appeared on the highest rooftop wearing a black sweatshirt and a Poseidon mask. As for why it was the Poseidon mask, everyone would understand later. A patrolling bodyguard sensed something and turned his head, and the next second, a blood hole appeared in the back of his head. This was his ancestral martial art, the piercing finger, which he rarely used and hadn't reported. Apart from his stepmother, hardly anyone knew that their family still practiced this martial art. He originally mastered ancestral martial arts that included internal energy techniques like the circular energy cultivation, martial skills like iron thread fist, ruthless iron hand, piercing finger, and earth-shaking leg. As mentioned in Chapter 7, later, he acquired techniques such as the 13 Protectors of Horizontal Training, Tang Sect's Hidden Weapons Manual, Ghostly Steps of Tang Sect's Poison Manual, 100 Cracks Leg, 100 Cracks Palm, Flying Crane Leg, Jade Skill, and Unyielding Spear. While guiding little King Kong and the others, he learned common martial arts like Xingyi Quan, Bak Ji Quan, Mysterious Tracking Fist, Wing Chun, Iron Shirt, and Split Hanging Fist. Except for the internal skills of Jade Skill and Tang Sect's Poison Manual, he had mastered everything else. So, talent is indeed very important. He combined his guidance and learned quickly, while the 8 novices took several years to achieve minor success. Thud! The bodyguard with a big imagination fell to the ground, and other patrolling bodyguards turned around to see what happened. Chen Xing activated the ghostly steps of Tang Sect, moving like a ghost among them. The next second, several of them fell with blood holes in their foreheads or hearts. The result of his rampage quickly alarmed the security in the monitoring room. However, before the guards in the monitoring room could grab their walkie-talkies, Chen Xing appeared in the monitoring room like a ghost, eliminating everyone inside. Then he destroyed all the mainframes in the monitoring room. Just now, while killing the patrol team, he exposed the ghostly steps on camera to pin the blame on the Tang Sect. The crimes committed by the Tang Sect killer Tang San have nothing to do with Section Chief Chen. In the underworld, who doesn't he have a few identities? And with no surveillance, it was time for the ghostly steps to shine. In the quiet night, a massacre quietly unfolded in the courtyard. In the end, even the lookout outside the courtyard was killed by Chen Xing and thrown into the yard. Han Lao Jiu suddenly woke up in the middle of his sleep, feeling a strong presence of other people in the room. Just as he woke up perfectly, he said, "Let's go to the bathroom and wash your face." Chapter 92. Sudden Wealth. Gu Gu Lu Lu. Wow. Help. Gu Lu Lu. Han Lao Jiu was pressed by Chen Xing in the toilet, enjoying a top-notch hair washing service, happily shouting and yelling. Chen Xing felt it was about time and pulled Han Lao Jiu up. "Stop shouting. Everyone in the courtyard has already been dealt with, except for the little kids who don't understand." Han Lao Jiu coughed a few times, gasping for breath. Cough, cough. Hoo-hoo. Then he looked up at Chen Xing, gritting his teeth, and said, "You are Chen Xing? You are Chen Xing, right? How dare you treat me like this?" Chen Xing did not respond, but pressed his head back into the toilet. "All right, let us start the second round of cleansing." "No." Woo-woo-goo-goo-loo-loo-loo. After 3 rounds of cleansing, Han Lao Jiu slumped to the ground, his face ashen, completely giving up on struggling and resisting. "Where's the treasure vault where you hide your antiques?" "It used to be here, but because of the Theft King competition, I moved all the antiques to a building at Phoenix Terrace." "What the hell? Isn't that the villa area where he lives?" He remembered that a historical professor who worked in the capital lived there, and he knew Han Lao Jiu's grandfather. History, archaeology, and grave robbing are inseparable. It seems the other party is likely Han Lao Jiu's white glove. Since it's in his own community, it would be easy to take action. Chen Xing then asked, "Who else was involved in setting up the jewelry exhibition?" Han Lao Jiu replied honestly, "A few bosses from Luoyang, they invited the clever by Baotou, and there's also Wang Yubang who handles transportation. As for the others, there are some from the city." Chen Xing nodded and asked, "How much savings and assets do you have?" "Cash savings of over 7 billion. 300 kilograms of gold in the vault, several antiques, a listed company, and..." Han Lao Jiu took 10 minutes to fully explain all his savings and assets. Chen Xing recorded the latter part with a spare phone. "Do you have any anonymous accounts abroad?" Han Lao Jiu nodded. "Yes, most of the funds are there." Chen Xing was both delighted and a bit annoyed. Delighted because he was about to get rich from this. Annoyed because these people put money in foreign banks. Once they die, the money would benefit foreigners. He then asked, "How much is there in named accounts domestically?" "About 500 million. Han Lo Yi estimated." Chen Xing immediately pulled him up, saying, "Get up, donate all that 500 million to me, then give me the anonymous account and the key." Oh, brainwashing truly is a concept skill produced by the system. Even someone like Han Lao Jiu, an underground emperor, was brainwashed into becoming an obedient and honest person. He didn't keep over 500 million in one card. So it took more than 10 transfers to finish the donation. The donated money was all given to relatively clean charitable organizations that Chen Xing had only investigate. Although these charitable organizations weren't very famous, they were genuinely doing work, and every penny was used effectively, not wasted. After transferring the money, Han Lao Jiu handed over the computer key he had hidden in a secret compartment of his bookshelf to Chen Xing. He then took out a notebook to write down the account number, but after he tore off the paper, Chen Xing tore off the last few pages as well to avoid leaving any writing traces. Finally, Chen Xing asked, "Who else knows about people who have deep hostility towards me and want to harm me?" Han Lao Jiu continued, "My subordinate Liang Qi, his brother, the one-eyed Iron Hawk, was framed by you as the eye-opening demon and killed. He has been thinking about revenge." Chen Xing had long anticipated that the people around the one-eyed dragon would definitely not believe he was the eye-opening demon. But they certainly wouldn't dare to stand up to clear the other's name, because they were dirty themselves. "What do you think the eye-opening demon has to do with me?" Han Lao Jiu expressed his guess. "He is your friend. His appearance seems to be intentionally helping you make a comeback." Chen Xing casually asked, "Who else knows about this matter?" Han Lao Jiu shook his head. "No one. We dare not let anyone know. We fear the eye-opening demon might retaliate." "What the hell? Afraid of my disguise, but not afraid of me in person. Huh?" Chen Xing took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Who else?" Han Lao Jiu said, "The previous city mayor. He was made to lose his wife and children because of you, and he has been using his connections to seek revenge on you." Then Han Lao Jiu remembered something and added, "Also, the great sword master Fei Village Jiulang." Chen Xing was a bit confused. "Wait, what grudge do I have with this Fei Village Jiulang?" Han Lao Jiu awkwardly said, "I previously spent 100 million to hire him, planning to have him kill you in Hong Kong. I can cancel the task." But Chen Xing shook his head. "No need. The blood of a master must be very rich. A master is indeed very strong, but what if I open it? Then he would still have to practice. Choose a place that your trusted subordinates all know, preferably without surveillance, and call them all to gather. Han Laojiu paused for a moment, then understood what Chen Xing was planning to do, and couldn't he help but smile bitterly. However, thinking that those he mixed with were not good people, dying with him could be considered benefiting society. He immediately nodded, all right. Then Han Laojiu picked up his phone and made the call. Achi, gather everyone at Warehouse 13. I need to temporarily hide from the storm and arrange things. Liang Qi was a bit confused and asked, Jiu Yi, isn't it more convenient to go to your courtyard? Han Laojiu replied impatiently. The courtyard is being monitored. Do you want to be monitored together? Liang Qi clearly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Seeing that Han Laojiu's reasoning made sense, he didn't think much of it and quickly replied, Warehouse 13 is good. I'll notify everyone right away. Then Chen Xing directly disabled Han Laojiu's mobility with 2 fingers and set fire to his bedroom. He had stayed here too long, and this was the best way to eliminate all traces. The reason for not directly killing Han Laojiu was that he had inhaled some toilet water, and letting him live to be burned to death while inhaling a lot of smoke would help dissolve the remaining toilet water in his lungs. The fire spread quickly because Han Laojiu's bedroom was decorated in an ancient style, using a lot of wood, leather, and other flammable materials. Plus, there were sheets, pillowcases, and mattresses, which are even more flammable. Watching Han Laojiu scream miserably in the fire, Chen Xing realized that other than wanting to laugh, he felt nothing at all. After watching him burn to death on the bed, Chen Xing turned and left. Meanwhile, many people had gathered at Warehouse 13. Brother Qi, why did Jiu Yi call us here? Liang Qi smiled and said, you'll know when Jiu Yi arrives. Liang Qi was feeling pleased because if Han Laojiu ran away, he would become the boss here. Chapter 93 Hide and Seek. Are all the people here? Liang Qi, holding a cigar and looking radiant, stood at the entrance of Warehouse number 13. A subordinate nodded and said, everyone's here, just missing Brother Jiu. All here? Then why are there still people on the road? Liang Qi glared at his subordinate and then pointed to a figure suddenly appearing under the streetlight, wearing a black hoodie and walking against the light. The subordinate scratched his head and said, probably someone asked little brother. When Chen Xing stepped into the light in front of the warehouse, Liang Qi saw that Chen Xing was wearing a mask and that his white-gloved hands were covered in blood. His pupils dilated, and he had a bad feeling. Just then, Chen Xing disappeared right before his eyes. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then everything went dark as he lost consciousness. He died without even realizing how he had met his end. After swiftly dealing with a few people at the door, Chen Xing walked directly into warehouse number 13. Under the curious gazes of those inside, he slowly closed the warehouse door. Hey, what are you doing? Where are Brother Qi and Brother Jiu? My uncle hasn't arrived yet. Why are you closing the door? Since half of these people were related to Han Laojiu, no one thought that Han Laojiu had called them here to harm them. Wait, why is he wearing a mask? Damn it. Could it be that Liang Qi is planning a rebellion? Realizing something was off, a cautious leader immediately told his subordinates, go. Capture him. 2 third-rate warrior bodyguards immediately pulled out daggers and electric batons and rushed over. In less than a second, they fell to the ground with blood holes in their chests. Dark red blood pooled on the ground in an instant. Chen Xing smiled and said, I'll give you 3 minutes to play hide and seek. After 3 minutes, I will start hunting. If you can hide for 5 minutes, you can live. A hot-tempered blonde youth grabbed a crowbar from a nearby wooden box and shouted angrily, hide my ass. Everyone, attack. Yes, just one person. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances and began to look for weapons in the warehouse before slowly surrounding Chen Xing. Go! The bodyguards charged to the front, only to be cut down one by one like wheat. Chen Xing shook the blood off his hands and gently smiled. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Standing still counts as time. The leaders holding weapons at the outer circle were already pale with fear. Once they regained their senses, they turned to run, frantically searching for hiding spots in the warehouse like headless flies. But they didn't realize that no matter how they hid, it was useless because Chen Xing had X-ray vision. Chen Xing picked up a phone from a corpse and used the dead man's finger to unlock it. Then he opened the music player and selected a song, Counting Sheep. Under the influence of this dark music, the atmosphere in warehouse number 13 became even more eerie. Meanwhile, several leaders had found hiding spots, trembling as they concealed themselves. Of course, some took out their phones to call for help. Quick, come to warehouse number 13. I don't know where it is. Damn it, it's south behind the logistics park next to Dewan Fishing Village. Remember to bring guns. We encountered a killer. As for calling the police, they were all social parasites. At a time like this, seeking help from the police would only lead to ridicule. Time's up. I'm coming for you. Chen Xing continued playing the music. Those hiding in enclosed spaces couldn't see outside, and could only judge Chen Xing's location by the music. Some heard the music far away and breathed a sigh of relief, while others heard the music getting closer and felt their hearts leap to their throats. The blonde youth who had shouted earlier was now hiding in a large wooden box filled with half a box of packing paper. Hearing the music nearby, he could barely breathe. Suddenly, bang! The sound of wood breaking echoed, followed by a weak scream. The first one, and 13 left. After Chen Xing's voice rang out, footsteps followed the rhythm of the music again. The blonde youth gripped the crowbar tightly, finding only the cold metal could provide him with a shred of safety. As the music and footsteps drew nearer, sweat began to pour down his forehead. At that moment, a phone rang in another location. Chen Xing's lips curled up slightly as he temporarily abandoned his target and headed toward the source of the ringing phone. The unfortunate soul whose phone rang realized he couldn't stay hidden any longer, crawled out from under a machine covered with a dust cloth, and dashed toward the warehouse door. Just as he reached the door to unlock it, the music suddenly blared behind him. Tick-tock, make me creep, never-ending, counting sheep. He trembled all over, his hand gripping the door lock, shaking like it was sifting grain. He slowly turned around, leaning against the warehouse door, collapsing to the ground. No, please don't kill me. I have a wife and kids waiting for me at home. Chen Xing paused for a moment and said, a wife you abuse, 5 lovers who are other people's wives, and several little bastards you have others raise, right? The man's face changed drastically, terror filling his eyes as he looked at Chen Xing's eyes beneath the mask. How do you know? Because you have a guilty conscience, Chen Xing said softly. But to that man's ears, it was filled with horror. His adrenaline surged again, and he suddenly grabbed the ground and ran. You're not human. You're definitely not human. The next moment, the man's terrified screams abruptly stopped. Chen Xing raised his bloodied finger and said, Shoo, don't disturb the others. The second one, 12 left. Time left 3 minutes. With a movement, Chen Xing instantly appeared behind the wooden box where the blonde youth was hiding. Hearing the music just behind the box, the young man felt his heart skip a beat. Bang! Splurt! Chen Xing pulled his hand out from inside the box, bringing out a large amount of blood. This young man has a bit of high blood pressure. Chen Xing joked, then teleported to the next target. Because the terrifying feeling of music suddenly appearing behind him, even when it was still far away, made the enemies shudder even more, and it pleased him greatly. In less than 5 minutes, as the music ended, Chen Xing opened the warehouse door and left. Of course, when he left, he set the warehouse ablaze, bringing a warm touch to those cold corpses. Next up was the antiques in a building at Fenghuangtai. Where should they be moved to? Hey, system buddy, can't you get a storage space for me? Chapter 94. Special Storage. Detected that the host has a strong demand to increase tasks, now issuing a time-limited unlocking task. Special Storage. The more concealed pockets on the body, the more things can be stored. Unlock. Obtain 100 national treasures within a week. Penalty. Clear the balance of the bank card under your name. Chen Xing was shocked. The system actually showed some humanity this time. However, the task of obtaining 100 national treasures seemed a bit difficult, but if the penalty was just to clear his assets, he wasn't too worried. After all, his money was in the bank, and if it were gone, the bank would definitely be responsible. Moreover, the bank card obtained from Han Laojiu today was not under his name. In other words, this penalty was almost ineffective for him. Accepting the time-limited unlocking task. Ability distribution. Chen Xing suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. He was now capable of special storage. The most conspicuous pockets on his body transformed into spaces comparable to suitcases, and his underwear, being the most mysterious small pocket, became the best storage place. This ability was clearly a play on words. After all, to call someone special storage is just another way of saying they're showing off, right? And what is the most show-off item, if not underwear? Chen Xing estimated he could fit an aircraft carrier in there. No, wait. There was already one named Xing inside, so he could still fit another. Though he knew some sadly married men like to hide their secret stash in their underwear. He never expected that one day he would acquire the ability that these poor souls dreamed of. If this ability were given to them, it probably wouldn't just be secret money. They might fit cigarettes, beer, lighters, playing cards, mahjong, fishing rods, and toolboxes. Chen Xing used his ghostly steps to arrive at a high-rise building, then used the building as a midpoint to return to the rooftop of his home. On the rooftop, He used LED lights to surround a potted plant to create a giant star symbol, so he could directly return home using his ghostly steps when seen from above. Once home, he immediately took a shower. After changing into a clean night outfit, he used ghostly steps to reach the rooftop of building number 1. The lock on the rooftop door was easily crushed and pulled out by him, as if it were tofu. After opening the door, he dismantled the entire door and stored it in his mysterious small pocket, as the gap would easily reveal that it was forcibly removed. I must say, aside from the somewhat strange and unrefined movements, this ability really is quite capable of storing. From the rooftop down to the 3rd floor of the villa, Chen Xing saw many wooden boxes. He casually opened a long wooden box and found a well-maintained bronze sword. Without hesitation, Chen Xing stored the sword along with the wooden box into his mysterious small pocket. Recorded National Treasure Level Bronze Weapon, Qi Xiao Sword, Task Progress, 1100. What the heck? Qi Xiao Sword? The sword of Han Gaozu Lubang? The legendary Imperial Sword? Chen Xing was shocked and looked at the wooden boxes piled from the 3rd floor living room to the bedroom. It seemed this unlocking task wasn't too hard to complete. If the quantity wasn't enough, he could also check out Sakura Sang. After all, with ghostly steps, it wasn't far from Tianhai. What a night of harvest. Chen Xing was too lazy to open each box for inspection. He wasn't very knowledgeable about these items, so he just stored everything. Recorded National Treasure Level Porcelain, Imperial Blue and White, Task Progress, 2100. Recorded National Treasure Level Inkstone used by Tang Gaozong, Task Progress, 3100. Recorded National Treasure Level Bronze Artifact, 9 cattle pulling a cart, Task Progress, 9100. Recorded National Treasure Level Bronze Vessel, Han Wudi's Taishan Sacrificial Tripod, Task Progress, 10,100. Recorded National Treasure Level Painting and Calligraphy, Let S Drink, Task Progress, 11,100. Recorded National Treasure Level Jade Artifact, Golden Threaded Jade Garment, Task Progress, 12,100. After collecting 2 floors of wooden boxes, he completed a 10th of the task progress, which made Chen Xing very happy. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. These greedy cultural relic dealers had collected so much. How much had they sold off? He walked down the stairs to the 1st floor, where the small wooden boxes for storing items looked a bit shabby. He casually opened one and saw a lot of packing material. After pushing aside the packing material, his eyes widened. It was filled with shiny gold bars. He suddenly remembered that Han Lao Jio had indeed mentioned earlier that 300 kilograms of gold and some jewelry had also been moved here. Oh my, it's all mine. As boxes of gold, emeralds, and jade were stored into his mysterious small pocket, the entire villa returned to its original clean and tidy state. Looking at the clean villa, Chen Xing felt he had done a good deed again. After returning from one rooftop to his own rooftop, Chen Xing immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, he remembered something. The items were still stored in his mysterious small pocket. This skill wasn't as convenient as he imagined. By the way, would going to the bathroom be affected? Chen Xing tried it, and the items didn't fall out, they remained in some space. Then he tried taking out something and found that if he wasn't wearing anything, he couldn't access the items. It seemed that the underwear was just the key to accessing this portable space, not a restriction. After understanding this, he felt relieved and went to take a shower. After finishing his shower and preparing for bed, it was already almost dawn outside. In the early morning, the fire in Han Lao Jio's yard was finally put out. However, the fire was merely the least significant issue here. The department head, besides the nanny, the chef, and the infants, all the other 126 people had been killed instantly by special techniques. Han Lao Jio and the bodyguards living in the same yard had their bodies burned to charcoal. Wang Jianong's hands trembled. This was a major case, one that could crush him. This was 126 lives in a time of peace, simply shocking. Of course, he would soon find out that this 126 was not the full count. Ding ding. His phone rang. It was C2 Jia from the Public Investigation Department. Department Head C, what's the matter? C2 Jia said, behind the Dewan Fishing Village Logistics Park. A murder case occurred, with 46 bodies discovered, all killed by special techniques. Some of the others seem to be related to Han Lao Jio, likely linked to your case. You should send someone to take over. Wang Jiangang felt as if the sky had fallen. 126-46, 172 lives. The department would probably be alarmed. At this moment, he just wanted to shout, Director Chun, save me. However, since Han Lao Jio was dead, it would be polite enough if Chen Xing didn't come to the scene and pop champagne. When Wang Jiangang reported the situation to Zhang Basang, Zhang Basang regretted not retiring earlier. Given the current situation in Tianhai, this matter could not be suppressed at all. and Chen Xing was on leave, in a state of being unselectable. It was a complete disaster. Chapter 95. The New White Magician. According to Murphy's Law, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. The massacre of Han Laojiu's family eventually gained traction online, causing a huge uproar in society. Wow, over 170 lives lost. What kind of grudge is this? I heard that except for the servants, chef, and children, everyone else was killed with a single strike by the murderer. Tianhai truly deserves to be called the Little Los Santos. Los Santos. Actually, we're not that outrageous, thank you. Ha! The people of Tianhai are really living life to the fullest. By the way, isn't Chief Chen around? Chief Chen, hurry up and take action. Chief Chen has been on sick leave since yesterday due to a car accident. So he could get injured too? Of course. If it were an ordinary person, they've already been buried, and he only took a few days off. Talk about tough. Actually, this case is probably unsolvable. If I were the murderer, I'd have already fled. At the very least, we need to identify the murderer. In the police station, although the surveillance mainframe was damaged, Chen Xing intentionally left the hard drive behind. The tech department quickly extracted some footage from the hard drive recorded last night. In the footage, a person from the patrol team suddenly looked up at the roof, and then a shadow appeared and killed him. The shadow then used an incredibly ghostly movement to kill the others as well. After a while, the surveillance went dark, likely because the mainframe was destroyed by other accomplices. Wang Jiangang watched the footage with excitement. Send me that clip. I need to go to the Martial Arts Association and ask my seniors what kind of movement this is, so I can narrow down which sect the murder belongs to. After the tech department sent the clip to Wang Jiangang, he immediately went to the Tianhai Martial Arts Association for a visit. The president of the association was a master who traveled the world, so he was received by the vice president, Qian Yulai. Qian Yulai, hailing from the Fian sect, recognized the movement in the surveillance footage immediately, clapping his hands and saying, "This is the ghost shadow step, one of the superior movements of the Tang sect, only learned by the direct disciples. This murderer is likely from the Tang sect, possibly a high-level assassin. Tang sect assassins." Wang Jiangang exclaimed joyfully. With this information, it would be easier to find them. He then opened several photos for Qian Yulai to see. "Can you identify these fatal wounds? Can you tell what kind of finger technique was used?" Qian Yulai shook his head and said, "I can't tell. Such wounds can be inflicted by many finger techniques at a high level, and the Tang sect emphasizes hidden weapons. Their finger techniques are the driving force behind those weapons, so they have many powerful finger techniques, such as the broken gold finger, Xinyu hand, and Yan Wang finger, all of which can inflict such wounds." Wang Jingang nodded. With so many clues pointing to the Tang sect, it was safe to say the suspect range had been narrowed down, and the next step was to investigate the people from the Tang sect thoroughly. "Thank you, Elder Qian. You're welcome." Soon, Wang Jiangang reported the clues upward, and under pressure, Zhang Basang had no choice but to announce the progress of the case. Once the announcement was made, the online community became lively again. Wow, the murderer turned out to be a Tang sect assassin. No way, it's already this age. How can there still be such things? Is the country not taking action? Tang sect, we're just an ordinary sect. Our members have side jobs, and we can't manage everything. Actually, the country does keep tabs. Everyone in the Tang sect is registered and their movements are recorded. So, if they really want to investigate, it shouldn't be hard to pinpoint the suspects. Meanwhile, what was Chief Chen doing? Of course, he was admiring his masterpiece. Chen Xing closed the news webpage and couldn't help but smile. Next, some people from the Tang sect were going to have headaches. He had a bit of a grudge against the Tang sect. The first case he took after entering the field was carried out by a Tang sect assassin. The perpetrator had hidden gas bombs and explosives in the corpse, which detonated when the coroner examined it. As a result, the corpse's stomach exploded, releasing toxic gas, and several brothers in his team were incapacitated by the gas. He was on the periphery maintaining the scene at the time, so he wasn't affected. All the blame fell on the disciples of the Tang sect leader, and the Tang sect not only refused to hand anyone over, but also let them escape. Under the bounty and pursuit, the suspects ultimately fled abroad, living freely ever since, and that case was never resolved. After closing the webpage, Chen Xing opened a map to create an action route for the night. He still needed 88% of the national treasure quota for the temporary unlock task. So tonight, he planned to visit the Wazi family. If he couldn't gather enough there, he would go to the sunsetting country the next night, and if that didn't work, he would have to go to the Eagle Sauce country. As for why Eagle Sauce was last, it was simply too far. For this theft, he didn't plan to use his dark outfit. Instead, he pieced together a white magician outfit similar to Phantom Thief Kid from different clothing stores. As for the mask, He used a pure silver half mask, an artifact he obtained from a previous box. The system claimed it was used by King Lanling, although it wasn't the fierce ghost mask he wore on the battlefield, but rather one he wore casually. After polishing the mask, it looked quite elegant. Archaeologist, polishing. Look into my eyes and tell me what is going on in your mind. In the early morning hours, a white figure flickered in the sky. If anyone saw him, they might seriously doubt the existence of magicians in this world. At the National Museum of Waging, a white figure suddenly appeared in the dead angle of the museum's surveillance room, followed by a steel ball that exploded the surveillance cameras in the room. For security guards, hearing the noise, had no time to react before 2 were killed, and the other 2 were knocked unconscious. With the identification eye in place, he wouldn't kill the wrong person. However, sometimes it was a matter of perspective, so while he destroyed the surveillance mainframe, he said to the system, from now on, increase the anti-flame evil value by 10, okay? Okay. Chen Xing looked at the 2 people, good, from 5 or 6 to 15 or 16. They were given a chance, but they weren't capable enough. His sense of justice prevented him from indiscriminate killing, but his identity told him, I want rivers of blood. The 2 who were knocked unconscious were also dealt with and taken away. After all, leaving them behind could be a risk. After securing the surveillance room, he locked it from the inside and left using the ghost step. Of course, it wasn't time to reap the rewards yet. The security system protecting the artifacts also had to be shut down, such as infrared alarms and alarms triggered by breaking display cases. With his X-ray vision, Chen Xing quickly followed the lines to see through the entire system, and then performed a disconnection. The time to reap the rewards had come. Chapter 96, Top-Level Deception, Collected National Treasure-Level Bronze Tiger Cannibal Urn, Task Progress, 13,100. Collected National Treasure-Level Porcelain Tea Bowl, with Changing Glaze, Task Progress, 14,100. Collected National Treasure-Level Cultural Relic Han, Wei New Kingdom King's Gold Seal, Task Progress, 28,100. Collected National Treasure-Level Cultural Relic Guanyin Monkey and Crane Painting, Task Progress, 32,100. Wow. Wang Shiji's Letter of Distress. National Treasure +1. When Chen Xing put it away, the system didn't make a sound. System, did it crash? No. How could the system crash? He activated the appraisal eye and saw that it was indeed a fake. Damn, a fake. Chen Xing directly tore the calligraphy work to shreds and threw it aside. Then he kept the appraisal eye activated to collect items. After all, bringing back fakes would only make him look foolish. He also took out some of the fakes he had just collected and destroyed them. Later, Chen Xing collected more than 10 national treasures, bringing his progress to 49%. National treasures included those from other countries besides Yen Nation. And the Japanese National Museum certainly had no shortage of their own national treasures. Of course, there were also a large pile of fakes in the hall. Finally, Chen Xing dipped a brush in the security guard's blood and left a line of gibberish on the ground. The translated meaning was, is it appropriate for such a large museum to have so many fakes? Pure white magician, after Chen Xing left, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, I turned off the surveillance. Who could see my outfit? Isn't this just showing off for nothing? No, it wouldn't matter if the surveillance was on. Shadows would cover everything. Chen Xing felt helpless. Unless someone saw him, this stylish outfit would only be appreciated by himself. After returning home, he took off the outfit and stored it in a mysterious little pocket. After taking a shower, he slept soundly until noon. Meanwhile, things were in chaos in Japan. When a security guard came in the morning to take over, he found the door guard asleep on the table. When they approached and took a closer look, they were immediately shocked. The guard had 3 holes in his body, and the entire security room floor was stained black-red with semi-coagulated blood. Then they looked towards the eerily quiet museum and knew something must have happened inside. Soon, the Japanese police arrived. When they opened the museum's main door, it felt like the sky had fallen. Most of the items inside had vanished without a trace. In the middle of the hall, there was a pile of garbage. Of course, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not garbage, but a large pile of destroyed cultural relic fragments. Bakana, I must have woken up the wrong way today. A nightmare. This must be a nightmare. Stop fantasizing. This is reality. And a big incident is about to happen. By noon, the theft at the National Museum of Japan finally made international news. Accompanying the news was a bounty. Pure white magician, suspected master thief team, bounty of 1 billion yen. The announcement of the 1 billion yen bounty caused an uproar worldwide, as the current highest international bounty was 100 million yen, a full 10 times more. When everyone learned what the pure white magician had done, they no longer found the bounty strange, as this was the first time anyone had completely looted a national museum. What the F? Am I high? The entire museum was emptied? So awesome. I would call them the world's #1 thief team. I think it's just that Japan's museum security system is too weak. Pure white magician? Could it be a team formed by our white magicians? I think it's possible. The writing left at the scene is indeed beautiful gibberish. A team formed by white magicians? Is the great magician Criss Angel involved? Criss Angel was participating in a magic show last night, so it shouldn't be him. Not necessarily. In a team, someone must provide ideas and plans, while others execute them. Perhaps this world-class magician is the planner? Ha ha ha. Don't say that. Criss Angel will be scared to death. This is a bounty of 1 billion yen. Compared to them, the Thief King competition in Yen Nation seems like a joke. Yeah, this is simply the greatest theft in history. When the news reached the domestic scene, the internet exploded, instantly overshadowing the case of the massacre by Han Laojiao. Chen Xing's move also indirectly helped Lao Zhang and Lao Wan. Wow, all emptied? Is this a magician or a wizard? I suspect the other party has a storage treasure or a personal storage space. Otherwise, how could they achieve this? Stop joking. I even suspect the other party has a system. Ha ha, little Japan. Feeling the pain of having national treasure stolen. Ha. Laughing to death. They were even mocked in the comments. Such a large museum actually has a small portion that is fake. Pure white magician. Such a cool team. Although it's a team formed by white magicians, as long as you target Japan, I will support you. Go for it. Chen Xing couldn't help but smile when he saw this, because everything was proceeding as he planned. Misled like this, he didn't believe anyone could trace it back to him. Originally, he planned to strike against the land of the rising sun at night, but that was too soon and could easily lead people to guess he had teleportation abilities. So he decided to wait 2 more days. After all, with the arrogance of Westerners, even after such an incident, they wouldn't think the pure white magician could empty their museum. After all, just the batch of cultural relics from a National Museum of Japan was enough for them to digest for decades. Therefore, many speculated that this pure white magician team would only be a fleeting existence. After putting down his phone, Chen Xing went out. With so much money in his account, it was time to spend some. He visited several large, traditional Chinese medicine centers and auction houses, planning to reserve some top-notch tonics at a high price. Unfortunately, the responses he received were not ideal. Now, rare herbs are in short supply. As soon as they appear on the market, they are immediately snatched up by the powerful through connections. Plus, with laws protecting rare species, we can only tell you that the hope is slim. Many wealthy martial artists like you are now spending money to hire people to search in the mountains, but this industry is very deep. Once people go into the mountains, whether they find anything is up to them. Okay, thank you. After leaving the auction house, Chen Xing went straight home. Without the tonics, he could only slowly build himself up with medicinal meals. No, if I can't buy through normal channels, why not go to? Cough cough, ask for it? The Japanese emperor. The longest-lasting royal family in the world must have top-notch medicinal treasures. Moreover, they probably snatched them from us before. Go to ask for them back. There's nothing wrong with that. Pure white magician, move out. Chapter 97. A Wave of Riches. Wado, the Imperial Palace of Japan. The defenses here were not as formidable as Chen Xing had imagined. Of course, this refers to the mechanisms, not the manpower. There were no infrared sensors or alarms in the treasury of the Imperial Palace, because it was essentially a large underground vault. Once the half-meter-thick titanium alloy door was closed, without a password or key, it was estimated that only high-concentration explosives could breach it. After activating Ghost Step to reach the highest clock tower, Chen Xing used his X-ray vision to locate the underground vault and then directly activated Ghost Step to teleport behind the vault door. The entire process was completely undetected. Unless there were cultivators in the Imperial Palace, not even a master could discover him. Once inside the treasury, Chen Xing couldn't help but gape in amazement. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by mountains of gold bricks, with cabinets all around filled with dense collections of emeralds, jade, and jewels. Behind a mountain of gold, and to the left and right were 3 small halls. The left small hall contained top-grade elixirs sealed in rosewood and jade boxes, while the right held various antique collectibles. The small hall behind the mountain of gold housed the dragon robes, seals, and special relics of past emperors of Japan. These items were essentially national treasures for Japan, right? Haha, they all belong to me. Meanwhile, deep within the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Japan suddenly woke up, startling the concubines beside him. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? The Emperor held his forehead and shook his head. For some reason, he suddenly felt very uneasy, sensing that something big was about to happen. The concubine expressed concern. "Shall I summon the royal physician to check on you? Don't let it be a cardiovascular issue." The emperor nodded. His health was paramount. "All right, summon the royal physician." In the underground vault, it took Chen Xing an hour to clear out the entire treasury. It felt too empty, and leaving nothing behind seemed a bit lacking. He opened his X-ray vision to search the imperial palace and noticed that things were getting lively over at the emperor's side. Was there really such a show in the middle of the night? Then he shifted his gaze and randomly found a high-value target among the Japanese, activating Ghost Step to teleport to the side of his bed. The ruthless iron hand activated, and the middle-aged man on the bed was just waking up when his heart was ripped out. "You should keep it down. Dizziness is normal." Chen Xing didn't care who the person was. With such high evil value, killing him was definitely the right choice. He then drew a basin of blood from the corpse and activated Ghost Step again to return to the vault. Using the victim's blood, he left a message behind the vault door. It was still in bird language, which translated to, "As expected from a royal lineage that has lasted so long, we gladly accept your treasures. If you have the guts, raise the bounty on your ancestors to 1 billion rice knives, you little white magician." As he left, Chen Xing casually killed a few guards watching the treasury and placed incendiary bottles on the rooftops of several surrounding palaces. With dead bodies and a fire to cover his tracks, his actions wouldn't seem too mysterious. Those Japanese would think that important clues were covered by the fire rather than suspecting supernatural crimes. After he completely left, the incendiary bottles exploded one after another. Boom! 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 As explosions rang out, the flames illuminated the entire imperial palace. The Japanese inside were startled and began to panic and shout. "Enemy attack! It's on fire! Alert! Protect the king! Put out the fire! Hurry, put out the fire!" Some searched for enemies, while others attempted to extinguish the flames. The emperor rushed to the loft and saw flames everywhere in the palace, instantly erupting in furious roars. "Baka, get the captain of the guards here." Soon, the captain of the guards arrived. "Greetings, your majesty." The emperor's face turned ashen as he demanded, "What happened? Why are there fires in so many places?" The captain immediately reported, "Someone maliciously set the fire. We're searching with all our might. The assailant may have deliberately created chaos to assassinate you." "Assassinate me? But it's very quiet here." The emperor frowned. He was no stranger to grandiose affairs. An assassination this loud would only draw the guards right to him, wouldn't it? The captain replied, "It could also be for other purposes." "Other purposes? No good." "The treasury." The emperor reacted swiftly. As soon as he finished speaking, before the captain could respond, he dashed toward the treasury's location. The royal library above the treasury was already ablaze. Several corpses lay on the ground, clearly indicating that the enemy's target was here, and they likely succeeded. "Put out the fire. Put out the fire. If anything happens to the treasury, you all will commit seppuku." Due to the flammable materials in the royal library, the fire took 3 full hours to extinguish, and it took over an hour to clear the rubble and unearth the entrance to the underground vault. By the time the emperor opened the treasury, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Protected by Sword Master Tohoku Jubii and the royal physician, the emperor tremblingly approached the treasury. He was terrified that when the door opened, it would also be on fire. While gold and jewels might not burn easily, he feared the relics of past emperors and precious elixirs would be destroyed. Those were truly irreplaceable treasures. Soon, the treasury door was opened, and everyone stared in disbelief at the inside. Good news, it wasn't tea on fire. Bad news, it was completely empty. Impossible. Impossible. This isn't my treasury. My treasury can't be this empty. The emperor completely broke down, his face contorted as he grabbed the nearest person, shouting, "Where's my treasury? Find it for me." The emperor yelled, his bloodshot eyes weeping tears of rage. The royal physician, pale-faced, cried out, "Sword Master Tohoku, quickly knock out the king. He won't be able to handle this." Slap. Tohoku Jubii immediately raised his hand and struck the emperor's neck. The nearly mad emperor was instantly forced into a shutdown, collapsing in the arms of the royal physician. Meanwhile, Sword Master Tohoku stared at the blood-stained bird language left on the back of the treasury door, his brow furrowed deeply. He just remembered he couldn't understand bird language. In a small villa, a catchy tune played in the bathroom. Outside, the rain dripped incessantly, pouring down for 3 days and nights, just like my beloved you, not answering the phone for 3 days and nights. Chen Xing was alone in the bathroom, spraying champagne. Of course, he didn't tea like drinking champagne. He was just celebrating by spraying it. There was no helping it. He had pulled off a big score, not only completing the mission, but also acquiring a massive stash of precious elixirs. Among them was a ginseng that was at least 1,000 years old. Although it wasn't large, its roots could drive someone with trypophobia to madness. Moreover, the roots were not only numerous, but also 2 to 3 meters long. Japan only began cultivating ginseng during the Edo period, so it was impossible to grow wild mountain ginseng of this caliber. Thus, this thing was undoubtedly stolen from the old Buddha. This wave of riches was returning to its rightful owner. I deserved it. Yo, thinking of this, the silly Chen Xing picked up another bottle of champagne and sprayed it again. Chapter 98, Breakthrough to Master Hiss. Hiss. So good. Truly worthy of a ginseng that has been around for over 1,000 years. After consuming a 2-meter-long ginseng root, Chen Xing felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. After putting on 10 iron rings weighing 20 pounds each on his arms, he went into the yard to practice his boxing. He practiced the iron wire fist while running his internal energy with the circular force technique. 2 hours later, the heat was slowly absorbed and tamed, flowing into his dantian and becoming a part of his internal energy. Chen Xing raised his hand and clenched his fist, with 5 energy rings entwined around his arm. Each additional energy ring represented a doubling of his strength. Isn't 5 rings considered the level of a master? Why does it feel like something is still missing? Chen Xing immediately called up Lao Tai to inquire. Sherbua, do you know about the circular force technique? On the other end of the line, Tai Hailong stroked his beard and said, of course, it's the most powerful internal energy technique recognized by the martial world. Isn't that what you're practicing? Chen Xing got straight to the point. According to what my father said back in the day, 5 rings mean you are a master. But I've already formed 5 rings and still feel like something is lacking. Tai Hailong suddenly stood up. What? You're going against the heavens. You formed the 5th ring without even being a master yet. Huh? Chen Xing was confused. Tai Hailong took a deep breath and said, someone in your family might have gotten the sequence wrong in the inheritance. You need to reach the master realm to possibly form the 5th ring, not the other way around. So you're really going against the heavens. Chen Xing scratched his head and asked, then why do I still feel like something is missing? Tai Hailong laughed. You just lack intent. You probably haven't realized your own martial path yet, so your understanding is not there. You can only step into the master realm with your cultivation. He continued, intent requires you to comprehend it yourself. It would be best for you to take a few days off to meditate and think about it. Otherwise, you might need to wander around a bit. The process of seeking the way is complex, but also simple. Chen Xing stroked his chin and asked, then Sherbua, what is your intent? Tai Hailong replied, my intent is steadfastness. The steadfastness of persistence, the steadfastness of hardness, and the steadfastness that is unbreakable. Hearing this from Tai Hailong, Chen Xing immediately understood. So that's how it is. I think I know what my intent is now. Oh, I'm starting to feel it. I need to rush. You go ahead and be busy, and remember to keep this a secret for me. Beep. Damn, this kid. Tai Hailong looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help but laugh and curse. Then he couldn't help but ponder. A master at 25 or 26. What a freak. If he can reach the Grandmaster realm before 50, then this kid might just have a chance to reach even higher realms and create a historical precedent. Thinking of this, he wished he could shove the position of the head of the Wulo sect onto Chen Xing. However, Chen Xing probably wouldn't look at the Wulo sect anyway. Sigh. If only I had a beautiful daughter. Meanwhile, in the small villa, Chen Xing had returned to his training room to sit in silence. His intent was slaughter, the slaughter of killing, the slaughter of massacre, the slaughter of bravery, and the slaughter of sin, the slaughter of the heavens against the people. In his subconscious, martial arts equated to killing techniques. Moreover, he was stopping evil through killing and protecting life through killing, all of which revolved around one word, slaughter. In the training room, a horrifying world filled with bloody violence and righteous evil was gradually condensing. If Tai Hailong were here, he would probably gasp in shock. In the past martial world, some masters were cursed as demonic sect members at a glance, because their intent was filled with negative emotions. However, Chen Xing's intent was slightly different. It was bloody and violent, yet filled with positive energy, a righteous evil. This represented that he would go to any lengths for the justice in his heart. After his martial will was fully condensed, Chen Xing felt as if he had surfaced from the water, feeling incredibly refreshed. Not only had his 6 senses been enhanced, but his control over his body had also become more perfect. Lastly, his internal energy and will merged, transforming into true energy. This was an all-around enhancement, a qualitative transformation. Chen Xing opened his eyes, and the scarlet light in his pupils flickered before gradually fading away. So this is the Master Realm. It feels absolutely exhilarating. Next month, I probably won't even need a cheat to defeat that little Japanese sword saint. According to his previous thoughts, entering the Master Realm should merit a good reward for himself. But after truly entering the Master Realm, his desires were significantly diminished. The joy of becoming stronger was far more alluring than those low-level pleasures. However, maintaining a youthful body was no longer of any use, so he could still relax a bit. The Grandmaster Realm was the next step, a level that no one had reached in today's world. The most recognized Grandmaster recently was Zhang Zhenren from Wudong, who lived for nearly 300 years through the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. Yet, the Grandmaster Realm was not Chen Xing's endpoint. His endpoint was the realm pursued by Zhang Zhenren, a level that no one had reached before and thus had not yet been named. However, Chen Xing felt that he could achieve it, so he thought that the realm above Grandmaster should be called the Celestial Human Realm. After putting aside his distractions, Chen Xing closed his eyes and re-entered his training state. At this moment, his realm was still unstable, and he needed to consolidate it properly. After 3 days of isolation, Chen Xing finally emerged from the training room, since he had set up an automatic reply before entering the training room. No one from the bureau had come looking for him. After replying to everyone about his minor breakthrough, he went out to find food. In these 3 days, he had only eaten 2 ginseng roots and a piece of dry, hard Ganoderma. In the capturing bureau, when Zhang Buoxing received Chen Xing's reply, he had a face full of disbelief. A minor breakthrough requires such a long seclusion. Could this kid have secretly entered the Master Realm? Jiangang, what do you think? Wang Jiangang, feeling somewhat speechless, had been called to the office over this matter. Well, a breakthrough doesn't necessarily mean a change in realm. It could also be a transformation of a martial skill, like how the Heartless Iron Hands transformed into blood-forging Iron Hands. This kind of breakthrough hasn't been accomplished by many. Zhang Buoxing nodded, then pondered. Is that so? Then at that time, you can subtly inquire to see what his breakthrough is. Okay. Wang Diongong nodded, feeling that Zhang Buoxing was being a bit redundant since no matter what realm Chen Xing was in, it wouldn't affect his case handling. In truth, Zhang Buoxing was not being redundant. If Chen Xing had already become a master, he could logically apply to his superiors to let Chen Xing become the deputy chief in charge of the entire criminal investigation department in the bureau. After all, Chen Xing's contributions had long been sufficient, but that little bit of qualifications could easily be compensated with strength. Chen Xing had long been guarding against Zhang Buoxing's move, which is why he had Lao Tai keep it a secret and did not intend to reveal to anyone in the bureau that he had already become a master. Only a master could discover a hidden master, and other masters, when they met, would certainly keep it discreet out of courtesy. By the way, where has Xiaoya been? It has been almost 3 months without any news. If she has died, it can't be that I have to live in solitude. He felt it was necessary to pay a visit to that cheap father-in-law of his. Chapter 99 Good Father-in-Law. Yi Xingnan, Chen Xing's father-in-law Yi Xingnan, is not an ordinary person. He is one of the high-ranking officials in the neighboring province of Wangjiang, responsible for finance. The Yi family is originally from Yemia province, and those who understand know what that means. If Chen Xing were just an ordinary person without a system, he would definitely be devoted to Comrade Yi. But unfortunately, he has a system, and he is not an ordinary person, so this marriage has become a constraint for him. When he arrived at the Yi residence, it was already evening. However, this timing was just right, as Yi Xingnan was home. Yi Xingnan has 3 high traits, so he doesn't like to drink and socialize much. Basically, those who need something from him come to have tea. When Chen Xing arrived at the Yi residence, Yi Xingnan and Wang Yuru were in the living room drinking health tea and watching the news. Mom and Dad, I've come to see you, Chen Xing said. His mother-in-law, Wang Yuru, greeted him with a smile. Xing, just come over. No need to bring gifts. Please sit down. Just a small token of appreciation, Chen Xing said as he handed the gift to the housekeeper and sat down on the small sofa. Yi Xingnan poured tea while showing concern. How's your health? The police department ISNT, just you. Don't be so impulsive in the future. I'm fine now. Just a minor injury, Chen Xing replied with a smile. After chatting for a while about family matters, Yi Xingnan took the initiative to say, You came here for Xiaoxu, right? Chen Xing nodded. Yes, after all. She has been out of contact for almost 3 months. What task is she executing? Yi Xingnan sighed and said, I don't know about this task either. You know the situation with the national security, even I can't inquire about it. However, I heard that both the military and the research department have sent people, so it might be related to some research. Chen Xing was a bit surprised. She went to the northwest? Yi Xingnan shook his head and said, No, she went abroad. Chen Xing frowned deeply. Going abroad for research, and needing protection from the national security and military, the risk factor is quite high. I assent to it. When was the last time you heard from her? Yi Xingnan replied, half a month ago. How often did you contact each other before that? Chen Xing continued to ask. Yi Xingnan said, the military's satellite communication reports peace once a week. Chen Xing was immediately speechless. This means that the main group has also lost contact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for there to be no peace report for half a month. I've thought about it too. But the information given from that area is that the magnetic field is special, and it's normal for satellite communications to be cut off. If there is still no information returned within a month, then it might indicate danger, Yi Xingnan said helplessly. Wang Yuru also wore a worried expression, not knowing what to say. After all, the path was chosen by Yi Qingxue herself, and this task was a confidential mission arranged by the capital. If he weren't a family member and a member of the Yi family, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to know so much information. Chen Xing was speechless. A month's grace period means that if something really happens, they could probably open a seat at the table. If a rescue team needs to be formed after half a month with no news, please help me sign up. You all know my abilities. Yi Xingnan smiled with relief. If you can go, we would feel more at ease. A Xing, Xiao Xue is fortunate to have a husband like you, Wang Yuru said emotionally. Then Yi Xingnan suddenly thought of something, looked at his wife, and said, Yuru, go to the study and bring some good wine, tea, and cigarettes. Okay. Wang Yuru nodded and got up to leave. Chen Xing hurriedly said, Dad, no need. Yi Xingnan smiled and said, go ahead. I need to take care of my health now, and can't have those things. After looking back at his wife and seeing her footsteps fade upstairs, he immediately shifted his seat closer to Chen Xing. He whispered, a Xing, Xiao Xue's job will inevitably mean you'll be apart often. If you can't hold it in, we won't blame you. After all, I already consider you half a son. Just handle it well, and don't let Xiao Xue know. Chen Xing stared at his father-in-law in disbelief. Goodness, is there really a father-in-law who encourages someone to cheat on his daughter? Yi Xingnan said earnestly, don't worry, I'm not trying to trick you. We're all men. I was young once too. If I were you, I'd probably want to break off the engagement. And I don't plan to change my son-in-law, so I can only give you some freedom in this regard as compensation. Chen Xing nodded with a complex expression. It must be said that the old father-in-law understands him. He can't accept this kind of quasi-widowed marriage. He actually had thoughts of breaking off the engagement this time. But seeing Yi Qingxue in a situation where she might sense something at any moment, he felt it unnecessary to bring it up now. If she really sensed something, the engagement would automatically end, but if he could save her, he would still try. Although it was somewhat contradictory, rationality and emotion often conflict, and everything is a variable before making a real choice. Moreover, since the old father-in-law just said that, it would be ungrateful to break off the engagement now. When Wang Yuru and the housekeeper came down with many items, Yi Xingnan had already returned to his usual state. By the way, I heard you participated in the famous detective competition? Chen Xing suppressed a smile and nodded. Yes, the name of the 4 great detectives is too tempting for us juniors. Yi Xingnan smiled and said, I have high hopes for you. The name of the 4 great detectives will be very helpful for your future. But the gangs in Xiangjiang are rampant and very dangerous, so be careful. Yes, I know. After chatting with Yi Xingnan and his wife for more than half an hour, Chen Xing left first because someone came to visit Yi Xingnan. He brought some supplements when he arrived and left with a car full of cigarettes, wine, and tea. One might think he was trying to take advantage of his father-in-law. After driving back to Tianhai overnight, Chen Xing changed into his pure white magician costume and went out again. Although it was 10 in the morning here, it was 2 in the morning in the Sunset Country, which was the perfect time for committing crimes. The system task was completed, which did not prevent him from taking back things from his country while also collecting some interest. However, when he arrived at the Sunset Country Museum, his face completely darkened. Fake. All fake. Everything is replicas. Even the mummies are local corpses pretending to be mummies. Haha. Since everything here is fake, the real stuff must be hidden together. He activated his X-ray vision and searched around, quickly discovering a warehouse behind the museum. The warehouse was piled with miscellaneous items. But below, it was an underground vault similar to the Emperor of Japan's treasure vault. Because the outer security of the vault was very strong, there were no security measures inside, which provided great convenience for Chen Xing. Moreover, the theft of the Emperor's treasure vault had not been reported, probably because the Emperor felt it was too embarrassing. However, the bounty for the pure white magician team was directly raised to 10 billion USD. And it was said that even countries like Eagle Sauce were very interested, and many white magicians were called to assist in the investigation. Chapter 100 Team Prototype. After Chen Xing emptied the Sunset National Museum, He left a line of text in the treasury, according to old tradition. It was still written in bird language, and the translated meaning was, I originally wanted to leave you something, but after thinking it over, I decided against it. After all, keeping it here is about the same as keeping it with us. No one in the world will see it anyway, ha ha ha. Pure white magician. Before leaving, he also ran to a blind spot of the museum's surveillance cameras and left another line of text. Don't look anymore. It's all fake, certified by pure white magician. Finally, he ignited a Molotov cocktail in a corner of the warehouse and museum. The flames erupted, and the once still sunset nation seemed to be infused with vitality, slowly becoming lively. After doing all this, Master Chen had already gone home for lunch. Medicinal cuisine restaurant. Oh, drinking at noon. Section Chief Chen is in a good mood today, a familiar passerby laughed. After all, the regular customers here were the same group of people, and over time they got to know each other. Chen Xing smiled and raised his tonic liquor, saying, I had a small breakthrough in martial arts, just celebrating a bit. Congratulations, Section Chief Chen. A familiar face congratulated him, and then went to find a seat to order. After finishing his meal, the waiter brought the bill. Section Chief Chen. Here S today, S bill, and your membership card balance. Okay. Chen Xing put away the bill and left. Although he had plenty of precious medicines to consume, he couldn't stop this kind of daily supplementing. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious. As he became more famous, the number of people watching him would only increase. In the evening, he changed into the dark light suit. It had been a while since he last hunted, and his backstreet scalpel was almost rusting. System, you are rusty. The scalpel produced by the system will not rust. There weren't many targets left to hunt in Suzhou next door, so it was time to change locations. This time his target was the neighboring city of Jia. He had heard that a scumbag was locked up there, but was released on medical parole. He still lived his carefree life, and when inspections occurred, he just had to return to the VIP ward in the hospital to pretend. Chen Xing took out his spare phone and called Ming. Help me check a person. The son of the owner of Jia City Haoyuan Real Estate Company. And Ming was a bit surprised. You want to check Huang Jingchen? Chen Xing was somewhat unexpected. You know him? And Ming said irritably, we used to stay in Jia City, and my sister had a good friend who was bullied by that beast. In the end, that beast used money to settle the girl's family. And because her family accepted the money, she had to give up pursuing the case and painfully left Jia City to work in Mian Province. With her grades, she could have gone to a key university and had a better life. At this point, Ming became somewhat puzzled. If you want to check him, it seems like you've exceeded your authority. Chen Xing smiled faintly. To handle a case, evidence is needed, but to execute justice, only an address is required. And Ming understood Chen Xing's meaning. Oh crap, you mean to? And Ming's voice suddenly stopped, as if afraid of being overheard. Then he whispered, I'll help you check right now. I didn't expect to do something chivalrous that I dreamed of as a kid in my lifetime. About half an hour later, Ming tracked down Huang Jingqing's location. This kid is very cunning. He was using someone else's phone card to play outside. And the card was also his dog father's secondary card. I sent you the positioning program I made before. Just install it and follow the minimap. Chen Xing was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Ming could help him with a minimap. Not bad, you got some skills. And Ming laughed. Did you think I was joking when I said I have T1 level? Help me gather more information on these beasts and villains when you have time. Chen Xing said, no problem. And Ming readily agreed. After all, who hasn't had a hero dream in their youth? After installing the program and familiarizing himself with the operation, Chen Xing set off. Meanwhile, Ming watched Chen Xing's green dot flickering on the minimap at a speed of dozens of kilometers per second, completely dumbfounded. My God, is this teleportation or super speed? Martial arts can't achieve this level, right? In less than 3 minutes, Chen Xing's green dot covered the red dot. Half an hour later, Chen Xing sent a photo. It was Huang Jingcheng, bound to a tree and having undergone a drastic makeover. To be honest, Ming was already stunned. The head was indeed Huang Jingcheng, but the body made him doubt if this was some teacher. Soon, he reacted. Chen Xing was actually a transformation maniac. Then Chen Xing sent another message. Justice execution. Want to try my skills? If you do, I'll send him over. And Ming's mouth twitched. Did he look like some kind of desperate pervert? Justice logistics. No need, thanks. What do you plan to do next? Send him to a bar or under a bridge for the homeless? Justice execution. Bar can still do some charity work. Justice logistics? Half an hour later, Ming looked at the photo sent by Chen Xing and finally understood what he meant by doing charity work. To be honest, this operation was too showy. He couldn't even imagine how Huang Jingchen would feel when he woke up. Justice execution. Damn. I just started the business and ran into 3 freeloading bastards directly using the public bus for personal use, and took the people away. Justice logistics. Justice execution. My words can't be wasted. See if there are more beasts nearby. I'll get another one to take over. Justice logistics. Huh? Shouldn't we stop it and bring the people back? Justice execution. All bad guys, let them bite each other. And Ming was stunned for a moment before realizing that Huang Jingsheng being taken away would be worse. And those 3 freeloaders would also be found by the Huang family and face the same fate, so there was no need for them to interfere. Justice logistics. Give me a moment, I'll check. Justice execution. No rush. There are 4 hours until dawn. Soon. And Ming found a target and sent the person's details and address to Chen Xing. Justice logistics. Beasteen just got released after 3 years in prison. Now, hiding his true identity, working at a training institution. His computer has a lot of hidden camera videos from the bathroom. It seems his beastly heart is about to get out of control again. Address. After receiving the information and photo, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile. This is the benefit of having logistics intelligence. Normally, he would have just gone home to sleep or randomly found a thug with a high evil value to take over. Chen Xing looked at the distance shown on the mini-map. Although it was several dozen kilometers, it was just a glance for him. Chapter 101. Refrigerator Door Murder. Unit 1302. Building C. Eugene Garden. Gu Aisha had been busy for nearly a month, finally leaving the 100 Splits sect and returning to Tianhai. Initially, she had gone there to follow a case, to prevent anyone from playing tricks, but as soon as that pair of adulterous lovers had their heads severed, she knew it was the work of the Dark Light. In the following days, she and her fellow sisters went to pay respects at their master's grave and to commemorate the eradication of the evil. After that, there was the matter of appointing a new sect leader. Several elders had their own thoughts about the position and had their supporters, leading to several elections that ended in discord. It turned out that a fully female sect was truly complex, with all sorts of petty factionalism making her scalp tingle. Fortunately, the 3 retired grand elders returned to oversee the situation, which finally determined the selection of a sect leader. As soon as the appointment ceremony for the new sect leader ended, she paid her 50,000 contribution fee and left. After all, sect members were expected to participate in various sect affairs, and if she didn't want to, she could choose to pay. This is also the reason why most people in the martial world can still flaunt their sect titles without being part of the sect, because they have paid. Phew, it's so hot. As soon as Gu Aisha put down her luggage, she headed straight to the kitchen to grab a bottle of cold beer. However, when she opened the refrigerator, a chilling aura wafted out, and she saw 2 bloody heads wrapped in cling film, staring lifelessly back at her through the white mist. Gu Aisha's expression froze completely. Her face went from flushed to pale in an instant, and her legs went weak as she collapsed to the ground. Her mouth gradually opened wide, and finally, terror poured out of her throat. Ah! Soon, the lights in the entire community lit up. Who is it? What happened? Was there murder? However, Gu Aisha quickly thought of something when she looked at the 2 heads, and upon closer inspection, she realized she actually recognized them. She immediately rushed to the window and shouted, "There are mice!" After a brief silence in the community, a wave of curses erupted from various windows. "Just mice, what the hell? You scared me. I thought there was a murder. Crazy, if I didn't know better. I think there were dead heads in my house. I finally managed to fall asleep, and then you scared the hell out of me. Who is it? I was just about to take off, and you scared me. If you have the guts, shout out your house number." Gu Aisha immediately pretended to know nothing, closed the window, and quickly drew the curtains while cursing Chen Xing's ancestors in her heart. After all, what normal person would put 2 dead heads in someone else's refrigerator? Not even leaving a note, it's simply toxic. If someone with a weak heart encountered this, they would have already fainted on the ground and started foaming at the mouth. Damn it, this refrigerator is no good. As for the beer in the refrigerator, she no longer wanted to drink it. The heat in her body had long been replaced by cold dread. After putting on disposable gloves, she packed the 2 heads into a garbage bag. Then she hurriedly left the community and ran towards the outskirts. Taking a car or bike posed a risk of being checked, so her leg was the safest option at this moment. After all, there is no law that says pedestrians can't speed. Once she reached the woods in the suburbs, she buried the 2 dead heads and then found a lot of stones to weigh down the dirt to prevent wild animals from digging them up. After everything was settled, she collapsed to the ground. She had seen a lot of big scenes when she was a killer, but today she really almost got killed by opening a refrigerator door. That bastard. Next time we meet, I'll break your body and see how you achieve master status. Chen Xing, are you okay? The next day, a somewhat haggard Gu Aisha arrived at the Tianhai City Bureau. Hello. I'm here to deliver a banner to Section Chief Chen Xing, thanking him for solving the case and helping us find the murderer of our master. Is he in? The duty officer looked at Gu Aisha and then handed her a form to fill out. P.S. in. Please register your visitor information first, and I'll have someone notify him. Okay. Gu Aisha immediately filled out her information according to the form. The duty officer glanced at Gu Aisha's registration information and immediately knew which case it was. After all, that case had made headlines for several days, and the $1 million bounty had made countless people envious. After making a call to inquire with the Secretary Division of the Public Security Department, the officer hung up and said, "You can go up directly. Once you reach the Public Security Department floor, someone will take you to the reception room." Okay, thank you. Gu Aisha took the banner to the elevator entrance and overheard two agents from the Armed Investigations Department chatting. "I heard the transvestite maniac struck last night in Jia City. A beastly second-generation criminal on medical parole and an old beast who was plotting to commit another crime both got stabbed, and the second-generation beast is still missing. If it weren't for the hotel where he stayed, leaving some evidence, we wouldn't even know he got stabbed. Though as agents we can't support him, I still can't help but say, well done. That's really satisfying." As they were talking, they noticed Gu Aisha holding the banner and immediately stopped talking. After all, there was a notice at the elevator entrance prohibiting discussions of cases in public places. However, as people from the Armed Investigations Department, they could tell from Gu Aisha's posture and stride that she was a martial arts expert. Once in the elevator, they relaxed their guard knowing Gu Aisha was heading to the Public Security Department. After all, the strongest boss of the entire precinct was stationed there. Upon reaching the Public Security Department floor, the office of the Secretary Division was directly across the elevator, so they would immediately see and receive anyone who came in. "Hello. You're here to deliver a banner to Section Chief Chen, right? Please wait in the reception room for a moment. Section Chief Chen is currently in the investigation team discussing the case." Okay. Gu Aisha nodded. It was normal for Chen Xing to be busy, as she frequently saw news about him solving cases. Behind the case, he must have put in a lot of effort. In the investigation team office, "Open the window to let the hot pot smell dissipate. We don't want it to waft out when we open the door later." Chen Xing tugged at his collar and downed a cup of ice Sprite, saying, "Share some of the soup. There is good stuff in there, old Lin. Don't keep looking. You'll eat your way into trouble." Lin Lijia laughed. "It's fine. I've actually started cultivating too." Chen Xing was puzzled. "Huh? What are you cultivating?" Lin Lijia whispered, "The manual you gave me last time." Chen Xing was speechless. "Eating these drugs. Are you planning to cultivate the indestructible diamond technique and run a few flights at night? Fine, as long as you can handle it." As Chen Xing stepped out, he slapped himself and used his protective chi to disperse the hot pot smell all over him. When he arrived at the reception room, he saw Gu Aisha wearing large frame glasses that concealed her looks. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Chapter 102. Not even acting. When Gu Aisha faced Chen Xing and heard his voice, she couldn't help but frown. Although his figure and voice didn't resemble the dark light, the overwhelming sense of familiarity made her inevitably associate Chen Xing with the dark light. She stood up with a smile and said, "Hello, Section Chief Chen. My name is Gu Aisha, and I am from the Hunter Crack sect. I am here to present a banner on behalf of our sect and to thank you for capturing the murderer of my master." Chen Xing took the banner and replied, "I'll accept the banner, but it's something our police department should do." Gu Aisha continued, "Can we exchange contact information? I would like to invite you to dinner as a thank you, and I also want to learn more about the special recruitment matters at the police department." The special recruitment was announced after a meeting at the City Bureau in the past few days. With the department's funding being sufficient and the recent increase in cases, there was a shortage of manpower. Recruiting skilled martial artists or technical personnel with clean backgrounds to assist in cases had become a necessity for the Bureau. Chen Xing paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Sure, let's meet for lunch. Just choose a place and send me the details." "Okay, I'll be on my way then. Goodbye." After Gu Aisha left with a smile, Chen Xing couldn't help but smirk slightly. He knew that Gu Aisha was already suspecting he was the dark light. Although he had disguised himself, deceiving her eyes and ears, he couldn't fool her instincts and intuition. Martial artists with strong intuition often had the potential to become masters because the heart and will, though different, were interconnected. He knew this because the little devil in Gu Aisha's heart had been whispering in her ear, and this dinner was also a test from her. Didn't he plan to play guessing games with Gu Aisha since she was very suitable to join his unjust team? The term unjust comes from the idea that delayed justice is not justice, justice not accepted by the light, and justice that does not conform to righteousness. After returning to his office with the banner, Chen Xing casually placed it in a cardboard box next to the bookshelf, which contained dozens of banners. He didn't like to decorate his office too brightly, so he treated all the banners equally by putting them in the box beside the bookshelf. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Chen Xing chewed on an olive to soothe his throat and said, "Come in." Little King Kong anxiously said, "Section Chief." Section Chief Lin has a nosebleed, and it won't stop. Chen Xing had anticipated this, but still couldn't help but feel speechless. In the end, he took Lin Lijia to Li Yaochen, but Li Yaochen wasn't there. His apprentice Xian Yu used acupuncture to help Lin Lijia dissolve the effects of the medicine. Lin Lijia lay on the treatment bed, feeling somewhat dejected, and said, "Taoist, I still feel a bit irritable and hot. I hope it won't leave any lasting effects. I'll prepare a couple of prescriptions for you later. Just go home and eat well for a few days, and you should be fine." Xian Yu said while packing up the needles. "Also, you can't take any supplement for the next 6 months." "Okay, thank you." Lin Lijia was thoroughly frightened this time. If he had known, he would have listened to Chen Xing and not been greedy for that broth. After paying the medical fees, Chen Xing took Lin Lijia back to the police department since he usually lived in the dormitory building behind it. Chen Xing looked at the dormitory. Due to limited space, 2 people shared each room, and this particular room was actually shared by Chen Xing and Lin Lijia. However, Chen Xing usually didn't tea rest there, so only Lin Lijia lived there. "Are you planning to buy a house? I can lend you for the down payment." Lin Lijia shook his head and said no need. "Just thinking about having to pay the mortgage every month makes life feel less enjoyable. I'd rather wait until I have enough money to build a big house back in my hometown." "All right, take a good rest. I'll have Mutu come over to help you with the medicine." Chen Xing put the medicine away and left. Lin Lijia closed his eyes for 10 seconds before opening them again. He took out his phone and sat up from the bed. Woohoo, the round god is activated. Noon soon arrived, and Chen Xing went to a mid-range restaurant's private room based on the information Gu Aisha sent him. As soon as Gu Aisha saw Chen Xing enter, she immediately stood up, pulled out a chair, and poured tea. "Section Chief Chen, please sit down and have a cup of tea." After Chen Xing sat down, he smiled at Gu Aisha and used the voice of the dark light to say, "Thank you, Ms. Camilla." Gu Aisha's smile froze instantly, staring at Chen Xing in shock. "Wow, you're not even trying to act, are you?" Then she directly sat in Chen Xing's lap, took off her glasses, unleashing her beauty, and her expression gradually became deranged. Smack! She punched Chen Xing in the chest, angrily saying, "You are such a bad guy. Who told you to put your head in the refrigerator? I almost had a heart attack last night. How are you going to compensate me?" Chen Xing teased. "Compensate? According to our original agreement, you already belong to me, so what more compensation do you need? All right then. When do you plan to eat me?" Gu Aisha said, wrapping her arms around Chen Xing's neck seductively. "How about right here? Wouldn't that be exciting?" Chen Xing raised his hand and gently pulled Gu Aisha's arms away. "Put away your little thoughts. You know I won't break my vow until I reach the master level. You're deliberately provoking me because I put my head in the refrigerator, right?" Gu Aisha's eyes flickered. She didn't expect Chen Xing to guess her thoughts so quickly. "Can you read minds?" "Sort of." Chen Xing nodded. Gu Aisha fell silent. She was just joking, but Chen Xing took it seriously. "Boring," she said as she tried to stand up since Chen Xing had guessed her little thoughts. Chen Xing smirked slightly. "Boring? Then let me show you something exciting." As he spoke, his pupils glowed red, and blood-red, true energy emerged from his body, flickering like a flame of energy. A terrifying intent of bloody violence descended, causing Gu Aisha's delicate body to shudder. Instinctively terrified, she stepped back and then plopped back down in her chair, almost breaking it with her weight. She gasped heavily, looking at Chen Xing in shock. Have you become a master?" "Yes." "Surprised? Unexpected? Happy?" Chen Xing stood up and gently pinched Gu Aisha's chin. "Why aren't you talking? Are you naturally quiet?" After the initial shock, Gu Aisha's gaze gradually became fervent. She directly lunged into Chen Xing's arms, exclaiming, "Hubby, you're amazing. From now on, I'm yours." This time it was Chen Xing's turn to be silent, because when Gu Aisha said this, there was no deceit in her heart. Gu Aisha smiled foolishly and said, "I like you even more now. I didn't expect you to be just like me." Chen Xing, "Yander girl, I think my mental state is still quite normal." Gu Aisha licked her lips and said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had those little thoughts earlier. To express my apology." "Apologizing is fine, but why are you kneeling and tying your hair?" After Chen Xing finished speaking, he realized and raised his hand to give Gu Aisha a light smack on the head. After all, they were in a restaurant, not a hotel. Chapter 103, I won't allow you to say that about yourself with a swollen bump on her forehead. Gu Aisha put her glasses back on, transforming from a sickly sweet girl into a simple glasses girl. Chen Xing, while eating, said, I want to form a team. There are already 2 hackers in the team responsible for intelligence logistics, so you could be my special operations assistant. Oh. Gu Aisha peeled a boiled egg and rubbed it on her forehead bump. What do you need me to do? For now, you just need to improve your strength. If you're too weak, you're not worthy of being my assistant. Woo-woo, that hurts, husband. Gu Aisha wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Chen Xing shot her a glare and said, Don't call me husband. Gu Aisha nodded and changed her words, Okay, master. Chen Xing looked at her speechlessly and said, From now on, you are the new disciple of my non-existent hermit master, which makes you my junior sister. Just call me senior brother. Oh, senior brother. Gu Aisha nodded vaguely. Chen Xing then asked, What did you do before? A killer. Gu Aisha did not hide it and answered honestly. A killer with a crime value of only 9? How did you manage that? Facing Chen Xing's strange gaze, Gu Aisha took a sip of coconut juice and said, I worked in the Chinatown of Japan, only taking jobs to kill anti-Japanese little devils. Smack! Chen Xing slammed the table angrily and said, What killer? I won't allow you to say that about yourself. You're a patriotic worker without a formal organization. Gu Aisha twitched the corners of her mouth. She wasn't a prostitute and didn't need to put up a facade. Everything was just for money and conscience, nothing so grand. However, she also found it amusing. Chen Xing was indeed very interesting. No wonder he was her dear patient. Yes, in her view, Chen Xing, with his bloody and violent martial will, was just as psychologically twisted as she was. After all, the jobs she took before were all torture and killing jobs, such as skinning and slow slicing little devils, which were daily operations for her. All right, eat quickly. Later, I'll take you to 2 places and give you some cash. The 2 places Chen Xing mentioned were naturally the medicinal cuisine restaurant and the Li-style Chinese medicine clinic, both of which could provide good cultivation resources. Generally, martial artists struggled with limited finances and rarely ate such expensive medicinal cuisine and pills. But Chen Xing was different. Money had now become a number for him, and its only value was to improve life towards luxury and to cultivate the people around him. Give me money. Are you going to support me? I eat a lot. Gu Aisha's eyes turned crescent-shaped with a smile, and her cheeks had 2 cute dimples. Chen Xing said lightly, From now on, you are mine so naturally, I will support you. Gu Aisha's eyes gradually sparkled. Thank you, senior brother, you're so nice. Are you coming to my house to play PUBG tonight? Chen Xing's mouth twitched. You really have to eat today, little greedy cat. I can't tonight. I need to lead a team to sweep the brothels. Gu Aisha's eyes lit up. Sweeping brothels. I want to go too. Inspecting special places was part of their security department's daily work, conducted 1 to 3 times a month. Usually, the captains led their teams to check various areas and submitted reports to Lin Lijia, who only needed to sign them. However, in the past couple of days, informants had reported to him that a hotel had been subleased, and the tenants were doing something out of line. So he planned to personally lead a team for a surprise inspection. If the situation was true, a batch of people below would likely be subjected to review procedures. He could usually let things slide and not disrupt tasks, allowing everyone to relax a bit. But he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to treat his words as wind in their ears. All right, just in time the Bureau is specially recruiting. I'll arrange for you to come over for a trial run for a few days, so you can reasonably participate in temporary operations. Wow. Hee, senior brother. You really have a way. Gu Aisha looked at Chen Xing with admiration, as if she were about to take off her glasses and unleash her true self. Chen Xing realized he truly couldn't understand a sickly sweet girl. They had only known each other for less than 2 days. How could she look at him as if she had loved him for 500 years? He really couldn't take it anymore and urged, All right, eat quickly. The food is going to get cold. Gu Aisha indeed had a large appetite, able to eat half of what he could, even in a relatively economical, ordinary restaurant. The 2 of them spent over 1,000. After finishing the meal, Chen Xing took Gu Aisha to the medicinal cuisine restaurant, opened a membership, and deposited 3 million there. Then he took her to the Li-style Chinese medicine clinic, where he ordered 2 million worth of pills from Liaochen. Finally, he withdrew 2 million in cash for her. By the end of it all, even though Gu Aisha wasn't a materialistic woman, the way she looked at him was almost dripping with water. Not to mention, other places might already be dripping. The special recruitment quotas were all attached to the Martial Investigation Department and General Investigation Department, since the Security Department didn't lack manpower. The investigation team was also part of the Martial Investigation Department. So, Chen Xing planned to place Gu Aisha in the investigation team. Because she was a second-rate expert and had a clean background, with no criminal record in the country, although she had stayed in Japan for 3 years. Her exit was recorded as a bodyguard, tasked with protecting a female boss from Yin country, so there were no issues with the review. Zhang Buoxing quickly approved the special recruitment internship application submitted by Chen Xing. Of course, Gu Aisha would submit her resignation after a few days since not being in the organization would make it easier for her to act. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xing led the investigation team and 2 temporarily assigned small teams to set off. The cars and personnel were all parked at a distance from the hotel on the street. After putting on the still inactivated body camera, Chen Xing said, "Gu Aisha and I will go scout ahead. You all wait for my orders in the car." Yes. Everyone nodded and obediently watched the 2 leave. As soon as the 2 entered the dark area, they both disappeared. Little Gold couldn't help but say, "Wow," as expected of a master from the 100 Cracks sect. "I wonder when I can reach Sister Gu's level." The long-legged one said with envy. Little Gold laughed and said, "You should be fine before 50. The long-legged one was speechless. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing? On the rooftop next to the hotel, Chen Xing activated his X-ray vision to check the situation inside. He found that things were worse than he had imagined. Not only were there illegal activities, but there was also gambling and drug use. Looking further, good heavens, there was even prohibited item trading and hiding fugitives. Is this a hotel? This is a criminal stage. The owner of this hotel simply regarded the patrols of their Tianhai City Bureau as dead men. Everyone outside the investigation team, back off a bit. Big Black, you all go back to the Bureau immediately to get weapons and bulletproof vests. There are prohibited items being traded inside. Gu Aisha, who was next to Chen Xing, was stunned. Didn't you just see everything clearly from across a building? Wait, he can't have X-ray vision too, can he? Good heavens, having so many abilities is just no fun.